Su Yuan traversed into an era where every individual had the opportunity to form a covenant with beasts, becoming a beast master. During the beast master talent test, Su Yuan awakened the divine grade talent, Tianqi Shenyang, which allowed him to perceive the evolution paths of all beasts. Beep. You are currently researching the evolution plan for the rare beast, water arrow turtle. The first plan involved evolving into the water escape turtle excellence, 3 stars after 1 evolution. The second plan required 2 evolutions to become the tsunami turtle perfect, 5 stars. The third plan, after 5 evolutions, would culminate in the Xuanwu divine turtle mythical grade. From the water arrow turtle to the divine beast Xuanwu, from the Qiang bird to the phoenix, from the swift shadow cat to the 9 nether demon tiger, and from the white-scaled fish to the 9 heavens Kumping. As Su Yuan led his beasts into battle against the heavens, the alien warriors stared in astonishment at the ancient divine beasts that surrounded him. Such a terrifying beast, its body larger than the stars, exclaimed an alien warrior. Goodness! He is surrounded by ancient divine beasts. How can we contend with him? Cried a god from the myriad races. Chapter 1. Divine Talent, Tianqi Shenyang. At Tianyang High School, Class 3, Year 3. Next, Su Yuan, a beautiful teacher, adorned with glasses and a form-fitting black dress, exuded an air of intellectual beauty as she gently called out. Seated at the back of the classroom by the window, Su Yuan heard his name and promptly stood, hurrying to the podium. Gazing at the teacher's alluring figure, Su Yuan felt a wave of nervousness wash over him. Having traversed for 18 years, my fate as a beast master hinges upon today's talent test. He pondered. My soul strength must meet the standard. He fixed his gaze on the palm-sized black soul crystal resting on the podium, silently wishing for success. Don't be nervous, Su Yuan. Just place your hand on the soul crystal and concentrate, said the class teacher, Tang Zehan, noticing his anxiety and smiling encouragingly. Upon hearing her words, Su Yuan raised his head and nodded earnestly. He then placed his right hand on the soul crystal, focusing his spirit as he awaited its response. A warm energy soon flowed up his arm and surged into his mind. Under this stimulation, Su Yuan felt a buzzing in his head, and a fleeting dizziness washed over him. Tianqi Shenyang has awakened. Tianqi Shenyang, a mythical grade mysterious talent that can perceive all illusions in the world and discern the complete evolution paths of beasts. As Su Yuan regained his composure, a piece of information suddenly appeared before him. At that moment, his gaze met Tang Zehan's enchanting eyes. Instantly, an inscription appeared above her head. Fire and Earth Dual Excellence. A great beast master talent that significantly enhances the growth rate and power of fire and earth beasts. To think that Teacher Tang isn't a grade beast master. She truly is a hidden gem. Su Yuan thought, perplexed. But why can I see Teacher Tang's beast talent? Is this the effect of Tianqi Shenyang? Before he could ponder further, a sharp crack interrupted his thoughts. Su Yuan turned to the soul crystal, noticing a fissure forming in its once smooth surface. With a crack, the soul crystal split into 2 halves. Instinctively, Su Yuan withdrew his hand. With a loud crash, the crystal shattered, falling in 2 pieces onto the podium and spinning for a moment. My goodness! The soul crystal. It shattered. What did Su Yuan do to break the soul crystal? Impossible. The soul crystal can withstand the awakening of beasts without breaking. How could he damage it? It must have reached the end of its lifespan. By the way, has Su Yuan's talent been revealed? What grade is it? The crystal shattered, and I didn't see any light. The scene on the podium ignited a buzz among the other students in the classroom. Although soul crystals are commonly used in schools for talent testing, their value remains significant that a single soul crystal is worth approximately 100,000 federal coins, an enormous sum for Su Yuan, who relied on his parents' pensions to survive. If he were to compensate for the damage, it would be an insurmountable burden. Su Yuan, this is not your fault. If the soul crystal is broken, I can simply obtain another from the administration. Your beast master talent has reached a grade. This is a delightful surprise. Please return to your seat while I retrieve a new soul crystal to continue testing the rest of the students. However, Tang Zehan showed no signs of blame. Instead, she smiled excitedly at Su Yuan, her chest rising and falling with each breath, nearly straining the buttons of her shirt. The soul crystal tests the soul strength of prospective beast masters. As it tests, the soul crystal emits corresponding colors to indicate the level of the beast master's soul strength, thus reflecting the quality of their beast talent. In this world, beast master talents are categorized into 9 grades, ranging from F to SSS. During the test, The colors displayed by the soul crystal are gray, white, green, blue, purple, orange, gold, red, and rainbow. An A-grade beast talent signifies a genius beast master. The other students in the class, perhaps obscured by Su Yuan's presence, failed to notice the fleeting glow of the crystal before it shattered. Yet, Tang Zihan was right before them. She clearly observed the soul crystal flashing through gray, white, green, blue, and purple hues before finally settling on orange. With a final orange glow, the soul crystal completely shattered, extinguishing all light. Even so, Tang Zihan could conclude that Su Yuan's beast talent was at least a grade. An A-grade beast talent undoubtedly marks Su Yuan as a genius beastmaster among the students of Tianyang City. Wow, Su Yuan's beast talent is actually a grade. Goodness, our class has produced a beast talent. I knew Su Yuan's talent was extraordinary. Bravo, my friend, a level talent within the entire Tianyang City. Only a few beastmasters awaken such abilities each year. This time, Su Yao will undoubtedly receive the school's utmost support. With such striking looks and exceptional talent, he is simply my idol. Yao Shun, I adore you. Upon Tang Zihan's departure from the classroom, a wave of astonishment swept through, as Su Yao instantly became the focal point of everyone's attention. As he quietly returned to his seat by the window in the back row, the eyes of his peers brimmed with palpable envy, and a level beastmaster talent signifies that Su Yao possesses the potential to become a formidable beastmaster. Alas, the soul crystal test can only be conducted once in a lifetime. Now that this soul crystal has shattered, even if we acquire a new one, we cannot ascertain the true level of Su Yao's talent. Nevertheless, an A-level beastmaster talent is already quite impressive as for the higher tier level talent. As Tang Zihan exited the classroom, she heard the exclamations from behind her, and a gentle smile graced her delicate cheeks. She shook her head, dismissing the unrealistic thoughts that flitted through her mind. In the years since she began teaching at Tianyang No. 1 High School, not a single S-level beastmaster had emerged in the entire Tianyang City. S-level beastmasters are rare geniuses, not easily encountered. Chapter 2. The Breeding Center. Moments later, Tang Zihan returned to the classroom bearing a soul crystal stone. After half an hour, all the students in class 1 of the 3rd year had completed their aptitude tests. Surprisingly, among the 56 students, apart from Su Yuan, there was another individual with a level A beast taming talent. This was Shi Qianying, renowned as the school beauty of Tianyang No. 1 High School. All other students possessed at least a level C talent. Tianyang No. 1 High School is the finest high school in Tianyang City, and class 1 of the 3rd year, where Su Yuan studies, is the best class in the entire grade. It was only natural for all the students to have beast taming talents, which did not astonish their homeroom teacher, Tang Zihan. As the class neared its end, Tang Zihan beamed at her students and announced, "Congratulations to all for passing the beast taming talent test and qualifying to become beast tamers. This afternoon, the school will organize a trip to the Tianyang City Beast Breeding Center to select your first contracted beast free of charge. Please remember not to be late. Class dismissed." With that, Tang Zihan left the classroom with the soul crystal stone in hand. Su Yuan, congratulations. You possess a level A beast taming talent. You are destined to become a formidable beast tamer. At that moment, a tall, fair-skinned girl with exquisite features approached Su Yuan, smiling as she offered her congratulations. Dressed in a light blue gown, Shi Qianying stood with her hands clasped behind her, slightly leaning forward with a smile directed at Su Yuan. "Thank you. And you as well," Su Yuan replied, turning to face her and nodding with a smile. He then returned his gaze to the hefty encyclopedia of beast tamers on his desk. What a bookworm. Am I really so devoid of charm in his presence? Observing Su Yuan, who was engrossed in his reading, Shi Qianying felt a pang of disappointment and silently lamented. However, when a beam of sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Su Yuan's handsome profile as he focused on his book, her heart fluttered. She found herself gazing at him intently for quite some time. Shi Qianying, is there something on my face? Noticing Shi Qianying's unwavering gaze on his profile, Su Yuan turned to her with a curious inquiry. No, nothing at all. Realizing her lapse, Shi Qianying quickly waved her hand and averted her gaze, hastily returning to her seat, her cheeks flushed. She grabbed a book from her desk and began to read, too shy to look back at Su Yuan. Shi Qianying possessed the level A talent, Flame Fusion. And with the backing of her powerful family, her future achievements were assuredly promising. Yet, Su Yuan pondered the nature of his awakened mythic level talent, the Divine Eye of Revelation. The Encyclopedia of Beast Tamers stated that the highest tier of talent was level A, with no mention of mythic level talents. Could it be that my mythic level beast taming talent surpassed even level A? As he pondered, Su Yuan glanced at the retreating Shi Qianying before returning his focus to the book in hand, shaking his head in confusion. At that moment, in another corner of the classroom, Li Ming witnessed the interaction between Su Yuan and Shi Qianying and clenched his fists in silence. What's so impressive about a level A talent? The cultivation of beasts requires substantial resources. Even if Su Yuan has a level A talent, his progress will likely not surpass the speed of my level B talent. Li Ming glared at Su Yuan, feeling a twinge of envy. Time swiftly passed, and afternoon arrived. All students with beast taming talents from Tianyang No. 1 High School boarded the bus heading to the Tianyang City Beast Breeding Center, accompanied by their respective homeroom teachers. Class monitor, please take a head count. We are about to depart, Tang Zihan instructed as she stood up on the bus. Upon hearing this, class monitor Wang Hao immediately rose and moved to the front, counting the students. Teacher, our class has 56 students, but only 54 are present. We are missing 2. Wang Hao reported after completing the count. To his surprise, Tang Zihan nodded thoughtfully and turned to the driver, saying, "Yes, we have enough. Driver, you may start the bus." "But teacher, we are still missing 2, Wang Hao quietly reminded her. "There are no missing students. Shi Qianying and Li Ming have their families prepared to provide their first contracted beasts." "Oh, then that's fine." Wang Hao, upon hearing Tang Zihan's response, expressed a hint of envy before returning to his seat. The other students also exhibited expressions of jealousy. Shi Qianying and Li Ming hailed from prominent families with substantial financial resources, ranking among the elite in Tianyang City. The first contracted beasts provided by their families would undoubtedly be of high quality, far superior to those available for free selection at the breeding center. In contrast, high-quality beasts sold on the market often cost millions of federal credits, a price unattainable for an average household. Hence, most newcomers could only select their first contracted beasts from those offered for free at the Tianyang City Beast Breeding Center. Approximately half an hour later, under Tang Zihan's guidance, Su Yuan and the others arrived at the entrance of the Beast Breeding Center. After submitting their identification, the staff of the breeding center led them inside. Although the beasts provided at the center were free, many of them were of commendable quality. The chance of selecting a high-quality beast would depend on their luck. You now have 10 minutes to choose your beasts. Once you select a beast, the staff will assist you in forming a contract. Upon completing the contract, your strength will grow alongside that of your beast, allowing you to cultivate unique attack techniques exclusive to beast tamers. Now, go forth and select your beasts, Tang Zihan instructed as they entered the breeding center. As her words fell, the students dispersed eagerly, each searching for a suitable beast. "Su Yuan, come with me." Just as Su Yuan was about to leave to select his beast, Tang Zihan called out to him. Though puzzled, Su Yuan quickly deduced the reason for her summons and followed her without hesitation. "Su Yuan, your talent is exceptional. The principal has submitted a special talent development application to the city. The beasts you are to choose are contained within this." Tang Zihan led Su Yuan to the 3rd floor of the breeding center, pointing towards the hall ahead. Following her gesture, Su Yuan beheld a hall on the 3rd floor filled with over 100 rectangular stone pillars, each about 1 meter high. Each pillar housed a beast egg encased in a crystal box, adorned with various patterns. Guarded by the center's security personnel, a stark contrast to the beast eggs piled on the floor of the 1st floor hall. It was evident that each beast egg here was of considerable value, and the higher the value, the better the quality of the beast. Chapter 3, The First Contracted Beast. After a series of formalities, Su Yuan entered the breeding hall on the 3rd floor alone. Approaching the nearest stone pillar, he gazed at the beast egg cloaked in a transparent crystal box, and information suddenly materialized above it. Snowbird. Species, avian, ice type. Quality, rare, 3 stars. Level, ordinary. First tier. Status, unhatched. Talent skill, ice snow descent. Evolution count, 0. Possible evolution plans, 3. First plan, after 1 evolution, it evolves into ice spirit bird, excellent, 3 stars. Materials required for the first stage, evolution. Second plan, after 2 evolutions, it evolves into ice phoenix bird, perfect, 7 stars. Materials required for the first stage, evolution. The third scheme, after 3 evolutions, culminates in the ice phoenix, epic, 5 stars. The Tianqi Xinyang has indeed proven its worth. I can perceive the information regarding these beast eggs, along with various evolution pathways. I can even discern all the materials and processes required for these beast evolutions. The sudden emergence of this information above the beast egg caused Su Yuan to tremble with excitement. The ability to clearly see the details of these beast eggs implies that Su Yuan can effortlessly select the finest beast among the ones in the 3rd floor hall. Although elated, Su Yuan maintained a composed demeanor, quietly shifting his gaze away from the egg to examine the other beast eggs in the hall. Fire python, species, serpent, fire element. Quality, rare, 3 stars. Level, Ordinary, First Stage. Status, Unhatched. Talent Skill, Blazing Flame. Evolution Count, 0. Possible Evolution Schemes, 5. Black Griffin Species, Griffin, Wind Element. Quality, Rare. 3 stars. Level, Ordinary, First Stage. Status, Unhatched. Talent Skill, Silver Wingblade. Evolution Count, 0. Su Yuan spent over 10 minutes observing all the beast eggs in the Nurturing Center's third-floor hall. The carefully protected beast eggs here are indeed extraordinary, all possessing rare qualities. The finest among them reached a remarkable rare 9 stars, nearing exceptional quality. After perusing the collection, Su Yuan couldn't help but murmur in awe. The quality of beasts is ranked from low to high as follows: Ordinary, Excellent, Rare, Exceptional, Perfect, Epic, Legendary, and Mythical, comprising 8 levels in total. Each level is further divided into 1 to 9 stars, with 1 star being the lowest and 9 stars the highest. In the market, a single excellent quality beast cub or egg can fetch over 100,000. As for rare quality beasts, the minimum price is 1,000,000 federal coins. Some rare 9-star beast eggs and cubs can even command prices in the tens of millions. Su Yuan estimated that the total value of the more than 100 beast eggs on the 3rd floor of the Tianyang Beast Cultivation Center might approach 1 billion federal coins. Among these, the most exceptional has already achieved rare 9 stars, a mutated Shui, Jian Gui, water arrow turtle. After some contemplation, Su Yuan decided to make the Shui Jian Gui his first destined beast, besides being the highest quality beast in the entire hall. The most crucial factor is that Su Yuan, through the Tianqi Xinyang, knows the ultimate evolution form of this mutated Shui, Jian Gui. The final evolution form of Shui Jian Gui also surpasses all the beasts present in the hall. Su Yuan approached the stone pillar housing the Shui Jian Gui egg, gazing at the light blue beast egg encased in a transparent crystal box. Shui Jian Gui, you shall be the one. He then submitted an application to the nearby Nurturing Center staff, completed the registration, and retrieved the Shui Jian Gui egg. Subsequently, under the guidance of the staff, he met a middle-aged beast master, who assisted him in completing the beast contract and conducting the initial recognition ceremony. The recognition process was straightforward. With the assistance of the Nurturing Center's beast master, the beast contract materialized above the egg. Su Yuan simply needed to drop a drop of blood onto the contract hovering above the egg to complete the recognition. After he did so, the contract merged into the beast egg before him. In that instant, Su Yuan suddenly felt a faint mental impact rush towards him, which he easily dispelled. Simultaneously, a surge of powerful energy poured into his body, invigorating him. Not only that, but the beast egg before him rapidly cracked open. A Shui Jingui, the size of a soccer ball and adorned with a hard shell, emerged, appearing before Su Yuan. Upon seeing Su Yuan, its jet-black gemstone-like eyes sparkled with delight. It quickly crawled a few steps to Su Yuan's side and affectionately nuzzled against his arm. At that moment, the middle-aged beast master assisting Su Yuan activated a nearby testing device to scan the Shui Jian Gui. Rare 9 stars, Shui Jian Gui. Upon receiving the scan results, the beast master exclaimed in astonishment. His voice drew the attention of those around, and all who looked in their direction displayed expressions of shock. Generally, isn't a Shui Jian Gui only of rare 5 stars quality? How could this Shui Jian Gui possess rare 9 stars quality? It seems this Shui Jian Gui is exceptionally outstanding, possibly even a mutated one. This fellow is incredibly fortunate, with his first beast being a rare 9-star mutated beast. Envy arose among the onlookers, realizing he had stumbled upon a great fortune. Yet, one mustn't rush to envy. Contracting such a mutated Shui Jian Gui may have its pros and cons. Indeed, most mutated beasts require new evolutionary routes rather than the established ones, adding an element of uncertainty. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, the middle-aged beast master who assisted Su Yuan regained his composure and smiled, saying, "Young man, you are quite lucky. A rare 9 stars quality beast is considered the best among all the eggs on the 3rd floor of the Nurturing Center." "Thank you, senior," Su Yuan responded, immediately expressing his surprise and gratitude. After thanking the middle-aged beast master, he departed with the Shui Jian Gui. Teacher Tang. Just as Su Yuan exited the 3rd floor hall, he spotted Tang Zihan and greeted her. Tang Zihan had noticed him as he emerged. Upon seeing the Shui Jian Gui cradled in Su Yuan's arms, her captivating gaze brightened, and she quickly approached. After a brief examination, Tang Zihan confirmed the identity of the beast, smiling as she remarked, "Su Yuan, if I'm not mistaken, this should be a Shui Jian Gui, right?" Su Yuan nodded in affirmation. Tang Zihan's smile grew even more enchanting upon realizing her guess was correct. Shui Jian Gui are typically beasts of rare quality, generally achieving at least rare 5 stars. Moreover, the highest known evolution pathway for Shui Jiangui leads to the perfect quality tsunami turtle, making it an exceptional beast. Having a first destined beast that can reach perfect quality, combined with your beast mastery talent, presents limitless potential. In comparison to the majority, Su Yuan has already gained an advantage at the starting line. Even when compared to the talented scions of prominent families, he stands on par. The strength of one's first destined beast significantly influences a beast master's future growth. The power of a beast can feed back strength to its master. The stronger the beast, the greater the energy imparted to the master. When Su Yuan was assisted by the middle-aged beast master in contracting the Shui Jiangui, the surge of energy that flooded into Su Yuan's body was the feedback from the Shui Jiangui. This energy was relatively weak, as the Shui Jiangui had yet to mature and still possessed limited strength. Otherwise, if it were an adult Shui Jiangui, the energy feedback could amplify Su Yuan's strength many-fold. Of course, the most critical factor in contracting a powerful beast lies in the beast master's own strength. Otherwise, even with a strong ally assisting in the contract, a beast master lacking in ability cannot complete the contract. Forcing a contract with a beast beyond one's capability would only lead to backlash. Chapter 4: The Ultimate Evolution Scheme. Divine Beast Xuanwu. It is acceptable. Achieving a perfect quality Haichao Gui is not an easy feat in the short term. I would be immensely satisfied if I could evolve my Shui Jian Gui into the outstanding quality Shui Wang Gui. Su Yuan, with a serene and calm demeanor, spoke in contrast to Tang Zihan. The cultivation of a beast requires a considerable amount of resources, particularly for evolution, which demands exceedingly rare materials. For Su Yuan, each resource is a treasure of immense value. For instance, the materials required to evolve his Shui Jian Gui into the outstanding quality Shui Wang Gui amount to nearly 10 million. Even if Su Yuan were to exhaust his entire fortune, he would struggle to gather even 1/10 of what is needed for the evolution. Moreover, Su Yuan has contracted a mutated Shui Jian Gui, and the current evolution scheme for Haichao Gui is no longer suitable for its advancement. However, Su Yuan harbors no concerns regarding a new evolution scheme for his mutated Shui Jian Gui. Under the influence of the Tianqi Divine Eye, he has already discerned all the possible evolution schemes for the mutated Shui Jian Gui in his possession. Rest assured, Su Yuan, since you possess the talent for a high-level beast master, the school will undoubtedly invest significantly in your cultivation. Although the school may not be able to assist you in evolving your Shui Jian Gui into a Haichao Gui, I believe that helping you evolve it into a Shui Wang Gui should not pose any issues. I will apply for the evolution subsidy for your Shui Jian Gui shortly. The materials needed for its first evolution are approximately around 8 million. I trust that the school will procure these materials before the college entrance examination, enabling your Shui Jian Gui to evolve into a Shui Wang Gui and achieve better results. Upon hearing Su Yuan's calm demeanor regarding his Shui Jian Gui, Tang Zihan's admiration deepened. As the homeroom teacher of Class 3, she was also aware of Su Yuan's circumstances. Given his family's current situation, it would be challenging for Su Yuan to facilitate the evolution of his Shui Jian Gui on his own. Nonetheless, Tang Zihan was confident that with Su Yuan's purple-level beast master talent, Tianyang Yizhong would certainly allocate substantial resources for his training. Nurturing a student with high-level beast master talent would yield enormous returns for Tianyang Yizhong once these students mature and contribute back to their alma mater. Thank you, teacher. Su Yuan's eyes brightened upon hearing Tang Zihan's words. With the school's support, the first evolution of his Shui Jian Gui would become significantly more manageable. Tianyang Yizhong is the finest beast master high school in Tianyang City, with an exceptional faculty. The principal is a Lord-level beast master, second only in strength to the mayor of Tianyang City. The resources required for evolving Shui Jian Gui into Shui Wang Gui are a substantial sum for Su Yuan, but are negligible for Tianyang Yizhong. However, since Su Yuan's Shui Jian Gui is no longer suited for the evolution materials of Shui Wang Gui, he pondered for a moment to avoid revealing his true talent and then addressed Tang Zihan. Teacher Tang, if the school is indeed willing to support me with the evolution resources for Shui Jian Gui to become Shui Wang Gui, could it possibly be converted into cash, allowing me to procure the evolution materials myself? Su Yuan's sudden inquiry left Tang Zihan momentarily taken aback. Su Yuan, the resources required for evolving a rare quality beast into an outstanding quality beast are quite scarce. Sometimes, even with money, one cannot acquire them. Certain connections are necessary. Are you certain you want to purchase them yourself? Yes, indeed. Very well, I will report your request. It should not pose a significant issue. The board of directors will likely approve your request. Thank you, teacher. All right, since you have completed the beast contract, let us head down. I believe the students below have already selected their respective beasts. As they conversed, the two quickly made their way downstairs. Shui Jian Gui, contracted. Type, spiritual beast species, turtle. Water element quality, rare 9 stars level, ordinary first stage status, excited talent skills, water gun evolution count, 0 possible evolution schemes. 3, first scheme, after 1 evolution. Evolve into Shui Dun Gui, outstanding 3 stars. Materials required for evolution. Second scheme, after 2 evolutions, evolve into Hai Chao Gui, perfect 5 stars. Materials required for the first stage of evolution. Third scheme, after 5 evolutions, evolve into Xuanwu Shun Gui, mythical level. Materials required for the first stage of evolution, Xianin grass, crystal stone. The divine beast Xuanwu. If I could evolve the mutated Shui Jian Gui into a divine beast, it would be a monumental leap. I hope the school agrees to provide me with funds directly. If they give me materials instead, I would need to find a way to sell the evolution materials for Shui Wang Gui and use the money to purchase those for Xian Shui Gui. After school that afternoon, Su Yuan returned home with Shui Jian Gui and gazed at it, whispering softly. The next day, upon arriving at school, Su Yuan was escorted to the office by Tang Zihan. Su Yuan, your application has been approved. Here is the 10 million funding from the board of directors, which you have full discretion over. In the office, Tang Zihan handed a golden card to Su Yuan. 10 million. Su Yuan exclaimed, somewhat astonished. The materials required for evolving an ordinary Shui Jian Gui into Shui Wang Gui were approximately 8 million. A figure Tang Zihan had shared with him at the cultivation center the previous day. Now, with an additional 1.5 million, it exceeded his expectations. This was personally decided by the principal upon hearing that you wish to purchase the evolution materials yourself. Just accept it. As long as you strive to enhance your strength and achieve excellent results in the college entrance examination, bringing glory to our school, this 10 million will be insignificant. Tang Zihan smiled gently at Su Yuan. Yes, I will. Su Yuan nodded earnestly, accepting the golden card. After school that afternoon, rather than returning home directly, Su Yuan took the substantial amount of money to the Tianyang City Trading Center to purchase the materials needed for the first evolution of his mutated Shui Jian Gui. The first evolution of Shui Jian Gui is into the outstanding quality Xian Shui Gui. The required materials are not particularly rare, and the total expenditure was around 7 million, making it more affordable than the materials for evolving Shui Jian Gui into Shui Wang Gui. Once he procured all the materials, Su Yuan hurried back home. Upon arriving, he placed all the materials before Shui Jian Gui and began the evolution process according to the outline scheme. Half an hour later, as Su Yuan facilitated the digestion of all the evolution materials, a radiant white light erupted from Shui Jian Gui. This is the light of beast evolution. Success. Observing the Shui Jian Gui enveloped in white light, Su Yuan was elated. Moments later, astonishing changes began to unfold. The Shui Jian Gui, which was initially the size of a soccer ball, rapidly expanded to the size of a grinding wheel and continued to grow. A soft blue-scale armor gradually emerged on its blue skin. Spikes began to sprout from its previously smooth shell, reminiscent of the protrusions on a snapping turtle's back. Its head transformed from a charming visage into one of formidable presence. The transformation of Shui Jian Gui lasted about a minute. After a minute, the light of evolution dissipated, revealing a colossal creature measuring 4 to 5 meters in length and towering 2 meters tall, lying on the ground. Only the living room of the house left to Su Yuan by his parents was sufficiently spacious. Otherwise, the current Shui Jian Gui might have shattered the confines of his home. Chapter 5, First Stage Evolution. Xian Shui Gui. Your Shui Jian Gui has evolved into Xian Shui Gui. Your Xian Shui Gui has learned a new skill, Tide. Your Xian Shui Gui has learned a new skill, Camouflage. As the evolution reached completion, Su Yuan was presented with a series of notifications signaling the successful transformation. My goodness, what a remarkable change. Fortunately, it has halted now. Otherwise, in just a few more seconds, this creature could have breached the rooftop. Once the alterations of the Shui Jian Gui ceased, Su Yuan let out a silent sigh of relief. If the house were to be damaged, trouble would be inevitable. A minute prior, as Su Yuan observed the Shui Jian Gui growing larger, he felt a mix of excitement and trepidation. After calming his anxious heart, he began to inspect the attributes of the evolved Shui Jian Gui. Xian Shui Gui. Contracted. Type. Spirit beast species. Turtle. Water element quality. Exceptional 9 stars level. Ordinary tier 3 status. Excited talent skills. Water gun. Tidal surge. Camouflage evolution count. 1 evolution plan 3. Required materials for the next stage of evolution. Water element essence. Obsidian crystal. Bone washing herb. The Shui Jian Gui has evolved. Moreover, its level has ascended by 2 tiers. The quality of the Xian Shui Gui has reached exceptional 9 stars. considerably surpassing that of the ordinary Shui Wang Gui. If my memory serves me correctly, the Shui Wang Gui's quality is merely exceptional 3 stars. The Tianqi Divine Eye is indeed powerful. With this talent, I can undoubtedly forge a legion of divine beasts. Glancing at the attributes of the Xian Shui Gui, Su Yuan felt immense joy, envisioning a scene where he was surrounded by mythical quality spirit beasts. Amidst his elation, Su Yuan suddenly realized, looking at the Xian Shui Gui and then at his front door, he could not help but facepalm. Oh no, what a predicament! I do not possess a spirit beast bracelet. How am I to take such a large Xian Shui Gui outside? The current Xian Shui Gui measures 4 to 5 meters in length, and when lying down, it reaches a height of 2 meters. Such a colossal creature cannot possibly pass through the 2-meter-high and over 1-meter-wide door of my home. Suddenly, responding to Su Yuan's words, the Xian Shui Gui emitted a couple of low growls. To Su Yuan's astonishment, the massive body of the Xian Shui Gui rapidly shrank before his eyes. In the blink of an eye, the once formidable Xian Shui Gui transformed back into the form of the Shui Jian Gui he initially contracted, reverting to the size of a soccer ball. This scene left Su Yuan in awe. It is said that only spirit beasts that reach the king level can freely control their size. Given that the Xian Shui Gui is currently only at ordinary tier 3, it certainly should not possess such an ability. Thus, there must be one explanation. The Xian Shui Gui's ability to change size is likely linked to the 2 newly acquired skills. If my conjecture is correct, it should be the skill of camouflage. Soon, Su Yuan came to this realization, looking down at the Xian Shui Gui, which affectionately nudged his pant leg, a smile spreading across his face. Bending down, he picked up the smaller version of the Xian Shui Gui and said with satisfaction, "From now on, I shall call you Xiao Xian. I hope one day you can become a powerful existence like the divine beast Xuanwu. If your camouflage ability does not affect your strength, then do your best to maintain this form. This way, you can bewilder our enemies and deliver a tremendous surprise when they underestimate you, ideally. A single strike to defeat them, ha ha ha." Listening to Su Yuan's words, the Xian Shui Gui seemed to grasp the meaning behind them, its large, dark eyes gleaming with cunning as it nodded eagerly. Thus, for the next month, Su Yuan took the disguised Xian Shui Gui to school without attracting any attention. Simultaneously, he utilized the remaining 3 million funds to purchase a batch of high-quality nourishment for cultivating water-type spirit beasts and water-type spirit beast crystals for Xiao Xian's daily use. With the supply of high-quality nourishment and water-type spirit beast crystals, Su Yuan managed to elevate the ordinary tier 3 Xiao Xian to ordinary tier 7 within a month. A remarkable leap of 4 tiers. Achieving a 4-tier enhancement in just a month is essentially the pinnacle of growth speed for an exceptional quality spirit beast. Furthermore, Su Yuan mastered an attack technique taught to all spirit beast trainers at school called Soul Arrow. In simple terms, it involves condensing mental energy into an arrow-like projectile to strike at foes. Just as Su Yuan elevated Xiao Xian's strength to ordinary tier 7, the school organized its first outdoor trial. On this day, all the spirit beast trainers of Tianyang No. 1 High School gathered on the playground, approximately 500 of them, representing half of the senior students. Each student wore a spirit beast bracelet that radiated a crystalline glow, and attached to their waists was a red signal flare. With no spirit beasts in sight, clearly, everyone had already stored their spirit beasts within the bracelets. Classmates, it has been a month since you all became spirit beast trainers. The initial speed of strength enhancement for spirit beasts is the fastest. I believe your spirit beasts have made significant progress during this time. However, merely nurturing your spirit beasts at home will not make you a truly formidable spirit beast trainer. Every powerful spirit beast trainer must endure trials of blood and fire. Engaging in combat with wild beasts in the wilderness is an unavoidable chapter in your journey as spirit beast trainers. Next, the school will organize an expedition away from Tianyang City to the outskirts of the Misty Forest for practical training, allowing you to confront wild beasts face to face. To ensure your safety, the school has arranged for teachers to set up a perimeter around your trial area, and has also enlisted the services of the PL Security Group, hiring a team of powerful spirit beast trainers to safeguard your well-being. These security personnel will assess your strengths and eliminate excessively powerful beasts from the trial area, leaving only those that match your abilities, maximizing your training potential. You need not worry about being overwhelmed by swarms of ferocious beasts. The security staff will remain hidden nearby to prevent you from being besieged. The signal flares just distributed are for you to use when faced with beasts beyond your capabilities. As soon as you fire the flare, the security team will rush to your aid at the earliest opportunity. Is that clear? The principal of Tianyang City, Wang Gang, addressed the crowd with fervor. Understood. The moment the principal finished speaking, all the students responded loudly in unison. All right, everyone, board the bus and let's set off. With a command from Wang Gang, The grand procession boarded the bus in groups, heading towards the Misty Forest located to the north of Tianyang City. Chapter 6, Misty Forest. 2.5 hours later, Su Yuan and his companions finally arrived at their destination. As Su Yuan disembarked, he was immediately enveloped by the wild atmosphere. Looking up, he beheld an endless expanse of forest. Towering trees stood erect, each reaching heights of several dozen meters, with countless massive trunks thick enough to require 3 or 4 people to encircle. Above this forest, a thin layer of mist lingered, creating an ethereal ambience. Gazing at the misty forest ahead, Su Yuan's face reflected an expression of wonder. Having lived his entire life within the protective confines of Tianyang City, he had never witnessed the sights beyond its walls. Is this truly the Misty Forest? How magnificent! After living in Tianyang City for over a decade, he finally glimpsed the outside world. Did you hear that roar just now? Someone exclaimed. This forest is enveloped in mist, resembling a celestial realm. The Misty Forest truly lives up to its name. Hey, my path to greatness begins here in the Misty Forest. Upon disembarking, the others reacted even more fervently than Su Yuan upon seeing the Misty Forest, for they, like him, had never ventured beyond Tianyang City. Upon encountering the Misty Forest and preparing to engage in direct combat with ferocious beasts, one cannot help but feel a surge of excitement and exhilaration. Oh, a mere assembly of unsophisticated bumpkins, making such a fuss. At this moment, at the forefront of the crowd, Li Ming glanced back at the throng behind him, scoffing at their reactions. Unlike the others who arrived by bus, Li Ming and Shi Qianying traveled in their own luxurious vehicles. Accompanying him were 2 formidable beastmasters, their uniforms signifying their affiliation with the Pai Li Hua security group. Nearby, several figures could be seen, including Shi Qianying. These individuals hailed from some of the most distinguished families in Tianyang City. Although they joined their peers from Tianyang No. 1 High School for the practical training, they were transported in their private cars, arriving at the Misty Forest ahead of the others. At that moment, Shi Qianying scanned the crowd and finally spotted Su Yuan, waving her hand energetically in his direction. Her call drew the attention of many, for the school bell of Tianyang No. 1 was undoubtedly a focal point of interest. Shi Qianying, this little girl, is likely to attract the envy of numerous young men. Among the crowd, Su Yuan heard her summons. Upon looking up and noticing Shi Qianying excitedly approaching him, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of resignation. Just as he anticipated, many turned to look at Su Yuan, drawn by Shi Qianying's greeting. Some young men initially thought she was merely acknowledging a close friend, but upon realizing her target was Su Yuan, their gazes shifted from admiration to jealousy. The most evident of these was Li Ming, watching Shi Qianying joyfully stride towards Su Yuan. While recalling that he and his companions had arrived at the Misty Forest first, Li Ming attempted to ingratiate himself with Shi Qianying, only to be met with indifference. This caused a sharp pang in his heart. However, when his eyes fell upon the Beastmaster bracelet adorning Su Yuan's wrist, a peculiar gleam sparked in his gaze. He quickly composed himself and approached Su Yuan. Su Yuan, I heard you have contracted a water arrow turtle, and the school even provided resources to assist in evolving it into a water king turtle. That is indeed a creature of exceptional quality. Congratulations. Shi Qianying, standing before Su Yuan, clasped her hands behind her back, her exquisite face tinged with a hint of shyness as she spoke. After discovering her Beastmaster aptitude, she had been taken home, where her family prepared her first destined beast. For the past month, she had taken a leave of absence from school, receiving guidance from powerful family elders in cultivating her beast. It had been a month since the two had last met, which explained Shi Qianying's exuberance upon seeing Su Yuan. Thank you, but my beast has not yet completed its evolution. It is merely a rare quality creature at present, Su Yuan replied with a smile and a nod. Resources for evolving exceptional quality beasts are quite scarce. If you find yourself lacking any materials, feel free to seek my assistance. My family is in the beast business, and acquiring rare resources may prove more straightforward than through the school. Upon hearing that Su Yuan's water arrow turtle had not yet evolved, Shi Qianying cautiously responded, no need. I have gathered most of the evolution resources, and I have leads on the remaining rare materials, which I have already arranged for acquisition. By the end of this practical training, I expect my water arrow turtle will complete its evolution. That's good to hear. Qianying, Su Yuan, it has been a while. Just as Su Yuan and Shi Qianying were engrossed in conversation, Li Ming approached with a broad smile. Despite his cheerful demeanor, his gaze remained fixed on Shi Qianying. When both Su Yuan and Shi Qianying turned to acknowledge him, Li Ming continued, Qianying, my grandfather has prepared a thundercat for me, which has already evolved into a lightning tiger, boasting exceptional 7-star quality. Furthermore, it has reached the ordinary 5th rank. As long as I do not encounter a ferocious beast of exceptional quality, my lightning tiger is capable of battling beyond its rank. How about we form a team for the upcoming practical training? This way, should we face a powerful beast, I can protect you." With those words, Li Ming wore a subtle smile, gazing at Shi Qianying while awaiting her response. When discussing the level and quality of his beast, pride radiated from his countenance. His chin inadvertently raised in a display of arrogance. He had caught wind of Su Yuan and Shi Qianying's earlier exchange and was deliberately speaking for Su Yuan's benefit. Su Yuan's water arrow turtle typically possessed a quality around rare 5-star, and even upon evolving into a water king turtle, it would only achieve exceptional 3-star quality. Comparatively, the water king turtle paled in comparison to his lightning tiger, especially considering that the water arrow turtle had yet to evolve. The school's organized practical training aimed to facilitate direct encounters with ferocious beasts. "Li Ming, do you truly perceive me as a mere ornamental vase, in need of your protection?" Shi Qianying retorted with a hint of disdain. "Furthermore, refrain from calling me Qianying. We are not that familiar." Li Ming, caught off guard by her response, stammered, "No, that's not what I meant. Please listen." His flustered reaction was interrupted by the blaring whistle signaling the commencement of the practical training. The surrounding students swiftly dispersed, making their way into the misty forest. At that moment, Shi Qianying turned to Su Yuan, saying, "Su Yuan, the practical training has begun. I shall take my leave. I hope you gain some insights during this experience. We shall meet again afterward." Her tone towards Su Yuan was significantly more gentle, as she had little desire to hear Li Ming's explanations, nor did she wish to linger in his presence. After exchanging pleasantries with Su Yuan, she hurried toward the misty forest, deliberately ignoring Li Ming entirely. Observing Shi Qianying enter the misty forest, Su Yuan chose a solitary path, making his way into the depths of the forest. Throughout the exchange, Su Yuan had not uttered a single word to Li Ming, and as he passed by him, it was as if Li Ming were invisible. "Su Yuan, we shall see about this." Watching Su Yuan completely disregard him as he ventured into the misty forest, Li Ming's anger surged, extinguishing any remnants of joy stemming from his earlier sense of superiority. Even after Su Yuan's figure disappeared among the dense trees, Li Ming remained fixated on the direction he had vanished, unable to quell the turmoil within. "Young Master Li." It was not until the 2 beast masters from Pai Lihua's security group, who had been shadowing him, reminded him that he snapped back to reality, realizing he was now alone outside the misty forest. "Remember the direction that Su Yuan took. Inform the others to keep a close watch on that kid." With a fierce glare cast in Su Yuan's direction, Li Ming whispered to the 2 beside him before resolutely striding into the misty forest. "Brother, young Master Li seems to be feeling envious. It's only natural for young people to be competitive and jealous. Should we follow his instructions and ensure our brothers keep an eye on that lad named Su Yuan? Su Yuan is a talented beast master with exceptional aptitude. Surely, there will be teachers from Tianyang No. 1 keeping a close watch on him. We can apply some pressure on the individuals below, but we must not overstep. Their safety must be ensured." "Understood." Once Li Ming enters the misty forest, 2 beast masters from the PL whose security group exchanged hushed words and subsequently retrieved their communicators to relay messages. Chapter 7. RNMINKYSH. Within the depths of the misty forest, Sun treaded upon the soft, thick carpet of fallen leaves, gazing up at the lush canopy that shielded the sunlight. He remained on high alert. Despite it being the morning when light was most abundant, visibility in the misty forest remained dim due to the enveloping mist and dense foliage. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, imparting a refreshing chill. "Xiao Su-en, come forth." Upon entering the misty forest, Sun summoned Xiao Su-en, who had been stored within his beast master ring, without hesitation for protection. In this world, only those who ascended to the rank of Lord-level beast master possessed the capability to establish a beast space within themselves. Prior to that, beast masters primarily utilized beast rings as sanctuaries for their beasts. The beast ring in this realm is akin to a Pokeball in the Pokemon universe. Regardless of the size of the beast, it can be accommodated within, though each beast ring can only harbor one beast. Furthermore, the beast ring is solely for the confinement of beasts and lacks the utility to store other items, rendering it less practical than the beast space of a beast master. If a beast master has multiple beasts but has yet to become a lord-level beast master, they must carry several beast rings. At Sun's call, Xiao Su-en soared from the beast ring and landed with a thud on the leaves beside him. Xiao Su-en had reached the ordinary 7th tier, with the true form of the Sun Shugu extending over 6 meters. However, it maintained its disguise, appearing as a common water arrow turtle beside Sun. At Sun's request, Xiao Su-en had assumed the form of an ordinary 4th-tier water arrow turtle, its size having grown from that of a football at hatching to that of a grinding stone, perfectly matching the standard size of an ordinary 4th-tier water arrow turtle, leaving no trace of contradiction. With the combat prowess of Xiao Su-en at his side, Sun felt significantly more at ease. Let us proceed. After summoning Xiao Su in, he spoke softly, and together they ventured deeper into the misty forest. As they walked upon the thick layer of fallen leaves, the rustling sounds were inevitable, easily attracting nearby ferocious beasts. This was Sun's first foray into the wild, and he exercised great caution, moving at a deliberate pace. After approximately 15 minutes, they had advanced only half a kilometer. Suddenly, Xiao Su-in darted forward, swiftly conjuring a water column aimed at a clearing not far away. With a resounding crash, the water column struck a patch of withered branches and leaves 5 meters distant, shattering all debris and clearing a space. At that moment, Sun understood why Xiao Su-in had acted so abruptly. The force of Xiao Su-in's water jet revealed a beast that had been concealed among the detritus. It was a snake-like creature with a pattern resembling a human face beneath its head, its withered yellow body blending seamlessly with the surrounding leaves. This nearly 5-meter-long serpent coiled tightly on the ground, poised to attack, had effectively concealed itself amidst the foliage, rendering it nearly invisible to the naked eye. RNMINKYSH. Species, serpent, poison type. Quality, excellent 1-star. Level, ordinary 3rd tier. Status, enraged. Skill, toxin injection. Evolution count, 0. Evolution options, 2. It is indeed ARNMINKYSH. Fortunately, with Xiao Su-in by my side, I would have never detected this creature. As Sun focused on the RNMINKYSH 5 meters ahead and noticed the information that materialized above it, he couldn't help but feel a surge of apprehension. The RNMINKYSH lay directly in Sun's path, having nearly perfectly blended into its environment. Had it not been for Xiao Su-in's vigilance, Sun would have walked directly into the ambush range of this serpent. Although Sun had acquired the physical prowess to contend with an ordinary 5th-tier beast through Xiao Su-in's energy feedback, the serpent's most formidable weapon was the poison contained within its fangs. The toxin of an ordinary 3rd-tier RNMINKYSH could pose a lethal threat to adversaries 3 or 4 tiers higher. If Sun were to be bitten, even if he managed to slay the serpent, he would inevitably need to signal for help and withdraw from the combat training for treatment. Xiao Su-in, splendid work. Let us continue our momentum and eliminate this RNMINKYSH with your water gun. Having identified the RNMINKYSH, Sun inhaled deeply and issued a combat command. In the face of such a venomous adversary, the most prudent approach was to employ ranged attacks to neutralize it, rendering its toxins ineffective. With a nod of understanding, Xiao Su-in gathered a dense energy above its head. In an instant, a water column even more robust than before coalesced. The next moment, the water column surged towards the serpent, which had lifted a third of its body off the ground. The speed was such that the RNMINKYSH had no opportunity to evade. Bang! Xiao Su-in, having attained the ordinary 7th tier and boasting exceptional 9-star quality, did not need to unleash its full power for the water column to obliterate the RNMINKYSH in a heartbeat. The mighty water column struck the serpent's head, shattering it entirely. Following the loss of its head, the serpent's body slackened, its once upright upper half collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Simultaneously, a gray crystal nucleus, the size of a peanut, fell to the earth. It was a ferocious beast crystal. Xiao Su-in, it seems fortune smiles upon us. Sun's keen eyes immediately spotted the gray crystal nucleus, and surprise flickered across his face as he joyfully remarked to Xiao Su-in, the strength of ferocious beasts is categorized into 9 realms: ordinary, awakening, extraordinary, leader, lord, king, emperor, and saint, each divided into 9 tiers. Generally, only ferocious beasts of ordinary 5th tier and above have a guaranteed chance to condense a crystal nucleus. In contrast, those below ordinary 5th tier have a significantly low probability of yielding a crystal nucleus. Given that the RNMINKYSH Xiao Su-in had just vanquished was only of ordinary 3rd tier, the likelihood of it forming a nucleus was virtually non-existent. This was why Sun was so astonished. With satisfaction, Xiao Su-in responded to Sun's praise, nodding eagerly in delight, transmitting a wave of joy into Sun's mind. Let us press on. All the rewards from the ferocious beasts we slay during this training in the misty forest will be ours to keep. After this training concludes, we can sell any unnecessary crystal nuclei to procure high-grade sustenance for you. Sun, sensing Xiao Su-in's joy, spoke cheerfully. He then approached to collect the RNMINKYSH's crystal nucleus, stowing it in his pocket, and together, they continued their journey deeper into the misty forest. Chapter 8. Is this really a water arrow turtle? Roar. In the misty forest, a 3-meter-long, vibrant tiger roared fiercely as it emerged from the thicket, blocking the path of Su Yuang and Xiao Xian. Without a moment's hesitation, It lunged directly at Su Yuang. At the very instant the tiger appeared, Su Yuang's gaze fell upon it, and a series of information surfaced before his eyes. Haimuhu. Species, tiger type, earth element. Quality, ordinary 8 stars. Level, ordinary 4th tier. Status, hungry. Skill, iron claw strike. Evolution count, 0. Evolution options, 1. With a thunderous crash, Xiao Xian, acting without a command from Su Yuang, simultaneously launched an attack as the Haimu charged forward. A water column, as thick as a barrel, shot rapidly toward the advancing tiger. Xiao Xian's timing was impeccable. As the water column struck, the tiger was airborne, unable to find leverage to evade. The massive water column slammed heavily into the tiger's abdomen. The skill water gun, unleashed by Xiao Xian, who had reached the ordinary 7th tier, was far more potent than the torrents released by a breached dam. Under the force of the impact, the Haimu, whose colossal body was sent reeling backward, ultimately crashing against a tree thick enough for 3 people to embrace before coming to a halt. It then crashed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. With no means to defend itself against Xiao Xian's attack, the Haimu let out a pained roar. The impact had inflicted severe internal injuries, with its organs nearly ruptured by the tremendous force. The abdomen, directly struck by the water column, was ripped open, blood pouring from the wounds. Despite its struggles to rise, the Haimu found itself grievously injured and unable to stand. Witnessing its continued attempts to fight, Xiao Xian unleashed another water gun, delivering a fatal blow to the tiger. Once Xiao Xian had vanquished the Haimu, Su Yuang stepped forward, drew a dagger from his waist, and began to dissect the tiger's corpse. This Haimu has no crystal core. Let us move on. After searching for a while and finding no crystal core, Su Yuang washed his hands in a nearby puddle and called to Xiao Xian. The duo paid no further heed to the deceased tiger and continued their journey forward. 2 hours later, a loud thud resonated through a section of the misty forest, followed by a chilling howl of a wolf, which soon faded into silence. Xiao Xian, here rests the crystal core of the water demon wolf. It should replenish the energy you spent. Within the forest, Su Yuang rummaged through the body of the water demon wolf, recently dispatched by Xiao Xian, and retrieved a blue crystal core the size of a peanut, tossing it to Xiao Xian. Upon seeing the blue crystal core thrown by Su Yuang, Xiao Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement. With an agility surprising for its size, it leaped up, catching the water demon wolf's crystal core in its mouth and swallowing it whole. As the crystal core entered its belly, a surge of rich water elemental energy erupted, swiftly replenishing the energy Xiao Xian had previously expended. Breathing heavily, feeling the rapid restoration of energy within, Xiao Xian trotted over to Su Yuang, affectionately nudging him with its head as a gesture of gratitude. Su Yuang merely patted Xiao Xian's head, yet his gaze lingered on the corpse of the water demon wolf, a hint of puzzlement in his eyes. In just 2.5 hours since I entered the misty forest, including this ordinary 5th-tier water demon wolf, Xiao Xian and I have encountered 37 ferocious beasts. The frequency of these encounters has only increased, averaging less than 5 minutes between each encounter. There seems to be an overabundance of ferocious beasts in this misty forest. He reflected, considering that if others were facing such intense battles, aside from those like Shi Qianying and Li Ming, who came from affluent backgrounds, most would have likely been eliminated by now. The outdoor practical training organized by Tianyang No. One high school was intended for all students to survive on the outskirts of the misty forest for 3 days. However, with only 3 hours passed, if all others were eliminated, this training would offer little benefit to those newly initiated as beast tamers. Perhaps this is merely a special favor from the school. Considering I am the student with the highest aptitude for beast taming at Tianyang No. 1 high school, the school must have increased the frequency of ferocious beasts I encounter to gauge the extent of my and Xiao Xian's capabilities. After contemplating for a while, Su Yuang suddenly considered a possibility that his current situation might be different from that of other students, a special test arranged by the school. With this thought, he felt increasingly convinced of his reasoning. In that case, I should strive to perform well, proving to the school that their prior investment in me has not been in vain. Su Yuang murmured, the uncertainty in his eyes gradually dissipating, replaced by a burgeoning confidence. He then turned to Xiao Xian, sensing that its energy had nearly fully restored, and spoke with a smile. Xiao Xian, once you're rested, we shall continue. Xiao Xian nodded in response, and together they ventured deeper into the misty forest. Unbeknownst to Su Yuang, he was indeed being targeted, but not by the school-less arrangement. It was Li Ming. The Pile Fire Security Group was an enterprise under Li Ming's family. At that moment, perched atop a towering tree nearly 100 meters high, one of the employees of the Pile Fire Security Group observed Su Yuang and Xiao Xian depart, glancing at the water demon wolf's corpse lying on the ground. A flicker of shock crossed his face. In just 2.5 hours, eliminating 37 ferocious beasts, Even against an elite quality water demon wolf at the peak of ordinary 5th tier, even Li Xiao would have to exert considerable effort to slay it. Yet, Su Yuang's beast dispatched it in merely 2 strikes. The prowess of Su Yuang's beast far exceeds everyone's expectations. That water arrow turtle of his must have reached ordinary 7th tier. However, he noted that the size of Su Yuang's water arrow turtle was only that of a millstone, which did not align with the large size typical of an ordinary 7th tier water arrow turtle. How extraordinarily strange. Could Su Yuang's beast truly be a water arrow turtle? This security personnel was responsible for ensuring Su Yuang's safety. Upon receiving directives to apply some pressure on Su Yuang, he had intentionally increased the frequency of ferocious beasts encountered by him. Yet, upon witnessing Su Yuang's effortless defeat of the beasts he faced, he gradually escalated the strength of the beasts. To his astonishment, Su Yuang continued to display remarkable ease. Even when faced with the peak of ordinary 5th tier water demon wolf, which failed to impose any pressure upon him, such strength had undoubtedly surpassed his expectations. Chapter 9. The first night of the trial. As dusk approached in the depths of the misty forest, an even fiercer battle was on the verge of unfolding. Dressed in athletic gear, Tang Zihan stood atop the shoulder of a nearly 10-meter-high earthquake bear, calmly observing the 3 formidable beasts charging toward them, and spoke to a nearby red figure. 3 extraordinary quality awakening-level Gale Wolves cannot be allowed to pass. Xiaohong, eliminate them. Upon receiving Tang Zihan's command, the figure of the Qian Honghu flickered and transformed into a streak of crimson light, hurtling towards the 3 Gale Wolves, which were significantly larger in size. Although the Qian Honghu was not as physically imposing as the 3 Gale Wolves, the aura it emanated completely suppressed them. Its speed also surpassed that of the Gale Wolves. With a swift movement, the Qian Honghu reached the forefront, skillfully evading the Gale Wolf's bite, and its sharp claws grazed against the beast's body. A flash of fire erupted as the 2 figures intertwined, releasing a pungent odor of charred flesh amidst the swirling smoke. The leading Gale Wolf bore a grievous wound on its abdomen, a gaping tear that extended from its forelimb to its hind leg, leaving its innards sprawled across the ground, rendering it mortally injured. Without hesitation, the Qian Honghu leaped towards the remaining 2 Gale Wolves, and the same scene unfolded twice more. In mere seconds, all 3 Gale Wolves were vanquished. After dispatching them, the Qian Honghu expertly dug into the skulls of the 3 Gale Wolves, retrieving 3 azure crystals, each the size of a dragon's eye. Returning to Tang Zihan's side, the Qian Honghu promptly presented the crystals to her. Well done. Tang Zihan praised the Qian Honghu as she secured the 3 Gale Wolf crystals. Each of the Gale Wolves possessed a strength equivalent to approximately the 3rd tier of awakening, and the crystals from awakening-level beasts command a minimum market price of 10,000 federal coins. The value of these 3 Gale Wolf crystals exceeded 30,000, representing a substantial gain. Ada, bury the bodies of these Gale Wolves to prevent the scent of blood from attracting more beasts. After securing the crystals, Tang Zihan gently patted the earth-violent bear beside her and spoke softly. Roar. In response, the earth-violent bear let out a low growl, surrounded by swirling earth elements. In the next moment, the ground around the 3 Gale Wolf corpses began to churn violently as they sank slowly into the earth. Once they were entirely concealed, the ground settled, returning to its original state, leaving no trace of the Gale Wolves. As the first day of outdoor combat training drew to a close, one could only wonder how many students had persevered until now. It was truly a sight to behold. I genuinely wished to see how Su Yuan and the others perform. Regrettably, I must maintain my post and cannot leave. Tang Zihan observed the earth-violent bear complete its task, then gazed up at the darkening sky, reflecting on the situation. She then instructed the earth-violent bear to continue patrolling their designated area alongside her and the Qian Honghu, ensuring that the formidable beasts lurking deeper in the misty forest did not encroach upon the students' trial zone. Soon, night fell, and a bright moon ascended in the sky. The dense fog and layered canopy of trees above the misty forest rendered the moonlight nearly incapable of penetrating through, casting the forest into an even deeper darkness, where one could hardly see their own hand. With the arrival of night, the beasts within the misty forest became increasingly active. In the combat training zone of Tianyang 1, the students who had endured thus far dared not relax their vigilance. Instead, they became even more alert. Night was the domain of the beasts, a well-known fact even elementary school students understood. However, despite their heightened awareness, the darkness still exerted a significant influence on those participating in the training. Throughout the night, distress signals intermittently illuminated the sky as more students withdrew from the combat training. Boom! Deep within the trial area, a flare erupted in the air. The intense brightness pierced through the darkness, attracting the attention of all creatures within a several-kilometer radius. even through the obstructions of the misty forest trees. One student had been eliminated. It appeared that the night in the misty forest posed a considerable danger to the majority of students who had only recently become beast tamers a month prior. This was still under the protection of school teachers who had kept the powerful beasts within the depths of the misty forest at bay, without the teachers shielding them. It was unlikely that anyone could survive the night. Beneath a towering tree, Su Yuan gazed at the distant light, reflecting for a moment before returning his focus to the campfire before him. On the fire, a large piece of meat, golden and sizzling, was being roasted. This was a thigh taken from a wild boar beast that Su Yuan had slain before nightfall, having been roasted for nearly 2 hours. The rich aroma of meat wafted around him, even catching the attention of his companion, Xiao Xian, who stared longingly at the roasting meat. It should be ready now. After such a lengthy cooking time. Several minutes later, Su Yuan sliced off a piece of the roasted meat, spearing it with a prepared stick. And after blowing on it to cool, he took a small bite. The rich flavor instantly enveloped his palate, causing his eyes to widen in delight. Crispy on the outside and tender within, it was rich without being greasy. Even without any seasoning, it was splendid. Xiao Xian, come and have a taste. As he spoke, Su Yuan picked up another stick, skewering a sizable piece of meat he had just cut. After shaking it in the air to cool, he offered it to Xiao Xian. Upon seeing this, Xiao Xian immediately opened its mouth and snatched the piece of meat, devouring the 2 pounds Su Yuan had cut in a few swift bites. It then gazed eagerly at Su Yuan. Amused by Xiao Xian's eager expression, Su Yuan chuckled. I knew you had a hearty appetite. This large piece of leg meat was meant for you. He prepared to slice off another piece of meat. However, just as he was about to do so, Xiao Xian suddenly stood up, turning towards a direction and emitting a series of threatening growls. Water elements swiftly coalesced around it, ready to launch an attack at the first sign of an enemy. Noticing this, Su Yuan halted his actions, becoming alert as well. After a day filled with numerous battles, he understood that Xiao Xian's reaction signified something significant. Moreover, he sensed that Xiao Xian's response was unusually intense, far more so than against any beasts they had encountered earlier. Although Xiao Xian was merely an ordinary 7th-tier creature, its true combat strength rivaled that of an exceptional quality, ordinary 9th-tier beast. The fact that Xiao Xian was so agitated indicated that their opponent must pose a considerable threat. Su Yuan quickly assessed the situation. His gaze fixed intently on the thicket ahead, his right hand resting on the signal flare at his waist. Chapter 10. Outstanding 9 stars. Gale Shadow Cat. Whoosh. Under the tense watch of Su Yuan and Xiao Xian, the thicket illuminated by the flames suddenly rustled. A small figure emerged from the underbrush. It was a diminutive black cat, merely 20 centimeters in height, with glossy, raven-black fur that shimmered faintly in the firelight. A green marking adorned its forehead, and its large, clear eyes made it appear harmless and utterly adorable. However, Su Yuan would not lower his guard simply because of the cat's cute demeanor. This small black cat, which had prompted such caution from Xiao Xian, was certainly not as innocuous as it seemed. Meanwhile, the attributes of the little black cat appeared before Su Yuan's eyes. Gale Shadow Cat. Species, cat type, dark and wind elements. Quality, exceptional 9 stars. Level, ordinary 6th tier. Status, curious, hungry. Skills, wind blade, shadow stealth. Evolution count, 0. Possible evolution paths, 6. First path. After 1 evolution, transform into Wind Shadow Tiger, perfect 3 stars. Required materials for evolution. Second path. After 2 evolutions, transform into Night Demon Tiger, perfect 9 stars. Required materials for the first stage of evolution. Sixth path. After 4 evolutions, transform into 9 Nether Demon God Tiger, mythical level. Required materials for the first stage of evolution. Exceptional 9 stars quality. It is astonishing to encounter such a magnificent beast at the outskirts of the misty forest. Moreover, it can evolve into the mythical 9 Nether Demon God Tiger. Upon seeing the attribute information of the Swift Wind Shadow Cat, Su Yuan's eyes widened in amazement. Boom. Just as Su Yuan was still marveling, Xiao Xian's attack was already unleashed. A powerful column of water surged towards the Swift Wind Shadow Cat. Meow. The Swift Wind Shadow Cat had initially been lured by the enticing aroma of roasted meat and was fixated on the skewers by the campfire beside Su Yuan. However, faced with Xiao Xian's sudden strike, the Swift Wind Shadow Cat reacted swiftly. With a low growl, it leapt gracefully, easily evading the water jet attack. After dodging the attack, the Swift Wind Shadow Cat was incensed by the unexpected offense. Its eyes flashed with anger as it glared at Xiao Xian, letting out a low growl before charging towards him. Dense wind elements began to gather around it, and pale blue wind blades shot towards Xiao Xian and Su Yuan like bullets. In response to the Swift Wind Shadow Cat's assault, Xiao Xian's eyes also displayed fury. Disguising itself, its body suddenly swelled to several dozen times its size. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a colossal creature over 7 meters long and more than 3 meters tall. This massive form shielded Su Yuan, effortlessly deflecting all the wind blades. Meow! Xiao Xian's sudden transformation startled the swift-wind shadow cat. Yet, it did not perceive a significant threat from Xiao Xian. Instead, Xiao Xian's formidable strength piqued the swift-wind shadow cat's interest. In the next moment, under Xiao Xian's watchful gaze, the swift-wind shadow cat vanished from sight. Clang! A golden sound rang out, and the swift-wind shadow cat had appeared at Xiao Xian's neck, its sharp claws grazing his scales, sparking a flurry of sparks. 3 distinct claw marks were left on the scales of Xiao Xian's neck. Such incredible speed. Fortunately, after evolving into the Xian Shui turtle, Xiao Xian's scales provided ample defense. Otherwise, this strike from the swift-wind shadow cat would have resulted in injury. The swift-wind shadow cat had seemingly activated its shadow stealth skill to appear so close. This silent approach to enemies is undoubtedly a deadly weapon for ambush attacks. Behind them, Su Yuan felt a chill as he witnessed the swift-wind shadow cat's sudden appearance. Simultaneously, he found himself increasingly enamored with the swift-wind shadow cat. Not only did it possess the same exceptional 9 stars quality as the evolved Xiao Xian, but it could also evolve into a mythical quality. Such a beast, if tamed, would undoubtedly become a formidable ally in the future. Roar! While Su Yuan pondered, the attacked Xiao Xian let out an even angrier roar. Dense water elements rapidly gathered around it. In an instant, countless waves enveloped its entire body, ensnaring the swift-wind shadow cat, which was momentarily stunned after failing to breach Xiao Xian's defenses. The waves crashed relentlessly, akin to the surging tides. The swift-wind shadow cat was tossed about like a tiny boat in a tempest, endlessly flung into the air by Xiao Xian's tidal skill. Meow! Under Xiao Xian's onslaught, the swift-wind shadow cat emitted frantic cries, constantly gathering wind elements to release wind blades in an attempt to break free from the surrounding waves. However, its wind blade attacks had little effect against the overwhelming waves, quickly swallowed by the deluge. Xiao Xian's tidal skill is remarkably powerful. Su Yuan watched in astonishment at Xiao Xian's display of immense strength. This was the first time he had witnessed Xiao Xian utilizing the tidal skill offensively. Previously, every beast Xiao Xian encountered had been dispatched with mere water jets, lacking the capability to compel Xiao Xian to unleash its full potential. However, Su Yuan soon noticed something amiss. Despite the swift-wind shadow cat being utterly defenseless against Xiao Xian's strikes, it seemed to sustain little actual harm. Even as the attacks capable of annihilating ordinary 7-tier beasts struck, the swift-wind shadow cat's cries remained vigorous, not indicative of injury. Although its cries were somewhat chaotic, they still held a robust quality, suggesting it was far from being wounded. This swift-wind shadow cat possesses impressive defenses. It appears that the exceptional 9 stars quality beasts are even stronger than I anticipated. Even with a 1-tier level difference from Xiao Xian, neither side could gain the upper hand. In light of this, let me see if my soul arrow can inflict any damage on this creature. Observing the airborne swift-wind shadow cat, Su Yuan's gaze sharpened as an invisible mental force rapidly coalesced into an intangible arrow. Meow! At this moment, a sudden alarm surged within the swift-wind shadow cat, an intense sense of danger rising from deep within, causing it to emit a startled cry. It frantically attacked the encroaching waves, seeking to escape the area. However, Su Yuan's soul arrow had already locked onto it, speeding toward its target. Buzz! In an instant, the swift-wind shadow cat felt a buzzing in its mind, a wave of excruciating pain washing over it, followed by darkness enveloping its vision as it fainted. Swift-wind shadow cat. Type, spirit beast. Species, cat type, dark and wind elements. Quality, exceptional 9 stars. Level, ordinary 5-tier. Status, severely injured, unconscious. Skills, wind blade, shadow stealth. Evolution count, 0. Possible evolution paths, 6. Wow. My soul arrow is incredibly powerful. It incapacitated the swift-wind shadow cat with a single blow. After the soul arrow struck the swift-wind shadow cat, its attribute information before Su Yuan's eyes underwent a transformation. Witnessing the swift-wind shadow cat succumb to his strike, Su Yuan was astonished by the potency of his soul arrow. Xiao Xian, noticing the peculiar state of the swift-wind shadow cat, halted its attack. The swift-wind shadow cat crashed heavily to the ground, remaining unconscious. Observing the fallen and unconscious swift-wind shadow cat, Xiao Xian, still filled with rage, was about to step forward to deliver a few final blows to ensure its demise. Chapter 11, Second Beast Master, A Promising Future. Xiao Xian, stand down. This swift-wind shadow cat has commendable quality. It would be a pity to kill it. I wish to contract this swift-wind shadow cat as my second beast. Noticing Xiao Xian's intentions, Su Yuan quickly reached out to restrain it. Upon hearing Su Yuan's words, Xiao Xian halted its advance, its form reverting to its previous size, appearing indistinguishable from an ordinary water arrow turtle. At this moment, Su Yuan approached, crouching beside the unconscious Swift-Wind Shadow Cat. As a Beastmaster, there are 9 ranks, each allowing the contract of 1 beast. However, it is said that Beastmasters with talents above the rank can contract an additional beast at each level. Though my Beast Mastery talent may not be classified among the 9 known ranks of this world, it is undeniable that a divine-level talent must possess its own merits. Let me attempt to forge a contract with this Gale Shadow Cat. Should I succeed, it would surely affirm that my talent exceeds the mere level suggested by the tests. Crouching down, Su Yuan murmured softly. In this realm, Beastmasters are capable of contracting more than 1 beast, gaining the ability to form an additional contract with each ascension to a higher realm. Naturally, this applies to ordinary Beastmasters. In reality, those exceptionally gifted Beastmasters can accomplish feats beyond the reach of their peers within the same realm, provided their Beast Mastery talent is sufficiently formidable. A Beastmaster with a level talent may have the potential to contract 1 additional beast compared to others of the same rank. Furthermore, those endowed with a level talent can certainly contract 1 more beast than their counterparts. It is even said that a Beastmaster with a legendary level talent can contract 3 beasts at each major realm, wielding power that far surpasses that of other Beastmasters at the same level. Su Yuan was acutely aware of the caliber of his unique Beast Mastery talent. The Tianqi Shenyan. Although it does not belong to the known classifications, it is undoubtedly formidable. With this in mind, Su Yuan began to unleash his mental energy, initiating the construction of the beast contract. As his immense mental force was released, a contract materialized slowly. The success or failure hinged upon this moment. Should I manage to contract this Gale Shadow Cat, it would validate my previous conjectures. Observing the contract before him, identical to the one formed by the middle-aged Beastmaster at the Tianyang City Cultivation Center, Su Yuan silently recited a mantra. He then used a small knife to draw blood from his fingertip, allowing a drop to fall upon the contract, guiding it into the center of the Gale Shadow Cat's forehead. Meow. As the contract entered the Gale Shadow Cat's brow, Su Yuan was met with a fierce mental roar that struck him powerfully. It was evident that the Gale Shadow Cat was resisting the contract. Indeed, contracting a fully grown beast proved to be far more challenging than one yet to hatch. The Gale Shadow Cat's defiance was significantly more intense than when he had originally contracted Xiao Xian. However, such resistance was insufficient to alter the fate of the Gale Shadow Cat becoming my contracted beast. As the mental onslaught from the Gale Shadow Cat surged against him, Su Yuan's eyes sharpened, and a more formidable wave of mental energy surged forth. Like a cataclysmic tide, it crashed upon the Gale Shadow Cat's mental realm. Meow. Under Su Yuan's overwhelming assault, the Gale Shadow Cat's resistance crumbled instantaneously, leaving it powerless against the encroaching force of the contract, thus becoming Su Yuan's second beast. Buzz. With the contract finalized, a powerful surge of energy emanated from within Su Yuan, significantly enhancing his physical attributes. Even his mental prowess experienced a notable increase. This was the power feedback from contracting the Gale Shadow Cat. However, having contracted the Gale Shadow Cat and acquired 2 beasts, Su Yuan distinctly felt an increased mental burden. The weight of having 2 contracted beasts was indeed considerable, roughly 3 times the burden he experienced when he had only Xiao Xian. No wonder only beast masters with talents above level are capable of contracting additional beasts. Nevertheless, despite the increase in mental strain, it was not overly burdensome, and he sensed that he could still contract 1 or 2 more beasts. It appeared my previous conjecture was correct. The Soul Crystal Stone had failed to reveal the true extent of my beast mastery talent. This was fortuitous, as a level talent could be deemed genius level while attracting minimal attention. Feeling the weight of the burden after contracting the Gale Shadow Cat, Su Yuan smiled widely, filled with elation. His current mental load was heavy only in comparison to when he had only Xiao Xian. Overall, he could vaguely sense that contracting 2 beasts accounted for merely 1/5 of his capacity. Even if he were to contract another beast, it would not pose a problem. Moreover, Su Yuan's level now matched that of Xiao Xian, both being ordinary 7th tier. Once Xiao Xian advanced to ordinary 9th tier, Su Yuan's strength would increase even further, along with his mental capabilities. For an ordinary beast master, contracting a single beast at the ordinary tier is already the limit. Yet, after reaching ordinary 9th tier, Su Yuan could potentially contract 4 beasts. This trend would hold true not only at the ordinary level. As Su Yuan ascended to awakened, extraordinary, or commanding tiers, he could contract 3 more beasts than other beast masters at the same level. This implies that the higher Su Yuan's realm, the greater the disparity in power between him and his peers. Overjoyed, Su Yuan's gaze returned to the Gale Shadow Cat. Having sustained considerable damage from Su Yuan's soul arrow attack, and following the forceful contract, the Gale Shadow Cat's mental energy was severely depleted. Without adequate treatment, it would remain in a state of unconsciousness for the foreseeable future. Observing the unconscious Gale Shadow Cat, Su Yuan contemplated his next steps. The Beastmaster Ring not only serves to store beasts, but also possesses restorative properties, aiding in their recovery. Although the Gale Shadow Cat bore no external injuries, its mental state was compromised due to Su Yuan's soul arrow attack, which was far more grievous than physical wounds, necessitating ample rest. It was clear that the Gale Shadow Cat could not recover in the short term, and thus, he would need to return it to the Beastmaster Ring. Once the training exercise concluded, Su Yuan resolved to procure some medicinal remedies to expedite the recovery of the Gale Shadow Cat's mental injuries. With a determined thought, he placed his hand upon the injured and unconscious Gale Shadow Cat. With a mental command, he drew the Gale Shadow Cat back into the confines of the Beastmaster Ring. Chapter 12, Astonishment. Su Yuan's talent is at level. Watching Su Yuan return the Gale Shadow Cat to the Beastmaster Ring, Xiaoxian exhaled heavily, releasing a pent-up breath. Noticing this, Su Yuan smiled faintly, sensing a hint of displeasure in Xiaoxian's demeanor. Clearly, Xiaoxian was aware of the new rival for attention. Come on, Xiaoxian. Let us continue to enjoy our feast. Understanding Xiaoxian's sentiments, Su Yuan affectionately patted its head and chuckled. He then sliced off a piece of roasted meat for himself before tossing the entire leg of meat to Xiaoxian. Upon seeing the delectable roasted leg, Xiaoxian's eyes lit up, and it eagerly caught the offering, its previous discontent evaporating as it devoured the meat voraciously. Meanwhile, as Su Yuan and Xiaoxian leisurely indulged in their meal, a security personnel, who had been vigilantly monitoring Su Yuan from the nearby dense forest, now gaped at the screen in his hand, his expression a mixture of shock and disbelief. This could not possibly be a Shui Jiangui. An ordinary Shui Jiangui lacks the ability to change its size. Moreover, this lad, Su Yuan, has successfully contracted another beast. Su Yuan's talent is not merely level. It must be at least level. A level beast mastery talent. Such a prodigy is undoubtedly worth the utmost effort of any faction to recruit. Because of the special directive issued by Li Ming regarding Su Yuan, this member of the PL whose security group was particularly attentive. He routinely employed special methods to discreetly monitor Su Yuan's activities. He had just witnessed the battle between Su Yuan's beast Xiaoxian and the Gale Shadow Cat. And even the moment Su Yuan constructed the beast contract and successfully acquired his second beast was captured before his eyes. Upon discovering that Su Yin was capable of contracting a second beast at the ordinary rank, this beastmaster from the PL whose security group realized that Su Yan's innate talent surpassed the ordinary level. The common knowledge in this world dictates that only beastmasters with talents above the ordinary rank can contract additional beasts. A beastmaster with ordinary rank talent had not been seen in Tianyang City for nearly a century. Should this news spread, Su Yin would undoubtedly become the most celebrated prodigy in all of Tianyang City. Countless factions would extend olive branches to him, eager to recruit him. I must promptly report this discovery. If the Li family could recruit a genius beastmaster like Su Yin, I would also be rewarded with abundant resources from them. The thought of the reward for relaying this news to the upper echelons of the group transformed the beastmaster's initial shock and disbelief into exhilaration. However, just as he was about to produce a communication device to report his findings, a figure suddenly appeared by his side. In the midst of the beastmaster's terror, a hand struck his forehead with such speed that he had no time to react. The overwhelming force instantly shattered the beastmaster's skull, leaving him no chance to summon a beast. This lad, Su Yin, has certainly exceeded my expectations. He is indeed a beastmaster of extraordinary talent. It seems my previous investments in him were insufficient. Such a genius will undoubtedly surpass me and ascend to the ranks of the king-level beastmasters. A king-level beastmaster. To have such a top-tier talent emerge from Tianyang No. 1 High School is truly a blessing for our school. However, Su Yan's current situation must remain confidential. To ensure this, I have no choice but to eliminate you. The mysterious powerhouse, observing the body of the slain security beastmaster drop from the tree, exhibited a calm demeanor, devoid of any compassion. If anyone were present, they would recognize this enigmatic figure as Wang Gang, the principal of Tianyang No. 1 High School. As the principal, Wang Gang had taken a keen interest in Su Yin, the only student who had shattered the soul crystal during testing. This time, he personally safeguarded Su Yin during the practical training. With his prowess as a leader-level beastmaster, Wang Gang had detected the PL whose security group beastmaster's targeting of Su Yin early on and had long harbored dissatisfaction towards him. Had the beastmaster not acted conservatively and placed Su Yin in danger, Wang Gang would have slain him long ago. Now, with Su Yin displaying astonishing talent and potential, Wang Gang had no qualms about eliminating the PL whose security group Beastmaster to prevent the news from leaking. After disposing of the security personnel, Wang Gang continued to conceal himself nearby, silently protecting the once-in-a-century prodigy, ensuring he remained unnoticed by Su Yan. The next morning, a thunderous roar erupted from deep within the misty forest. An invisible, overwhelming aura surged forth, shaking the branches and leaves of the towering trees for miles. All beasts that heard this furious roar cowered in submission, trembling under the weight of this terrifying presence. In a clearing deep within the misty forest, a 3-meter-long storm shadow cat, resembling its species, exuded a fierce glare and an expression of rage. Beneath its paws lay the corpse of an even larger extraordinary-level beast, the shadow leopard. Surrounding the storm shadow cat and the shadow leopard were dozens of powerful beasts, each of extraordinary rank, including several formidable leader-level beasts. Yet, even the leader-level beasts trembled in fear before the wrathful storm shadow cat, which had just dispatched the extraordinary-level shadow leopard in an instant. I don't care what methods you employ. If you cannot find my son within today, you will all perish. The storm shadow cat, standing atop the shadow leopard's body, suddenly spoke in human language, its sharp gaze sweeping across all present beasts, its tone laced with suppressed fury. Upon hearing this, all surrounding beasts shuddered, refraining from any hesitation as they howled in response and quickly retreated into the surrounding forest. Under the command of these extraordinary and leader-level beasts, a multitude of lower-ranked ordinary and awakened beasts began a frenzied, systematic search throughout the forest. You were tasked with guarding my son, yet you dared to abandon your post. 100 deaths would not suffice to quell my anger. The storm shadow cat scoffed as all surrounding beasts departed. It then plunged its claws into the shadow leopard's skull, extracting its beast crystal and swallowing it whole. With this act completed, the fury in the storm shadow cat's eyes diminished slightly. In the blink of an eye, it vanished from the spot. Chapter 13, Advancement. Ordinary Rank 8. The oppressive aura of the storm shadow cat was terrifying. Such power likely surpassed the 6th rank of the leader level. However, today was indeed fortuitous, as we coincidentally encountered the lost cub of the storm shadow cat. This significantly increased our chances of obtaining this cub. After the storm shadow cat vanished, a young girl and a middle-aged man slowly materialized on a distant tree trunk. Observing the disappearance of the storm shadow cat, the middle-aged man, enveloped in a black cloak, let out a sigh of relief and spoke softly. Beside him, the girl was similarly clad in a black robe, though the loose fabric could not fully conceal her graceful figure. Her stunning visage bore no trace of anxiety as she gazed in the direction the storm shadow cat had departed, instead radiating an intense anticipation. The display of power from the storm shadow cat had captivated her, and should she succeed in contracting such a beast's cub, she would possess a creature of equal or even greater strength, effortlessly becoming a leader-level beastmaster. Uncle Ba, we must not delay. Let us set out to find the lost cub of the storm shadow cat. If it finds the cub before us, securing the contract will surely lead to a fierce battle. With this thought, the girl's eyes sparkled with fervor as she turned to the middle-aged man beside her. Indeed, the man, known as Uncle Ba, nodded in response, and together, they swiftly ventured into the surroundings to explore. Time passed swiftly, and it was now the afternoon of the 2nd day of the trial. In the depths of the Tianyang No. 1 high school student trial zone at the perimeter of the misty forest, Su Yin and Xiao Xian swept through their path, effortlessly slaying every beast they encountered. With a resounding thud, a water gun unleashed by Xiao Xian struck a tank-like iron-armored rhino, which wailed in agony before collapsing to the ground, defeated. In just 3 strikes, Xiao Xian had vanquished an ordinary rank 8 iron-armored rhino, showcasing an increasingly refined and potent water gun skill. Su Yan, witnessing Xiao Xian's prowess in dispatching the excellent quality, ordinary rank 8 beast, gazed upon him with commendation. Delighted by Su Yan's praise, Xiao Xian nodded enthusiastically and affectionately nudged against Su Yan. At that moment, Su Yan possessed only Xiao Xian as his contracted beast, while the storm shadow cat he had contracted the previous night remained in the beast ring, resting and yet to recover. By placing the severely injured and unconscious storm shadow cat into the beast ring, Su Yan ensured it could rest better while also keeping it from prying eyes. If others were to discover that he was merely an ordinary-level beastmaster, it would be easy for them to deduce that his talents extended far beyond that. Just as Su Yuan approached and had just extracted the crystal core from the iron-armored rhino, an overwhelming surge of energy suddenly erupted from the small Xian beside him. In the next moment, the aura emanating from Xiao Xian dramatically surged, breaking through to the ordinary 8th level. What a delightful surprise! Noticing the commotion caused by Xiao Xian's breakthrough and the powerful energy feedback within his own body, Su Yuan's expression brightened. He immediately turned his gaze towards Xiao Xian's attributes. Xian Shui Gue, contracted. Species, turtle, water type. Quality, excellent 9 stars. Level, ordinary 8th stage. Status, joyful. Skills, water gun, tidal strike, camouflage. Evolution count, 1. Evolution plan 3, materials required for the next stage of evolution, water element essence, obsidian crystal, bone washing grass. An extraordinary 9-star, ordinary 8th level beast, like Xiaoxian. With his current strength, would likely have no rivals among the ordinary level ferocious beasts on the outskirts of the Misty Forest. Unless he were to encounter a high-quality beast like the swift shadow cat again, even ordinary 9th level beasts would struggle to withstand a few of Xiaoxian's attacks. Roar. A woo. Before Su Yuan could revel in his joy, a cacophony of beast roars suddenly erupted from the distance, instantly capturing the attention of both Su Yuan and Xiaoxian. Wang Gang, who was silently guarding Su Yuan, also sensed the disturbance and turned his gaze toward the source of the roars. This was a small-scale beast tide. Curse be it, why did it have to appear at this moment? Moreover, the terrifying aura from afar signified the presence of Lord-level ferocious beasts, and not just one. Upon realizing the situation from a distance, Wang Gang's expression turned grim. His powerful mental acuity as a Lord-level beast master allowed him to comprehend the circumstances within the depths of the Misty Forest more clearly than Su Yuan. He understood that the noise indicated the emergence of a small-scale beast tide. Although such a tide posed little threat to Tianyang City, only a handful of teachers from Tianyang No. 1 High School and some beast masters from the Thunderbolt security group were present on the outskirts of the Misty Forest. Most crucially, there were also over 500 students who had only recently become beast masters. While the school's teachers and the security personnel from the Thunderbolt group might barely manage to cope with this small-scale beast tide and escape, ensuring the safety of 500 relatively weak students was a daunting task, even for a Lord-level beast master like Wang Gang, especially since he sensed the presence of Lord-level ferocious beasts among this small-scale tide. Just the presence of those Lord-level beasts would consume most of his strength, leaving him unable to attend to anyone else. Attention, all teachers. A small-scale beast tide has emerged in the Misty Forest. Immediately notify all beast masters from the Thunderbolt security group to retreat with the students. I have already contacted Tianyang City for support. If we cannot evacuate in time after exiting the Misty Forest, gather at a designated point and do everything possible to protect the students while awaiting reinforcements. Until then, I will do my utmost to fend off the high-level ferocious beasts within the tide. Without any hesitation, Wang Gang swiftly retrieved his communication device and issued the retreat command. Soon, dozens of school teachers and over 200 security group beastmasters received the evacuation message. Within the outdoor training area of Tianyang No. 1 High School, only about 100 students remained. With the assistance of teachers and security personnel, they quickly began their retreat towards the assembly point outside the Misty Forest. At the same time, after notifying the teachers at Tianyang No. 1 High School, Wang Gang hastily sent out a distress signal to Tianyang City. Completing all this, Wang Gang did not allow himself a moment of respite. His figure flashed, and he appeared beside Su Yuan. His speed was so swift that Su Yuan scarcely had time to react. The disparity in their strengths was truly immense. Who is it? Wang Gang's sudden appearance startled Su Yuan, causing his hair to stand on end. Chapter 14. Huang Fu Yunjiao. Principal, what brings you here? Only after recognizing that the newcomer was the principal of Tianyang No. 1 High School did Su Yuan breathe a sigh of relief. Looking at Wang Gang, who had appeared beside him, Su Yuan asked, perplexed. That can wait. You must leave the Misty Forest immediately and return to the assembly point outside. There is a situation within the Misty Forest, and it will soon be engulfed by the beast tide. I will buy you some time. As he spoke, Wang Gang waved his hand, and a massive black-scaled giant python, its body as large as a millstone, suddenly appeared, exuding a fierce aura that compelled Su Yuan to take a half-step back. Xiao Xian also trembled slightly under the weight of this overwhelming presence, his demeanor instantly becoming serious. Obsidian giant python, contracted. Species, snake, metal type. Quality, excellent 8 stars. Level, Lord 7th stage. Status, perfect. Skills, iron wall, constriction, scaled blade slash. Evolution count, 1. Evolution plan 1. Materials required for the next stage of evolution, a Lord-level beast. No wonder it possesses such a terrifying aura. Su Yuan gazed at the colossal obsidian giant python, his face reflecting astonishment. Although he had long heard that Wang Gang was the second most powerful Lord-level beastmaster in Tianyang City, after the mayor, his immense strength was now palpably evident. Experiencing the formidable presence of a Lord-level beast firsthand, Su Yuan gained a deeper understanding of the vast chasm that existed between himself and a Lord-level beastmaster. In the presence of a Lord-level beast, Su Yuan felt as insignificant as an ant. If the obsidian giant python wished to kill him, It would be no more challenging than crushing an insect. Old buddy, let us go? After summoning the obsidian giant python, Wang Gang leaped onto its head and called out. Hee, you old fellow finally let me out. I've been cooped up for days. A small-scale beast tide, you say? Very well. Having spent so long in the beast space, it's time for a good battle. Upon receiving Wang Gang's command, the obsidian giant python opened its mouth and spoke in human language, its serpent-like eyes gleaming with excitement. In an instant, the massive form of the obsidian giant python surged forward like a train, decimating everything in its path. Within the blink of an eye, it vanished from Su Yuan's sight. So this is the power of a Lord-level beast master. How formidable. When will I ever become as powerful as Principal Wang? Once the obsidian giant python disappeared from view, Su Yuan finally snapped out of his shock and murmured in awe. Simultaneously, his desire to become a top-tier powerhouse intensified. But soon, the increasingly close roars of beasts jolted Su Yuan back to reality. Xiaoxian, we must hasten our retreat. The beast tide is not to be trifled with. We do not possess the strength of the principal to face it alone. While he holds off the tide ahead, we must quickly break free from the misty forest and regroup with the teachers outside. Without any hesitation, Su Yuan immediately issued a retreat command to Xiaoxian. Although Xiaoxian had made significant strides in strength and could now face any ordinary-level ferocious beast with confidence, the misty forest was teeming with ferocious creatures. Even a small-scale beast tide would include awakened level, extraordinary level, and even stronger beasts. If they were caught by the tide, Su Yuan and Xiaoxian would have little chance of survival. Even though Wang Gang as a Lord-level powerhouse had gone to confront the beast tide, he was but one person. No matter how powerful he was as a Lord-level beast master, he could not entirely withstand all of the ferocious beasts. Should the beast from behind catch up, it would undoubtedly place Su Yuan and Xiaoxian in grave danger. Sensing the impending peril, Xiaoxian quickly transformed upon receiving Su Yuan's command, growing to about 3 meters in height, and gestured for Su Yuan to climb onto its back. Upon witnessing the situation, Su Yuan did not hesitate and immediately leaped onto the shell of Xiaoxian, who swiftly carried him away from the misty forest. Xiaoxian had reached the ordinary 8th tier. Although turtle-type beasts were not known for their speed, they still outpaced Su Yuan considerably. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wang Gang, guided by the obsidian giant python, rapidly approached the forefront of the oncoming beast tide. As he neared the beast tide, Wang Gang discovered a young girl in a black robe, frantically fleeing towards him, escorted by a commanding level wind lion. Behind the black-robed girl and the wind lion was a horde of ferocious beasts in relentless pursuit. Faced with such a multitude of predators, many of which were commanding level beasts, the situation for the black-robed girl and the wind lion was dire. The black-robed girl was of low strength, merely an ordinary beast master. Had it not been for the wind lion's desperate protection, she would have long been torn apart by the beasts chasing her. What on earth did this girl do to incite such a pursuit from so many ferocious beasts? Could it be that this minor beast tide was instigated by her? Wang Gang's expression turned peculiar upon witnessing this scene. Senior, I am Huangfu Yunzhao from the Huangfu family of Tianyan City. I implore you to lend your assistance. Once I return to the Huangfu family, I shall reward you handsomely. The rapidly fleeing Huangfu Yunzhao, upon spotting Wang Gang and the obsidian giant python ahead, felt a glimmer of hope amidst her despair and shouted loudly. Huangfu Yunzhao was one of the 2 individuals in black robes who previously witnessed the fury of the Lord-level Gale Shadow Cat deep within the misty forest. She and Huangfu Shiba had intended to secretly search for the Gale Shadow Cat's cubs, hoping to find them first for a contract. However, after half a day of searching with no success, they inadvertently drew the attention of the furious Gale Shadow Cat. Mistakenly believing them to be the culprits behind the loss of its cub, the enraged cat launched an attack without warning. Huangfu Shiba, also a commanding level beastmaster, was currently fighting valiantly against the Gale Shadow Cat at the rear of the beast tide to cover Huangfu Yunzhao's escape. A commanding level beastmaster could contract 5 beasts. The wind lion guarding Huangfu Yunzhao was one of Huangfu Shiba's 5 beasts, boasting a powerful strength of commanding 9th tier, making it the 2nd strongest beast under Huangfu Shiba. Even so, the wind lion had sustained severe injuries while protecting the black-robed girl and was unable to hold out for much longer. Huangfu Yunzhao. This girl is actually from the Huangfu family of Tianyan City. Wang Gang's expression shifted upon hearing her plea for help. He was familiar with the Huangfu family and even shared a good relationship with them. Without further hesitation, Wang Gang waved his hand, summoning 4 more beasts to surround him. All 4 were commanding level beasts, and as they appeared, Wang Gang directed his 5 beasts to charge at the oncoming beast tide. Under the leadership of the obsidian giant python, a commanding level beast, Wang Gang's 5 beasts swiftly reached Huangfu Yunzhao and launched an attack against the horde behind her. the obsidian giant python. Possessing the formidable strength of commanding 7th tier, obliterated the beasts in its path with overwhelming force. The other 4 commanding level beasts unleashed their tremendous power, slaughtering one ferocious beast after another like a tiger among sheep. Under the oppressive aura of the obsidian giant python, many beasts from the tide began to feel an inexplicable fear, causing their advance to slow. In the savage realm of beasts, the weak are prey to the strong. Predators instinctively fear those who possess a significant power gap. Consequently, the beasts in the tide were unable to unleash their full potential, allowing the obsidian giant python to deliver even greater destruction against this minor beast tide. Girl, I am Wang Gang, the principal of Tianyang No. 1 High School, and I am somewhat acquainted with your Huangfu family. However, what is the cause of this beast tide today? With the obsidian giant python and 4 commanding level beasts momentarily stalling the beast tide, Wang Gang approached Huangfu Yunzhao, his expression one of curiosity. Oh, it's you, Uncle Wang. Yunzhao is grateful for your timely rescue. Huangfu Yunzhao exclaimed brightly upon hearing Wang Gang's words, her earlier urgency forgotten as she expressed her thanks. You know me? Wang Gang inquired, taken aback. I often hear my father mention Uncle Wang. When you introduced yourself as the principal of Tianyang No. 1 High School, I immediately recognized you as my father's friend, Huangfu Yunzhao replied respectfully. And your father is? Wang Gang's interest was piqued, prompting him to ask further. My father is Huangfu Shiyao. Upon hearing Huangfu Yunzhao's response, Wang Gang's eyes widened in realization. Ah, so you are the daughter of Huangfu Shiyao. I did not expect that fellow to have such a talented descendant. At such a young age, you are already on the brink of awakening level. As a commanding level beast master, Wang Gang could easily discern Huangfu Yunzhao's current strength. He marveled at her innate talent. If he recalled correctly, Huangfu Shiyao had a daughter who was in the same cohort as Su Yuan. Presumably, the present Huangfu Yunzhao had recently become a beast master. Achieving the pinnacle of ordinary tier in such a short time was truly astonishing. Even with the Huangfu family's robust support, such accomplishments were commendable. After the initial surprise, Wang Gang did not forget his original question and again inquired about the cause of the beast tide. Huangfu Yunzhao did not conceal anything and recounted the events of her and Huangfu Shiba's venture into the depths of the misty forest to seek the Gale Shadow Cat's cubs for contract. Another prodigy of beast mastery, Wang Gang was astounded once more after listening to Huangfu Yunzhao's account. Although she was already on the verge of becoming an ordinary peak beast master, she had yet to take that final step. Preparing to contract a second beast at the ordinary level indicated that her talent in beast mastery had reached an extraordinary level. In less than a day, Wang Gang encountered 2 individuals with at least extraordinary talent in beast mastery, leaving him with a surreal sense of disbelief. However, he soon recalled Su Yuan's second beast contract from the previous night, and his expression became peculiar again. He had been 70% certain that the black cat Su Yuan had contracted was the exceptional Gale Shadow Cat. Now, upon hearing Huangfu Yunzhao's account, he was 100% convinced that Su Yuan's second beast was indeed the Gale Shadow Cat. How would Huangfu Shiyao react upon learning that not only was his daughter being pursued by the beast tide, but that her second target had also been intercepted by that young rascal Su? The thought of his old friend's incredulous expression upon discovering the truth made Wang Gang unable to suppress a smile. Uncle Wang, could you assist Uncle Ba? He is facing the relentless assault of that Lord-level Gale Shadow Cat, as well as a group of commanding-level beasts, and I fear for his safety. Huangfu Yunzhao's anxious voice snapped Wang Gang back to reality, just as he was contemplating Huangfu Shiyao's reaction. It turns out it was Uncle Ba escorting you through the misty forest. Rest assured, your Uncle Ba is no weakling. He can hold his own. I will have my Firebird take you out of the misty forest. As for your Uncle Ba, I will rendezvous with him afterwards. After speaking, Wang Gang summoned his commanding-level beast, the Firebird, which swiftly departed the battlefield, soaring above him and Huangfu Yunzhao before settling beside them. Quickly get on. Thank you, Uncle Wang. Upon witnessing the scene, Huangfu Yunzhao did not hesitate. After expressing gratitude to Wang Gang with a bow, she leaped onto the back of a flamingo standing over 3 meters tall. In the next moment, the flamingo spread its wings and soared into the sky, swiftly carrying Huangfu Yunzhao towards the assembly point beyond the misty forest. With a roar, the Yufeng lion, observing Huangfu Yunzhao's safe departure, let out a fierce lion's roar and turned to charge towards the tide of beasts. With Huangfu Yunzhao now secure, it was imperative for the lion to return to its master's side and fight alongside him. Old buddy, keep up, Wang Gang commanded, watching the injured Yufeng lion dash towards the beast tide with a furrowed brow. Although the Yufeng lion had reached the 9th tier of leadership, its strength was significantly compromised due to its injuries. Recklessly plunging into the beast tide could very well lead to its demise before it could reunite with Huangfu Shiba. Should the Yufeng lion perish, Huang Fushiba, bound by their beast contract, would undoubtedly suffer a backlash. Under normal circumstances, such a situation might not pose a grave threat. But now Huang Fushiba was embroiled in a life-and-death struggle with the swift shadow cat. A slight misstep could endanger his life. Wang Gang, of course, could not allow the Yufeng lion to meet its end. Responding to Wang Gang's command, the obsidian giant python let out a roar, brimming with ferocity, and followed closely behind the Yufeng lion, charging towards the area where Huang Fushiba battled the swift shadow cat. Along the way, it eradicated all beasts that posed a threat to the Yufeng lion. Behind them, Wang Gang joined the fray, unleashing his remaining 3 tier-leading beasts against the ferocious creatures of the tide. Wang Gang possessed the prowess of a Lord-level beast master, with formidable mental strength. The use of mental attacks, such as soul arrows, posed a significant threat even to Lord-level beasts. With the cooperation of his 3 tier-leading beasts, he swiftly dispatched the powerful Lord-level beasts within the tide. As long as the leader-level beasts were eliminated, even if the tide reached the students of Tianyang, the absence of a commanding beast would greatly alleviate the pressure faced by the teachers and students. Chapter 16. What a giant turtle. That's a water arrow turtle. An hour later, Su Yuan stood atop Xiao Xian's back as they burst forth from the misty forest. After reaching the ordinary 8th tier, Xiao Xian's speed exceeded Su Yuan's expectations. The journey that had taken 2 days to delve into the misty forest was completed in just 1 hour under Xiao Xian's frantic dash. Had it not been for numerous ordinary-level ferocious beasts ambushing them along the way, consuming some time to deal with these creatures, Su Yuan would have exited the misty forest even earlier. Wow, isn't that Yuan Shen? How did his beast grow so large? Quick, capture this moment. A genius beast master from Tianyang riding a giant turtle out of the misty forest is bound to trend. Something was amiss. My beast showed signs of fear upon seeing Su Yuan's giant turtle. What level is Su Yuan's giant turtle? What giant turtle? Yuan Shen's beast is a rare quality water arrow turtle, far superior to our ordinary quality beasts. It's indeed a water arrow turtle. A high-quality beast capable of reaching rare 5-star status. How enviable. The treatment of a genius is indeed favorable. This water arrow turtle also appears quite handsome. As Su Yuan rode the water arrow turtle out of the misty forest, students gathered outside displayed expressions of curiosity. Many took out their phones to capture the moment. Xiao Xian's speed allowed them to escape the misty forest before most students, who had been eliminated prior to the beast tide. The students present immediately boarded vehicles, announcing the imminent beast tide eruption. We must first escort you away. At this moment, the grade director stationed at the assembly point addressed everyone, clarifying the current situation. Over 300 students were present, all from the earlier signal flare for help, indicating they were relatively weak. First, they would evacuate this group of students with the lowest combat capabilities. Later, when facing the beast tide, they would only need to protect the remaining 100 or so students. Those who could endure until the afternoon of the next day possessed a certain level of strength. When facing the beast tide, they could fend off some ordinary level beast attacks, thereby alleviating some pressure. As soon as the grade director's words were spoken, chaos erupted. The students abandoned their photos and rushed towards the nearest buses in a frenzy, seemingly seeking safety aboard the vehicles. Only Su Yuan remained calm, unhurried. He understood that with Wang Gang, the Lord-level beast master, holding the beast tide at bay, the assembly point outside the misty forest was relatively secure for the time being. What? It's the beast tide. We're doomed to encounter a beast tide in the wild. We're finished. Quick, get on the bus, hurry up. Don't push. If we're stuck at the entrance, no one will get on. One at a time, maintain order. Everyone stay calm. This is merely a minor beast tide. The teachers and security will ensure your safety. Please board the bus in an orderly fashion. In response to the chaotic scene, the surrounding teachers and security personnel promptly stepped in to maintain order, gradually calming the tumultuous atmosphere. Just as nearly everyone had boarded the vehicles, a resounding bird call suddenly echoed through the sky. Upon hearing this call, all eyes turned alertly skyward. The grade director, responsible for this area, bore a grave expression. As a leader-level beast master, he sensed that the origin of this call possessed considerable strength, undoubtedly a leader-level entity. If it were indeed a leader-level flying beast, it would pose a tremendous threat, far exceeding that of a leader-level beast on the ground. Su Yuan also looked up towards the high skies above the misty forest. Soon, a red figure broke through the mist, coming into view. Flamingo, contracted, species, bird, fire element quality, excellent 1-star level, leader level 7 status, impatient skills, spark, flame burst. 1000 flame feathers evolution count. 1 evolution plan 2. Materials required for the next stage of evolution. This was a contracted beast, indicating it was not one of the ferocious beasts within the misty forest. Su Yuan glanced at the flamingo's attributes and breathed a sigh of relief. That flamingo belongs to the principal, and there is someone atop it. At that moment, the vigilant grade director also recognized the flamingo and identified it as one of Principal Wang Gang's contracted beasts, his tension easing. However, when he saw the flamingo descending at the assembly point with Huangfu Yunzhao atop it, a look of suspicion crossed his face. Who is this young lady? Why is she riding the principal's flamingo to our assembly point? Could she be the principal's illegitimate daughter? Suddenly, the grade director seemed to believe he had uncovered a scandal, and his expression transformed into one of intrigue. What a breathtaking beauty. At this moment, Su Yuan also noticed Huangfu Yunzhao on the flamingo's back, and even with his 2 lifetimes of experience, he could not help but acknowledge that she was the most beautiful woman he had ever encountered. Even the school belle, Shi Qianying, paled in comparison. Not only the grade director and Su Yuan, but others also took notice of Huangfu Yunzhao. The moment she arrived at the assembly point escorted by the flamingo, she became the center of attention. Even the boys who had boarded the departing bus were fixated on the increasingly distant figure of Huangfu Yunzhao, momentarily forgetting the terror brought by the beast tide. As for the girls, upon witnessing Huangfu Yunzhao's breathtaking beauty, they lowered their heads in self-deprecation. Sister Yunzhao, what are you doing here? At that moment, a voice filled with surprise echoed. Shi Qianying, led by a beast master from the Pilai Fire Security Group, burst forth from the misty forest and quickly ran to Huangfu Yunzhao. Qianying. Upon seeing her, Huangfu Yunzhao was momentarily taken aback before smiling and greeting her. Her smile seemed to dim all else around them. Grasping Shi Qianying's hand, she briefly explained the current situation. It was evident that the bond between Shi Qianying and Huangfu Yunzhao was quite strong. After succinctly informing Shi Qianying of the circumstances, Huangfu Yunzhao turned to the teachers from Tianyang No. 1 High School and called out, "Teachers, I am Huangfu Yunzhao from the Huangfu family. Thanks to Principal Wang, I was fortunate enough to escape from the beast tide. A large number of ferocious beasts are charging towards us from the misty forest, and Principal Wang is currently holding them back to buy us time. We should evacuate this place quickly." Upon hearing Huangfu Yunzhao's announcement, the grade director's heart stirred. So it is a disciple of the Huangfu family. I thought she was the principal's illegitimate daughter. However, he shook his head at Huangfu Yunzhao and replied, "We still need to wait for the remaining students who have not exited the misty forest to assemble. We cannot retreat yet. Miss Huangfu, it would be best for you to join the bus convoy that is leaving early," he added. "The principal has already notified the city guards of Tianyang to come to our aid. If you take the bus towards Tianyang City, you will surely meet the guards soon, and you will be safe. Moreover, this is merely a minor beast tide. With the principal holding the front, our pressure will be significantly reduced, allowing us to hold out until the city guards arrive. Miss Huangfu, you need not worry about us." He gestured for Huangfu Yunzhao to board the bus that had already started. "Since that's the case, I will stay as well. Although I am merely a regular beast master, I can handle any beasts below the awakening level," Huangfu Yunzhao declared. "I can also assist the teachers in defeating those ordinary-level ferocious beasts." Seeing the grade director's calm demeanor, she hesitated for a moment before deciding to remain. Huangfu Shiba was still in the misty forest, confronting the Lord-level Gale Shadow Cat. Now that safety was assured, she did not intend to flee until she saw Huangfu Shiba return safely. The grade director's eyes gleamed with insight upon hearing Huangfu Yunzhao's words. No wonder she was from the Huangfu family. At such a young age, she possessed the strength of a peak ordinary-level beast master. In that case, let her stay. A peak ordinary-level beast master is certainly a formidable asset, he concluded. From Huangfu Yunzhao's words, the grade director assessed her capabilities. She exhibited confidence in facing any ferocious beast below the awakening level, indicating that her strength was likely at the pinnacle of ordinary-level beast masters. Moreover, considering her background, her power undoubtedly surpassed that of several ordinary-level peak beast masters present from the Pilai Fire Security Group. "Director, I will stay with Sister Yunzhao too. My strength is quite impressive as well." Shi Qianying chimed in, causing the grade director to feel somewhat troubled. As the eldest daughter of the prominent Shi family in Tianyang, he could not bear the responsibility if anything happened to her. "Director, I will also stay and wait for the other students to exit before we retreat together." Before the grade director could make a decision, Su Yuan's voice rang out, causing him to shudder. Su Yuan possessed a level of beast mastery talent that was a treasure to Tianyang No. 1 High School. If anything were to happen to him, Wang Gang would surely hold him accountable. "My 2 little troublemakers, can you not cause such a stir?" The grade director lamented inwardly as he observed Shi Qianying and Su Yuan's eager gazes. "Director, let them stay. I will ensure their safety." Just as the grade director was in a dilemma, a voice emerged. He turned to see Tang Zihan approaching atop the back of a towering earth bear, heading towards the group. "Very well, I shall entrust them to Teacher Tang." The grade director felt as if he had found a savior and sighed with relief. Teacher Tang. Su Yuan and Shi Qianying greeted Tang Zihan as she emerged from the misty forest. Meanwhile, the Earth Bear, towering several meters high, displayed a series of attribute information that caught Su Yuan's attention. Earth Bear, contracted, species, bear, Earth-type quality, excellent 7 stars level, commander level 8 status, joyful. Excited skills, child of the Earth, Meyer. Gravity suppression evolution count. 1. Evolution plan 1. Materials required for the next stage of evolution, an excellent 7 stars Earth Bear at commander level 8. Tang Zihan's strength is formidable. Su Yuan was struck with astonishment upon reading the Earth Bear's attributes. He had never seen Tang Zihan summon a beast before and was unaware of her prowess. To his surprise, this strikingly beautiful teacher was also a commander-level beastmaster, possessing an excellent 7 stars quality Earth Bear. Just this Earth Bear alone placed her firmly among the elite of commander-level beastmasters below the Lord level in Tianyang City. This is wonderful. Thank you, Teacher Tang. With the assurance that she could remain, Shi Qianying became noticeably more animated. Sister Yunzhao, come, let me introduce you to a friend, she exclaimed, pulling Huangfu Yunzhao towards Su Yuan. This is my classmate, Su Yuan, a talented beastmaster with extraordinary potential. Su Yuan. This is Huangfu Yunzhao from the Huangfu family in Tianyang City, my dear friend. Upon arriving before Su Yuan, Shi Qianying promptly introduced both of them. Hello. Su Yuan greeted Huangfu Yunzhao with a calm nod. However, internally, he was quite amazed. Thanks to his Tianqi Shenyang talent, he discerned that Huangfu Yunzhao possessed a beast mastery talent of an impressive level. Wyoming level talent significantly enhances the growth rate and combat strength of shadow, poison, and undead-type beasts. The revelation that Huangfu Yunzhao was a level beast mastery genius astonished him. Huangfu Yunzhao was taken aback by Su Yuan's nonchalant demeanor. Typically, other boys her age gazed at her as if they wished to devour her whole. This was the first time she had encountered someone like Su Yuan. In that instant, a flicker of fondness blossomed within her towards him, and she reciprocated with a smile and a nod. Yet, in contrast to Su Yuan, it was the small Xian by his side that captivated Huangfu Yunzhao's attention. She possessed a level of talent, her innate mental strength surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Although she could not perceive the information of all beasts at a glance like Su Yuan, she sensed an exceptionally subtle threat emanating from the small Xian. Huangfu Yunzhao knew there were no rivals among ordinary-level beast masters her age. However, now facing Su Yuan, who was also an ordinary-level beastmaster, she sensed a threat from his beast, piquing her curiosity about his strength. Su Yuan, is your beast a water turtle? Why does this water turtle appear so markedly different from the ordinary variety? The words of Huangfu Yunzhao prompted Shi Qianying to scrutinize the water turtle beside Su Yuan with great care. She soon discerned numerous distinctions between Su Yuan's beast and a typical water turtle. Indeed, Su Yuan, while the shells of water turtles are generally smooth, yours bears protrusions akin to those found on the back of a caiman. Not only that, but it is also covered in scales, a feature absent in ordinary water turtles. Furthermore, even an awakened water turtle typically measures only around 2 meters in length, yet your beast exceeds 3 meters. Shi Qianying gazed at the water turtle before her. Her curiosity piqued, and she began to bombard Su Yuan with questions. Clearing his throat, Su Yuan explained, my water turtle has encountered certain anomalies. It appears to be a mutated variant. Its physical characteristics diverge from those of a typical water turtle, and its strength surpasses that of others within the same realm. Upon hearing the inquiries from the two lovely ladies, Su Yuan coughed lightly, providing an explanation in response. Xiao Xian had not yet managed to revert to its disguise, so Su Yuan decided to align with their inquiries to clarify the situation. Moreover, a significant battle looms ahead, and he intended to prepare them for the possibility that Xiao Xian might reveal its strength. Chapter 18. The Revelation of Truth. A mutated water turtle. Upon hearing Su Yuan's explanation, Huangfu Yunzhao and Shi Qianying gasped in astonishment, casting incredulous glances towards him. From Su Yuan's earlier descriptions, they surmised that this mutated water turtle possessed qualities far superior to that of a standard specimen. Such exceptional prowess could only stem from a higher aptitude. Typically, the likelihood of a beast exhibiting mutations is a staggering 1 in 100,000. The outcomes of such mutations can be both beneficial and detrimental. Su Yuan's water turtle not only manifested a mutation but evolved in a favorable direction, prompting both ladies to marvel at Su Yuan's remarkable fortune. Generally, water turtles possess qualities ranging from rare 5 stars to rare 7 stars. Given that Su Yuan's mutated water turtle likely boasts even higher quality, it could very well reach the status of exceptional quality. A beast master whose first beast evolves to exceptional quality is destined for greatness. Coupled with Su Yuan's innate talent for beast mastery, Even the Huangfu family would spare no effort to court such a prodigy. At the same time that Huangfu Yunzhao and Shi Qianying were astonished by Su Yuan's mutated water turtle, Li Ming emerged from the misty forest, accompanied by two formidable beast masters from the Pailai Fire Security Group. Upon stepping out of the forest, Li Ming's gaze immediately sought Shi Qianying among the gathering crowd. Upon discovering her in Su Yuan's company, a surge of jealousy ignited within him. Damn it! Shi Qianying is mingling with Su Yuan again. Wait, who is that beautiful lady? She is even more stunning than Shi Qianying. However, Li Ming's attention was soon captivated by Huangfu Yunzhao's breathtaking beauty, even clad in a simple black robe. Her unique aura radiated magnificence. This sight left Li Ming momentarily spellbound. Without hesitation, he adjusted his hairstyle and straightened his attire before striding purposefully towards Su Yuan and the two ladies. As he approached, he naturally drew the attention of Shi Qianying and Su Yuan, as most students had already vacated the area, leaving the remaining few eagerly waiting for their peers to escape the misty forest. Every newcomer from the forest was bound to attract scrutiny. As Shi Qianying observed Li Ming striding toward them, his gaze fixed on her and Huangfu Yunzhao, her brows furrowed in disapproval. Humph, that irritating fellow is back. Shi Qianying's remarks prompted Huangfu Yunzhao to glance in Li Ming's direction, just in time to meet his fervent gaze. She was all too familiar with such attention and found it quite discomforting, having had no prior interaction with him. Huangfu Yunzhao had already formed a negative impression of Li Ming. Qianying, I'm relieved to see you made it out safely. I was quite worried when I heard about the beast tied in the misty forest. By the way, who is this beautiful lady beside you? I don't believe I've seen her before. She must not be a student from our school, right? Li Ming approached the trio, first expressing relief towards Shi Qianying, before shifting his gaze to Huangfu Yunzhao, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Humph, how many times must I tell you? Our relationship isn't that close. Do not call me Qianying. Shi Qianying retorted, her disdain evident. Yunzhao, let us go, ignore him. Li Ming's shameless address only intensified Shi Qianying's aversion. Huangfu Yunzhao, noticing Shi Qianying's reaction, quickly grasped her sentiments and nodded in agreement. Without hesitation, the two ladies swiftly moved aside, completely disregarding Li Ming. Their response left Li Ming momentarily frozen in place, his face a mask of embarrassment and confusion. This fool never learns. Su Yuan observed the flustered Li Ming with interest, finding it amusing. Just recently, he had encountered Shi Qianying at the misty forest entrance, where their conversation had resulted in Li Ming receiving a stern reprimand from her. Now, barely 2 days later, the same scene unfolded once again. Even Su Yuan had to admit that he did not possess the same audacity as Li Ming. Sensing Su Yuan's gaze, Li Ming turned to face him, only to find Su Yuan watching him with a mocking expression. Recalling how Shi Qianying and Huangfu Yunzhao had engaged with Su Yuan so amiably, contrasting sharply with their demeanor toward him, Li Ming's jealousy intensified to the point of resentment. And he issued a serious warning to Su Yuan. Su Yuan, I advise you to keep your distance from Shi Qianying and her companions. They are women I have my sights set on. Fool. Yet, in response to Li Ming's warning, Su Yuan merely shrugged, uttering 2 words before departing with Xiao Xian. Choosing not to engage further, Li Ming's expression darkened as he watched Su Yuan walk away, his anger bubbling just beneath the surface. Li Xiao, a beast tide has emerged in the misty forest. To ensure your safety, headquarters has ordered us to escort you from this location immediately. At that moment, 2 leaders from the Pailai Fire Security Group approached Li Ming, bowing respectfully. When did Su Yuan emerge? Li Ming inquired, his tone low and measured. The 2 leaders provided an accurate account of the situation. Shouldn't you explain yourselves? Learning that Su Yuan had exited the forest mere minutes before him, Li Ming's expression darkened further. Before entering the misty forest, he had instructed his subordinates to take measures to eliminate Su Yuan, ensuring that this prodigy would become a laughingstock at school. However, it was evident that his orders had not been executed properly. Li Xiao, Su Yuan does possess some strength. Moreover, not long ago, we inexplicably lost contact with our colleague who was following Su Yuan. This must be linked to him. Based on our estimates, that colleague may have faced punishment from Tianyang No. 1 and might even have lost his life. I suspect our actions have likely been uncovered by Tianyang No. 1, so I urge you to forget all previous orders and maintain discretion. The disappearance of our colleague is likely a warning from Tianyang Yizhong, a subtle reprimand directed at us. In response to Li Ming's inquiry, one individual lowered his voice and replied, causing Li Ming to feel as if doused with cold water, abruptly jolting him into clarity. Although the Li family boasts a Lord-level beast master, their overall strength pales in comparison to that of Tianyang Yizhong. Even if they were to witness the security personnel accompanying Su Yuan being annihilated on the spot by Tianyang Yizhong, the Li family would remain silent, as they were the ones who first breached the established rules. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Li Ming took a deep breath and nodded solemnly. He had to swallow this loss. However, he rejected the two individual suggestion for him to withdraw from this location. Since Su Yuan and Shi Qianying chose to stay and assist everyone in combating the beast tide, he would do the same. Despite his beast mastery talent being merely at the sea level, his family had invested heavily in cultivating his abilities. Li Ming was confident that his strength was not inferior to Su Yuan's. The impending beast tide was an excellent opportunity for him to showcase his prowess, particularly in front of Shi Qianying and her companion. He believed that once he demonstrated his formidable abilities, he would undoubtedly capture their attention. Su Yuan, when the beast tide arrives, I shall make you aware of the disparity between us. Li Ming thought to himself, silently clenching his fists as he gazed at Su Yuan's figure. Chapter 19. The beast tide approaches. Is everyone gathered? Approximately half an hour later, the grade director surveyed the increasing number of students around him and inquired of a teacher responsible for counting heads. We are still short too. The Pili Fire Security Group has relayed that 2 security personnel are escorting the remaining students and should emerge in no more than 3 minutes, the teacher responded. Upon hearing this, the grade director nodded. Just as he was about to instruct everyone to board the vehicles and depart once the last 2 arrived, his expression suddenly shifted. Not only him, but the teacher beside him and others also turned their serious gazes towards the direction of the misty forest. Over there, a cacophony of beast roars grew louder, drawing nearer with each passing moment. The beast tide is upon us. Everyone, prepare for battle. All awakened level and above security personnel and instructors, take positions at the forefront. Those below the awakened level, stay behind with the students. Sensing the approaching threat from the misty forest, the grade director immediately implemented his orders. Commands were issued, and all teachers and security personnel swiftly summoned their contracted beasts, forming defensive formations, ready for the impending conflict. Tang Zihan, a powerful commander-level beastmaster, quickly approached Su Yuan. Before her stood the earth-shattering bear, whose formidable presence forced surrounding beasts to instinctively retreat a step. Su Yuan, Shi Qianying, and Huangfu Yunzhao instinctively gathered together, summoning their contracted beasts to stand behind Tang Zihan. While Huangfu Yunzhao and Shi Qianying's beasts were of the ordinary level, their quality surpassed that of most awakened level and extraordinary level beasts present. Particularly, Huangfu Yunzhao's beast, a rare plant-type creature, caught Su Yuan's attention. Poison Vine's Tree Demon, contracted, species, Trant, wood type, poison type quality, excellent 8 stars level, ordinary 9 status, perfect. On the verge of breakthrough skills, Entangle, Poison Spike, Poison Vine Prison Evolution Count, 1 Evolution Plan 1. Materials required for next stage evolution. A plant-type beast seems promising. Perhaps I should consider contracting a plant-type beast for my next companion. Su Yuan mused, admiring Huangfu Yunzhao's Poison Vine's Tree Demon, noting its high quality and control-oriented skills. Subsequently, his gaze shifted to the beast summoned by Shi Qianying. It was a bird adorned with 3 blazing red flames atop its head, its feathers radiating a brilliant golden hue, exuding an extraordinary presence. Fire-crowned golden eagle, contracted, species, bird, fire-type quality, excellent 7 stars level, ordinary 6 status, perfect skills, dance of fire, fire feather. Golden flame evolution count, 1 evolution plan 1. Materials required for next stage evolution. Shi Qianying's beast was commendable as well. With a quality of excellent 7 stars and a level of ordinary 6, not far inferior to his own companion, Xiaoxian. With such a beast, even if Shi Qianying encountered an ordinary 9-grade beast, she could likely retreat unscathed, explaining her confidence in remaining to assist. After examining the beasts of both girls, Su Yuan nodded slightly, reflecting on the advantages of having the support of a prominent family. His first contracted beast had achieved a quality that many could only dream of. In contrast, without any background, his first beast was merely a rare 9-star water turtle. Even with the school's backing, it could only evolve into a water king turtle, with a quality that would not exceed excellent 3 stars. Comparatively, he fell significantly short of Shi Qianying's fire-crowned golden eagle and Huangfu Yunzhao's Poison Vine's Tree Demon. Suddenly, a powerful tiger roar resonated through the air. Su Yuan turned to see a white tiger crackling with electricity enter his line of sight. The tiger measured approximately 2 meters in length, shimmering with electric light and exuding an impressive aura. Its master was none other than Li Ming. Lightning tiger, contracted, type, fierce beast species, tiger, lightning type quality, excellent 7 stars level, ordinary 5 status, perfect skills, tiger roar, lightning arrow. 100,000 volts evolution count, 1 evolution plan 1. Materials required for next stage evolution. A beast of excellent 7 stars, particularly one specializing in offensive capabilities. Li Ming's companion was indeed formidable. After reviewing the attributes of the lightning tiger, Su Yuan understood the source of Li Ming's confidence. The excellent 7 stars lightning tiger was undeniably powerful. Had Su Yuan not awakened the special talent of the Tianqi Divine Eye, even his evolved Water King turtle would pale in comparison to the lightning tiger. Huh. Su Yuan must be dumbfounded upon seeing my lightning tiger. This beast was a significant investment for my family, evolving from a rare 9-star Thundercat to achieve excellent 7 stars. How could Su Yuan's water turtle compare? Li Ming thought, glancing towards Su Yuan and his companions as he summoned the lightning tiger, deliberately allowing the tiger to roar to attract attention. Feeling pleased by Su Yuan's gaze, Li Ming couldn't help but swell with pride. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble, and the Grade Director's furious shout captured everyone's attention. Su Yuan looked up to see 4 figures bursting forth from the misty forest, racing towards their gathering point. They were the last 2 students and the security personnel accompanying them. Behind them, a horde of fierce beasts roared, relentlessly pursuing them. As Su Yuan recognized the group, flames, ice, rocks, and wind blades surged toward the approaching swarm of beasts. The ferocious beasts in the front row were almost instantaneously engulfed by the relentless barrage of attacks, collapsing to the ground, only to be swiftly trampled over by the merciless creatures that followed closely behind, meeting their demise. With the concerted efforts of numerous teachers and security personnel at the assembly point, the 4 individuals seized this opportunity to successfully escape the perilously close pursuit of the beast tide, returning to the protective circle formed at the assembly point. That was a close call. They nearly did not make it back. The 4, having narrowly reclaimed their lives, heaved a sigh of relief. While the 2 peak ordinary level security personnel glanced apprehensively at the ferocious beasts assailing the defense line, gasping as they spoke. As for the 2 students from Tianyang, their legs buckled, and they collapsed onto the ground. Chapter 20, Ordinary Level 8. How did he achieve that? At the periphery of the misty forest, as the ferocious beasts surged forth, the vanguard sustained a brutal onslaught, yet showed no sign of weakening in their assault, nor did the beasts feel any fear. On the contrary, the scent of blood from the slain beasts incited the ferocity of others, driving them into a frenzy. In this tumultuous scenario, the battle between the beasts and the teachers and students of Tianyang, along with the beast tamers of the PL, whose security group, escalated to a fever pitch within moments of contact. On the side of Tianyang, apart from the commanding flamingo that had previously led Huang Fu Yunzhao out of the misty forest, there were also several commanding level beasts from the Grade Director and Tang Zihan, who stood at the forefront of the defensive line, bearing the brunt of the pressure. Among them, Tang Zihan's colossal 10-meter-tall Earthstorm Bear was particularly formidable. Its massive form resembled a towering wall, safeguarding the crowd, faced with an onslaught of beasts that lacked commanding-level capabilities. This Earthstorm Bear moved through the fray as if it were in an uninhabited realm, easily dispatching any beast that dared approach with a single blow. The skill effect of the Child of the Earth enabled the Earthstorm Bear to continuously absorb a torrent of power, rendering it impervious to fatigue. The abundant energy allowed each swing of its mighty paw to be executed with tremendous force, effortlessly sending any approaching beast soaring through the air, often resulting in them meeting their end before they even touched the ground. Additionally, a petite, fiery red figure flitted amidst the onrushing tide of beasts. With each flicker of its crimson form, another beast perished. This red figure was none other than Tang Zihan's beast, the blazing red fox, which also boasted commanding level strength at the 8th tier. The presence of just these 2 commanding level beasts was sufficient to elevate Tang Zihan to the status of the most powerful individual present. The combined ferocity of the blazing red fox and the Earthstorm Bear in vanquishing beasts surpassed even that of the Grade Director, who commanded 3 commanding level beasts. Su Yuan, with Teacher Tang here, it seems we have no opportunity to intervene, right? Poetic Qianying, standing beside Huang Fu Yunzhao, observed as Tang Zihan single-handedly contained all the beasts threatening their area, and turned to Su Yuan. Indeed, I did not anticipate Teacher Tang's strength to be so formidable. Let us send our beasts to assist the other teachers and students instead, Su Yuan replied, nodding in agreement as he glanced towards other areas. On the battlefield, apart from the Grade Director and Tang Zihan, there were no other commanding level beast tamers present. The defensive circle formed by the group had considerably less pressure only in the area managed by Tang Zihan and the Grade Director. As for the others, they faced significant stress from the onslaught of ordinary and awakened beasts. Su Yuan, you 3 should stay behind me. Let your beasts handle the support, Tang Zihan interjected. Having overheard the exchange between Su Yuan and Poetic Qianying, she had initially assured the Grade Director that she would protect the 3, which was why they had remained. Given the complexity of the situation and the still unfolding beast tide, even with her confidence in her strength, she would not allow the 3 to stray far from her side. Only by staying close could she ensure their safety. Upon hearing her words, Su Yuan and the others nodded in agreement and did not protest. After calling upon their beasts, the trio remained in place, commanding their beasts to strike out in other directions. Under their orders, the 3 ordinary-level beasts, Xiaoxian, the Poison Vine Tree Demon, and the Fire-Crowned Golden Eagle, immediately charged forth. All 3 moved swiftly, but Xiaoxian was the fastest among them. In the blink of an eye, it surged forward, encountering a black spider the size of a truck tire. Perched atop the spider was a faintly glowing candle flame, and its 8 eyes glistened with a bloodthirsty ferocity. Candle flame spider, species, arachnid. Fire-type quality, excellent 3 stars level, ordinary level 7 status, frenzied skill, candle flame silk evolution count, 0 possible evolution paths, 2 an ordinary level 7 creature, easily dispatched. Su Yuan's gaze was fixed on Xiaoxian, and upon spotting its opponent, he quickly assessed the candle flame spider's capabilities. He felt no trepidation whatsoever. A mere ordinary level 7 candle flame spider of only excellent quality could not withstand a single strike from Xiaoxian. With that, the situation unfolded just as expected. Upon seeing the candle flame spider approach, Xiaoxian unleashed a robust jet of water before the creature could launch its attack. The powerful force instantly pierced through the body of the ordinary level 7 candle flame spider, sealing its fate. Such formidable strength. Su Yuan's water arrow turtle has actually reached ordinary level 8. How has his beast's power grown so rapidly? Yet, even having attained ordinary level 8, the might of that water jet seems excessively potent. It completely pierced through the candle flame spider, which was merely 1 tier below. Meanwhile, Tang Zihan, who had been attentively observing the trio's actions, displayed a look of astonishment. With her commanding level prowess, she had already gauged Xiaoxian's strength when it unleashed its energy to attack the candle flame spider. Thus, she was even more surprised. The power of the skill, water gun, that Xiaoxian had just executed was far superior to that of an ordinary level 8 water arrow turtle's typical attack. Tang Zihan even felt that Xiaoxian's strike had approached the level of an awakened beast's might. Su Yuan, what level is your beast? That candle flame spider is no weakling. Simultaneously, poetic Qianying, who was particularly attentive to Su Yuan, also witnessed the scene of Xiaoxian dispatching the candle flame spider in a single blow. Although she could not perceive the strength levels of the beasts as intuitively as Su Yuan, she could certainly sense the overwhelming pressure emanating from the candle flame spider. It was undoubtedly a beast of a level exceeding that of her fire-crowned golden eagle. Even if her fire-crowned golden eagle faced it, it might not easily defeat the creature. Cough, cough, it's not high, merely ordinary level 8. Upon hearing poetic Qianying's inquiry, Su Yuan replied nonchalantly, oh, only ordinary level 8. Wait, you said what? Your beast has actually reached ordinary level 8. Su Yuan's calm demeanor initially left poetic Qianying momentarily stunned, but soon, she gazed at him in disbelief, exclaiming incredulously. Even Huangfu Yunzhao, who had been focused solely on her beast battle, could not help but turn her attention to Su Yuan. Ordinary level 8. Only 1 tier below my Poison Vine Tree Demon. Did you not say Su Yuan lacked any background? How has he managed to cultivate his beast to such a level in such a short span of time? Huangfu Yunzhao gazed at Su Yuan's serene expression, her curiosity deepening. The remarkable speed at which she had nurtured the Doom-Man Tree Demon to the ordinary 9th tier could be attributed not only to her exceptional beast mastery talent, but, more significantly, to the unwavering support of her family, which had invested vast resources to elevate the Poison Vine Tree Demoness level. In contrast, Su Yuan, possessing only a basic beast mastery talent without a formidable background, had astonishingly cultivated a beast to the ordinary 8th tier, which surpassed her comprehension. Chapter 21. Astonishment, confronting an awakened beast. Ordinary 8th tier? Su Yuan's beast had indeed reached the ordinary 8th tier? How could this be possible? At sure Qianying's exclamation. Li Ming, who was not far from them, naturally heard her cry of disbelief. With an expression of incredulity, he turned his gaze towards Su Yuan and, following the direction of their stares, located the figure of Xiaoxian on the battlefield. It seemed that to validate Shi Qianying's earlier exclamation as false, Li Ming's gaze remained fixated on Xiaoxian's silhouette after spotting it. Before long, he witnessed another formidable ape-like beast charging towards Xiaoxian's position with overwhelming momentum. This was an adult 9-fingered battle ape, whose quality typically exceeded 6 stars, and all adult 9-fingered battle apes were classified as awakened beasts. Su Yuan, even if your beast truly reached the ordinary 8th tier, would surely be defeated against this adult 9-fingered battle ape. Upon seeing the beast rushing toward Xiaoxian, Li Ming's previously grim expression transformed into a sinister smirk. He no longer needed to ascertain whether Xiaoxian had genuinely attained the ordinary 8th tier. For Xiaoxian, Whether or not she was at the ordinary 8th tier was irrelevant in the face of an awakened beast. Even his lightning tiger, boasting an excellent 7-star quality, was no match for an adult 9-fingered battle ape at the ordinary 8th tier, let alone Su Yuan's water arrow turtle. Su Yuan, that adult 9-fingered battle ape, is an awakened 2nd-tier beast. It is certainly beyond the capabilities of your beast. Quickly, command your beast to retreat. At this moment, Tang Zihan also recognized the peril confronting Xiao Xian, her tone tinged with urgency. Although Xiao Xian had just exhibited remarkable prowess by defeating the candle spider, achieving a strike comparable to an awakened level attack, that was merely a comparison, and there remained a notable gap when juxtaposed with the true assault of an awakened beast. Moreover, in Tang Zihan's perception, the 9-fingered battle ape charging toward Xiao Xian possessed awakened 2nd-tier strength. While urging Su Yuan, amidst the throng of beasts ahead, a crimson figure swiftly traversed the horde, hastening toward Xiao Xian's direction. Yes, Su Yuan, quickly command your beast to retreat and let the teachers take over. Hearing Tang Zihan's voice, Shi Qianying's expression also shifted, similarly imploring Su Yuan. The 9-fingered battle ape, with its excellent 6-star quality and awakened 2nd-tier level, was perfectly suited to test Xiao Xian's current combat capabilities. However, in defiance of their counsel, Su Yuan did not command Xiao Xian to return. Just as the 9-fingered battle ape charged at Xiao Xian, Su Yuan had already comprehended the attributes of the beast. In response to the oncoming 9-fingered battle ape, Su Yuan issued a single command to Xiao Xian to engage with all its might. Whoosh! Upon receiving Su Yuan's command, Xiao Xian exhaled a heavy white mist through its nostrils. The surrounding water elements converged frantically towards it. In the next moment, a water column, even more robust than the one that had previously felled the candle spider, surged forth, crashing against the chest of the 9-fingered battle ape in an instant. Bang! A dull sound echoed as the 9-fingered battle ape's forward momentum abruptly halted, forcing it to retreat several steps, a pained expression manifesting on its face. Although the 9-fingered battle ape did not suffer the same fate as the candle spider, being pierced through, the powerful impact of the water column caused a gash to open on its chest, blood mingling with the water as it trickled out. The 9-fingered battle ape was injured. How could this be possible? Witnessing Xiao Xian repel the awakened 9-fingered battle ape with a single strike, even inflicting injury, Li Ming's smile froze in an instant. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the scene that entirely defied his expectations, his body trembling involuntarily. Not only Li Ming, but also Shi Qianying and Tang Zihan besides Su Yuan mirrored similar expressions of astonishment. Tang Zihan's previously worried countenance transformed into one of surprise and delight. Just moments ago, facing the ordinary 7th-tier candle spider, Su Yuan's beast had not even utilized its full strength, and it had indeed provided her with an immense surprise. Su Yuan's water arrow turtle, though possessing only the aura of an ordinary 8th tier, had managed to repel an awakened 2nd-tier, 9-fingered battle ape with a single blow. This was utterly inconceivable. No, Su Yuan's beast could no longer simply be referred to as a water arrow turtle, for its combat prowess was far beyond that of a typical water arrow turtle, even surpassing that of its evolved form, the Water King turtle. To unleash the power capable of repelling an awakened 2nd-tier, 9-fingered battle ape, while at the ordinary 8th tier, could only be the hallmark of a perfect quality ordinary 8th-tier beast. Could it be that Su Yuan's beast had evolved into a perfect quality tsunami turtle? But no. The appearance of Su Yuan's beast differed too greatly from that of a tsunami turtle, making it impossible for it to be one. What secrets does this individual, Su Yuan, harbor? Witnessing Xiao Xian inflict injury on the awakened 2nd-tier, 9-fingered battle ape at the ordinary 8th tier filled Tang Zihan with astonishment. Amidst her surprise, she swiftly recalled Su Yuan's soul crystal stone shattering during the beast mastery aptitude test. An inkling arose within her that perhaps the shattering of the soul crystal stone was not mere coincidence. Roar. On the battlefield. After recovering from the blow dealt by Xiao Xian, the 9-fingered battle ape unleashed a furious roar, ignoring its chest wound. It pounded its fists against its chest and howled toward the sky. Its eyes rapidly transformed into a sea of crimson, and its aura surged dramatically. This was the 9-fingered battle ape's berserk skill, indicating it was prepared to fight to the death. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Yuan immediately understood, a glimmer of insight flashing in her eyes. The berserk skill of the 9-fingered battle ape could temporarily elevate its strength, yet once the frenzy subsided, it would succumb to a period of weakness, experiencing a drastic reduction in power, potentially even a drop in tier level. Undoubtedly, this skill was intended for desperate measures. Having activated its berserk skill, the 9-fingered battle ape now possessed the strength of an awakened 3rd tier. Yet Su Yuan remained resolute in her decision not to command Xiao Xian to retreat. Just moments prior, Xiao Xian had merely executed the water gun attack. There were still more formidable skills yet to be unleashed, showing no fear toward the berserk nine-fingered battle ape. Furthermore, attacking was not Xiao Xian's forte, defense was. Even with the surge in combat power from the berserk state, Xiao Xian could withstand the opponent's assault for the time being without issue. Suddenly, just as Su Yuan prepared to let Xiao Xian unleash its full potential, a crimson figure darted past the nine-fingered battle ape like a specter. In the instant of their intersection, a line of blood appeared beneath the nine-fingered battle ape's neck, and its head promptly fell to the ground. The nine-fingered battle ape, comparable to an awakened third-tier beast, had been effortlessly slain without a hint of resistance. The disparity between the commander tier and awakened tier was insurmountably vast. As Su Yuan gazed at the slowly collapsing body of the nine-fingered battle ape, astonishment flickered across her features, her attention shifting to the crimson figure that continued its assault on the other beasts. Qi and Honghu, contracted. Species, Fox. Fire-type quality, excellent 7 stars level. Commander 8th tier status, excited skills, Spark, Fiery Claw. Illusion step evolution count. 1 evolution plan 2. Materials required for the next stage of evolution. Just now, a single strike felled the enraged nine-fingered battle ape, which was none other than Tang Ziyuan's beast, the flaming red fox. Su Yuan, allow your beast to contend with ordinary level ferocious beasts. Those above the ordinary level shall be left to the teachers to handle. At this moment, the voice of Tang Ziyuan echoed beside Su Yuan. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan nodded. From the recent test, he had acquired a clear understanding of Xiao Xian's combat capabilities, rendering further testing unnecessary. In an instant, Su Yuan directed Xiao Xian to seek out other ordinary-level ferocious beasts to engage in battle. He could perceive the specific attributes of all ferocious beasts, and with this ability, Xiao Xian consistently selected opponents of at least ordinary level 7. This not only alleviated some pressure on their side, but also allowed them to earn a significant income from the ferocious beast crystal cores obtained from vanquishing these foes. Chapter 22. Trial concludes. News from the Secret Realm. Su Yuan, what quality is your mutated water arrow turtle? Such combat prowess is far beyond what you previously claimed. Merely a slight improvement over the ordinary water arrow turtle. Watching as Su Yuan commanded Xiao Xian to effortlessly annihilate one ferocious beast after another, each imposing and formidable, Shi Qianying could not help but turn to Su Yuan with an inquiry. Recalling the moment Su Yuan introduced his beast to her and Huangfu Yunjiao, Shi Qianying felt a wave of frustration wash over her. How could Su Yuan's mutated water arrow turtle be merely a slight enhancement over the original? Xiao Xian's performance now clearly indicated that it was vastly superior. Not only Shi Qianying, but even Huangfu Yunjiao was now keenly observing Su Yuan, her gaze shifting between him and Xiao Xian. Huangfu Yunjiao had come to realize that Su Yuan's beast, Xiao Xian, was immensely more powerful than her own. With an ordinary level 8 strength, it was able to exhibit the combat prowess of a typical awakened level 3 ferocious beast. Clearly, Su Yuan's beast surpassed her poison vine tree demon in quality, and even the Gale Shadow Cat that she and Huangfu Shiba had previously sought was inferior to Su Yuan's beast. To exhibit awakened level combat capabilities at the ordinary level 8 rank, his beast must be exceedingly close to perfect quality, if not already perfect. The strength of his first beast, a rare mutated water arrow turtle, indicated that Su Yuan's fortune was truly unparalleled. Yet, perhaps Su Yuan's possession of such a formidable beast was not solely due to luck. He might harbor secrets unknown to others. As Su Yuan remained fully absorbed in directing Xiao Xian in battle, Huangfu Yunjiao's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Her face graced with a gentle smile, captivatingly beautiful. Unbeknownst to her, she had developed a profound interest in Su Yuan, her gaze drawn to him effortlessly. The battle did not prolong for long. Under the leadership of Tang Zihuan and the principal's commanding level beasts, the group engaged in combat against a small wave of beasts surging forth from the misty forest for approximately 20 minutes before the support of the Tianyang City Guard arrived. With the assistance of hundreds of awakened-level beast masters, they effortlessly eradicated all the ferocious beasts within the wave without sustaining any injuries. After more than half an hour of relentless combat, Su Yuan's rewards were remarkable. In just over 30 minutes, Xiao Xian had slain an astonishing 300 ferocious beasts of ordinary level 7 and above, earning over 300 ordinary high-level ferocious beast crystal cores. Coupled with the bounty from a day and a half of solitary hunting in the misty forest, Su Yuan now possessed over 500 ferocious beast crystal cores. The cumulative value of these crystal cores exceeded 2 million. With such a substantial collection, he need not worry about the feeding of his beast for the coming month. However, he lamented that this wave of beasts was merely a small one. He had not yet had his fill of hunting. As Su Yuan meticulously stored all the ferocious beast crystal cores collected by Xiao Xian, He cast a wistful glance at the surrounding area, now devoid of beasts. If only he had more time, he could have gathered even more crystal cores. Su Yuan, are you not going to recall your beast to rest? At this moment, Shi Qianying and Huangfu Yunjiao approached. Observing Su Yuan as he packed a significant number of ferocious beast crystal cores into his bag, without recalling Xiao Xian to his beast ring, they could not help but inquire. During the previous battle, Xiao Xian's performance had truly opened their eyes. Despite sharing the same ordinary level strength, Xiao Xian had slain more ferocious beasts than the total of both their efforts combined. However, the more beasts one defeated, the greater the energy expenditure. After the battle concluded, both of their beasts were nearly exhausted and had already been returned to their beast rings for rest. Noticing that Su Yuan had gathered all the ferocious beast crystal cores, yet showed no intention of recalling Xiao Xian, they decided to ask. Upon hearing their questions, Su Yuan smiled, and then retrieved several water-type ferocious beast crystal cores from his pocket, tossing them to Xiao Xian. Watching as Xiao Xian joyfully consumed these crystal cores, he explained, Xiao Xian prefers not to remain in the beast ring. Furthermore, for beasts, after exhausting their energy, replenishing with ferocious beast crystal cores and food is far more effortless, while absorbing the energy from outside rather than being isolated within the beast ring. This also allows them to absorb elemental energy from the world, accelerating their level advancement. Is that truly the case? Could it be that your beast's rapid level increase is entirely due to this? Upon hearing Su Yuan's earnest yet dubious explanation, both Shi Qianying and Huangfu Yunjiao displayed skepticism on their exquisite faces. They had never encountered such reasoning before. However, Su Yuan, under the scrutiny of these two stunning beauties, felt somewhat embarrassed. This was not the truth. He had not recalled Xiao Xian to the beast ring simply because his beast ring was already occupied by the Gale Shadow Cat, leaving no room for another beast. To bring Xiao Xian back, he would need to acquire another empty beast ring. Naturally, Su Yuan refrained from disclosing this reality. The uproar caused by contracting a second beast while still at the ordinary level would undoubtedly eclipse the commotion stirred by Xiao Xian's impressive combat capabilities. By the way, Miss Huangfu, if I am not mistaken, the beast you summoned earlier must be the poison vine tree demon from the plant-type beasts, correct? It is a high-quality beast of around the 7 stars level, quite rare among plant-type beasts. If you do not mind, could you share how you contracted this beast? Or where might one find similar plant-type exotic beasts to contract? Faced with the inquiries from the two ladies, Su Yuan swiftly diverted the topic, avoiding further discussion on Xiao Xian's status in the beast ring. His change of subject proved effective. Upon hearing Su Yuan's question, Huangfu Yunjiao momentarily set aside her thoughts on the truth of Su Yuan's earlier claims and replied, My poison vine tree demon was prepared for me by my family. After I assessed its aptitude, I returned home to contract it. Although I am unaware of how my family procured the poison vine tree demon, if you are seeking to contract a plant-type beast like it, I suggest you visit the Voodoo Jungle. There are plenty of poison-type plant beasts there. And as long as you can subdue one, you have a high chance of successfully contracting a plant-type exotic beast. Typically, plant-type beasts are quite fearful of flames. Having a fire-type beast nearby will significantly reduce the difficulty of contracting a plant-type beast. After hearing Huangfu Yunjiao's words, Su Yuan nodded slightly and continued to inquire. What exactly is this Voodoo Jungle? I have not heard of it before. I am aware that the Voodoo Jungle is a unique secret realm located outside Tianyang City. Su Yuan, it is quite rare for us to hear news about the Voodoo Jungle in Tianyang City. I only learned of its existence during previous visits to Sister Yunjiao's home with my family. Without waiting for Huangfu Yunjiao to respond, Shi Qianying immediately interjected. Upon hearing this, Huangfu Yunjiao slightly nodded, affirming Shi Qianying's words. Tianyang City, Voodoo Jungle, yes, I understand now. Thank you for the information. After listening to the two, Su Yuan pondered for a moment, nodded to them, and expressed his gratitude. It's merely a trivial matter, nothing to worry about. Shi Qianying waved her hand grandly. Huangfu Yunjiao also smiled at Su Yuan, saying, If you come to Tianyang City, do let me know. Our Huangfu family has been doing quite well here, and I would be happy to extend my hospitality. Absolutely, I will. Su Yuan replied with a smile, and the three engaged in lively conversation. Chapter 23, Alliance. While the three enjoyed their camaraderie, Li Ming observed them from a distance. Watching Shi Qianying and Huangfu Yunjiao laughing beside Su Yuan, Li Ming's face almost bore the marks of envy. Li Xiao. Su Yuan has already displayed extraordinary talent and strength. It would be wise to avoid any conflicts with him in the future. Cautioned two Beastmasters from the Pili Fire Security Group, standing behind Li Ming, noticing his expression. Previously, they felt apprehensive about Su Yuan because of his exceptional Beastmaster talent, particularly due to the formidable backing of Tianyang No. 1 High School. However, after witnessing Su Yuan's prowess in the recent battle against the Beast Wave, Their apprehension shifted directly to Su Yuan himself. In just a month, he had cultivated a beast capable of contending with awakened-level beasts. Su Yuan's rapid ascent in talent and strength surpassed their expectations. Such a prodigy, barring any unforeseen circumstances, would undoubtedly become a Lord-level Beastmaster. There is a substantial probability he may even ascend to a King-level Beastmaster in the future. To provoke someone destined for such greatness would undoubtedly spell disaster for the Li family, unless they could eliminate Su Yuan before he fully realized his potential. However, given Su Yuan's recent performance, it was clear that Tianyang No. 1 High School would place even greater importance on him. Any faction within Tianyang City seeking to stifle Su Yuan under the protection of Tianyang No. 1 High School would find it nearly impossible. Therefore, it was best to avoid antagonizing a genius like Su Yuan. Recognizing this, the two advised Li Ming when they noticed his demeanor was off. I am well aware of that, and I do not require your reminders. Upon hearing their words, Li Ming quickly suppressed his expression, yet he did not regard the two with any kindness. The powerful display Su Yuan exhibited during the recent beast wave had shattered Li Ming's arrogance. Despite being pampered and having an inflated ego, witnessing Su Yuan's might forced him to reconsider his negative thoughts about Su Yuan, refraining from further provocation. Otherwise, even if Su Yuan and Tianyang No. 1 High School chose not to hold him accountable, his parents would undoubtedly not spare him upon learning the truth. Just as Li Ming's reprimand concluded, the firebird in the open field suddenly emitted a resounding cry. It then flapped its wings and soared into the distant sky. That was a commanding level Qingyu eagle. Could it be that the beast had not been vanquished? Was the beast wave still ongoing? Wait. It seems there are two people on the back of that Qingyu eagle. It is not a beast, but rather a beastmaster's beast. That figure looks familiar. It is the principal. The principal has returned. Upon sensing the firebird's actions, everyone followed its flight path and soon spotted two figures swiftly approaching on the back of a massive blue eagle. Upon recognizing one of the figures as Wang Gang, the principal of Tianyang No. 1 High School, the teachers of Tianyang No. 1 High School sighed in relief. The tension among the others also dissipated. Shortly thereafter, Wang Gang and Huang Fushiba arrived before the crowd, dismounting from their respective beasts. Uncle Ba. Upon seeing Huang Fushiba, who appeared somewhat disheveled yet unharmed, Huang Fu Yunzhao finally relaxed her previously anxious heart and rushed towards him. Uncle Ba, are you alright? That swift shadow cat didn't hurt you, did it? Huang Fu Yunzhao approached Huang Fushiba's side, immediately inquiring about his well-being. Do not worry, Yunzhao, I am fine. Thanks to Principal Wang's timely arrival, I was able to fend off that Lord-level swift shadow cat. Otherwise, I would not have emerged unscathed. As Huang Fushiba spoke, his voice imbued with warmth. It naturally drew attention. It seemed he had engaged in battle with a Lord-level swift shadow cat, suggesting that the recent beast wave was likely related to it. However, Huang Fu Yunzhao wondered what connection there could be between that Lord-level swift shadow cat and her own swift shadow cat cub. Hearing Huang Fushiba's words, Su Yuan's expression turned peculiar as he pondered whether the source of the beast wave and the upheaval of the Lord-level beast was linked to the little cat he had forcibly contracted the previous night. Unbeknownst to him, all of this was a consequence of his actions. Of course, only Wang Gang was aware of the entire situation. Even Su Yuan himself was oblivious to the truth. Yes, it is good that Uncle Ba is unharmed. Thank you, Principal Wang. Once Huang Fu Yunzhao confirmed that Huang Fushiba was uninjured, her worried expression was replaced with a smile, and she made sure to express her gratitude to Wang Gang once more. In response, Wang Gang smiled faintly, nodding in acknowledgement, before shifting his gaze to Su Yuan. Seeing that both Su Yuan and Xiao Xian were perfectly fine, he felt a sense of relief. By the way, Uncle Ba, I would like to introduce you to a newly acquainted friend. He may visit us in Tianyang City in the future. Free from her worries, Huang Fu Yunzhao became lively again, addressing Huang Fushiba. Then, under Huang Fushiba's astonished gaze, she proceeded to introduce Su Yuan, vividly recounting his previous battle. No wonder Yunzhao considers him a friend. This young man possesses such formidable strength, truly extraordinary. After listening to Huang Fu Yunzhao's introduction, Huang Fushiba's gaze towards Su Yuan gradually turned serious. Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. Young friend Su Yuan, not only are you handsome, but your strength is also unparalleled among your peers. I am Huang Fushiba, Yunzhao's second uncle. If you come to Tianyang City, you must inform me. We will certainly treat you well. As fellow prodigies of the same age, you both can engage in meaningful exchanges and grow together. If you desire a plant-type beast similar to Yunzhao's, feel free to seek me out when you venture into the voodoo jungle. I will arrange for someone to escort you inside. As he spoke, Huang Fushiba stepped forward with a warm smile, handing Su Yuan a business card. It is crucial for the Huangfu family to cultivate ties with a genius like Su Yuan. Even if Su Yuan's future achievements do not surpass those of Huang Fu Yunzhao, They will certainly exceed those of other members of the Huangfu family. Forming a friendship with a talented beastmaster like Su Yuan will undoubtedly be advantageous. Your flattery is unwarranted. I appreciate your kindness, senior. Should the need arise, I will certainly seek your assistance. In response to the commendations from Huangfu Shiba, Su Yuan humbly replied, while graciously accepting the business card extended to him. For Su Yuan, fostering a relationship with a prominent family like the Huangfu clan could only yield benefits. Ha ha ha, splendid. Su Yuan's response elicited a hearty laugh from Huangfu Shiba, further endearing him to Su Yuan. Chapter 24 Exposed. Ha ha ha, Su Yuan, well done. You did not bring shame to Tianyang First High. At this moment, Wang Gang, who had just learned of Su Yuan's impressive performance during the Beast Tide, laughed heartily. With a meaningful glance towards Su Yuan and his companion, Xiao Xian, he was once again astonished by Su Yuan. Although Wang Gang was the only one present who knew that Su Yuan had contracted a second beast, he remained awestruck by Xiao Xian's prowess. The ability to repel a second-tier awakened nine-fingered war ape at a mere ordinary 8th tier indicated that Xiao Xian had undoubtedly reached the pinnacle of exceptional quality, perhaps even perfection. A perfect quality beast was something that even a lord-level beast master like him had never possessed. Not even the Huangfu clan could easily grant Huangfu Yunzhao a perfect quality beast, as evidenced by their recent expedition to the Misty Forest in search of the Wind Shadow Cat cubs. Not only did they fail to find the cubs, but they nearly lost both lives in the process. Even if Su Yuan had not intercepted the Wind Shadow Cat cubs, convincing Huangfu Yunzhao to contract one would require immense resources. To evolve an exceptional 9-star Wind Shadow Cat into a perfect quality beast, the Huangfu clan would have to expend significant effort. Yet, here stood Su Yuan, whose first contracted beast was already so close to perfection, an anomaly derived from a variant water arrow turtle, a fact that would evoke envy in anyone. As for Wang Gang, he had witnessed Su Yuan contract the Wind Shadow Cat firsthand. With two such formidable beasts under his command, Su Yuan's fortune was remarkable, prompting even a lord-level beastmaster like Wang Gang to reflect deeply. While variant beasts rarely had established evolutionary paths, the proximity of Su Yuan's water arrow turtle to perfect quality indicated that he need not worry about the future strength of this beast. Moreover, even if the variant water arrow turtle did not suffice, he still had the Wind Shadow Cat, which possessed two potential paths toward evolving into a perfect quality beast. Casting a profound glance at Su Yuan, Wang Gang approached him and patted his shoulder before orchestrating the group's departure. Given the circumstances, the 3-day field training had to conclude prematurely. Huangfu Shiba and Huangfu Yunzhao, however, chose not to accompany the others to Tianyang City, but instead departed independently towards Tianyan City. Su Yuan, please return your beasts. And regarding your second beast contract during your ordinary tier, refrain from mentioning it to anyone unless absolutely necessary. As the group departed, Wang Gang guided Su Yuan into his private vehicle, discreetly handing him a Beast Master bracelet. Upon receiving the bracelet, Su Yuan cast a surprised glance at Wang Gang, astonished that the latter was aware of his second beast contract. Until now, Su Yuan had believed this information was known to no one. However, upon reflection, he quickly understood. It was likely that the principal had been covertly watching over him all along, employing his status as a lord-level beastmaster to remain undetected. Su Yuan speculated that the principal must have observed the battle between Xiao Xian and the Wind Shadow Cat. With this realization, Su Yuan felt a wave of unease wash over him. Rest assured, though high-tier beast masters are rare, they do exist. For now, it is prudent to keep your true talents hidden from public view and reveal them during the entrance examinations. Wang Gang spoke softly, sensing Su Yuan's apprehension. You need not worry. I will keep your secret and will not disclose your true circumstances to anyone else. The world is far more perilous than you can imagine. As beast masters, we must not only confront the threats posed by fierce beasts outside the city, but also defend against more formidable enemies. Therefore, before drawing the attention of genuine powerhouses, it is advisable to conceal your exceptional talents. Feeling the weight of Wang Gang's words, Su Yuan exhaled a sigh of relief, nodding earnestly in agreement. I understand, Principal. I will exercise greater caution from now on. As they spoke, Su Yuan expressed gratitude with a glance before stowing his original Beast Master bracelet into his pocket and donning the one Wang Gang had given him, departing from the vehicle. Upon exiting, Su Yuan glanced at Xiao Xian, who had remained vigilantly by his side. Without hesitation, he summoned Xiao Xian into the Beast Master bracelet and swiftly rejoined the remaining students, boarding an inconspicuous bus. Under the protection of the city guards and the teachers from Tianyang First High, they returned to Tianyang City. Once back in Tianyang City, Su Yuan promptly left Tianyang First High and made his way to the trading market to sell the spoils acquired over the past 2 days. After setting aside the beast cores needed for his 2 beasts, he sold the remaining cores, each of ordinary quality, averaging 4,000 federal coins. Given that most of the fierce beasts he had slain during the tide were of at least ordinary 7th tier, Su Yuan amassed over 2 million federal coins from the sale of these cores. The speed at which beast masters could earn money was astounding. In just 2 days, he had garnered such wealth, a sum that would take an ordinary person a lifetime to accumulate. However, the costs of nurturing beasts were significant. A single high-tier beast food required 2,000 federal coins. Xiao Xian alone consumed 10 high-tier foods daily, not to mention the additional fierce beast cores of the same attribute. This translated to daily expenditures amounting to tens of thousands. Thus, the need to earn was imperative. Shaking his head, Su Yuan allocated half of his recently acquired funds, spending 100,000 on several bags of high-tier beast food and the necessary fierce beast cores for both Xiao Xian and the Wind Shadow Cat, before exiting the trading market. According to Huangfu Yunjiao, although the Voodoo Jungle was a small secret realm, it was primarily inhabited by awakened fierce beasts, posing a significant threat to him at present. To venture into the Voodoo Jungle in pursuit of plant-type beasts, he needed to enhance his strength further. Only when he could face awakened fierce beasts without fear would he proceed. Meanwhile, he could seek out a fire attribute beast. The trading market in Tianyang City also offered numerous beast cubs and eggs for sale. Perhaps with the remaining 100,000, he could acquire a fire attribute beast. Stepping out of the shop, Su Yuan's eyes gleamed with determination as he surveyed the bustling beast trading market. Chapter 25, Tianyu Group. Although the quality of the beast eggs and cubs in the trading market varied greatly and fell short of the premium offerings on the 3rd floor of the breeding center, their affordability was appealing. The rare quality beast eggs on the 3rd floor of the breeding center often commanded prices in the millions of federal coins, rendering Su Yuan's 100,000 insufficient to procure his desired beast egg. Moreover, access to the 3rd floor of the breeding center was not merely a matter of wealth. One could not simply purchase beast eggs without due consideration. Thus, Su Yuan resolved to test his luck in the trading market of Tianyang City. Naturally, for other beast masters, searching for beast eggs in the trading market was akin to a gamble. No one can ascertain the quality of a beast egg purchased without preliminary appraisal. However, for Su Yuan, who possesses the ability to discern details about the beasts, no exceptional beast egg in the trading market can escape his keen gaze. After making his decision, Su Yuan meandered swiftly through the bustling streets of the trading market, with 2 contracted beasts alongside him, and enhanced abilities from Xiao Xian and the newly contracted Swift Shadow Cat, both of which boasted an impressive quality of 9 stars. His strength was exceptional. The power they bestowed upon Su Yuan elevated his physical prowess to a level comparable to that of ordinary ferocious beasts. His formidable physique allowed him to move with the grace of the wind, his gaze piercing and determined. Before long, Su Yuan arrived at his destination, a stall selling beast eggs. Each egg was priced at 100,000 Federation coins. 100,000 is a small price to pay for a chance at fortune. Take a risk, and a bicycle can become a motorcycle. Young man, care to purchase a beast egg? With a stroke of luck, acquiring a rare quality beast is within reach. Vendors lined the streets, passionately promoting their wares. Su Yuan slowed his pace, passing by a dozen stalls, casting a glance at the so-called beast eggs on display, and could not help but shake his head. The majority of these eggs were of mundane quality, some barely qualifying as ordinary beasts. Common ostrich and crocodile eggs were misleadingly presented as beast eggs. Anyone foolish enough to purchase these common poultry eggs would surely suffer a loss. Even if one were to acquire an ordinary quality beast egg, it would hardly justify the hefty price of 100,000 Federation coins. The quality of the beast eggs at these stalls was indeed disappointing. The notion that the protagonist could effortlessly stumble upon treasures in such places seemed nothing more than a fabrication of fiction. After half an hour of browsing, Su Yuan had surveyed nearly every beast egg available, ultimately forced to smile bitterly. The situation starkly contrasted with the experiences of protagonists in novels, who effortlessly found treasures at roadside stalls. Upon inspecting the last stall on the street, Su Yuan's hopes were dashed. Having examined over 1,000 beast eggs, the best quality he encountered was merely 7 stars, excellent by ordinary standards, but unimpressive to Su Yuan, especially with Xiao Xian and the Swift Shadow Cat, both nearing perfection. At his side, only beasts capable of evolving into mythical qualities would catch his interest. Regrettably, even with his talent, the Tianqi Shenyang, which allowed him to perceive all evolutionary paths of beasts, none of the creatures he encountered on this street possessed the potential to evolve to mythical quality. It was clear that he would need to explore nearby shops that sold beast eggs to find something suitable. After thoroughly inspecting every stall, Su Yuan shook his head and made his way towards the nearby shops. The establishments lining the trading market primarily dealt in various goods related to beasts, materials from ferocious beasts, beast feed, various crystals, and resources. Beast eggs were, of course, included. Moreover, the quality of the beast eggs in the shops was significantly superior to those at the stalls, typically beginning at ordinary quality, with several even reaching excellent quality. There was no misrepresentation with common poultry eggs here. However, rare quality beast eggs remained exceedingly rare. After visiting several shops, Su Yuan discovered that any rare quality beast eggs were regarded as the treasures of those establishments, with the lowest priced at 400,000 Federation coins. While Su Yuan could afford these lower-priced eggs, he sought rare quality fire attribute beasts to thrive in the voodoo jungle and contract plant-type beasts. Thus far, none of the rare quality beasts he encountered met his needs. Half an hour later, Su Yuan arrived at the heart of the trading market, where he beheld a lavishly decorated beast mall, prominently marked with the name Tianyu Group. The dazzling neon lights flashed incessantly, capturing his attention. The Tianyu Group appeared to be the family business of Shi Qianing. As the largest beast material trader in Tianyang City, perhaps he could find the beast egg he needed here. Filled with anticipation, Su Yuan entered the opulent mall. True to its reputation, the Tianyu Group's beast eggs rivaled those of the breeding center in Tianyang City. The categorization of egg quality was meticulous, suggesting the presence of a highly skilled appraiser behind the scenes. However, this meant that the prices of rare quality beast eggs had surged. And with a little over 1 million Federation coins at his disposal, acquiring a desirable beast seemed improbable. As Su Yuan wandered through the sales area for beast eggs, he couldn't help but voice his sentiments. The quality of the beast eggs was distinctly categorized into 3 major zones: ordinary, excellent, and rare, with no discrepancies whatsoever. The price differences were significant, with ordinary eggs priced at 50 to 60,000, excellent eggs reaching around 500,000, and rare eggs soaring to 5 million each. With just over $1 million in his possession, Su Yuan found himself unable to afford the rare quality beast eggs, prompting his lament. Just as he was lost in thought, a familiar voice called out, capturing his attention. Su Yuan. Turning towards the source, he saw Shi Qianing jogging towards him, her face alight with joy. "What brings you to Tianyu Group?" she inquired playfully. With a gentle smile, Su Yuan replied, "I'm here to select my next beast. As you know, Xiao Xian has already reached ordinary 8th tier and should soon break through to the awakened level. At that point, I will need to contract a second beast to expedite their training." "Oh, I see. Follow me then. I know this place well." "The truly exceptional beasts are located on the upper floor," Shi Qianing responded, her sweet smile inviting him to join her. Su Yuan raised his hand. "No need to go upstairs. I'm fine browsing down here." His reluctance stemmed not from disinterest, but rather from his limited funds. The rare zone's beast eggs were beyond his reach, let alone those of truly high quality. "I'll accompany you then." Shi Qianying's enthusiasm remained undeterred by his refusal, and she insisted on staying by his side as they explored the Tianyu Group Mall. Unable to refuse her companionship, Su Yuan acknowledged that having a beautiful companion made the experience all the more enjoyable. "Have you looked at all these beast eggs?" she asked as they passed through the ordinary, excellent, and rare display areas, noticing that Su Yuan had not devoted much attention to the eggs. "Having wandered for over half an hour, I perused the entirety of the 3 major regions showcasing the beast eggs, only to regretfully find none that piqued my interest." Su Yuan did not conceal the truth, stating it plainly. "Have you checked the area in the corner north of the mall where unidentified beast eggs are located?" Shi Qianing inquired earnestly after listening to him. "Such a place exists?" Su Yuan responded with a look of surprise. "Indeed, many of our beast eggs are sourced externally. Although we have employed professional beast appraisers for identification, a significant portion remains unclassifiable in terms of quality. These eggs have been amassed in a special area in the northern part of the mall, priced at 1 million each, allowing prospective buyers to select freely. With a stroke of luck, one might uncover a fine beast egg for that sum," Shi Qianing elaborated while walking. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan immediately grew intrigued. The likelihood of finding high-quality beast eggs among those that even the appraisers of Tianyu Group could not evaluate surpassed that of those available at street stalls. Guided by Shi Qianing, Su Yuan soon arrived at the storage area she mentioned. The number of beast eggs in this section exceeded his expectations. "There must be thousands of them," Su Yuan remarked, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at the tightly arranged display of eggs. Without further hesitation, he focused his attention and began to scan the collection. Tai Yuhu, species, bird, water element. Quality, excellent, 8 stars. Honggujiao, species, bird, fire element. Quality, rare, 1 star. Luo Kai, species, crocodile, water element. Quality, excellent, 6 stars. Indeed, the quality of the beast eggs here far surpassed those held by street vendors. As Su Yuan strolled along the display, he nodded slightly, noting that nearly 90% of the eggs were of excellent quality, with occasional glimpses of rare ones. However, purchasing one for 1 million without selecting a rare quality would certainly result in a loss. For most, the chance of incurring a loss while spending 1 million in this area was as high as 90%. Yet, for Su Yuan, with his ability to perceive the attributes of these eggs, he could never be at a disadvantage. To ensure he missed no information about the U-Beast eggs, Su Yuan dedicated over an hour to thoroughly examine each one. Ultimately, he successfully found a suitable egg for himself, and surprisingly, the quality exceeded his expectations. Have you found a U-Beast egg that you like? I can arrange for the manager to give you a 50% discount. Shi Qianying offered generously after they completed their tour of the unidentified eggs. As the eldest daughter of the Shi family, she held such authority. Even if she were to gift several eggs to Su Yuan, the mall's manager would dare not utter a word of protest. I indeed have my eye on a few. I will choose this one, Su Yuan replied with a smile, nodding at Shi Qianying. He approached the egg he had previously admired and lifted it carefully. This is the one. However, I shall pay the full price for it. Thank you for your kindness. Despite Shi Qianying's offer of a discount, the quality of this particular U-Beast egg far exceeded the 1 million federal coins price tag. Securing it for that amount was already a significant bargain. Moreover, he preferred not to trouble Shi Qianying with any potential backlash. Very well, Shi Qianying observed the resolute expression on Su Yuan's face, understanding his unwavering nature. After a moment's hesitation, she nodded in agreement. All the U-Beast eggs in this area were unknown, even to the chief appraisers of Tianyu Group. After a comprehensive inspection, Su Yuan determinedly selected the egg, and Shi Qianying was curious about the nature of the creature it would yield. However, Su Yuan did not satisfy her curiosity. After paying the 1 million fee, he bid farewell to Shi Qianying and departed from Tianyu Group with his carefully chosen U-Beast egg. After purchasing a U-Beast bracelet outside, he hurried home. Su Yuan, having selected such a unique U-Beast egg, was eager to discover the creature inside. As he watched Su Yuan leave clutching the gray egg adorned with dark red patterns, Shi Qianying murmured softly to herself. Chapter 27. Perfect 5 stars. Qiyang Bird. Securing a perfect quality U-Beast egg for merely 1 million. I have struck gold. It's time to forge a contract. Upon returning home, Su Yuan gazed at the U-Beast egg in his arms, his face alight with joy. He promptly initiated the contract for the egg. As his mental energy intertwined with the egg, a surge of scorching energy erupted forth, and the egg soon appeared with numerous cracks, heralding the imminent hatching of the creature within. Crack, crack. Under Su Yuan's watchful gaze, the palm-sized U-Beast egg finally broke open. A small bird with crimson feathers appeared before him, its soft plumage complemented by a pair of lively eyes that shone with a fiery red hue. Among the scarlet feathers were delicate golden lines. Upon emerging, the small bird widened its twinkling eyes and affectionately flew to rest upon Su Yuan's shoulder, nuzzling against his cheek. After a brief exchange of warmth, Su Yuan cradled the little bird in his hands to inspect its attributes. Qiyang Bird, contracted. Species, bird, fire element. Quality, perfect. 5 stars. Level, ordinary, first rank. Status, joyful. Skills, fire feather, flame shield, annihilation fire eye, sunfire incineration. Evolution count, 0. Evolution options, 5. Option 1. After 1 evolution, it evolves into the giant flame eagle, epic, 1 star. Materials required for evolution. Option 2. After 2 evolutions, it evolves into the crimson cloud eagle, epic, 8 stars. Materials required for the first stage, evolution. Option 5. After 4 evolutions, it evolves into the phoenix, mythical. Materials required for the first stage evolution. Purple hydrangea X1, flame fruit X1. Celestial redstone X3, 9-petal fire lotus X1. With its perfect 5-star quality and the potential to evolve into a mythical phoenix, I have acquired yet another divine U-Beast. With the Qiyang Bird by my side, navigating the voodoo jungle will undoubtedly become a more seamless endeavor. However, this now adds another U-Beast that requires nurturing, and my current resources are somewhat inadequate. Furthermore, the materials required for future evolutions are exceedingly rare, without billions in funds. It would be impossible for Xiao Xian and the others to advance to the next stage of evolution. It seems I must venture outside the city to hunt ferocious beasts, procuring their cores for sale. As Su Yuan gazed at the newly hatched Qiyang Bird affectionately nudging his palm with its head, he fell into deep contemplation before murmuring to himself. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was the following dawn. Su Yuan's figure appeared at the Tianyang City Adventurers Guild. He had long heard that the guild offered numerous tasks for hunting ferocious beasts each day. As expected, the rewards for these tasks were indeed substantial, allowing him to earn additional bounties while venturing outside the city to slay these beasts. Arriving at the Adventurers Guild in Tianyang City, Su Yuan scanned the task board filled with numerous assignments, and a subtle smile graced his face. Without delay, he proceeded to the guild's office, intending to accept a few suitable tasks before heading out. "Hello, please assist me in registering as an adventurer. I wish to take on some tasks," Su Yuan said with a smile to the staff at the counter. "Are you certain you wish to register as an adventurer?" The staff member looked at Su Yuan in astonishment, clearly taken aback. This was largely due to Su Yuan's youth. Registration as an adventurer required an evaluation. Only by defeating a guild-designated awakened ferocious beast could one obtain the adventurer status. After all, adventurers needed to venture outside the city to undertake perilous tasks. Without the strength to defeat awakened ferocious beasts, the chances of surviving in the treacherous wilderness were nearly non-existent. In response to the staff's incredulous inquiry, Su Yuan merely nodded calmly. This confidence suggested that the young man was far from ordinary. Observing Su Yuan's composed demeanor, the staff member quietly acknowledged his prowess. Without further hesitation, he gestured for Su Yuan to follow him. "Please, come with me." Afterward, he led Su Yuan to the evaluation area of the Adventurers Guild. "Su, this young man is here for the adventurer registration evaluation," the staff member respectfully announced to a middle-aged man stationed at the entrance of the evaluation area. "Oh, such a young lad coming for the adventurer evaluation. Very well, follow me," Su replied, casting a casual glance at Su Yuan. Having served as the guild's overseer for many years, he had encountered numerous young prodigies among beast tamers wishing to register as adventurers. He had seen several youths like Su Yuan, resembling students, seeking to register. Thus he remained notably more composed than the staff member who had brought Su Yuan. Su Yuan nodded slightly and followed Su into the evaluation area. "You need only defeat this Yulang, and you will have passed the evaluation, allowing you to register as an adventurer with the guild," Su stated as he led Su Yuan to a confined area housing a 3-meter-long, ferocious-looking wolf-like beast. Su Yuan's gaze fell upon the Yulang as Su spoke. "Yulang. Species, wolf-type wind system. Quality, excellent 3 stars. Level, awakening stage 1. Status, angry. Skills, windblade. Evolution count, 0. Evolution options, 2. First evolution option, evolve into a Yu-Ming wolf, rare 4 stars, after 1 evolution. Materials required for evolution. Second evolution option, evolve into a Yuying fierce wolf, exceptional 7 stars, after 2 evolutions. Materials required for the first stage evolution. The awakening stage 1 Yulang possessed combat power inferior to the 9-fingered battle ape encountered previously outside the Misty Forest. Thus, Su Yuan felt assured that Xiao Xian could easily handle this foe. Although Xiao Xian was currently only at the ordinary 8 stars level, its quality reached exceptional 9 stars, making its combat strength comparable to the Yulang before him. "Are you ready? Then let us begin," Su said after a brief silence as he observed Su Yuan assessing the Yulang. "Yes, let us begin," Su Yuan replied, nodding. With a swift motion, he activated the Beast Taming ring on his wrist, and a flash of light revealed Xiao Xian, a 3-meter-long creature, standing before Su Yuan and Su. "What sort of beast is this?" Su pondered. Externally, it resembled a water arrow turtle. Yet its scales and the protrusions on its shell were unlike those of a water arrow turtle. Furthermore, this beast did not seem to have reached the awakened level. Did this young man intend to defeat an awakened Yulang with such an ordinary beast? If this turtle-like creature could truly overcome the awakened Yulang, its quality must be at least exceptional 7 stars. Such high-quality beasts were typically reserved for prodigies from prestigious families. Su recognized many talented disciples from the prominent families of Tianyang City, yet he had never encountered this young man. Who exactly was he? As he regarded Xiao Xian, Su's eyes sparkled with curiosity, a flicker of intrigue surfacing within his previously tranquil heart. Chapter 28. Defeating an awakened ferocious beast. As the overseer of the Adventurers Guild, Su himself possessed a commanding level beast. Although Xiao Xian had not fully released its aura, Su could sense its presence. He was certain that the beast summoned by Su Yuan had yet to reach the awakened level. The disparity in strength between awakened and ordinary beasts was monumental. Typically, even an ordinary 9 stars beast would struggle against an awakened stage 1 ferocious beast. Despite the Yulang being only at awakening stage 1, it was an excellent 3 stars quality ferocious beast. An ordinary 9 stars beast would require exceptional high star quality to defeat such a Yulang. Su, I am ready. You may release the Yulang. Su Yuan's voice broke through Su's reverie, returning his focus. Upon hearing this, Su turned his gaze to Su Yuan, who seemed to question why the Yulang had not yet been released. Realizing he had momentarily lost his composure, Su swiftly retrieved a remote control from his pocket. Pressing a button, the iron gate confining the Yulang slowly creaked open. Oh whoa! As soon as the iron gate opened, the Yulang let out a fierce howl. its crimson eyes glinting with bloodlust as it fixated on Su Yuan and Gu Su. In an instant, it charged towards them with lethal intent. The ferocious beasts used for the Adventurers Guild evaluations were all captured from the wild and confined to iron cages. Each beast was incredibly fierce. Additionally, having been imprisoned for an extended period, the Yulang was brimming with pent-up fury. Now that it was free, it yearned to shred Su Yuan and Gu Su to pieces. Xiaoxian. As the Yulang rushed forward fearlessly, Su Yuan shouted decisively. Xiaoxian and Su Yuan shared a profound bond, requiring no further words. A torrent of water elemental energy rapidly gathered before Xiaoxian. In an instant, a massive water column, as thick as a barrel, took shape, hurtling towards the charging Yulang with astonishing speed. Boom! Struck by Xiaoxian's water gun attack, the Yulang, blinded by rage, was sent flying backward with a pained howl. What immense strength! This young man's summoned beast had seemingly unleashed an aura that indicated it was only at the ordinary 8 stars level. To have such power capable of sending an awakened stage 1 Yulang flying was astounding. Could it be that this young man's beast was of perfect quality? It must be. Only a beast of perfect quality could repel an awakened stage 1 Yulang while being at the ordinary 8 stars level. Who is this young prodigy? Such talent could not possibly be obscure. Was he a genius from one of the prestigious families in another city? The scene of Xiaoxian repelling the Yulang left Gu Su, who stood beside Su Yan, wide-eyed in disbelief, as a tempest of emotions surged within him. The extraordinary combat prowess exhibited by Xiaoxian, even surpassing his own expectations as a commanding beast tamer, sent shivers through his heart. Just then, the Yulang, having been struck back by Xiaoxian, let out a furious howl. In the next moment, elemental winds swiftly converged around the Yulang, unleashing a barrage of azure wind blades that shot towards Xiaoxian. As the wind blades raced forward, Xiaoxian exhaled a mist of water vapor. An even more formidable mass of water elements rapidly gathered around him, creating a sound reminiscent of crashing waves. With the wind blades poised to strike, a sudden surge of tidal waves materialized in their path, annihilating the wind blades mid-flight. In an instant, surrounded by a thick mist of water vapor, Xiaoxian effortlessly intercepted all the wind blades, emerging unscathed. What skill is this? Gu Su, witnessing Xiaoxian's tidal technique effortlessly deflect the multitude of wind blades, trembled in astonishment, his expression one of disbelief. The awakened level ferocious beasts are indeed formidable. Xiaoxian, let us coordinate our attack and conclude this swiftly. Su Yan, observing Xiaoxian's successful defense against the Yulang's onslaught, spoke with a serious tone. Although Xiaoxian had just withstood all the attacks without a scratch, Su Yan sensed that the tidal skill had consumed a fair amount of Xiaoxian's magical energy. He did not wish for Xiaoxian to exhaust himself unnecessarily here, as the dangers beyond the city would surpass those encountered during the Adventurer Guild's assessment. With a determined gaze fixed on the wind-weakened Yulang, Su Yan's eyes glimmered with intent. Soul Arrow. In the next moment, a sharp surge of spiritual energy coalesced into an invisible arrow, soaring towards the distant Yulang. The Yulang, caught completely off guard, was struck by Su Yan's soul arrow, which pierced its brow with the swiftness of lightning. Under the assault of Su Yan's soul arrow, the Yulang's once bloodthirsty gaze became vacant, its body freezing in place. Now Xiaoxian, Su Yan called out sharply. Xiaoxian, understanding the cue, responded in kind. The next instant, a more robust column of water erupted, crashing down upon the Yulang's head. The force of the water propelled the Yulang's body forcefully against the thick stone wall at the edge of the arena. With a resounding thud, its head struck the wall, leaving a web of cracks, and blood splattered as the Yulang's massive cranium shattered like a fallen watermelon, lifeless and defeated. With the Yulang slain, Xiaoxian darted forward to its corpse, diligently rummaging until he unearthed a pale blue, ferocious beast crystal core. Upon securing the crystal core, Xiaoxian swiftly returned to Su Yan, presenting the prize with an air of triumph. After slaying countless ferocious beasts in the Mist Forest, Xiaoxian had developed a habit of collecting crystal cores as trophies. Cough, Xiaoxian, well done. Su Yan, pocketing the crystal core discreetly, then summoned Xiaoxian back into his beast tamer's ring. An awakened level ferocious beast crystal core is valued at over 10,000. Su Yan would not relinquish it easily. Even though the Yulang was a creature used for assessment by the Adventurer Guild, as long as Gu Su remained silent, he had no intention of handing over the hard-earned 10,000 coins. Chapter 29, The Magma Mountain Range. Gu Su, managing the affairs, inquired, have I passed the assessment? After securing the Yulang's crystal core and Xiaoxian, Su Yan innocently glanced at Gu Su, who was still in shock from Xiaoxian's display of strength. Naturally you have passed. Witnessing Su Yan's innocent demeanor and recalling Xiaoxian's swift and skillful actions after defeating the Yulang, Gu Su's mouth twitched slightly. The Adventurer Guild's assessment only requires participants to defeat the ferocious beast in question. Su Yan's slaying of the Yulang had already cost them one of their assessment beasts. However, Su Yan not only killed the Yulang, but also seized its crystal core, showing no intention of returning it to mitigate their losses. This left Gu Su quite speechless. Nevertheless, having witnessed the formidable power of Su Yan's beast, Gu Su had already begun to regard him with newfound respect. He had no intention of contesting Su Yan's claim to the crystal core. Moreover, for the Adventurer Guild, the total value of a mere awakened first-tier Yulang is only around 30 to 40,000. Its demise was inconsequential. Ha ha ha. Indeed, young brother, your strength is exceptional. You have truly opened my eyes. I shall arrange for the necessary procedures on your behalf. By the way, such talent deserves a name. How should I address you? Knowing your name will allow me to register you properly. After a moment's silence, Gu Su burst into laughter and inquired further. Su Yan. In response to the name, Su Yan spoke softly. Su Yan, that name sounds somewhat familiar. Wait, isn't this the genius from Tianyang No. 1 High School, who recently awakened his beast taming talent? It is said that Su Yan also received a water arrow turtle from the cultivation center in Tianyang City as his beast. Coincidentally, this young man's beast is also a turtle type. With all these factors, his identity cannot be mistaken. Yet, the power of the turtle type beast he just summoned is far beyond that of a water arrow turtle. Could it be that Su Yan has evolved his water arrow turtle into the perfect quality tsunami turtle? That would be utterly extraordinary. In all my years, I have yet to encounter a perfect quality beast. Realizing Su Yan's identity, Gu Su was taken aback, recalling various pieces of information about him. Upon looking at Su Yan again, the surprise in his eyes intensified. The water arrow turtle is merely a rare quality beast. An ordinary 8th-tier water arrow turtle could never defeat an awakened 1st-tier Yulang, even if the water arrow turtle were to evolve once. The superior quality Water King turtle would still be incapable of such a feat. Only when the water arrow turtle reaches its ultimate evolution as the perfect quality tsunami turtle could it possess the power to slay an awakened 1st-tier Yulang. Understanding Su Yan's identity, Gu Su wasted no time and immediately took out a communicator, instructing his subordinates to register Su Yan as an adventurer. After completing these arrangements, Gu Su also had the Adventurer Guild staff clean up the Yulang's carcass from the arena, accompanying Su Yan as they exited the assessment area. A quarter of an hour later, Su Yan emerged from the Adventurer Guild with his adventurer badge, having accepted several lucrative tasks, and hailed a carriage heading towards the city gates of Tianyang City. Tianyang City and Tianyang City are neighboring urban areas, both situated near the Mist Forest. Between them lies the Magma Mountain Range, home to numerous fire elemental ferocious beasts. The fire elements within the Magma Mountain Range are extraordinarily dense, making it an ideal location for Xiao Yan to enhance his strength. With 3 months remaining until the high-stakes examination, I shall hone my skills within the Magma Mountain Range during this time. After spending half an hour, Su Yan arrived at the city gate of Tianyang City. Glancing at the map in his hand, he formulated a plan. Su Yan originally intended to head to Tianyang City and venture into the Voodoo Jungle, to hunt fierce beasts more effectively in the Voodoo Jungle and seek suitable plant-type fierce beasts for his contract. Su Yan recognized the necessity of enhancing the strength of his sole fire-type pet, Xiao Yan. Only with a fire-type beast capable of restraining plant-type foes would he navigate the Voodoo Jungle with greater ease. Thus, he had already determined his outdoor training regimen prior to arriving at the Adventurers Guild. The tasks he accepted from the guild were all related to the Molten Mountain Range, with each task being a long-term endeavor devoid of strict deadlines, facilitating Su Yan's training in the area. Even if he traversed the Molten Mountain Range, visited Tianyang City, and returned, he could still submit his completed tasks. Outside the city, after discerning the general direction, Su Yan folded the map and summoned Xiao Xian to carry him towards the Molten Mountain Range. Although Tianyang City and Tianyang City were adjacent to the Foggy Forest, the distance between the two exceeded 200 kilometers, with the Molten Mountain Range lying 80 kilometers from Tianyang City. Despite having Xiao Xian, who possessed strength comparable to an awakened-level beast, to assist him, the journey was prolonged due to Xiao Xian's lack of speed and occasional encounters with fierce beasts in the wild. Consequently, it took Su Yan 2 hours to reach the outskirts of the Molten Mountain Range. Upon arrival, he immediately felt a noticeable increase in temperature. As he looked up, he saw a series of peaks stretching into the distance, some emitting billowing hot steam, causing the air above the volcanoes to shimmer. The summits glowed a fiery red, a reflection of the magma within the volcanoes. This was indeed the Molten Mountain Range, far more magnificent than what he had seen on television. Perched on Xiao Xian's back, Su Yan gazed at the scenery with a smile. He then turned to Xiao Xian and said, "Xiao Xian, let us proceed and hunt for fierce beasts around the periphery." Since you are a water-type beast, you will have an advantage against the fire-type beasts here. Upon hearing Su Yan's words, Xiao Xian nodded obediently and began to stride forward in search of prey around the molten mountain range. Soon, they encountered their first fierce beast at the outskirts, the candlefire spider. Species, arachnid, fire type. Quality, excellent, 3 stars. Level, ordinary, rank 5. Status, ambushing. Skill, candlefire silk. Evolution attempts, 0. Possible evolution plans, 2. The familiar candlefire spider, though it seems a bit weak, Su Yan remarked with a light smile. Xiao Xian, eliminated. Upon being discovered, the candlefire spider emitted an immediate screech, extending its front legs and casting a challenging glare at Su Yan and Xiao Xian. In response, Xiao Xian's eyes glinted with cold light. The audacity of a mere rank 5 candlefire spider to provoke it was utterly infuriating. Without hesitation, Xiao Xian conjured a water gun the size of an arm, which swiftly obliterated the spider. As an ordinary rank 8, Xiao Xian easily dispatched the rank 5 beast. This spider has no core. Let us move on and continue hunting, Su Yan said, frowning at the shattered remains of the candlefire spider. With that, Xiao Xian led Su Yan in search of other beasts in the molten mountain range. Time passed swiftly, and before long, Su Yan and Xiao Xian had spent half a month in the molten mountain range. During this time, Su Yan reaped substantial rewards, and Xiao Xian's strength greatly improved, advancing from ordinary rank 8 to ordinary rank 9, just a step away from awakening. Additionally, Su Yan's contracted beast, Xiao Yan, had also experienced significant growth. With a perfect 5-star quality and nourished by the abundant fire elements and cores from slain fire-type beasts, Xiao Yan had leaped 4 ranks, ascending from ordinary rank 1 to ordinary rank 5 in just half a month. In the molten mountain range, Xiao Yan flitted excitedly around Su Yan, suddenly brightening its eyes and emitting a series of excited and urgent cries. Xiao Yan, what is it? Su Yan inquired, puzzled by its behavior. At his feet, Xiao Xian also glanced up at Xiao Yan, its dark eyes reflecting confusion. Seeing the bewilderment on Su Yan and Xiao Xian's faces, Xiao Yan's cries grew increasingly urgent, fluttering back and forth in front of Su Yan. You want me to follow you? Su Yan finally understood Xiao Yan's intent. It had discovered something and was eagerly urging him to proceed. Upon hearing Su Yan's words, Xiao Yan nodded vigorously, eyes sparkling with excitement. All right, Xiao Yan, lead the way. Xiao Xian, stay close. Su Yan commanded without hesitation. This was the molten mountain range, rich in fire elements, and it was highly likely that it harbored fire-type treasures. Xiao Yan's behavior could very well indicate the discovery of a fire-type treasure. Securing such a treasure could greatly enhance Xiao Yan's abilities. With Su Yan's command, both Xiao Xian and Xiao Yan chirped joyfully and set off towards the right ahead. Following Xiao Yan's lead, they walked approximately 2 miles, traversing a grove of dead trees, until they arrived at the base of a steep cliff. Vines entwined the cliff, and reddish-brown leaves covered its surface. Su Yan looked up and was soon captivated by a particular vine that bore 3 thumb-sized, ruby-red fruits exuding a rich fire element. Holy Fire Fruit, advanced rank 4 spiritual medicine, containing vast fire elements, capable of enhancing the strength of fire-type beasts and significantly boosting the power of fire-type skills. Note, the Holy Fire Fruit will fully mature in 3 days. Advanced rank 4 spiritual medicine, Holy Fire Fruit. Su Yan gasped, his body trembling upon seeing the attributes of the 3 red fruits on the cliff through the eye of enlightenment. Advanced rank 4 spiritual medicines were exceedingly rare, and Su Yan had never encountered one for sale in the shops of Tianyang City. Such medicines held immense allure even for commanding-level beasts. And the Holy Fire Fruit was coveted by even peak commanding fire-type beasts who would go to great lengths to acquire it. When Su Yan was selecting beast eggs at Tianyu Group, he had seen numerous third-tier medicines on display, with each valued at over 1 million federal coins. Regarding the 4th-tier spiritual medicine, although it is not yet on display for sale, Su Yuan estimates that its value is no less than 5 million. The advanced 4th-tier spiritual medicine, Shenghua Gua, currently before him, is likely priced at no less than 10 million per piece. 3 Shenghua Gua are worth at least 30 million federal coins. As Su Yuan gazed intently at the 3 Shenghua Gua perched upon the cliff, Xiao Yan could no longer contain his excitement. After a couple of joyful cries, he soared towards the cliff. Xiao Yan, come back. Su Yuan, noticing Xiao Yan's actions, was alarmed and called out urgently. Although they were still on the outskirts of the magma mountain range, where the majority of ferocious beasts were of ordinary level, a few were awakened, albeit at lower tiers. However, the presence of 3 4th-tier advanced spiritual medicines, Shenghua Gua, suggested that powerful ferocious beasts were likely guarding this area. Based on Su Yuan's knowledge and experience acquired at school, he understood that any rare treasures in the wild would invariably be protected by formidable beasts. With the surroundings still unclear, he could not recklessly attempt to retrieve the Xinghua Gua from the cliff. Upon hearing Su Yuan's command, Xiao Yan, albeit reluctantly, complied without defiance. After a couple of chirps, he obediently halted and turned back towards Su Yuan. In that instant, a searing, azure flame suddenly swept past in front of Xiao Yan, the scorching heat causing even this fire-type beast to bristle with alarm. Startled by the unexpected attack, Xiao Yan let out several cries, swiftly returning to Su Yuan's side. His vigilant gaze turned towards the direction from which the attack had originated, filled with trepidation. Had Su Yuan not called him back just in time, that strike would have undoubtedly found its mark. Currently, at an ordinary 5th-tier level, even with a perfect 5-star quality, his combat prowess was only comparable to an average 9th-tier ferocious beast. The power of that flame attack, however, far exceeded ordinary levels, being a genuine awakened-level assault. If he had not retreated in time, he would have suffered grievously from that hit. Simultaneously, Xiao Xian also directed his gaze towards the origin of the attack, his eyes brimming with caution. Indeed, a ferocious beast was guarding nearby. Not only Xiao Xian and Xiao Yan, but Su Yuan too cast his gaze towards a certain section of the cliff, his eyes gleaming with intensity. Chapter 31. Awakening Tier 2, Youhuashi. There coiled among the countless vines on the cliff was a small, dark serpent. Its scales resembled fish scales, and its cold, serpentine eyes fixed intently on Su Yuan, flickering with a chilling, murderous intent. The serpent's color blended seamlessly with the surrounding vines, making it nearly imperceptible unless one looked closely. Su Yuan had previously overlooked this small snake. Had it not launched an attack just now, he would not have detected its presence in time. Youhuashi. Species, serpent. Fire type, shadow type. Quality, outstanding 7 stars. Level, awakening tier 2. Status, alert. Skills, shadow split, dark flame, corrosive fangs. Evolution count, 0. Evolution options, 4. An outstanding 7-star Youhuashi posed a significant problem. Upon observing the attributes of the Youhuashi, a grave expression settled upon Su Yuan's face. With its outstanding 7-star quality and awakening tier 2 level, this Youhuashi was undoubtedly a dominant force in the outskirts of the Magma Mountain range. Its quality was not far behind an outstanding 9-star Xiao Xian, and with its formidable awakening tier 2 level, its combat strength surpassed that of Xiao Xian. Such a ferocious beast could easily slay an awakened 5th-tier Zhuohuajiju. In the face of such a powerful adversary, even the combined efforts of Xiao Xian and Xiao Yan would fall short. Recognizing the disparity in strength between himself and the Youhuashi, Su Yuan ceased to hesitate and prepared to retreat with Xiao Xian and Xiao Yan. After all, Xiao Xian was already on the verge of awakening, and once he broke through, they could return to harvest the 3 Xinghua Gua. There was no need to take risks at this moment. The Xinghua Gua required 3 more days to fully mature, and Su Yuan surmised that the Youhuashi had likely been guarding it for some time, patiently awaiting its ripening moment. 3 days was ample time for him to help Xiao Xian achieve awakening. By then, with Xiao Xian at awakening tier 1, coupled with attribute advantages and superior quality, confronting the awakening tier 2 Youhuashi would be much more manageable. However, the Youhuashi, having missed its attack, realized its disguise had been uncovered. Before Su Yuan could issue a retreat order, the Youhuashi launched an assault on them. Having guarded this Xinghua Gua for 2 months, it was determined to consume these 3 fruits to significantly enhance its strength, possibly even stepping into the extraordinary tier. The Youhuashi would not allow Su Yuan and his beasts to leave unscathed. With a hiss, the Youhuashi suddenly attacked. A stream of azure flame erupted from its mouth, hurtling straight towards Su Yuan, who was on Xiao Xian's back. The formidable power of this attack, augmented by its outstanding 7-star quality and awakening tier 2 level, was nothing short of extraordinary. Feeling the scorching wave of heat approaching, Su Yuan's expression shifted. The might of the azure flame was not to be underestimated. Should it strike him, he would surely meet his end. Xiao Xian. Recognizing the peril of the Youhuashi's assault, Su Yuan shouted without hesitation. Xiao Xian reacted even before Su Yuan, having already prepared a counterattack as the Youhuashi initiated its strike. As the azure flame surged towards them, a fierce column of water erupted, rushing to meet the fiery onslaught. As water met fire, the terrifying heat of the azure flame instantaneously vaporized a significant volume of water, enveloping the surroundings in a dense white mist. Although Xiao Xian's current strength did not match that of the awakening tier 2 Youhuashi, the elemental advantage played in their favor. This water jet successfully countered the Youhuashi's flame. With its attack thwarted, the Youhuashi's cold eyes glinted with menace as it hissed threateningly, realizing the situation had turned complicated. The encounter had revealed some of Xiao Xian's capabilities, and now, understanding the predicament, the Youhuashi regarded him with newfound seriousness. Despite recognizing that Xiao Xian was merely at the peak of ordinary level and had yet to enter awakening tier, it did not dare to underestimate him. Sensing its fire-type skills would be countered, the Youhua Shi vanished from sight atop the cliff. An obscure energy wave enveloped its body, and in an instant, the Youhua Shi, which had charged towards Su Yuan from the cliff, split into two. Utilizing the cover of the mist, it darted towards Su Yuan from both left and right. As the Youhua Shi disappeared from the cliff, Xiao Yan, who was circling above, immediately issued a warning. Below, both Xiao Xian and Su Yuan wore expressions of grave concern. Even though their eyes could not capture the Youhua Shi concealed by the mist, they both felt an overwhelming sense of impending danger. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Xian summoned a massive amount of water elemental energy, reminiscent of the battle with the wind shadow cat cub in the misty forest. Countless waves surged continuously, enveloping Xiao Xian and Su Yang, completely shrouding the surrounding space. Suddenly, two resounding thuds echoed as the figure of the Youhua Shi materialized, its serpentine forms, which had been rapidly darting towards Su Yang, momentarily hindered by the crashing waves. After enduring several strikes from the waves, one of the Youhua Shi's figures shattered into nothingness. Only the true body of the Youhua Shi remained, steadfast against Xiao Xian's skillful assaults, charging towards Su Yang. The Youhua Shi had developed a considerable level of intelligence. It understood that Su Yang, the Beast Master, was the linchpin of the team. Eliminating Su Yang would render the remaining two beasts utterly insignificant. Although Xiao Xian's tidal skill was formidable enough to obliterate the shadow of the Youhua Shi, it failed to inflict significant damage on its true form. Despite being impeded, the Youhua Shi continued its rapid approach towards Su Yang. This creature was undeniably powerful. Damn, does it truly think I am an easy target? I shall fight back. Soul Arrow. As Xiao Xian struggled to impede the Youhua Shi's attack, Su Yang's heart surged with determination, his gaze suddenly icy. Fixated on the Youhua Shi that lunged towards him, a torrent of mental energy erupted from his mind. An invisible arrow of mental force swiftly took shape, hurtling towards the approaching Youhua Shi. Xiao Xian had reached the peak of the ordinary 9th tier, on the cusp of awakening, and Su Yang himself had attained the level of a half-step awakened Beast Master. Alongside his 3 extraordinary beasts and his mythic-grade Beast Mastery talent, Su Yang's mental prowess was formidable. In this life-and-death crisis, he unleashed the Soul Arrow with all his might, resulting in a power far exceeding his expectations. Under the assault of the Soul Arrow, the rapidly advancing Youhua Shi's pupils instantly dulled, unable to emit even a cry of despair before its soul was extinguished, transforming it into a lifeless serpent. Although the Youhua Shi's body continued to propel itself towards Su Yang due to inertia, he easily intercepted it, its lifeless form collapsing onto Xiao Xian's back. Chapter 32. The Holy Fire Fruits Secured. Phew, that was close. I nearly met my end here. Fortunately, my final resort did not let me down. To be safe, I shall deliver another strike. After exerting all his strength to unleash the Soul Arrow, Su Yang took a few deep breaths, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. His gaze fell upon the body of the Youhua Shi at his feet. Glinting with cold resolve, he drew the iron dagger from his waist, crouched down, and thrust it forcefully towards the serpent's forehead. Clang! The iron dagger clashed against the scales of the Youhua Shi's forehead, producing a crisp metallic sound. However, it failed to pierce the surface, merely leaving a shallow white mark on the scales. How hard? The failure of his strike left Su Yang astonished. He was a half-step awakened Beast Master, especially with the presence of Xiao Xian, Xiao Yan, and the swift Shadow Cat, 3 high-quality beasts. His own strength was certainly not inferior to that of many ordinary peak beasts. One could even say he was akin to a humanoid beast. Yet, despite his formidable physical prowess, his utmost effort with the dagger could not breach the Youhua Shi's defenses. The strength of the Youhua Shi's defenses was evident. Fortunately, my mental power was sufficiently robust, unexpectedly allowing me to slay this creature. Otherwise, relying solely on Xiao Xian and Xiao Yan, who were merely ordinary-level beasts, we would have been unable to contend with it. Taking a deep breath, Su Yang murmured. He then tightened his grip on the dagger, opting not to attack the Youhua Shi's forehead again. Instead, he pried open its jaws and plunged the dagger into its upper jaw, completely severing any chance of the Youhua Shi surviving. What a pity, had it not sought my life, contracting a remarkable 7-star. Second-tier awakened Youhua Shi would have significantly boosted my power. Gazing at the lifeless body of the Youhua Shi that he had decisively slain, Su Yang sighed and shook his head. Moments ago, confronted with life and death, he had been uncertain whether his mental strength was enough to defeat the Youhua Shi, which compelled him to unleash the Soul Arrow with full force. This resulted in the immediate annihilation of the Youhua Shi's soul, leaving no opportunity for merely wounding it and attempting a contract. Otherwise, had he contracted this exceptional 7-star beast, reaching the second-tier awakened level, he could have rampaged along the periphery of the Ronghua mountain range. After a deep sigh, Suyang shook his head, dismissing other thoughts, and focused intently on dissecting the Yuhua's corpse before him. The Yuhua's was not particularly large, its girth comparable to a calf, with a length of less than 3 meters. In the context of this world of beasts, it was among the smaller awakened creatures. Nonetheless, the serpent's skin and scales were sufficient to craft a suit of formidable armor, worth a considerable sum. In fact, the value of the entire Yuhua's skin surpassed that of its beast core. Soon, Suyang skillfully peeled off the Yuhua's skin entirely. The worth of this skin, combined with the beast core, undoubtedly exceeded 100,000 federal coins. This was the most significant haul since he entered the Ronghua mountain range. However, in comparison to the 3 holy fire fruits before him, the skin and core of the Yuhua's were trivial. After packing the skin and core into the large backpack carried by Xiaoxian, Suyang lifted his gaze to the 3 crimson holy fire fruits perched on the cliff, revealing a bright smile. With the beasts guarding the vicinity of the holy fire fruits eliminated, all that remained was to wait for the fruits to fully ripen. Chirp! After Suyang processed the corpse of the Yuhua's, Xiaoyan circled around the cliff, finding no other threats. It then landed cheerfully on Xiaoxian's back. Having reached the ordinary 5th tier, Xiaoyan had grown considerably. Now standing on Xiaoxian's back, it had reached Su Yang's waist height. Chirp! Approaching Su Yang, Xiaoyan excitedly chirped a few times before turning its gaze, fixated on the 3 holy fire fruits on the cliff. No need to rush. These fruits will require 3 days to fully ripen. We shall wait here for 3 days. Only when the holy fire fruits are fully matured can their effects be maximized. Su Yang observed Xiaoyan's eager yet slightly impatient demeanor and smiled gently as he stroked its head. Xiaoyan's soft feathers felt delightful to the touch, prompting Su Yang to caress it a few more times. In response to Su Yang's affection, Xiaoyan exhibited a look of enjoyment. Hearing Su Yang's words, Xiaoyan obediently nodded and remained quietly by his side. Observing this, Su Yang retrieved several water-type beast cores from his backpack. Xiaoxian, that last battle took quite a toll. There are only these few water-type beast cores left. Consume them to restore your magic power. After speaking, Su Yang tossed the remaining water-type beast cores to Xiaoxian. The Ronghua mountain range was saturated with intense fire elements, and in such an environment, Xiaoxian could only replenish its magic power through water-type cores. Especially since Xiaoxian had been the one handling the battles against the beasts in this area, the consumption was even greater. Thus, in just half a month, the water-type beast cores that Su Yang had initially prepared for Xiaoxian for 2 months were nearly depleted. Of course, with high consumption came clear results. In just half a month, Xiaoxian had advanced from barely breaking through the ordinary 8th tier to the brink of awakening. This rate of power enhancement was undoubtedly unparalleled among all beast masters in Tianyang City. As he gazed at the fierce beast crystal cores tossed over by Su Yan, Xiaoxian's heart leaped with joy. He opened his mouth and unleashed a powerful suction, drawing all the fierce beast crystal cores into his belly. With the intake of several high-tier water attribute fierce beast crystal cores, a surge of immense water magic power erupted within Xiaoxian, swiftly replenishing the energy expended in the previous battle. Knowing that Su Yan intended to remain here until the Sheng Huaguo ripened, Xiaoxian chose to lie down on the ground, commencing the absorption of energy from the water attribute fierce beast crystal cores. Xiaoxian comprehended Su Yan's earlier words. These were the last few water attribute fierce beast crystal cores in Su Yan's possession. There would be no further opportunities to recover his energy through the consumption of these crystal cores unless they returned to the city to sell their half-month's gains and procure another batch of fierce beast crystal cores. Therefore, Xiaoxian sought to seize this opportunity to attempt a breakthrough to the awakening level. Moreover, after the encounter with the Yuhua's, Xiaoxian became acutely aware of his inadequacies in strength. His inability to fend off the Yuhua had put Su Yan in peril, filling Xiaoxian with deep remorse. He understood that only by successfully advancing to the awakening level could he better protect Su Yan. To prevent a recurrence of the earlier predicament, he must enhance his strength. On his back, Su Yan retrieved a fire attribute fierce beast crystal core from his bag and tossed it to Xiao Yan before sitting cross-legged to meditate and recover the mental energy he had just expended. 3 days swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, the day of the Sheng Huaguo's complete ripening arrived. At the moment the Sheng Huaguo matured, a rich burst of fire elements erupted, and an incredibly fragrant aroma began to waft through the vicinity. Xiaoyan, the time has come. Quickly consume those 3 Sheng Huaguo, Su Yan exclaimed to Xiaoyan beside him. If this potent medicinal fragrance were to spread, it would undoubtedly attract countless fierce beasts. Thus, it was best to secure the 3 Sheng Huaguo as swiftly as possible. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan promptly took flight, arriving before the Sheng Huogua and swallowing all three in one gulp. Chapter 33, The Assault of the Beast Horde. With a fierce roar. As soon as Xiaoyan swallowed the three Sheng Huogua, a terrifying energy erupted from within him. A searing heat continuously scorched his entire body. Waves of excruciating pain overwhelming him, compelling Xiaoyan to emit a painful shriek. His entire form fell helplessly from the sky. Observing this, Su Yin swiftly leapt forward, catching the plummeting Xiaoyan. Upon contact, a violent heat wave surged forth, causing Su Yan's expression to change dramatically as he quickly set Xiao Yin down on a clear patch of ground and retreated. What a terrifying heat wave! After retreating to a safe distance, Su Yin looked at his hands, now scorched by the heat, and gasped in astonishment. At that moment, Xiao Yin was enveloped in crimson flames, which rapidly consumed him. The rolling heat waves crashed against Su Yin like ocean waves, forcing him to retreat further. Meanwhile, Xiao Yin, surrounded by the crimson flames, had his eyes tightly shut, trembling uncontrollably. It was evident that Xiao Yin was experiencing immense suffering. The energy from the three high-tier Sheng Huogua was extraordinarily vast. It seemed reckless for Xiao Yin to have swallowed all three at once. If Xiao Yin could not digest the energy, he might be overwhelmed and perish from the fiery force contained within the Sheng Huogua. Initially, Su Yin believed that Xiao Yan's impeccable 5-star quality would allow him to manage the energy even at a standard 5-tier level, but he was mistaken. Damn it. I was careless. I should have allowed Xiao Yin to consume the Sheng Huogua gradually. Xiao Yin, you must endure. Noticing Xiao Yin's agony, Su Yan's face turned pale, his fists clenched involuntarily as he fixed his gaze on Xiao Yin, engulfed in flames. Su Yin had hurriedly instructed Xiao Yin to consume all the Sheng Huogua, fearing that the unique medicinal fragrance released upon their complete ripening would attract other fierce beasts. Now, witnessing Xiao Yan's current state, he felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Yet, no matter how anxious Su Yin became, he was powerless to assist Xiao Yin. All he could do was watch silently as Xiao Yin bore the brunt of the furious fire energy unleashed by the three Sheng Huogua. Time ticked away, and Xiao Yin continued to tremble as he endured the scorching flames. However, before he could digest the energy from the Sheng Huogua, a powerful beastly roar suddenly echoed through the air. Su Yin turned to face the direction of the roar. Not far away, a bull with flames on its hooves and tail appeared, its muscular form towering. At that moment, the bull's fiery red eyes locked onto the engulfed Xiao Yin, glinting with a covetous glimmer. With a stomp of its front hooves, it exhaled a plume of white mist and charged towards Su Yin and Xiao Yin. Akin to a tank. Firebull. Species: bull, fire attribute. Quality: rare 1-star. Level: awakening 1st stage. Status: excited, greedy. Skills: bull charge, flame horns. Evolution count: 0. Possible evolution plans: 2. Was this creature drawn by the commotion caused by Xiao Yin consuming the Sheng Huogua? Or perhaps attracted by the medicinal fragrance released at the moment of the Sheng Huogua's ripening? Regardless of the reason, this beast approached with ill intent. Xiao Yin was in a critical moment. They could not allow this fire bull to disrupt their plans. Xiao Xian, Su Yin, observing the attributes floating above the fire bull, understood why it had appeared. With a commanding shout, Xiao Xian sprang into action, unleashing a powerful water column that surged toward the rapidly charging fire bull. Boom. After the previous encounter with the Yu Huaxi, Xiao Xian's strength had seen some improvement. Although he had yet to break through to the awakening level, the power of his water gun skill had increased. Now, facing the fire bull, which was only at the awakening 1st stage, the unleashed water column, imbued with unparalleled strength, sent the charging fire bull flying mid-stride. The enormous creature crashed through several thick, dead trees before ultimately colliding with a protruding sharp rock, piercing its body and leaving it bleeding profusely. After struggling a few times, the firebull's copper bell-sized eyes filled with unwillingness as its breath gradually faded away. Roar. Just as Su Yin dealt with the firebull, he had yet to retrieve its crystal core when another fierce beast's roar echoed around him. A tiger with dark red fur emerged into Su Yan's view. However, upon seeing the firebull's demise, the tiger cast a wary glance at Su Yin and then at Xiao Xian, instinctively distancing itself from them. Yet, as time passed, more fierce beasts approached Su Yin from the distance. Within a mere quarter of an hour, over a dozen fearsome beasts had gathered within 100 meters of Su Yin. Fire flame tiger, candle fire spider, flame python. It was now clear that these creatures were drawn here by the fragrant aroma of the Sheng Huogua. Fortunately, they were merely at the periphery of the molten volcanic range and had not ventured deeper, consisting primarily of ordinary-level fierce beasts. Even among the awakening-level beasts, the strongest was only at the 2nd stage of awakening. Xiao Xian and I should be able to handle them. Xiao Xian, if these creatures charge at us later, You are to handle all the ordinary level ferocious beasts, while I shall take care of the awakened level ones. Su Yuan observed the gathering of over a dozen ferocious beasts around him, his expression grave as he analyzed the situation, simultaneously imparting instructions to Xiaoxian. After the battle 3 days prior with the Yu Huashi, Su Yuan realized that his mental prowess far surpassed that of other beast tamers of the same rank. Even the formidable Yu Huashi, which boasted an extraordinary 7-star quality and was at the second awakening level, had been vanquished by his soul arrow in a single strike. Though the number of ferocious beasts surrounding him was considerable, the strongest among them was merely a rare 6-star flame tiger, also at the second awakening level. The strength of this flame tiger was inferior to that of the Yu Huashi guarding the holy fire fruit. Su Yuan felt confident that he could dispatch all these awakened level ferocious beasts with his soul arrow. Upon hearing Su Yuan's admonition, Xiaoxian nodded, her large, sparkling eyes fixed intently on the ferocious beasts around them, ever ready to strike down any that dared approach. After a few minutes, with the number of surrounding ferocious beasts reaching 20, the flame tiger could no longer contain its inner agitation. With a roar, it charged towards Xiaoxian first. With the flame tiger leading the charge, the remaining ferocious beasts erupted with a fierce aura, roaring as they rushed towards Su Yuan and Xiaoxian's position. Chapter 34. An Effortless Annihilation. Whoosh. The ferocious beasts at the periphery of the Ronghua mountain range were predominantly fire-type. As the 20 ferocious beasts charged towards Su Yuan and his companion, fireballs erupted from their bodies, hurtling towards them. In the face of such an onslaught of fireballs, Su Yuan remained unfazed. Without needing his command, Xiaoxian summoned torrents of water, extinguishing the incoming fireballs. Not a single fireball breached their defenses, posing any threat to Su Yuan. Moreover, while blocking these fireballs, Xiaoxian unleashed her water gun skill, attacking the ordinary level ferocious beasts lingering behind. With her current strength, each burst of her water gun skill was capable of reducing the ordinary level ferocious beasts to mere bloody pulp. In the blink of an eye, half of the gathered ferocious beasts lay dead or wounded. The display of Xiaoxian's formidable power filled the leading flame tiger with trepidation. It felt relieved that it had refrained from acting impulsively upon its initial arrival, opting instead to wait for the other beasts to gather before attacking. Otherwise, even with its second awakening level strength, facing Xiaoxian alone would have been disastrous. Although frightened, the flame tiger was accompanied by 3 other first awakening level ferocious beasts charging alongside it. With their assistance, the flame tiger was confident that as long as these 3 could temporarily hold off Xiaoxian, it would be able to eliminate the human beast tamer Su Yuan first. Among the myriad of ferocious beasts surrounding the Ronghua mountain range, the flame tiger was among the most elite. It had previously clashed with many beast tamers who ventured into the mountain range, fully aware that the death of a human beast tamer meant the demise of their contracted beasts as well. Moreover, the strength of a beast tamer primarily derived from their contracted beasts, leaving their own abilities considerably lacking. In the flame tiger's view, eliminating Su Yuan was far easier than coordinating an attack on Xiaoxian with the other 3 awakened-level ferocious beasts. By simply dispatching Su Yuan, it would not need to expend energy on Xiaoxian. With this resolution in mind, the flame tiger let out a roar to its 3 first awakening-level companions. The next moment, it charged towards Su Yuan, while the 3 beasts understood the flame tiger's intent to collectively attack the powerful turtle-type beast tamer, leaving the task of eliminating the human to the flame tiger itself. Although they felt some resentment towards the flame tiger's command, upon witnessing Xiaoxian's exhibited strength, they begrudgingly acknowledged the validity of the flame tiger's strategy. Ultimately, they joined the fray, roaring as they surrounded Xiaoxian. These creatures were indeed quite clever, knowing to eliminate the beast tamer first. Unfortunately, they had chosen the wrong opponent. As Su Yuan watched the flame tiger barreling towards him, a cold smile crept upon his face. A glint of frost flashed in his eyes, and in the next instant, a tremendous wave of mental energy surged from his sea of consciousness, rapidly coalescing into a mental arrow that shot towards the charging flame tiger with stealth and swiftness. The speed of the mental attack was astonishing, reaching its target almost instantaneously. Before the flame tiger could react, it felt a sharp pain in its mind, followed by a sudden darkness as it lost consciousness entirely. Struck by Su Yuan's soul arrow, the flame tiger's body, once filled with vigor, abruptly lost control. Under the force of its own momentum, it slid several dozen meters before finally coming to rest before Su Yuan, now a soulless husk. With a swift motion, Su Yuan plunged a dagger deep into the flame tiger's left eye, embedding the blade entirely into its skull, severing any chance of survival for the beast. The abrupt execution sent shockwaves of terror through the 3 first awakening-level ferocious beasts surrounding Xiaoxian, causing them to emit low growls of fear, their eyes wide with disbelief. The fact that the flame tiger had perished so easily at the hands of a human beast tamer was entirely beyond their expectations. Furthermore, the manner of the flame tiger's demise struck them as suspicious. They had witnessed it charge forward only to collapse before Su Yuan, who then swiftly dispatched it without any resistance. The entire sequence appeared as though the flame tiger had willingly walked into its own demise, akin to a performer on stage. However, Su Yuan had no intention of explaining himself to these bewildered, ferocious beasts. After slaying the flame tiger, he withdrew the dagger from its head and once again concentrated his formidable mental energy to form another mental arrow. Seizing the moment while the other beasts were momentarily stunned, 3 soul arrows rapidly formed and sped towards the remaining 3 first awakening level ferocious beasts. In an instant, the 3 soul arrows struck true, embedding themselves into the foreheads of the targeted beasts. Thud, thud, thud. The sounds echoed as the 3 first awakening level ferocious beasts crumpled to the ground, only to be pierced through by Xiao Xian's water gun, ensuring their demise. At this moment, my mental energy's potency allows me to easily obliterate these awakened level ferocious beasts with my soul arrow. I am now entirely unafraid of ferocious beasts below the 4th awakening level. If I were to unleash my full power with the soul arrow, I could likely vanquish even a 4th awakening level beast in a single blow. Observing my handiwork, Su Yuan exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling a surge of excitement. Being able to effortlessly slay first awakening level ferocious beasts with my soul arrow at the peak of the ordinary level places my combat prowess at the pinnacle among all ordinary level beast tamers. With the flame tiger and the other 3 awakened level ferocious beasts falling lifelessly, the remaining half of the ordinary level ferocious beasts were struck with sheer panic. At this moment, they finally realized they had run into a brick wall. The strength of Su Yuan and his companions far surpassed that of these ordinary level beasts, and the fortune surrounding Xiao Yan was certainly not within their reach. Recognizing this, the ferocious beasts had no choice but to turn and flee in terror. Now, attempting to escape is too late. As Su Yuan watched the ordinary level ferocious beasts scatter in a desperate flight, he snorted coldly. Without needing to command, Xiao Xian summoned the water elements around her, unleashing a series of formidable water columns in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he traversed several dozen meters, swiftly vanquishing all remaining ferocious beasts. The awakened level beasts, such as the Huoyan Hu, Fire Flame Tiger, were slain, leaving only ordinary beasts behind, which were no match for the already formidable Xiao Xian, who had reached the ordinary 9th level, including the initial Huoman Niu, Fire Barbarian Bull. A total of 21 beasts were slain, each boasting strength above the ordinary 8th level, among which 5 were awakened level beasts. The spoils from these 21 creatures, particularly the ferocious beast cores, exceeded a staggering 50,000, allowing for the procurement of a substantial amount of high-quality beast-feeding supplies. As Su Yuan surveyed the battlefield strewn with the corpses of the beasts, a smile graced his face as he remarked lightly. He then began to assist Xiao Xian in cleaning up the site. Chapter 35. Advancing to Awakening, Triple Joy. The duo moved with remarkable speed, collecting all the beast cores in under 3 minutes. Valuable materials, such as the pelt of the Huoyan Hu and the horn of the Huoman Niu, were also gathered. The total worth of all the beast materials, combined with the cores, surpassed 200,000. In a mere 5 minutes, they amassed over 200,000 Federation coins in beast materials, prompting Su Yuan to marvel once more at the swift earning potential of beast masters. 5 minutes of labor equated to the annual income of an ordinary family, igniting Su Yuan's anticipation that the commotion caused by Xiaoyan consuming the holy fire fruit would attract more ferocious beasts. Just as Su Yuan and Xiao Xian finished their cleanup, Xiaoyan, engulfed in roaring flames, suddenly emitted a phoenix-like cry. Both Su Yuan and Xiao Xian were captivated by the sound and turned to look. In the next moment, they witnessed Xiaoyan open its eyes and inhale deeply, drawing in the surrounding inferno as if it were a whale consuming its prey. Boom! With the red flames being absorbed by Xiaoyan, an overwhelming aura erupted forth. Xiaoyan's level skyrocketed as if propelled by a rocket, ascending from ordinary 6th level to 7th, then to 8th, and finally reaching the pinnacle of ordinary 9th level. The surging momentum showed no signs of slowing until it abruptly broke through to the first tier of awakening. Moreover, even after achieving the first tier of awakening, Xiaoyan's aura continued to rise rapidly, only slowing after reaching the 3rd tier of awakening. Ultimately, Xiaoyan's level stabilized at the 4th tier of awakening, ceasing its ascent. Simultaneously, as Xiaoyan's power surged, Su Yuan, as its beast master, experienced a continuous influx of energy feedback. This potent energy fortified his body, allowing him to instantaneously break through to the level of an awakened beast master. Given that Xiaoyan possessed a perfect 5-star quality, The energy feedback was exceptionally pure, rendering Su Yuan's strength far superior to that of other beast masters at the same level. After advancing to the 4th tier of awakening, Su Yuan's mental acuity was significantly enhanced. Previously, he could effortlessly obliterate beasts below the 3rd tier of awakening with his soul arrow. Now, he had the capability to wield the soul arrow to extinguish the souls of ordinary 7th tier awakened beasts. Su Yuan could now be regarded as a formidable beast master. Qiyong Niao, red sunbird, contracted, species, bird, fire element. Quality, perfect 5 stars. Level, 4th tier awakening. Status, joyful. Skills, fire feather, flame shield, annihilation fire eye. Raging sun conflagration. Evolution count, 0. Possible evolution paths, 5. First path, after 1 evolution, evolves into the giant flame eagle, epic 1 star. Materials required for evolution. Second path, after 2 evolutions, evolves into the Tongyun eagle, epic 8 stars. Materials required for the first stage of evolution. Fifth path, after 4 evolutions, evolves into the phoenix, mythical level. Materials required for the first stage of evolution. Xianghua 1, Fire Fruit 1, Tianqi 3, 9-petal Fire Lotus 1. Reaching the 4th tier of awakening. What a terrifying enhancement. Is this the power of the 4th tier advanced Holy Fire Fruit? Feeling the feedback energy coursing through him and the boost in his own strength, Su Yuan immediately activated his Tianqi Divine Eye to skin Xiaoyan. Upon witnessing Xiaoyan's attributes, Su Yuan was filled with immense joy and could not help but exclaim in admiration. When Xiaoyan consumed the Holy Fire Fruit, it was merely at the ordinary 5th tier. Yet it had now ascended to the 4th tier of awakening, achieving an almost complete elevation in rank. Such a transformation was truly astounding, leading to a deeper understanding of the medicinal potency of the 4th tier advanced treasure, the Holy Fire Fruit. Were it not for Xiaoyan's perfect 5-star quality, the energy required for the breakthrough would have been far greater. Had it been any other fire-type beast, like the previously slain Yohua, Shi, Ghost Fire Serpent, the energy from 3 holy fire fruits would suffice to elevate it to the extraordinary level. Of course, had Xiaoyan not achieved the perfect 5-star quality, it would have been impossible for it to safely digest the energy from 3 holy fire fruits at its ordinary 5th tier level. It could have easily been overwhelmed by the intense energy and perished. Just as Su Yuan was filled with exuberance, Xiaoyan concluded its training, flapping its wings and soaring towards Su Yuan, joyfully circling around him. With its 4th tier of awakening, Xiaoyan had further grown in size, now measuring 3 meters in length and boasting a wingspan of nearly 5 meters, more than 10-fold larger than before. At present, Xiaoyan was fully capable of carrying Su Yuan aloft in flight. Xiaoyan still harbored a substantial amount of energy akin to that of the Holy Fire Fruit, indicating that it had not fully digested the energy from the 3 fruits. This residual energy would enable Xiaoyan to rapidly enhance its strength in the short term. Even in the absence of additional beast resources, it was likely that this remaining energy from the Holy Fire Fruits would suffice to elevate Xiaoyan to the extraordinary level. Indeed, the 3 4th-tier advanced Holy Fire Fruits were worth at least 30 million in cultivation resources. It would be a disservice to suggest that they merely elevated Xiaoyan to the 4th tier of awakening. As Xiaoyan hovered by Su Yuan's side, Su Yuan's formidable mental acuity sharply sensed the residual energy from the Holy Fire Fruits within Xiaoyan, causing his smile to radiate even more brightly. Suddenly, not far away, Xiaoxian let out a series of jubilant cries. At that moment, Su Yuan also felt a powerful wave of energy feedback surging within him. While it paled in comparison to the energy feedback from Xiaoyan's breakthrough, it was nonetheless significant. At this moment, Xiaoxian had made a breakthrough, truly a double delight. Sensing the energy welling up within him, along with the vigorous fluctuation of water elemental energy nearby, Su Yuan's eyes brightened as he turned to see Xiaoxian taking a step forward, elevating its level from the peak of ordinary 9th tier to the 1st tier of awakening. After completing its breakthrough, Xiaoxian's scales gleamed with an even more lustrous sheen, and the shell on its back shimmered with flowing water patterns. With its strength significantly enhanced, Xiaoxian swiftly approached Su Yuan, brimming with joy as it expressed its happiness. Was there more excitement in store? As Su Yuan reached out to stroke Xiaoxian's head, he felt a stirring within himself and retrieved a Beast Master ring from his pocket, exclaiming with delight. This ring was the very first he had acquired, containing his second beast, the Jifeng Enying Mao, Swift Wind Shadow Cat. Upon producing the ring, Su Yuan focused his intent, causing a beam of light to surge forth from the ring. In the next moment, a small black cat appeared before him. It was indeed the Jifeng Enying Mao. After being defeated and forcibly contracted by Su Yuan in the Misty Forest, the cat had remained in a comatose state, and now, more than half a month had passed with no signs of recovery. However, just after Xiao Yin and Xiao Xian achieved consecutive breakthroughs, The Ji-Feng and Ing Mao, which had been in slumber for over half a month, awakened from its stupor. At this moment, the Ji-Feng and Ing Mao, appearing before Su Yuan, was still somewhat dazed as it surveyed its surroundings. Upon spotting Su Yuan, its onyx-like eyes sparkled with brilliance, and it leaped into Su Yuan's embrace, snuggling contentedly. Ha ha ha, it seems today brings 3 joys. Your ability to recover on your own saves me the trouble of seeking rare treasures to heal your mental injuries. From now on, you shall be called Xiao Yu, Su Yuan remarked, cradling the cozy Xiao Yu while affectionately stroking its soft fur. Meow. Xiao Yu softly responded to Su Yuan's words, nodding slightly, before settling back into Su Yuan's embrace, sporting a blissful expression. You little rascal, Su Yuan chuckled, shaking his head in amusement. Both Xiao Yin and Xiao Xian had reached the awakening level, and particularly Xiao Yin, with its current strength, could contend even with high-tier awakened beasts. With my current power, I am capable of safeguarding myself in the Wudu jungle. It is time to contract a plant-type beast from there. After giving Xiao Yu another gentle stroke, Su Yuan muttered to himself. He then turned to Xiao Yin and Xiao Xian, declaring, Xiao Yin, Xiao Xian, let us set forth, traversing the Ronghua mountain range towards Tianyun City. Chapter 36. Arrival at Tianyun City 3 days later, in the skies near the Ronghua mountain range, approaching Tianyun City. A crimson figure streaked through the air like a meteor. This crimson figure was none other than Xiao Yin, who had just broken through to the 4th tier of awakening. Behind Xiao Yin was Su Yuan. 3 days prior, Su Yuan had resolved to cross the Ronghua mountain range en route to the Wudu jungle near Tianyun City. Although Su Yuan chose to navigate the outskirts of the Ronghua mountain range, he still encountered numerous ferocious beasts along the way, causing him to waste considerable time. However, this also allowed Su Yuan to harvest a substantial collection of valuable beast cores and materials, completing all the tasks he had accepted from the Tianyang Adventurers Guild. Ultimately, Su Yuan decided to have Xiao Yin carry him directly over the outskirts of the Ronghua mountain range, heading straight towards Tianyun City. With extraordinary speed, Xiao Yin flew through the air for merely 2 hours before nearing Tianyun City. However, just as Xiao Yin was about to lead Su Yuan away from the Ronghua mountain range towards the nearby Tianyun City, it suddenly emitted a sharp cry of alert, its icy gaze fixated downward. Xiao Yan's reaction immediately heightened Su Yuan's vigilance. During the 2 hours of flight atop Xiao Yan, they had encountered several flying ferocious beasts while traversing the Ronghua mountain range. Each time faced with such a foe, Xiao Yan exhibited a similar demeanor. Although they were close to exiting the Ronghua mountain range, where formidable beasts were unlikely to be found, Su Yuan dared not relax his guard even for a moment. As Su Yuan cautiously peered in the direction indicated by Xiao Yan, a gray figure swiftly ascended from the forest below, rising to eye level with Su Yuan in just a few blinks. Simultaneously, a formidable aura emanated from this gray avian beast, causing Su Yuan's expression to shift drastically. Iron Bone Crow contracted. Species, bird steel type quality, rare 2 stars level, extraordinary 3rd tier status, alert skills, Iron Claw, bullet charge evolution count, 1 materials required for next evolution, extraordinary 3rd tier. How could there be an extraordinary 3rd tier beast here? No. This Iron Bone Crow is marked as contracted. It must belong to a beast master, not a ferocious beast. Upon discerning the strength of the Iron Bone Crow through the Tianqi Divine Eye, Su Yuan's heart sank. Just as he prepared for a desperate confrontation, he suddenly noticed the contracted status of the Iron Bone Crow, realizing it was owned by someone. Without hesitation, Su Yuan called out loudly, Senior, I am merely passing through. At the behest of Senior Huangpu Shiba, to visit the Huangpu family. I mean no offense, and I hope you do not misunderstand. In the midst of his words, Su Yuan invoked the name of the Huangpu family. Given that they were now near Tianyun City, and the Huangpu family was one of its premier noble houses, he believed the Beastmaster of the Iron Bone Crow would be wary of the Huangpu family. Thus, even if the individual intended to attack him, they would likely think twice. After all, the Iron Bone Crow was only at the extraordinary 3rd tier. Its Beastmaster's strength would likely not exceed that of an extraordinary level. An extraordinary level Beastmaster is akin to an ant before a prominent family like the Huangpu. Kid, are you trying to deceive me? I haven't heard of the second master inviting anyone to visit. A voice suddenly echoed from the forest below as Su Yuan finished speaking. Following the sound, he spotted a burly middle-aged man glaring at him from the top of an ancient tree. Senior, I would not dare to speak lightly. This is the business card of Senior Huangpu Shiba. Since you are a member of the Huangpu family, you will surely recognize its authenticity. Realizing that the burly man was likely also from the Huangpu family, Su Yuan promptly retrieved the business card that Huangpu Shiba had given him outside the misty forest. As he produced the card, he waved his hand, sending it flying accurately towards the middle-aged man below. The burly man reached out and caught the card with a flick of his wrist, employing his mental strength to do so. Indeed, it is the second Master-S card. It appears this kid is not lying. Since he was personally invited by the second master, he must be either wealthy or of noble lineage. Someone I cannot afford to offend. After carefully inspecting the card and confirming its authenticity, the burly man trembled and promptly gestured for the Iron Bone Crow. The Iron Bone Crow, upon seeing this, immediately flapped its wings and descended. Once it reached the burly man's side, he leaped onto its back. And under the guidance of the Iron Bone Crow, they flew towards Su Yuan. As they approached, the burly man's demeanor was now filled with respect, devoid of his earlier arrogance. I was unaware that my young friend was a distinguished guest invited by the second master, leading to a misunderstanding. I hope you can forgive me. Since you are here at the second master's request, why not allow me to escort you to the family? Upon saying this, the burly man respectfully returned Huangpu Shiba's exclusive business card to Su Yuan. Then I must thank you, senior, Su Yuan replied with a gentle smile, nodding in acknowledgement. He then released his mental strength to retrieve the card from the burly man's hand. Such powerful mental strength. This force is likely approaching that of an extraordinary level Beastmaster. To possess such formidable mental prowess at such a young age is indeed remarkable. No wonder he could command the attention of the second master. Just as Su Yuan used his mental strength to accept the card, the burly man felt the overwhelming power of Su Yuan's mental strength, leaving him astonished. In the next moment, his attitude towards Su Yuan grew even more respectful, tinged with a hint of apprehension as he said, "My young friend, please do not address me as senior, if you do not mind. You may simply call me Chenhu." Recognizing Su Yuan's extraordinary nature, Chenhu no longer dared to have Su Yuan refer to him as senior. Seeing this, Su Yuan smiled and replied, "Then I shall call you Brother Chen." Upon hearing this, Chenhu was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. He serves the Huangfu family and has encountered numerous prodigies, all of whom are invariably arrogant and self-important. At such a young age, they hold their heads high, looking down on others with disdain. It is rare to find a talented individual as humble as Su Yuan. With this thought in mind, Chenhu turned to Su Yuan and smiled. "Ha, this is splendid. By the way, I have yet to inquire about your name, my young friend." "Su Yuan," he replied. "Ah, so you are Brother Su. The distance from here to Tianyin City is about 80 miles. I shall escort you there. In that case, I am most grateful." Brother Chen. After a delightful exchange, Chenhu guided Su Yuan towards the direction of Tianyin City. With the presence of the extraordinary beast master Chenhu and his iron-boned crow, Su Yuan encountered no obstinate beasts along the way. In less than a quarter of an hour, they arrived outside Tianyin City. After storing their beasts, they entered the city. Once inside, Su Yuan requested Chenhu to take him to the trading market, where he sold all the beast materials he had gathered in the Ronghua mountain range over the past few days. Upon selling his fortnight's haul, his previously depleted account was suddenly replenished with over 10 million funds. Spending 10 million, he procured a substantial number of awakening-level fire, water, wind, and shadow beast cores to supplement the energy needs of Xiao Xian and the others. Only then did Su Yuan accompany Chenhu towards the Huangfu family estate. Chapter 37. Reunion with Huangfu Yunjiao. The scale of Tianyin City far surpasses that of Tianyang City, and the Huangfu family has undoubtedly established itself as one of the foremost families in Tianyin City, showcasing formidable strength. The guards at the entrance of the Huangfu estate are extraordinary beast masters, a testament to the family's prowess. It is no wonder they were able to nurture a prodigious beast master like Huangfu Yunjiao. Following Chenhu through the city gates into Tianyin City, Su Yuan was struck by the grandeur of the Huangfu estate. "Brother Su, please wait here while I go inside to announce your arrival," Chenhu said with a smile as they reached the estate. He also instructed the two guards at the entrance to treat Su Yuan with utmost courtesy and not to neglect him. "Understood," Su Yuan replied with a slight nod. Watching as Chenhu hastened into the estate. Within the Huangfu estate, Huangfu Yunjiao walked through her family's courtyard with a somewhat indifferent and impatient demeanor. Accompanying her was a young man dressed in fine attire, wearing a smile. "Yunjiao, it has been a while since we've met. You have blossomed into a stunning beauty," he remarked. "Moreover, you have advanced to an awakening-level beastmaster. Coincidentally, our family's elders are discussing a collaboration to jointly explore the Yuntian secret realm. This is a rare opportunity. Today, as your host, how about we celebrate your breakthrough as an awakening-level beastmaster with a meal at the Andy Milan Hotel?" The young man, with a glint in his eyes as he gazed at Huangfu Yunjiao, spoke softly. "No, the college entrance examination is approaching, and I need to train my beasts to enhance my strength. I have no time to dine," Huangfu Yunjiao replied, her brows slightly furrowed as she declined politely. "Indeed, you must focus all your energy on improving your strength. By the way, I heard that your second contracted beast is a dark-patterned scorpion. My Yang family's informants recently learned that the dark-patterned scorpion can evolve into a shadow dragon scorpion using a primary material known as shadow dragon wood in Bifin City. How about after our elders discuss the collaboration, we travel to Bifin City together to procure that shadow dragon wood? With it, once your dark-patterned scorpion evolves into a shadow dragon scorpion, you will undoubtedly gain admission to the nation's top Beast Master Academy. After Huangfu Yunzhao politely declined, a flicker of displeasure crossed Yang Di's face, but he quickly concealed it. With one plan thwarted, he swiftly conjured another reason. Shadow Dragon Wood. Is there truly such a thing in Bifin City? Upon hearing the term Shadow Dragon Wood, Huangfu Yunzhao abruptly halted, her face lighting up with interest as she looked at Yang Di. Seeing her reaction, Yang Di felt a surge of joy, suppressing his excitement. He replied with a calm smile, I would never deceive you. If you are willing, we can set off for Bifin City right away. As his words hung in the air, Huangfu Yunzhao showed unmistakable signs of being tempted. After her previous unsuccessful attempt to contract the swift Shadow Cat in the Misty Forest, her family had found her a second beast, the excellent 8-star Dark Pattern Scorpion. Although the 8-star Dark Pattern Scorpion is slightly inferior to the 9-star Swift Shadow Cat, the difference is minimal. Furthermore, among the researched evolution paths of the Dark Pattern Scorpion, its next stage is the Shadow Dragon Scorpion. The primary material required for the Dark Pattern Scorpion's evolution into a Shadow Dragon Scorpion is the primary level 5-tier Shadow Dragon Wood. As for the other evolution materials, they are some rare 4-tier heavenly treasures. While the 4-tier treasures are indeed precious for a prominent family like the Huangfu family, gathering the additional materials needed for the Dark Pattern Scorpion's evolution is not overly challenging. The only difficult item to find is the primary level 5-tier Shadow Dragon Wood. Now that news of its existence has reached her, Huangfu Yunzhao could hardly contain her excitement. If she could gather the evolution materials for the Dark Pattern Scorpion, allowing it to evolve into a Shadow Dragon Scorpion, her strength would undoubtedly see a significant increase. The Shadow Dragon Scorpion is a beast of perfect 6-star quality. Once her Dark Pattern Scorpion evolves, Huangfu Yunzhao is confident that she can gain admission to the nation's premier Jiuzhou Academy. Seeing that Huangfu Yunzhao was clearly intrigued, Yang Di felt a wave of satisfaction. If he could spend a few days alone with her, he was confident that his experience with women would win her over. Moreover, with the strength of his Yang family, a match with the Huangfu family would be perfectly suitable. When their relationship progressed positively, he believed that his family would not refuse to form an alliance with a prominent family like the Huangfu family. The thought of winning over such a stunning beauty as Huangfu Yunzhao filled Yang Di with excitement, causing the corners of his mouth to curl up more than usual. This moment was precisely observed by Huangfu Yunzhao. She had no intention of getting closer to Yang Di, and her current interest was solely due to his mention of Shadow Dragon Wood. After noticing the slight smirk on his face, she sensed that he might have ulterior motives. Confident in her instincts, Huangfu Yunzhao forcibly suppressed her excitement and sought to compose herself. Just as she was contemplating how to devise an excuse to dismiss Yang Di, a robust voice suddenly called out, Miss Yunzhao. Turning at the sound, she saw Chunhu bowing respectfully toward her, followed by a curious inquiry. Chunhu, an extraordinary beast master employed by the Huangfu family, typically hunts fierce beasts in the Ronghua mountain range nearby to gather resources for the family. During her training in the mountain range, Chunhu had often been assigned to ensure her safety, making him relatively familiar to Huangfu Yunzhao. Young lady, today I was hunting on the outskirts of the Ronghua mountain range when I happened upon a young man invited by the second master to visit the family. After verifying his identity, I escorted him here. Currently, he is waiting at the family gate, and I must report to the second master. Chunhu succinctly explained the situation in response to Huangfu Yunzhao's inquiry. The young man personally invited by Uncle Ba? Huangfu Yunzhao's face flickered with doubt upon hearing Chunhu's words. It is indeed rare for her uncle to personally extend an invitation to a young man. Even Yang Di, who is frequently by her side, has not been granted such an honor. However, the figure of Su Yuan swiftly surfaced in her mind, prompting her to inquire urgently. Do you know the name of that young man? He claims to be Su Yuan. Chunhu responded, momentarily taken aback by Huangfu Yunzhao's unusual demeanor. But he quickly regained his composure and replied, It truly is him. Upon hearing Chunhu's answer, Huangfu Yunzhao felt a surge of joy in her heart and turned to Chunhu, saying, Su Yuan is a friend of mine. My father and Ba Shu have pressing matters to discuss and cannot be disturbed. I shall attend to him. Afterward, she glanced at the somewhat stunned Yang Di and added, Ying Longmu, being a 5th-tier natural treasure, is quite valuable. I believe it would be wiser for the elders in our family to purchase it. Brother Yang, I would be immensely grateful for any information you can provide regarding Ying Longmu. I will forego my trip to Bailin City, and I shall treat you to a meal another time. I must excuse myself now, as I have a friend visiting. She then looked at Chunhu and instructed, Chunhu, please ensure that young Master Yang enjoys his time at the estate. Do not neglect him. With that, Huangfu Yunjiao hurriedly made her way towards the entrance of the Huangfu family estate. Outside the gate, Su Yuan had only waited a few minutes when he heard someone calling his name, the voice tinged with surprise. Upon looking up, he saw a striking figure waving at him and hastening towards his direction. Yuan Su, long time no see, Huangfu Yunjiao exclaimed upon reaching him, her smile radiating warmth. Indeed, it has been quite a while, Su Yuan replied with a gentle nod. Standing beside him, Huangfu Yunjiao gazed at Su Yuan's handsome visage, feeling a wave of shyness wash over her, a delicate blush gracing her exquisite features. Is this truly our family's young lady? The two extraordinary beast tamers stationed at the entrance of the Huangfu estate wondered, shocked by the transformation. What is the story behind this young man, who seems to share such a close bond with the young lady? As Huangfu Yunjiao displayed an uncharacteristic bashfulness, the guards felt a tempest of emotions surging within them. Huangfu Yunjiao, as the heiress of the Huangfu family, typically exuded an icy demeanor, appearing unapproachable. They had never witnessed her express such affection towards another man. Since you are here, why not come inside for a cup of tea? Huangfu Yunjiao suggested warmly. Since our last encounter in the misty forest, Bashu has spoken highly of you. He will be delighted to hear of your arrival. After greeting Su Yuan, she eagerly invited him into her home. I came today primarily to inquire about the voodoo jungle. As I am new here and unfamiliar with the surroundings of Tianyan City, I thought to seek guidance from the Huangfu family. Upon hearing her invitation, Su Yuan's lips curled into a smile as he replied calmly, I assure you, I am not exaggerating. I had initially intended to seek information about the voodoo jungle after arriving in Tianyan City without imposing on the Huangfu family. However, after encountering Chunhu, I felt it necessary to mention my connection to your esteemed family, prompting this visit. Are you in such a hurry to enter the voodoo jungle? Huangfu Yunjiao asked, her face showing astonishment. Su Yuan, are you also now an awakened beast master? Previously, in the misty forest, Su Yuan had expressed his interest in the plant-type feral beasts within the voodoo jungle and had indicated a desire to contract a plant-type beast like Huangfu Yunjiao. Now, his urgency to enter the voodoo jungle must be related to his wish to form a new contract. Given that Su Yuan already possessed a turtle-type beast and was rumored to be a beast master of only ordinary talent, it was evident that he had now transcended to the awakened level, which explained his eagerness to venture into the jungle. It was this realization that led Huangfu Yunjiao to exhibit such a reaction. Although Su Yuan's beast had displayed the typical strength of an ordinary 8th-tier beast just half a month prior, it was known that breakthroughs become increasingly challenging as one progresses. The fact that he had surmounted the divide between ordinary and awakened within such a short span was nothing short of astounding. Huangfu Yunjiao, having recently herself achieved the awakened level with the assistance of her family's abundant resources, understood the difficulties associated with such a leap. I, too, have only recently ascended to the awakened level, thanks to the support of my beast, Su Yuan responded with a smile, attributing his achievement entirely to his companion. In truth, this was accurate, as the breakthroughs of beast masters largely depended on the energy feedback from their beasts, and their strength would align with that of their highest-tier beast. He secretly rejoiced that he had not revealed his true strength before Huangfu Yunjiao. Her astonishment at merely speculating that he had just reached the awakened level was a relief. Had she known that he had not only achieved awakening, but had also reached the 4th tier of awakening, he was uncertain how much more astonishment he would have elicited. Since you have reached the awakened level, I shall not delay you any further, Huangfu Yunjiao said. Let us inform my family, and I will accompany you to the voodoo jungle, bringing along some awakened beast masters from our family for safety. The voodoo jungle is a primary secret realm, where most feral beasts are at the awakened level. Given that we have both only recently broken through, we can manage the lower-tier awakened beasts. However, should we encounter mid-tier or high-tier awakened beasts, it could become perilous. The jungle only permits awakened beast masters to enter, and I will request my father to assign a peak awakened beast master to ensure our safety. Huangfu Yunjiao, upon hearing Su Yuan confirm his breakthrough, felt a mix of astonishment and joy for him and extended another warm invitation, sharing her plans to accompany him into the jungle. In response, Su Yuan smiled gratefully at Huangfu Yunjiao, but gently declined her offer to join him in the voodoo jungle. With his 3 beasts, Xiao Xian, Xiao Yan, and Xiao Yu, at his disposal, particularly Xiao Yan, who had reached the 4th tier of awakening, he believed that having Huangfu Yunjiao and others accompany him would hinder his movements. Until he felt secure enough in his own strength, he did not wish to expose all his cards to anyone, even to Huangfu Yunjiao, who had shown him some degree of affection. After being refused by Su Yuan, Huangfu Yunjiao felt a pang of disappointment, experiencing for the first time the sensation of rejection. Until now, She had only known the role of one who turns others away. To face rejection from a boy left her with an inexplicable and complex feeling in her heart. After a slight adjustment to her mood, Huangfu Yunjiao adorned her face with a smile once more and turned to Su Yuan, saying, "In that case, you must exercise caution while venturing alone into the voodoo jungle. Come, let us first pay a visit to my second uncle. He will be exceedingly pleased to know of your arrival." With that, she invited Su Yuan inside. Su Yuan, no longer refusing, followed Huangfu Yunjiao, and together they entered the grand gates of the Huangfu family estate, engaged in light-hearted conversation. "Chen Hu, who is that person?" Inside the Huangfu estate, after Huangfu Yunjiao hurriedly departed, Yang Di did not allow Chen Hu to lead him on a leisurely stroll through the estate. Instead, he stealthily followed after her. Yang Di harbored deep admiration for Huangfu Yunjiao, yet he had never heard of her having any friends, making him quite curious about the individual she referred to as a friend. At that moment, he caught sight of Su Yuan and Huangfu Yunjiao, animatedly conversing as they headed towards the villa area of the estate. Upon seeing Su Yuan, a young man sharing laughter with Huangfu Yunjiao, Yang Di's jealousy flared, and he turned to Chen Hu, his expression darkening. Chapter 39, The Voodoo Jungle. Young Master Yang, I am also unaware of the other party's identity. However, to have received an invitation from the second master and to be treated so well by the young lady, it is likely that the individual is either wealthy or noble. Since this person has been invited by the Huangfu family, they must be a distinguished guest. I implore you, young Master Yang, to refrain from any inappropriate actions. Hearing Yang Di's blunt remarks, Chen Hu turned to look at him. Noticing the malicious intent etched upon Yang Di's face, Chen Hu frowned and spoke coldly. As an extraordinary beast master, Chen Hu could keenly sense the hostility emanating from Yang Di towards Su Yuan. Although he was aware that Yang Di was a genius from another prestigious family, the favor Su Yuan had garnered from him was apparent. Thus, upon realizing Yang Di's ill intentions towards Su Yuan, Chen Hu disregarded Yang Di's status and offered a warning. Chen Hu's icy tone and response instantly caused a flicker of coldness to flash in Yang Di's eyes, further aggravating his displeasure. Yet, he did not reveal his irritation. Instead, he suppressed his discontent, forcing a smile as he addressed Chen Hu. Do not misunderstand, Chen Hu. I am merely curious about the identity of the individual. Since he is a distinguished guest of the Huangfu family, I assure you, I harbor no ill intentions. I just remembered that I have matters to attend to, so I shall not linger around the estate any longer. I will take my leave. Without waiting for Chen Hu's reaction, Yang Di turned and departed. Upon returning to the residence arranged for him by the Huangfu family, Yang Di's expression darkened. He immediately issued orders to several subordinates from the Yang family, instructing them to keep a close watch on Su Yuan and to commence a covert investigation into his background. Su Yuan, with the surname Su. I have not heard of any prominent Su family in the nearby large cities. What is his origin? What right does he have to earn Huangfu Yunjiao's special regard? After dispatching his subordinates to surveil Su Yuan, Yang Di muttered softly to himself in his room, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the table, producing a series of steady knocks. Meanwhile, Huangfu Yunjiao escorted Su Yuan to meet Huangfu Shiba. Upon learning of Su Yuan's arrival, Huangfu Shiba was equally delighted. Moreover, when he heard that Su Yuan had become an awakened-level beast master, he shared the same astonishment as Huangfu Yunjiao. Knowing that Su Yuan was eager to enter the voodoo jungle to contract new beasts, Huangfu Shiba wasted no time and promptly dispatched someone to guide Su Yuan to the secret realm of the voodoo jungle, located outside Tianyan City. Huangfu Yunjiao accompanied Huangfu Shiba in arranging the personnel and personally escorted Su Yuan. Huangfu Shiba was pleased by this arrangement. Half a month prior, at the edge of the misty forest, he had already held high hopes for Su Yuan. Being able to contend with a second-tier formidable beast despite only being at an ordinary 8th tier was a testament to Su Yuan's strength. Now, in just half a month's time, Su Yuan had elevated from an ordinary 8th tier to an awakened level, further proving his exceptional talent. Even if Su Yuan's beast mastery talent paled in comparison to Huangfu Yunjiao's, the rapidity of his progression indicated that his abilities were among the finest, not significantly inferior to those of higher-tier talents. Additionally, Huangfu Shiba had never witnessed Huangfu Yunjiao exhibit such fondness towards any other young man of her age. After half an hour, Su Yuan, Huangfu Yunjiao, and 2 guards from the Huangfu family arrived at the entrance of the secret realm of the voodoo jungle outside Tianyan City. Miss Yunjiao, thank you for seeing me off. Now that we have arrived at the voodoo jungle, I shall proceed first. Su Yuan gazed at the shimmering entrance of the secret realm, reminiscent of a curtain of water, and turned back to express his gratitude to Huangfu Yunjiao and the 2 guards. Be cautious within the voodoo jungle, Su Yuan. If you encounter beasts that are beyond your capability, do not force yourself. Oh, and here is an antidote pill. The secret realm of the voodoo jungle is fraught with miasma. Prolonged exposure can be harmful. With these antidote pills, you need not worry about the toxins inside. Huangfu Yunjiao. Upon hearing this, retrieved a transparent vial from her pocket containing several reddish-brown pills, her face etched with concern as she cautioned Su Yuan. Antidote pill. Crafted from the second-tier intermediate spiritual herb, detox herb, it can prevent various toxic gas invasions. Under the influence of the Tianqi divine eye, Su Yuan discerned the information regarding the vial of antidote pills. Feeling a warmth in his heart, he accepted the vial, expressed his gratitude once more, and then turned to step into the entrance of the voodoo jungle. As Su Yuan crossed the threshold, his figure vanished from the sight of Huangfu Yunjiao and her companions. Miss, we should return as well. Once Su Yuan entered the voodoo jungle, the two elite guards by Huangfu Yunjiao immediately bowed to her. Though the voodoo jungle lay merely a few miles from Tianyan City, and both guards were high-ranking beast masters, they were acutely aware that Huangfu Yunjiao was the most talented individual of her generation in the Huangfu family, possessing extraordinary beast mastery talent. It was not uncommon for rival factions to target Huangfu Yunjiao. In addition to the adversarial forces of the Huangfu family, there were also nefarious beast masters lurking in the shadows, traitors to humanity who relished hunting talented beast masters. Each year, numerous gifted individuals met tragic fates at the hands of such scoundrels. This was the enemy they dreaded the most. Given Huangfu Yunjiao's remarkable talent, she would undoubtedly attract the attention of these malevolent beast masters. Only upon returning to Tianyan City could she be deemed safe, and they could finally lower their guard. Yes, let us depart. Upon hearing the words of her guards, Huangfu Yunjiao nodded and turned to join them in their journey back to Tianyan City. Shortly after the three departed, another figure appeared at the entrance of the voodoo jungle. This individual gazed at the entrance before glancing back at the direction in which Huangfu Yunjiao and her companions had left. Confirming that Su Yuan had entered the voodoo jungle alone, the figure subsequently returned to Tianyan City. Within the guest quarters of the Huangfu family in Tianyan City, a person hurriedly returned to Yang Di's side, whispering a few words into his ear. Upon hearing the report from his subordinate, Yang Di's eyes revealed a flicker of doubt, which quickly morphed into disdain. Chapter 40. Contracting a murder. To ascend to the awakening level, one must venture into the voodoo jungle to contract a second beast. Is this Su truly a scion of a prominent family? It seems that Su Yuan is merely a person of mediocre talent. If he had any significant backing, his family would have arranged a suitable beast for him long ago. Why would he need to contract one himself in the voodoo jungle? If that is the case, let this brat perish within the voodoo jungle. You shall arrange for personnel to enter the voodoo jungle, ensuring that this brat is eliminated, so he can never step out again. Remember to do it cleanly, leaving no traces behind. Upon completing the narrative, Yang Di immediately whispered to the subordinate beside him. As he spoke, Yang Di produced an anonymous gold card and handed it to his subordinate. He wanted Su Yuan dead in the voodoo jungle, but could not allow his own men to handle it directly. Thus he opted to hire an assassin with money. The subordinate complied. Upon hearing Yang Di's words, a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes, and he immediately bowed in acknowledgement. He then took the gold card from Yang Di and exited the room. A mere brat who has just stepped into the awakening level, no matter how strong his talent, facing multiple awakening level beastmasters in a siege, he is undoubtedly doomed. Anyone who dares to vie with me, Yang Di, for a woman must die. Yang Di watched his subordinate leave, a sinister smile creeping onto his face as he spoke in a low voice. The memory of Su Yuan laughing and conversing intimately with Huangfu Yunjiao filled him with immense displeasure, especially considering Su Yuan possessed a handsome visage that made Yang Di feel envious and furious. Under Yang Di's secret arrangements, an hour later, three figures appeared at the entrance of the voodoo jungle's secret realm. Each exuded a powerful aura, all being awakening level beastmasters of the 9th tier. Boss, this time we VE hit the jackpot. The bounty for a mere brat who has just entered the awakening level is actually 200 million. Standing at the entrance of the voodoo jungle, a short, stout, dark-skinned bald man laughed heartily. In his hand, he held a tablet displaying Su Yuan's image. Humph, you fool. Your mind is clouded by greed. With this bounty, the three of us can easily purchase a batch of evolution materials for our beasts, enabling them to evolve, making it a breeze to ascend to the extraordinary level of beastmasters. Upon hearing the stout bald man's words, a tall, bald middle-aged man suddenly struck the stout man's head, admonishing him. Yes, elder brother is right. I was short-sighted. The stout bald man, without showing any anger, merely smiled and acknowledged his lack of foresight. All right, elder brother. Third brother, our target has been in the voodoo jungle for almost 2 hours now. We should not waste time outside. Let's hurry in, find that brat, and eliminate him to avoid any unforeseen complications. Hearing the ruckus from the two, The dark-haired man beside the tall, bald man frowned and turned his gaze toward the entrance of the voodoo jungle, speaking softly to the two. Second brother is correct. Let's head in. At his words, the tall, bald man nodded immediately, leading the two into the secret realm. The voodoo jungle was filled with toxic miasma. The green mist enveloped the entire secret realm. Upon entering the voodoo jungle, Su Yuan consumed an antidote pill given to him by Huangfu Yunjiao. And then he traversed through the secret realm. With the aid of his innate talent, the Eye of Revelation, Su Yuan discovered that everything in this secret realm, from the flora to the fauna, was laden with potent toxins. Indeed, this place is a paradise for toxic substances, replete with hazards. No wonder it is called the voodoo jungle. What surprised him was that the fire elemental aura emanating from Xiao Yan was capable of repelling these toxic mists, rendering the antidote pill ineffective. It appears my decision to contract a fire attribute beast beforehand was wise. Had I chosen Xiao Xian or Xiao Yu in this voodoo jungle, I would have had to ensure they also consumed the antidote to navigate safely. Above the voodoo jungle's secret realm, Su Yuan rode atop Xiao Yan, soaring through the air. Gazing down at the jungle, Su Yuan could not help but exclaim in awe. Surrounding Xiao Yan was a dense aura of fire elements, and the scorching heat incinerated the surrounding toxic mists, creating a poison-free zone of several meters around him. This was precisely why Su Yuan felt compelled to express his thoughts. However, what Su Yuan did not realize was that even ordinary fire attribute beasts would struggle to eliminate the toxic mists surrounding their bodies within the voodoo jungle. Xiao Yan's ability to disperse the miasma with its surrounding fire elements was due not only to its high quality, perfect 5-star rating, but also to the 3 advanced 4th-tier sacred fire fruits it had consumed in the lava mountain range. It was these fruits that enhanced Xiao Yan's fire power and purified its internal fire elements, allowing it to dispel the toxic mists merely by the fire elements enveloping it. Just then, as Xiao Yan flew leisurely in the air above the voodoo jungle's secret realm, passing through a dense thicket, several dark green vines, shrouded in toxic mist, suddenly surged forth from the jungle below, resembling the tentacles of an octopus, sweeping towards Su Yuan and Xiao Yan. Buzz! In response to the sudden attack, a crimson spherical flame erupted around Xiao Yan, enveloping both it and Su Yuan. It was none other than Xiao Yan's skill, Flame Shield. As the flame shield materialized, the voracious vines struck against it. However, these powerful vines, capable of shattering steel plates, failed to breach Xiao Yan's flame shield, which held firm against the assault. Not only that, the searing heat of the flame shield caused the vines to sizzle. Dark green smoke rose from the contact points between the vines and the flame shield. In the blink of an eye, a significant portion of the once menacing vines was reduced to char whoosh. Having failed their ambush and suffering from the intense heat of the flame shield, the vines retreated swiftly, abandoning their assault on Su Yuan and Xiao Yan. Shriek! Observing the retreating vines, Xiao Yan emitted a fierce cry. It would not let these ambushers escape easily. With its eyes blazing brightly, Xiao Yan focused on the rapidly retracting vines, unleashing 2 scorching crimson rays from its eyes, aimed at the jungle below. Chapter 41, Shattering Fire Eyes, Valley of Toxic Mists. Boom! The 2 crimson rays emitted from Xiao Yan's eye struck first, slicing through the retreating vines as if a heated iron blade had cut through cooled lard, severing them instantly. Furthermore, after cutting the vines, the 2 scorching rays did not lose any momentum, continuing straight down into the jungle below, like rockets hitting the ground. The jungle erupted in explosions upon the impact of the rays, igniting fierce flames that engulfed the area. The surrounding green toxic mists were instantaneously dispersed in the wake of the roaring flames. The toxic creatures hidden within the jungle had no time to escape, meeting their demise in the inferno. This is the devastating fire eye of Xiao Yan. What immense power! Su Yuan, standing behind Xiao Yan, gazed through the flames surrounding them and was astonished by the might of Xiao Yan's strike. Such an attack, even if faced by a high-tier awakened beast, would struggle to withstand the onslaught of 2 fiery rays. After consuming the sacred fire fruit, Xiao Yan's flame strength had ascended to a new level. The power of this devastating fire eye was now comparable to an ordinary awakened 8th-tier beast's full-force assault. Suddenly, amidst the roaring inferno, a figure engulfed in flames surged forth, fleeing at remarkable speed toward a distant river. Vine Poison Demon. Species, Plant Type Wood System, Poison System. Quality, Rare 6 stars. Level, Awakened 5th tier. Status, Severely injured. Skills, Vine Stab, Poison Flying Needle. Evolution Count, 0. Evolution Path, 3. The awakened 5th tier Vine Poison Demon, a plant-based beast tamer, unfortunately, had a somewhat low quality. Moreover, the strongest evolutionary path in its evolution scheme culminated in merely an epic 5-star Soul Tomb Tree Demon. Xiao Yan, extinguish it. Observing the vine-poisoned demon escaping from the inferno, Su Yuan shook his head and addressed Xiaoyan. In response, Xiaoyan nodded, flapping its wings, transforming into a crimson streak of light as it pursued the fleeing vine-poisoned demon. Due to the obstruction of the foliage, Xiaoyan's earlier fire did not directly strike the vine-poisoned demon, allowing it to escape the sea of flames. Otherwise, had there been no foliage to obstruct its view, the fire would have undoubtedly hit its mark, and the awakened fifth-tier vine-poisoned demon would have long been reduced to ashes. Crash! Below, the vine-poisoned demon endured the searing flames engulfing it. Sensing the rapid approach of Xiaoyan from above, instantly, it was filled with dread and held nothing back. The vine-poisoned demon hastily sacrificed all its flaming appendages aside from its main body, severing branches to survive, as it discarded most of its limbs and vines. Its speed increased significantly. However, even then, it was still outpaced by the swiftly approaching Xiaoyan. Just as the vine-poisoned demon was about to be caught, a gentle sound of flowing water reached its ears. Sensing the thick moisture ahead, the vine-poisoned demon rejoiced, leaping into the air and soaring several dozen meters, plunging into the nearby river. Accompanied by a hissing sound, the flames enveloping the vine-poisoned demon were extinguished by the river water, and it quickly sank to the riverbed to evade Xiaoyan's attack. At that moment, as the vine-poisoned demon submerged, Xiaoyan, carrying Su Yuan, appeared above the river. Watching the vine-poisoned demon vanish beneath the surface, Xiaoyan let out a cry of frustration, then unleashed two more crimson fire rays toward the spot where the creature had disappeared. The river water below began to evaporate violently, producing a billowing cloud of dense white steam. Yet, despite Xiaoyan's extraordinary power and the astounding potency of the fire it was evident that the awakened fourth-tier Xiaoyan could do little against the vast expanse of the river to reach the submerged vine-poisoned demon. Forget it, Xiaoyan. This time the creature is simply fortunate to have found refuge. Your strength is more than capable of overwhelming the vine-poisoned demon. It was merely lucky to be positioned near the river. Moreover, with me accompanying you in the air, had it not been for my hindrance to your speed, the vine-poisoned demon would not have had the chance to escape into the depths of the river. Sensing Xiaoyan's frustration and anger, Su Yuan gently patted the creature's body, offering comfort. Upon hearing Su Yuan's words, Xiaoyan's discontent and fury subsided somewhat. It glanced down at the river one last time, shot a fierce glare, and then departed with Su Yuan. The commotion from the battle between Xiaoyan and the vine-poisoned demon had created quite a stir. Most beasts in the Wudu forest were awakened creatures. If a multitude of beasts were drawn to the fluctuations from the recent battle, it could lead to trouble for both Xiaoyan and Su Yuan. Although now possessing high-tier awakened strength, the number of high-tier awakened beasts in the Wudu forest was also considerable. Should they be besieged by a group of high-tier awakened beasts, both Xiaoyan and Su Yuan would find themselves in peril. As Xiaoyan and Su Yuan transformed into a red streak and departed, the previously blazing forest began to extinguish under the encroaching miasma, leaving behind a charred wasteland. With the flames quelled, the surrounding green miasma surged back, enveloping the area once more in toxic haze. After a while, several powerful presences approached from afar, each radiating the potent aura of awakened beasts. Observing the scorched earth, these awakened beasts displayed expressions of astonishment, especially upon sensing the lingering essence of fire elements, which instilled a deep-seated fear within them. Most beasts in the Wudu forest were vulnerable to fire, and the scent of fire elements invoked primal terror. Roar! Realizing the residual fire element aura in the area, the awakened beasts dared not linger, issuing a few roars before swiftly retreating. Brother, that commotion occurred just ahead. Should we investigate? Perhaps our target has been attracted by the disturbance, and we might avoid aimlessly searching in the Wudu forest. Nearby, three men accompanied by their respective beasts stood at the site where Xiaoyan and the vine-poisoned demon had battled. A man with black hair gazed forward, speaking to the eldest of the group. Indeed, the second brother has a point. The Wudu forest is vast, and searching aimlessly is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Let us proceed and take a look. With our combined strength, even if the surrounding beasts are drawn toward the noise, we can still escape unscathed. The third brother chimed in, addressing the eldest. Very well, let us go and see. The eldest did not reject their suggestion, nodding in agreement, and the three brothers, along with their beasts, set off together toward the source of the commotion. As the trio advanced to search for Su Yuan, he, guided by Xiaoyan, had already flown several dozen miles away. At this moment, Su Yuan found himself hovering above a valley shrouded in toxic mist. Xiaoyan, let us explore that valley, Su Yuan instructed upon seeing the valley below. In response, Xiaoyan promptly descended, lowering its altitude and raising a flame shield as it carried Su Yuan into the valley. Shortly after their entry, a man and a woman within the valley turned abruptly to gaze toward the valley's entrance. Upon spotting Su Yuan and Xiao Yan, they exchanged glances. Their eyes flashing with intrigue, and a knowing smile graced their faces. Chapter 42. An opportunity delivered? Such fortune is rare. There are others. As the two recognized Su Yuan and Xiao Yan, Su Yuan also noticed the two figures in the valley. Xiao Yan, be cautious and watch out for those human beast tamers, Su Yuan whispered. In the wild, danger does not only arise from beasts, but also from unfamiliar beast tamers. Sometimes, human beast tamers can be more perilous than the wild beasts themselves. Upon hearing Su Yan's reminder, Xiao Yan nodded. Her vigilant gaze fixated on a man and a woman not far away. At that moment, the two individuals summoned their flying beasts, soaring towards Su Yan. Yufeng Jiao contracted. Species, avian, wind type. Quality, rare 1-star. Level, awakened 6th tier. Condition, lightly injured. Skills, wind blade, sharp feathers. Evolution count, 1. Materials required for the next stage of evolution. Liaoya, contracted. Species, avian, fire type. Quality, excellent 9-star. Level, awakened 7th tier. Condition, lightly injured. Skills, fireball, iron beak. Evolution count, 0. Evolution options, 2. 2 flying beasts, one at the 6th tier and the other at the 7th tier, indicated that these individuals possessed remarkable talent. If they joined forces, their strength would not be inferior to mine. As Su Yan observed the approaching beasts, his keen gaze swiftly discerned all relevant information about them. He also perceived the talents of both individuals through his Tianqi divine eye. After gauging their strength, Su Yan instructed Xiao Yan to emit a menacing screech, warning them not to approach any closer. Simultaneously, he deliberately allowed Xiao Yan to unleash the aura of an awakened 4th-tier beast. Although the quality of this beast remained unknown, a mere awakened 4th-tier beast master was someone we could easily manage. Sensing the awakened 4th-tier energy radiating from Xiao Yan, the two beast masters exchanged knowing glances. Observing the alert expression on Su Yan's face, the man on the left broke into a congenial smile and waved at Su Yan, saying, "There's no need to be so tense, brother. My sister and I have come to share an opportunity with you. We have discovered a treasure of immense value, and we propose to jointly acquire it and share the spoils." As he spoke, the pair flanked Su Yan, effectively encircling him. Share the treasure? Huh. Upon hearing the man's words, Su Yan could not suppress a cold laugh within. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. If there were indeed benefits to be had, he would never share them with strangers. Su Yan harbored no trust in the words of this unfamiliar man. Moreover, their positioning suggested that they did not intend to share anything positive. It was likely they had been lying in wait for quite some time. Their restraint from attacking indicated they were not mere robbers. Perhaps, as they claimed, there was indeed something valuable ahead. Faced with their encirclement, Su Yan remained calm and contemplative. He then directed his gaze towards the direction where the two had initially stood. The Tianqi divine eye penetrated the layers of toxic mist in the valley, revealing a clear view of the situation 1,000 meters away. Dunghua tree, 5th-tier primary earth treasure, capable of nurturing 4th-tier primary earth treasure. Dunghua matures every 3 years, yielding hundreds of fruits at once. Dunghua, ripe 4th-tier primary earth treasure, a rare toxic spirit fruit that aids toxic ferocious beasts in their evolution, significantly enhancing their power. Soon, a towering black fruit tree, exceeding 10 meters in height, came into Su Yan's line of sight. The tree was laden with dozens, if not hundreds, of palm-sized dark red fruits adorned with gray patterns. Indeed, the 4th-tier primary earth treasure, Dunghua. The discovery of a Dunghua tree with such a plethora of ripe fruits was astonishing. Could it be that the opportunity mentioned by these two was the Dunghua tree 1,000 meters away? If this were true, it would indeed be a significant opportunity. Upon realizing the Dunghua tree's presence, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Su Yan's eyes. A single 4th-tier Dunghua could rival the value of a rare quality beast egg, although it was not as valuable as the Shenghua he had previously acquired in the Ronghua mountain range. A Dunghua could fetch as much as 4 million federal coins in the market. Observing the Dunghua tree, Su Yan estimated that there were at least 60 fruits. The total value of all these Dunghua approached 250 million federal coins. For any awakened beast master, this sum represented an immense fortune, capable of driving them to madness. However, Su Yan quickly regained his composure. No, if these two truly discovered the Dunghua tree, they would have already harvested all the fruits. Their failure to act suggested that some obstacle prevented them from successfully obtaining the Dunghua. Previously, I encountered the Yuwash guarding the Shenghua, and given the greater value of the Dunghua tree, it would undoubtedly have its own guardian beast. A creature formidable enough to deter both an awakened 6th tier and an awakened 7th tier beastmaster must possess extraordinary strength. With clarity restored, Su Yan quickly deduced that a powerful guardian beast must be lurking near the Dunghua tree, which was why the two did not dare approach. Continuing to employ his Tianqi divine eye, Su Yan scanned the vicinity around the Duhongguo tree. Soon, he discerned clues. 1,000 meters away from the Duhongguo tree lay a vast expanse of marshland, covering over 10,000 square meters. Through the insights granted by his Tianqi divine eye, Su Yan discovered that beneath the toxic fumes and bubbling marsh, there lurked several toad-like creatures the size of calves. Marsh poison frog. Species: amphibian, toxic type. Quality: excellent 7-star. Level: awakened 3rd tier. Condition: alert, lying in wait. Skills: venom spray, tongue stab. Evolution count: 0. Evolution options: 4. Marsh poison frog. Species: amphibian, toxic type. Quality: excellent 7-star. Level: awakened 4th tier. Condition: sleeping. Skills: venom spray, tongue stab. Evolution count: 0. Evolution options: 4. Marsh poison frog. Goodness, no wonder these two refrained from taking action. There are so many awakened marsh poison frogs guarding the Duhongguo tree. The discovery of the marsh poison frogs lurking in the marshland near the Duhongguo tree jolted Su Yan's spirit. He then turned his gaze towards the pair on either side, scrutinizing them closely, and observed traces of marsh stains on their clothing. Clearly, they had previously attempted to harvest the Duhongguo from the center of the marsh. However, judging by their appearance and the light injuries sustained by their beasts, it seemed their efforts had ended in failure. After a prolonged silence, the man at the forefront finally broke the quiet, his impatience palpable as he addressed Su Yan. What do you think about my earlier proposal? Not expecting to encounter such benevolent individuals outside, willing to share the treasure with him was a pleasant surprise. Since you both have extended such a warm invitation, I shall graciously accept. By the way, may I inquire about your names? Facing the man's inquiry, Su Yan smiled lightly before responding. I am Li Xian, and this is my sister, Li Mu. May I ask how to address you? Upon hearing Su Yan's introduction, the man's face lit up with delight, and he immediately inquired about Su Yan's name. I am Li Ming. Su Yan smiled faintly, refraining from divulging his true name. Ha! It turns out we are indeed kindred spirits. How wonderful. Upon hearing Su Yan's name, Li Xian was initially taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. He subsequently divulged his findings to Su Yan. Brother Li Ming, since we are all from the same family, I shall be forthright with you. This time, my sibling and I discovered over 50 pieces of the 4th-tier primary celestial treasure, the Duhongguo, located in the marshland a kilometer ahead. However, the marsh is heavily guarded by a vast number of marsh poison frogs. I noticed that your beast taming prowess is only at the awakened 4th tier, so you shall be responsible for diverting a portion of the marsh poison frogs, while the rest will be handled by my sibling and me. If you manage to draw away half of the marsh poison frogs, we are confident that we can eliminate the remainder and claim the Duhongguo, which we shall then divide among the 3 of us. As Li Xian finished speaking, a glint of brilliance flashed in his eyes as he fixed his gaze on Su Yuan. On the other side, Li Mu also watched Su Yuan, her aura locking onto him, awaiting his response, with the threat unmistakably evident. Should Su Yuan show any signs of refusal, they would not hesitate to attack him. However, Su Yuan feigned ignorance of their intentions, his eyes gleaming with avarice as he excitedly exclaimed to Li Xian, "More than 50 Duhongguo? Even if we divide them among the 3 of us, each person would receive nearly 20 Duhongguo, which amounts to at least 80 million federal coins. Li Xian, I am willing to draw away half of the marsh poison frogs for you, but you must not forget your earlier promise. Once we obtain those Duhongguo, we must share them equally." Upon witnessing the greedy expression on Su Yuan's face, Li Xian's lips curled into a slight smile. He was now certain that Su Yuan had been completely captivated by the allure of the Duhongguo. Seeing Su Yuan's intense gaze fixed on him, Li Xian no longer hesitated and promptly declared, I, Li Xian, guarantee with my integrity that once we acquire these Duhongguo, we shall share them equally. Excellent. Li Xian, I shall proceed ahead to scout and divert those marsh poison frogs. You and Sister Li Mu should remain vigilant, and once I have drawn away the marsh poison frogs, seize those Duhongguo. With that, he directed Xiao Yan towards the Duhongguo tree, situated a kilometer ahead. Li Xian then shouted after Su Yuan, assuring him, Do not worry, my sister and I will ensure that all the Duhongguo are collected. As Su Yuan's figure gradually vanished into the toxic mist of the valley, Li Xian turned to Li Mu. Their eyes met in a knowing smile, and they then urged their beasts to follow closely behind Su Yuan. After keeping pace with Su Yuan, they instructed their beasts to ascend higher, allowing them to observe Su Yuan's movements as he approached the marshland. This way, they could clearly see Su Yuan's actions. Should he dare to flee, they would unleash a formidable assault to eliminate him. Below, Su Yuan sensed their movements, but could only smirk coldly to himself. Although with Xiao Yan's strength, he could easily break through their encirclement, he chose not to flee. Upon discovering the Duhongguo tree ahead, he intended to claim all the Duhongua for himself. Yet, the number of marsh poison frogs surrounding the Duhongua tree was considerable. Even with a powerful beast like Xiao Yan, dealing with them would be challenging. The most critical point was that these marsh poison frogs were not the most formidable foes. In addition to a dozen or so awakened marsh poison frogs and scores of ordinary ones, Su Yuan's Tianqi Shenyan revealed the presence of an exceptionally powerful beast lurking beneath the Duhongua tree. As his gaze drew closer to the Duhongua tree, he pierced through the layers of muck to see a massive figure concealed beneath it. It was a 4-meter-long toad, comparable in size to a small car. Jianzhen frog. Species, frog, earth type, poison type. Quality, exceptional 7 stars. Level, awakened 9th tier. Status, asleep. Skills, venom spray, tongue thrust, rock spike, gravity compression. Evolution count, 1. Next stage evolution plan. This beast bore a striking resemblance to the marsh poison frogs, yet its size vastly surpassed that of its kin. Through the hints provided by Tianqi Shenyan, Su Yuan quickly determined that this awakened 9th tier Jianzhen frog had evolved from the marsh poison frogs. Not only did it possess the skills of the marsh poison frogs, but it also wielded 2 new earth-type skills, especially with its exceptional 7-star quality. It far exceeded all marsh poison frogs. With its high awakened 9th tier level, this Jianzhen frog was undoubtedly the overlord of this secret realm. Were it not for the restrictions imposed by the voodoo secret realm, this Jianzhen frog would have long since transcended to the extraordinary level. Faced with the exceptional 7-star peak awakened Jianzhen frog, Su Yuan understood that even Xiao Yan's formidable power would be no match for this creature. Fortunately, the Jianzhen frog was currently in slumber. As long as he did not disturb this behemoth, he still had a chance to seize the Duhongua. Of course, attempting to do so without alerting the powerful beast while acquiring the Duhongua was clearly an impossible task. After all, nearly 100 marsh poison frogs were lurking near the Duhongua tree. These marsh poison frogs served as the first line of defense guarding the Duhongua tree. They could easily handle any ordinary intruders. Even if someone managed to breach this first line of defense and approach the Duhongua tree, it would awaken the Jianzhen frog. If it were only Su Yuan alone, he would find it exceedingly difficult to pluck these Duhongua. However, with the presence of Li Xian and Li Mu, both awakened beast masters, the situation had taken a turn. You both think of me as a pawn, yet I too am leveraging your assistance. Gazing at the information regarding the Jianzhen frog, a subtle smile graced Su Yuan's lips as he quietly instructed Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan, when we attack, hold back a bit. Do not exert your full strength. Once we draw out the marsh poison frogs from the marsh, we shall retreat immediately. Remember to fly slowly during the retreat. Do not let them lose track of us. Hearing this, a glimmer of cunning flashed in Xiao Yan's eyes as it nodded in understanding. For Xiao Yan, a distance of a kilometer could be traversed in mere moments. As Su Yuan's words fell, it had already brought him to hover above the marshland where the Duhongua tree stood. Chapter 44. Provocation, the Enraged Marsh Poison Frogs. Gulu Gulu. Just as Su Yuan and Xiao Yan descended to the marshland, a multitude of mud bubbles erupted from below. Subsequently, one by one, marsh poison frogs the size of calves surfaced, half their bodies submerged in the muddy waters, their vigilant eyes fixed on the airborne Xiao Yan and Su Yuan. Xiao Yan, show them a thing or two. As Su Yuan observed the majority of the marsh poison frogs rising from below, he immediately shouted at Xiao Yan. His actions were deliberately meant for Li Xian and Li Mu, who were above, to witness. Moreover, the marsh poison frogs, upon realizing Su Yuan and Xiao Yan had invaded their aerial territory, did not rush to attack. It was evident they were focused on guarding the Duhongua tree at the center. This display made it clear that luring the marsh poison frogs away from the vicinity of the Duhongua tree would prove difficult. To draw these marsh poison frogs away, Su Yuan knew he would have to provoke them. Upon hearing Su Yuan's command, Xiao Yan let out an excited screech. Then, with a powerful flap of its wings, the surrounding fire elements rapidly coalesced into feather-like fireballs. These fireballs then rained down towards the marsh poison frogs below. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of fiery feathers descended from the sky, exploding upon contact with the marsh, creating craters 2 to 3 meters wide. However, these craters were quickly filled by the surrounding muck. After being attacked by Xiao Yan's fiery feathers, the majority of the ordinary swamp poison frogs suffered greatly. Although Xiao Yan intentionally restrained the power of its skills, being a 4th-tier awakened beast of perfect quality, its flames, having been sanctified by the holy fire fruit, became even more formidable. Even with a significant reduction in water, each feather's attack reached the strength of an ordinary 3rd-tier awakened fire beast's full force. The combined energy of dozens of fiery feathers was comparable to that of an ordinary 5th-tier awakened fire beast. Thus, those swamp poison frogs of mere ordinary strength, despite the cover of the swamp, fell victim to Xiao Yan's assault. Only the few swamp poison frogs that had reached the awakened tier managed to evade Xiao Yan's attack unscathed, utilizing the swamp's advantageous terrain. The swamp poison frogs, enraged by the attack, quickly transformed their initial caution into fury, directing their wrathful cries towards Xiao Yan and Su Yuan in midair. In the next moment, more than a dozen awakened swamp poison frogs unleashed a torrent of venomous attacks, thick streams of toxin shooting forth from their mouths. The viscous liquid sliced through the air like bullets, targeting Su Yuan and Xiao Yan above. The collective strength of these awakened swamp poison frogs hovered around the third tier, with the two most powerful among them reaching the sixth tier. Faced with such a barrage, Xiao Yan was not complacent. After all, Su Yuan was on its back. Even if it could withstand the attacks of these swamp poison frogs, Su Yuan would not be able to endure. Hence, as the swamp poison frogs launched their offensive, Xiao Yan swiftly evaded. Its agile form was hardly hindered by Su Yuan's weight, darting through the air like a nimble rabbit, deftly dodging the venomous projectiles aimed at it. Within a few breaths, all attacks were effortlessly evaded by Xiao Yan, with a buzz, having successfully dodged all the assaults. Xiao Yan retaliated with dozens of fiery feather attacks directed at the swamp poison frogs. The subsequent explosions resounded around the awakened swamp poison frogs, and some of the weaker ones emitted acrid scents from their scorched bodies. Only those swamp poison frogs that had reached the fourth tier and above remained unharmed in the face of Xiao Yan's onslaught. After launching a second wave of attacks, Xiao Yan did not forget to emit a series of provocatively strong calls directed at the swamp poison frogs below. Though they belonged to different species, these beasts understood the taunts embedded in Xiao Yan's cries. Fueled by pent-up rage, the swamp poison frogs erupted in powerful counterattacks against the airborne Xiao Yan and Su Yuan. Some of the more formidable awakened swamp poison frogs even launched their tongues towards them, the speed of their tongues surpassing that of their venomous sprays. Each tongue could shoot out to several meters high, piercing like spears towards Xiao Yan and Su Yuan. The assaults from the two sixth-tier swamp poison frogs were particularly sharp, nearly catching Xiao Yan off guard. Xiao Yan realized it was time to retreat. These swamp poison frogs were already enraged, and it was time to draw them away. Additionally, a powerful Jiyuanjin frog was likely to awaken due to the commotion they had caused. We must depart swiftly. While Xiao Yan engaged with the swamp poison frogs, Su Yuan clung tightly to its back, his attention focused on the Jiyuanjin frog beneath the toxic soul fruit tree. Through the Tianqi divine eye, Su Yuan had noticed the eyelids of the sleeping Jiyuanjin frog twitching slightly, prompting him to issue a retreat command to Xiao Yan. Upon hearing Su Yuan's command, Xiao Yan immediately understood and let out a sharp, taunting call towards the furious swamp poison frogs below. Then, it turned around, presenting its rear to the frogs, and swaggered away into the distance. The insult incited the group of awakened swamp poison frogs to chase after Xiao Yan and Su Yuan, their anger clouding their judgment. However, halfway through the pursuit, one of the sixth-tier swamp poison frogs abruptly halted, glancing back at the toxic soul fruit tree, and let out a furious roar directed at the retreating figures of Su Yuan and Xiao Yan. Ultimately, it decided to remain behind with two third-tier swamp poison frogs, while allowing another sixth-tier swamp poison frog to chase after them with a dozen awakened companions. How unexpected this young man has turned out to be. Although his beast is merely a fourth-tier awakened, its unleashed power rivals that of a fifth-tier beast. Yet, he managed to lead away the majority of the swamp poison frogs, which truly exceeded our expectations. With only a sixth-tier and two third-tier swamp poison frogs left to guard, we can easily handle these three with our combined strength. As the swamp poison frogs pursuing Su Yuan and Xiao Yan vanished into the toxic mist, their voices fading into the distance, a confident smile graced Li Xian's face above. He exchanged a knowing glance with Li Mu, and they simultaneously summoned their respective beasts to attack the three awakened swamp poison frogs below, dismissing the remaining ordinary ones entirely. Chapter 45. The Terrifying Strength of the Jiyuanjin Frog. Boom. Just as the sixth-tier swamp poison frog returned to the swamp, still seething with rage, Li Xian and Li Mu's attack struck. Eager for a swift resolution, they summoned all their beasts in an instant. As awakened beastmasters, they commanded not only the awakened flying beasts, the wind eagle and the fiery crow, but also two formidable awakened beasts, a third-tier gale wolf and a fourth-tier firebull. The moment these four awakened beasts emerged, they unleashed their most powerful attacks simultaneously, hurtling towards the strongest sixth-tier swamp poison frog. Caught off guard, the swamp poison frog was struck by the four powerful assaults, sustaining severe injuries. Seizing the opportunity, Li Xian and Li Mu's gazes hardened as they urged their strongest beasts to attack once more. The gale wolf and firebull engaged the other two third-tier swamp poison frogs. The severely wounded sixth-tier swamp poison frog had no chance to retaliate against the renewed onslaught from the wind eagle and fiery crow. ultimately succumbing to a wind blade that cleaved its head in two. With the strongest swamp poison frog eliminated, the remaining ones posed no threat. Let us now harvest the toxic soul fruits. After dispatching the most formidable swamp poison frog, Li Xian and Li Mu paid no mind to the other two third-tier swamp poison frogs. They commanded the wind eagle and fiery crow to head directly for the central toxic soul fruit tree. Upon landing before the tree, they gazed up at the palm-sized fruits, their faces alight with ecstatic smiles. Quickly, let us gather these toxic soul fruits, Li Xian exclaimed in delight, leaping from the fiery crow to perch upon the branches of the toxic soul fruit tree. However, at the very moment he made contact with the Duhongua tree, a terrifying sound wave erupted violently from the marsh below the tree. Simultaneously, the marsh began to churn violently, as if it were boiling water. What is happening? The sudden change caused Li Xian's expression to shift dramatically. As he glanced toward the base of the Duhongua tree, he was met with the cold, indifferent gaze of an eye the size of a millstone. The owner of that eye was none other than the colossal Yin Jinhua that had been slumbering beneath the Duhongua tree. As a ferocious beast at the pinnacle of awakening, the sovereign of the voodoo jungle's secret realm, the overwhelming aura emanating from this giant struck fear into Li Xian. An awakened Tier 7 Beastmaster. Flee. Upon witnessing the emergence of the Yin Jinhua, Li Xian's immediate instinct was to run, with no thought of battling the ferocious creature before him. With a single thought, the fierce Huoya above the Duhongua tree soared toward Li Xian. Summoning all his strength, Li Xian leapt vigorously from the treetop of the Duhongua tree, successfully landing on the back of the Huoya. Huoya, let us go. Upon landing, Li Xian shouted fiercely at the Huoya. However, in the next instant, a piercing sound of air being sliced open reached his ears. Li Xian felt a sudden, excruciating pain in his abdomen. At that moment, the Huoya let out a heart-wrenching cry. Realizing the source of his abdominal agony, Li Xian incredulously looked down to see a tongue as thick as a thigh piercing through the body of the Huoya beneath him, passing through him as well. How can this be? Before Li Xian and the Huoya could react, an immense force surged from the piercing tongue. The Huoya, along with Li Xian, was violently yanked from midair, crashing heavily into the marsh below, sending a spray of mud and water into the air. Brother. Witnessing the scene, Li Mu, who had just been about to charge toward the Duhongua tree, was instantly horrified and called out to Li Xian with a worried expression. As she spoke, she prepared to rush toward the marsh below, intent on rescuing Li Xian. Stay back. Hurry, escape. However, before Li Mu's words could finish, they were met with Li Xian's desperate roar. At that moment, Li Xian's face was pale and covered in mud. Feeling the overwhelming might of the Yin Jinhua, he looked at Li Mu, who was about to descend, shaking his head. This ferocious beast possesses terrifying power. Even he, a Tier 7 Beastmaster, stands no chance of resistance, let alone Li Mu, who is weaker by a tier. Currently, Li Mu was at a distance from the Yin Jinhua, and there was still a chance for her to escape. As for himself, with his entire abdomen pierced, he had long lost any hope of survival. Brother. Seeing Li Xian shaking his head, Li Mu's eyes welled with tears, her lips trembling. Just then, the Yin Jinhua withdrew its tongue from Li Xian and the Huoya, its gaze fixating on Li Mu as it let out a deafening roar. In the next instant, it was poised to attack Li Mu. Huoya, unleash your fury. Seeing this, Li Xian's expression changed drastically, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes as he shouted at the Huoya, which also bore a gaping wound the size of a thigh. With a reluctant cry, the Huoya responded to Li Xian's command. Its body swelled dramatically as a surge of intense fire elemental energy erupted, charging fearlessly toward the Yin Jinhua. In the moment the Huoya reached the Yin Jinhua, its entire form transformed into a fireball with a diameter of over 10 meters. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted as the flames engulfed the Yin Jinhua. Like a missile striking the ground, the marsh was upheaved by the tremendous force of the Huoya's self-detonation, sending waves of mud cascading outward like a tsunami. Following the explosive sound, a pained howl from the Yin Jinhua emerged from the flames. Brother. Li Mu was also caught in the blast from the Huoya's explosion, her hair flying back as she gazed in anguish at the flames consuming Li Xian and the Yin Jinhua, her heart heavy with sorrow. Just then, hearing Li Mu's mournful cry, a roar from the Yin Jinhua erupted from the direction of the still roiling flames, filled with fury, clearly enraged. Wind Eagle, go! Hearing the roar of the Yin Jinhua, Li Mu's face briefly reflected her struggle. Yet recalling Li Xian's desperate shout urging her to flee, she gritted her teeth, stowed her other beast, the swift wolf, and summoned the Wind Eagle to swiftly fly toward the valley's exit. As the flames receded, the charred Yin Jinhua fixed its fiery gaze upon the rapidly retreating Li Mu and Wind Eagle. With its eyes ablaze, it launched itself after them like an arrow loosed from a bow. Chapter 46. Return to the marsh. What an uproar! Several kilometers away from the marsh, Su Yuan heard the explosion and the roar of the Yuyin Jinhua echoing from deep within the valley. Astonished, he turned to look toward the valley behind him. However, he was still several kilometers away from the marsh. Even with his mythic-level talent, the Tianqi Divine Eye, he could not discern what was happening in the depths of the valley. Nevertheless, Su Yuan was acutely aware that Li Xian and Li Mu had undoubtedly awakened the slumbering Yuyin Jinhua, causing such a commotion. The Yuyin Jinhua was a formidable creature at Tier 9 awakening, a high-quality beast rated 7 stars. Such power was comparable to that of an extraordinary quality beast. The two of them, being only at Tier 6 or 7 awakening, stood no chance against the Yuyin Jinhua. However, both possessed flying beasts, and if they fled desperately, there was still a chance to escape. I hope those two can distract that giant for a while. Feeling the tremendous commotion from the valley behind him, a smile crept onto Su Yuan's face. He then turned his attention to the dozen or so awakening-level marsh poison frogs that were hot on his heels, his smile fading, replaced by a cold glint in his eyes. Time waits for no one. Those two might not be able to hold the Yuyin Jinhua for long, and I cannot afford to waste time with these marsh poison frogs. Xiaoyan, eliminate them. Upon hearing Su Yuan's command, Xiaoyan, who had been flying low and slow, sparkled with excitement, immediately nodding in understanding. Having been pursued by these lesser marsh poison frogs for so long, it was eager to unleash its flames and incinerate them all. With a light chirp, Xiaoyan executed a sharp turn in the air, facing the oncoming marsh poison frogs. The dozens of marsh poison frogs, momentarily taken aback by Xiaoyan's sudden halt, quickly retaliated with a barrage of toxic liquid. Streams of viscous black venom shot toward Xiaoyan and Su Yuan like bullets. For this attack, Xiaoyan did not evade. Instead, it summoned a fiery shield around itself and Su Yuan, enveloping them in flames. The venom from the marsh poison frogs struck the fiery shield, all of it blocked, and swiftly incinerated into wisps of black smoke. With the fiery shield in place, Xiaoyan did not forget to counterattack. A flurry of fire-feathered projectiles materialized in the air, raining down upon the dozen awakening-level marsh poison frogs below. Boom, boom, boom. In this instance of the fire-feather assault, Xiaoyan held nothing back, unleashing the full potential of each flaming feather to its utmost limit. With a flawless 5-star quality and having consumed the sacred fire fruit, even though it was currently only at the 4th tier of awakening, its fiery onslaught could rival the attacks of ordinary 9th tier fire-type ferocious beasts. Faced with such a fierce display of flames, the dozen or so awakened marsh poison frogs below suffered devastating losses. Except for the strongest among them, the 6th tier awakened marsh poison frog. All the others perished in Xiaoyan's wave of fire feathers. After the barrage, the remaining 6th tier marsh poison frog, its skin charred and blackened, emitted a painful shriek before turning tail and fleeing. The sudden surge of power from Xiaoyan had completely surpassed its expectations. Gone was its previous fury. It now sought only to return to the marsh, where their king resided, confident that the king's formidable strength could annihilate any intruder and ensure its safety. Before the marsh poison frog could cover much ground, a shadow appeared above it like a specter, and in an unguarded moment, a claw pierced through its skull, extracting the ferocious beast's crystal core from within. The marsh poison frog, having lost its core, immediately lost its vitality. Its body, suspended in midair, fell feebly to the ground, tumbling over several times before finally coming to a stop. Simultaneously, the figure that had just dispatched the marsh poison frog gracefully landed, revealing Xiaoyu, who held the crystal core in its claws. After lightly calling out, Xiaoyu vanished once more, darting between the carcasses of the marsh poison frogs that Xiaoyan had slain. In mere moments, it had extracted all 14 crystal cores. Then, with a flash, it leaped onto Xiaoyan's back and approached Su Yuan, excitedly presenting the 14 cores as if seeking praise. Well done, now return to the beast ring, Su Yuan said as he took the 14 marsh poison frog crystal cores, affectionately patting Xiaoyu's head. With a thought, he recalled Xiaoyu back into the beast ring. Having just released Xiaoyu, Su Yuan had intended to utilize its speed to swiftly collect all the marsh poison frog crystal cores, ensuring they could return to the marsh promptly. Under normal circumstances, even with Xiaoyu's exceptional 9-star quality, it would have been difficult for it to breach the marsh poison frog's skin defenses. However, the previous assault by Xiaoyan had severely injured the frogs, charring their outer skin and reducing their protective mucus to ashes, significantly lowering their defenses. This allowed Xiaoyu to easily penetrate their defenses and retrieve the crystal cores within. Xiaoyan, let us return, Su Yuan spoke after recalling Xiaoyu. Nodding in response, Xiaoyan flapped its wings and soared back along the path from whence they came. With Xiaoyan's swift flight, Su Yuan returned to the vicinity of the poison soul fruit tree in less than half a minute. Throughout the journey, he kept vigilant watch with his Tianqi Divine Eye, ensuring that the giant rockquake frog was not present in the marsh before daring to approach the poison soul fruit tree. Such devastation indicates that the two adversaries must have engaged in a fierce yet brief battle with the giant rockquake frog. The lingering powerful elemental fire aura suggests that the strength of the Li Huayu alone was insufficient to unleash such a formidable attack. Coupled with the explosive sounds he had previously heard, it was highly probable that the Li Huayu's self-detonation had resulted in this scene. Su Yuan pondered how long they could hold off the giant rockquake frog. Upon observing the still unrepaired giant pit near the poison soul fruit tree and the charred bodies floating around the marsh, he couldn't help but feel a jolt of astonishment. However, he quickly cast aside his distractions and focused his gaze on the poison soul fruit tree in front of him. Although the poison soul fruit tree was splattered with mud from the recent explosion of the Li Huaya, and some branches had been broken by the shockwave, the tree itself remained remarkably intact. The fourth-tier primary heavenly material, the poison soul fruit, had suffered no damage, as the giant rockquake frog instinctively shielded it during the explosion, absorbing much of the blast's force. Xiaoyan, let us go. Su Yuan's eyes sparkled at the sight of the laden tree. Aware of the urgency, he hesitated no longer and instructed Xiao Yan to take him above the poison soul fruit tree. All 60+ poison soul fruits belong to me. Xiao Yu, come out and assist. Upon landing on the tree, Su Yuan's eyes gleamed as he released Xiao Yu, and together, they began to harvest the fruits. Especially with Xiao Yu's smaller size and wind attribute, its speed in picking the poison soul fruits surpassed that of Su Yuan. In approximately 2.5 minutes, the duo had gathered all the fruits and placed them into the satchel on Xiao Yan's back. Just then, Su Yuan's ears perked up at the sound of a distant, approaching thud. Upon hearing the rapid approach, he turned to the source, and through the layers of toxic mist, his Tianqi divine eye revealed the enormous giant rockquake frog, larger than a small car, barreling toward the marsh from hundreds of meters away. The giant rockquake frog returns, but alas, it arrives too late. We've already secured the goods, Su Yuan thought with a smirk. If only we could take the poison soul fruit tree, this fifth-tier primary heavenly material would be worth billions of federal coins. As the giant rockquake frog drew near, Su Yuan remained unfazed, tightening the satchel filled with over 60 poison soul fruits securely on Xiao Yu's back. He then addressed his two beasts, Xiao Yu, Xiao Yan, let us depart. At this command, Xiao Yu jumped into Su Yuan's embrace, while Xiao Yan took to the skies, swiftly ascending into the air. Within mere moments after their departure, the giant rockquake frog reached the marsh where the poison soul fruit tree was located. Upon seeing the tree, now stripped of all its fruits and left with only solitary branches, an overwhelming fury surged within the giant rockquake frog. With a croak far louder and more furious than before, the sound echoed through the valley like thunder. An invisible force of gravity erupted from the giant rockquake frog, causing rocks of all sizes to tumble down the sheer cliffs on either side of the marsh. After a furious roar, the giant rockquake frog widened its eyes, its massive pupils surveying the air as its tongue flicked out like a serpent, finally locking onto the direction Su Yuan had taken, its gaze ablaze with wrath. With powerful, muscular hind legs bulging with veins, it propelled itself off the ground, leaping several dozen meters high in a furious pursuit of Su Yuan and his companions. In just a few bounds, it covered over 100 meters, shaking the ground with each landing as stones tumbled around it. As it chased after Su Yuan, the giant rockquake frog emitted a series of roars, its rampant aura instilling terror in the ferocious beasts along its path, causing them to flee in all directions. With its formidable quality and level, the giant rockquake frog stood as one of the apex predators in the voodoo jungle, a dominant force against which few creatures could contend, save for the rare extraordinary class beasts. In this valley region, the colossal rock-calling frog reigned supreme as the undisputed monarch, having harvested all the poison soul fruits. The colossal rock-calling frog will likely find it challenging to slumber for a considerable time upon returning to discover the barren poison soul fruit trees. At the same time, Su Yuan, who had already soared over 1,000 meters, heard the resounding echoes of the frog's furious croaks reverberating through the valley and quickly realized that the colossal rock-calling frog was in pursuit behind him. However, Su Yuan remained at ease, even wearing a faint smile as he glanced back. Although the colossal rock-calling frog's strength surpassed that of Xiao Yan, Su Yuan knew that even with all his summoned beasts, he could not contend with it. Yet, Xiao Yan possessed an unparalleled advantage in speed that the colossal rock-calling frog could not rival. Xiao Yan, let us ascend higher to swiftly evade this behemoth behind us. Feeling the croaks fading into the distance, Su Yuan turned, patting Xiao Yan's back. No sooner had Su Yuan spoken than Xiao Yan's wings flapped vigorously, and their speed surged by nearly 30%. They dashed through the air, a crimson streak, and within mere moments, they burst out of the valley, soaring high above, leaving the colossal rock-calling frog far behind. As Xiao Yan carried Su Yuan toward the horizon, the colossal rock-calling frog leapt out of the over 100-meter deep valley. However, after pursuing for several kilometers, the colossal rock-calling frog completely lost the scent of Su Yuan and his companions, rendering it unable to continue the chase. In this predicament, the colossal rock-calling frog could only vent its fury upon everything visible around it. With a resounding crash, it frantically swung its forelimbs, snapping the towering trees surrounding it. Upon spotting an unescapable beast, it lashed out with its long tongue, piercing through every creature within its sight. It seemed that only through such destruction could it quell the rage within. Meanwhile, some 10 kilometers away from the valley where the colossal rock-calling frog resided, Li Mu, pale-faced, coughed several times, a sickly sweet taste rising in her throat, which she forcefully suppressed. After calming the agitation within her, Li Mu retrieved a pill from her pocket and swallowed it. After a few minutes, her complexion began to improve, regaining a hint of color. Damn that colossal rock-calling frog. Just wait. I will avenge my brother. After regaining some strength, Li Mu rose and gazed toward the valley, her fists clenched tightly, oblivious to the fact that her nails had embedded into her palms. Just then, an earth-shattering croak of rage echoed from the direction of the valley, piercing through the air even from 10 kilometers away. Upon hearing this commotion, Li Mu involuntarily shivered. Wind Eagle, go take a look. Gritting her teeth, Li Mu summoned her Wind Eagle, soaring hundreds of meters high, racing toward the valley. Earlier, when she was in the valley, she had been too close to the colossal rock-calling frog, and the terrain had significantly hampered her Wind Eagle's flight, forcing her to resort to self-destructing her beast, the Swift Wolf, to momentarily hinder the colossal rock-calling frog before escaping the valley. Her injuries were a result of the backlash from her beast's demise. Now that she was out of the valley, as long as she flew high enough, even the colossal rock-calling frog would pose no threat to her. Thus, she dared to return to the valley. That crimson figure, could it be Li Ming? As Li Mu approached the valley on her Wind Eagle, she spotted a vague crimson glow emerging from the valley. After a moment's hesitation, she connected it to Su Yuan, for just moments ago. They had been the only three present in the valley. Su Yuan's summoned beast was a fully crimson avian. It was improbable that another beastmaster with a similarly crimson avian had appeared in such a short time. Therefore, Li Mu was 90% sure that the distant crimson figure belonged to Su Yuan's beast. What on earth had Li Ming done to incite such fury from the colossal rock-calling frog? Did he take advantage of the frog's pursuit of me to harvest all the poison soul fruits? Contemplating this, Li Mu's eyes narrowed, and without further hesitation, she directed her Wind Eagle to pursue the retreating crimson glow. Chapter 48. Why seek your own demise? Li Mu's Wind Eagle was an awakened 6th-tier beast, particularly adept at speed. In full pursuit, the Wind Eagle exceeded the speed of Xiao Yan, awakened to only the 4th tier, when flying with all its might. After nearly 10 minutes of relentless pursuit, the crimson figure in her line of sight gradually sharpened. Indeed, it was him, Li Ming, and the bulging bundle behind him surely contained numerous spoils from the valley. Given the colossal rock-calling frog's rage, that package likely held the poisoned soul fruits. Damn it. My brother and I are severely injured, and yet this brat benefits. Upon recognizing Su Yuan and Xiao Yan ahead, she also noticed the enormous package on Xiao Yan's back, propped up by over 60 poison soul fruits. Coupled with the earlier tumult in the valley, she quickly pieced together the situation. Her eyes glinted with cold light as she urged her Wind Eagle to accelerate. In the valley, Su Yuan had intentionally suppressed Xiao Yan's attack power to deceive Li Xian and Li Mu, although Xiao Yan's restrained strength still surpassed that of an ordinary awakened 5th-tier beast. Li Mu, with her 6th-tier Wind Eagle, was confident she could subdue Su Yuan alone. Li Ming, stop right there. After over a minute, Li Mu finally caught up with Su Yuan. Ordering her Wind Eagle to dart forward, she positioned herself in front of Su Yuan and shouted, "What is your purpose in stopping me?" Upon seeing Li Mu, Su Yuan, unfazed, replied, "I had anticipated your arrival." In truth, he had long sensed her pursuit. Utilizing his innate ability, Tianqi Xinyuan, Su Yuan discerned that Li Mu bore injuries, the result of the backlash from her beast's death. Thus, he concluded that her current strength was far from the 6th tier, as she only had her awakened 6th-tier Wind Eagle beneath her. Such strength posed no threat to him whatsoever. Li Ming, you took advantage of the awakened pinnacle beast in the swamp to harvest the poison soul fruits while I was being pursued, and then fled without a word. Is that not utterly unethical? Hand over the package behind you, and I shall let you go unscathed. Li Mu glared coldly at the bundle behind Su Yuan, her voice laced with fury. Why is it that you are alone? Where is your brother? Surely he has not met his demise at the jaws of that colossal rock-calling frog. Su Yuan, observing Li Mu's icy demeanor, paid no heed to her threats. instead surveying his surroundings, a mocking smile upon his face as he addressed her. Colossal rock-calling frog. You knew all along that there was an awakened pinnacle beast in that swamp. It was you. You orchestrated my brother's demise. Li Ming, you are despicable. Su Yuan's words and the taunting expression on his face instantly illuminated the truth for Li Mu, realizing that everything had been a scheme of Su Yuan's. An uncontrollable fury surged within her, twisting her features into a mask of rage as she glared at him. The expression on her face, filled with resentment, resembled a vengeful spirit emerging from the depths of hell, sending shivers down one's spine. If glares could kill, Su Yao would have perished countless times already. What qualifications do you possess to judge me? Reflecting upon her own conscience, she realized that the two siblings had initially intended to exploit her to obtain the poisoned soul fruit, all while sweetly promising to share the spoils. If it weren't for the massive rock-shaking frog, they might have absconded with the fruit, possibly even planning to eliminate her as well. She merely turned their own scheme against them. Observing Li Mu's twisted and malevolent countenance, Su Yao let out a cold laugh, resolutely unyielding. His words momentarily stunned Li Mu. She had not anticipated that someone so young could possess such astute insight, deducing their intentions from the outset. Nevertheless, at this juncture, none of that mattered. Now, with Li Xian having sacrificed himself to ensure her escape, encountering Su Yao again only served to remind her that he had orchestrated their downfall. All she desired now was to utterly destroy Su Yao. Li Ming, you seek death. Taking a deep breath, Li Mu bellowed at Su Yao, commanding her wind eagle to launch a full-scale assault. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A series of azure wind blades sliced through the noxious air, hurtling towards Su Yao. Alas, why must you court your own demise? Su Yao observed the frenzied Li Mu intent on his annihilation, his smile fading as he shook his head with a sigh. Given her current demeanor, allowing her to leave alive would surely sow the seeds for a relentless adversary in the future. Even though he was not using his real name, Li Mu had already memorized his face. To eliminate potential threats, Su Yao had silently pronounced her death sentence in his mind, without needing Su Yao's command. Upon witnessing the incoming attack from the Wind Eagle, Xiao Yan let out a fierce cry, instantly conjuring a flame shield. The crimson barrier enveloped both him and Su Yao, deflecting the Wind Eagle's full-force wind blades, which merely rippled across the surface of the shield without breaking through. How is this possible? This scene caused Li Mu's expression to shift dramatically. Her Wind Eagle had reached the 6th stage of awakening, and its wind blades could effortlessly eviscerate beasts at the 4th stage. Even those at the 5th stage would hesitate to withstand such an assault, except for a select few adept at defense. Yet here was a mere 4th stage fire-type beast effortlessly blocking the full attack of a 6th stage Wind Eagle with nothing but a flame shield, and doing so with remarkable ease. This was entirely beyond her expectations. A 4th stage beast capable of so effortlessly resisting the Wind Eagle's full onslaught must be of exceptional high-star quality. Suddenly, a realization struck Li Mu, and her expression soured. To possess a beast of such remarkable quality at the awakening stage, one must either be wealthy or noble, certainly not someone of her standing. What puzzled her was why such a young master from a prestigious family would venture into the voodoo secret realm without a single bodyguard. Xiao Yan, eliminate her. However, Su Yao did not grant her the luxury of contemplating this mystery. He issued a kill command to Xiao Yan. Suddenly, a searing beam of flame erupted from Xiao Yan's eyes, piercing through the layers of toxic miasma and striking Li Mu, penetrating her chest and leaving behind 2 fist-sized gaping holes. The flesh surrounding the wounds was charred beyond recognition, blood unable to seep out. The abruptness of the attack left Li Mu momentarily stunned. Lowering her gaze to the blackened holes in her chest, she then looked up, locking her eyes on Su Yao. She wished to articulate something, but a choking sensation overwhelmed her, rendering her speechless. After a few agonizing seconds, accompanied by a mournful cry from the Wind Eagle, both the girl and beast succumbed, plummeting from hundreds of meters above to the ground below. Chapter 49. The underlying threat, lurking in wait. In the thickets below, Su Yao approached the now unrecognizable remains of the Wind Eagle, extracting its crystal core and meticulously sorting through the valuables in Li Mu's backpack. Surveying the assortment of items amounting to less than 1,000,000 federal coins, Su Yao could not help but express his sentiments. The contents of Li Mu's bag included only a few beast materials, with a limited number of crystal cores. The most valuable item was undoubtedly the crystal core of the Wind Eagle he had just slain. The core of a 7th stage beast was valued at nearly 100,000 federal coins, accounting for 1/10 of the total worth he had collected from Li Mu's belongings. Even as a 6th stage beast master, this was quite impoverished. I recall that before I became an awakened beast master, my haul from the Molten Mountain range over half a month surpassed the entirety of her possessions. Nevertheless, even the smallest of gains is still a gain. After all, It amounts to nearly 1 million in income. Glancing at the bag in his hand, Su Yao sighed and stowed the spoils into the large pack on Xiaoyan's back. Finally, he cast a last look at Li Mu's grotesque remains, feeling a twinge of discomfort at having taken a life for the first time. Without lingering any longer, he beckoned Xiaoyan and ascended into the sky, continuing his search for suitable plant-type beast targets in the voodoo jungle. Unbeknownst to Su Yao, his ability to gather millions in resources within half a month at the Molten Mountain Range was not solely due to his powerful beasts. Rather, it was primarily attributed to his extraordinary talent, the Tianqi Divine Eye. With the Tianqi Divine Eye, a mythical-level talent, Su Yao could not only see through all beasts' evolutionary information, but also effortlessly detect the surrounding rare materials and hidden beasts. Other beast masters were far behind in this regard. Although Li Xian and Li Mu were both 6th and 7th stage beast masters, their ability to search for rare materials and beasts in the voodoo secret realm paled in comparison to Su Yao, who was only at the 4th stage. Furthermore, the two had not been in the voodoo secret realm for long, so their collection of materials was naturally minimal. Shortly after Su Yao's departure, the scent of blood left behind attracted ferocious beasts, which began to compete for the flesh of the wind eagle and Li Mu's remains. Within mere minutes, the carcasses were devoured, leaving only a pile of bones. In a certain part of the voodoo jungle, a 5th stage poisonous scorpion beast let out a chilling cry, its 2-meter form crashing to the ground. Before the scorpion lay a formidable black leopard, exuding an aura of a 9th stage awakening. It was evident that this black leopard had slain the 5th stage scorpion. Big brother, we have been searching for 3 days and still have not caught sight of that brat. Should we continue this search? Behind the black leopard, a short, bald man wore a look of impatience as he addressed his towering brother. This voodoo jungle is vast. Aside from the image of that brat in our possession, we have no other leads. Finding him and completing our task will be arduous. Forget it. Let us heed the second brother's advice and return to the entrance of the secret realm to wait for him. I refuse to believe he will not emerge from this realm. Hearing his brother's complaints, the bald man took a deep breath, resolute in his decision. They were 2 of the 3 brothers hired by Yang Di to eliminate Su Yao. 3 days prior, they had just entered the voodoo jungle when they were drawn in by the commotion caused by Xiaoyan's battle with the vine poison demon. When the 3 individuals arrived at the battleground, they were unable to locate Su Yao's whereabouts. Instead, they found themselves embroiled in a fierce battle with the fierce beasts that had gathered, drawn by the commotion of the conflict. Although the trio managed to vanquish all the beasts with their formidable prowess, they found themselves in a rather precarious situation. After aimlessly searching for 2 more days without any sign of Su Yao, the second brother suggested that they return to the entrance of the secret realm and wait for an opportunity. However, the bald-headed eldest brother was determined to find and eliminate Su Yao swiftly, thereby fulfilling their mission and claiming the reward. The differing opinions led to the second brother returning alone to stake out the entrance, while the eldest and third brothers continued their search in the voodoo jungle secret realm. As 2 days passed without any trace of Su Yao, the bald-headed eldest brother finally relinquished his stubbornness and acquiesced to the second brother's plan. Brother, we should have done this long ago. I refuse to believe that fellow can remain hidden in this voodoo jungle secret realm for a lifetime. He must emerge eventually. This secret realm has only one entrance. If we 3 brothers guard the entrance, the moment he shows himself, we can strike together and assuredly take him down. Upon hearing the eldest brother's words, the third brother beamed with enthusiasm. Indeed, let's clear the battlefield and reunite with the second brother. The eldest brother nodded slightly at the third brother's suggestion. Without hesitation, the third brother urged the Black Panther beneath him to retrieve the poisonous scorpion's stinger and the crystal core from its head. After securing these valuable items, he mounted the Black Panther and directed it towards the entrance of the secret realm. The bald-headed eldest brother similarly mounted his fierce beast, and the 2 rode side by side. Meanwhile, Su Yao continued to soar through the air on Xiaoyan, peering through the layers of toxic miasma at everything below, leaving no corner unchecked. Having been in the voodoo jungle for 3 days, he had scoured a third of the secret realm. Xiaoyan had reached the 5th stage of awakening, yet he still had not found the plant-type fierce beast he sought. He pondered whether completing the search of the remaining areas would yield a surprise, perhaps a plant-type beast capable of evolving to mythical quality. As he surveyed the jungle beneath him, Su Yao murmured quietly. Behind him, the oversized package that had been swelling with the bounty of toxic soul fruits was now filled to the brim with even more high-value materials. Suddenly, after flying for several kilometers, a series of combat fluctuations resonated in the distance, instantly piquing both Su Yao and Xiaoyan's interest. Xiaoyan, there's commotion ahead. Let us investigate. With a slight smile at the prospect of action, Su Yao gently patted Xiaoyan's head. Responding to Su Yao's command, Xiaoyan chirped excitedly. Flapping his wings vigorously, and rapidly accelerated towards the source of the battle. In the jungle, a tall woman clad in a sleek red sports outfit was directing her two beasts to relentlessly attack a towering tree, nearly 20 meters high. Turning to her four teammates behind her, she urged them with urgency. "No, Captain, when we joined the Zijingwa team, we vowed to share both fortune and adversity. We will not abandon you to flee." A petite girl with glasses, standing among the others, spoke up. "Captain, Xiaolon is right. If we must perish, let us do so together." The remaining three girls echoed her sentiments. Surrounding them were 10 awakened beasts, safeguarding the 5 women at their center. Beyond this protective circle, the towering tree was not alone. Over a dozen trees, each exceeding 10 meters in height, joined in the fray, wielding their vines as weapons. All were plant-type fierce beasts, with each tree boasting a level of awakening above 5. The mightiest among them, a tree king, had achieved the 9th stage of awakening. Each lash of its vines produced a thunderous crack, demonstrating incredible power. Were it not for the 2 beasts of the Zijingwa team captain being at the 8th stage of awakening, they would have already succumbed to the tree king. Despite their strength, the 5 members of the Zijingwa team, particularly the strongest among them, Sidalon, who possessed only 1 awakened 6th stage and 1 5th stage beast, found themselves at a disadvantage against the onslaught of the tree demons. "The tree king is formidable. My beasts are injured and cannot hold out much longer. If we delay any further, none of us will escape. We must go quickly." Situlan's urgency was palpable, yet the captain, Xion, felt a swell of emotion from her team's solidarity. However, this was not the time for sentimentality. Observing her beast showing signs of fatigue against the mightiest tree demon, she turned back to Situlan and the others, sharply admonishing them. Just then, a hardened black root, as tough as iron, suddenly erupted from the ground beneath her, aiming directly for her vitals. The unexpected peril made Ziyun's heart race, and her complexion paled. Drawing on her years of battle experience, she narrowly evaded the lethal onslaught at the last moment. The sound of fabric tearing filled the air as the sharp roots grazed her abdomen, threatening to pierce her. That was close. Ziyun gasped, beads of sweat forming on her back. Ignoring the sudden chill from her exposed midriff, she called out to her companions, "Everyone, be cautious. These tree demons can launch surprise attacks from underground." Her warning barely escaped her lips when the ground beneath them began to swell again, prompting her to shift her position urgently. As Ziyun narrowly dodged another onslaught, several sharp roots erupted from the earth in rapid succession. Thankfully, due to Ziyun's timely warning, the 4 other team members managed to evade the thrusting roots as well, although the unexpected attack had thrown their formation into disarray. In an instant, they found themselves isolated and surrounded, forced to fight individually. Their situation had taken a dire turn, plunging the small team into a grave life-and-death crisis. Variant poison spike tree demon species, plant type wood, poison quality, rare, 3 stars level, awakening 6th stage status, agitated skills, poison spike whip, root, thrust, evolution count, 0 evolution options, 2 goodness, so many tree demons. At that moment, Xiao Yin had brought Su Yao to hover above the combat scene. Su Yuan surveyed the fierce battle below from his elevated vantage point, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. He had been immersed in the secret realm of the Wudu jungle for 3 days, rarely encountering clusters of ferocious beasts. Notably, the plant-based beasts were predominantly solitary entities. The tree demons currently engaged in combat were numerous and powerful, second only to the horde of frogs he had encountered in the Poison Fog Valley. However, his initial surprise quickly transformed into delight as his gaze fell upon the tallest tree demon, where he discerned its information. Poison Spike Tree Demon, Mutation. Species, Plant, Wood Type. Poison Type. Quality, Exceptional 8 stars. Level, Awakening 9th rank. Status, Angry. Skills, Poison Spike Whip, Root Stab, Ancient Bark. Evolution Count, 0. Evolution Options, 5. First evolution option. After 1 evolution, it evolves into Twisted Tree King, Perfect, 3 stars. Required materials for evolution. Second evolution option. 5th evolution option. After 5 evolutions, it evolves into Celestial Tree, Mythical level. First stage evolution requires materials. Poison Soulwood Heart 1, Plant Essence 10, Black Underworld Soil 10. A plant type ferocious beast capable of evolving to the mythical level. At last, I have found you. Gazing at the information of the nearly 20-meter-tall Twisted Tree Spirit, Su Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he could not help but whisper in joy. He had scoured the Wudu jungle for 3 arduous days, encountering nearly 100 plant-based ferocious beasts, yet none had caught his discerning eye. With Xiao Xian, Xiao Yu, and Xiao Yan, 3 beasts capable of evolving to the mythical level, before him, Su Yuan held little regard for those that could not reach such heights. Armed with the transcendent mythical-level talent of the Apocalypse Divine Eye, his ambition was to assemble a legion of exclusively mythical-level beasts. Although he could contract beasts at 3, 4, or even 5 times the capacity of an ordinary person, the number remained finite. Thus, Su Yuan was exceptionally rigorous in his selection of each beast. Choosing any that could not evolve to the mythical level would render his mythical talent futile. It was precisely for this reason that he searched tirelessly throughout the Wu-Du jungle, seeking suitable plant-based beasts. Now that he had finally encountered a fitting target, Su Yuan was overwhelmed with joy and resolved to secure this mutated poison spike tree demon. Chapter 51. Instant kill of the poison spike tree demon. Yet, the current situation for the 5 individuals below appeared dire. After surveying all the tree demons, Su Yuan's gaze shifted to the 5 members of the Zijingwa team. Noticing that only the undergarments remained on the upper body of Ziyun, Su Yuan's eyes lingered momentarily on her smooth, fair skin before he averted his gaze. He then directed his attention to the 2 most powerful beasts among the 10 present. Baihua deer contracted. Species, deer, with type, illusion type. Quality, rare 9 stars. Level, awakening 8th rank. Status, poisoned, moderately injured. Skills, 100 flower illusion kill, weakening aroma. Evolution count, 1. Materials required for the next stage of evolution. Woodblade mantis, contracted. Species, insect, with type. Quality, rare 7 stars. Level, awakening 8th rank. Status, poisoned, lightly injured. Skills, leaf flying knife, cross slash. Evolution count, 0. Evolution options, 3. These 2 awakening 8th rank beasts represented the strongest combat power among the group, suggesting that the woman who had lost her clothing was likely their leader. However, even with 2 awakening 8th rank beasts, that woman was certainly no match for the mutated poison spike tree demon. The mutated poison spike tree demon not only surpassed the 2 beasts by a level, but was also an exceptional 8 stars quality beast. This singular mutated poison spike tree demon could easily overpower the combined forces of the 5 individuals below, especially considering the numerous ordinary poison spike tree demons surrounding them, all at awakening 5th rank or higher. Upon observing Ziyun's 2 beasts, Su Yuan quickly deduced the outcome of the struggle in the woods below. Xiao Yin had now broken through to awakening 5th rank, although he was still 4 ranks lower than the mutated poison spike tree demon. His superior quality and inherent advantage against plant-based beasts as a fire-type beast would prove decisive. With Xiao Yan's prowess, combined with the aerial combat advantage, confronting the mutated poison spike tree demon should pose no challenge. If necessary, I can also assist from the sidelines using soul arrows to support Xiao Yan in battle. After a moment of contemplation, Su Yuan swiftly analyzed the strengths of both sides, inhaled deeply, his eyes radiating determination, and then addressed Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan, descend and eliminate all the ordinary poison spike tree demons in the vicinity first, and then engage in the final showdown with the mutated poison spike tree demon. Ensure that your strikes target their core positions located 3 meters above ground, and achieve a one-hit kill. With that command, Xiao Yin ignited a fiery shield around himself, protecting both himself and Su Yuan, before unleashing a resounding cry and diving down like a bullet. The dense poison miasma above the treetops was instantly illuminated by the blaze. "Captain, look above," exclaimed one team member from the jungle below, eyes wide as he spotted a crimson fireball plummeting rapidly. This shout drew the attention of Ziyun and her companions, who all looked up in unison. Even their surrounding beasts and the attacking poison spike tree demons paused, their focus shifting to the swiftly approaching fireball above. Soon, as Su Yuan and Xiao Yan drew near, everyone, both human and beast, could clearly discern their figures. "Captain, it's another beast tamer. We're saved," exclaimed the short-haired, bespectacled girl, Sidolan, excitedly calling out to Ziyun. The expressions of the others similarly lit up with surprise. Only the poison spike tree demons attacking them felt a flicker of unease upon sensing the rich aura of fire elements surrounding Xiao Yan. As plant-based ferocious beasts, poison spike tree demons were most fearful of fire-type adversaries. Even if their levels surpassed those of fire-type foes, they would instinctively retreat rather than confront them. Although Xiao Yan was only at awakening 5th rank, having consumed the holy fire fruit, his flames had intensified, and the fire elements he released were more fervent, instilling greater dread in these poison spike tree demons than other fire-type ferocious beasts. The surrounding poison spike tree demons began to tremble, their massive forms instinctively recoiling. Clearly, the searing aura of fire emanating from Xiao Yan struck a chord of primal fear within them. Only the strongest among them, the mutated poison spike tree demon, maintained some composure. Yet, it too sensed the looming threat from Xiao Yan. Unlike the ordinary poison spike tree demons, the mutated variant did not remain passive. Instead, It fiercely lashed out with two thorny vines spanning dozens of meters, aimed directly at the rapidly descending Xiaoyan. The thick vines whipped through the air with a force that created a series of explosive sounds. The timing of the mutated poison spike tree demon's attack was impeccable, as the position of the vines aligned perfectly with Xiaoyan's trajectory, seemingly anticipating his descent. Should Xiaoyan continue his dive, he would undoubtedly be struck by the two vines. However, as the vines approached, Xiaoyan deftly evaded the attack with a swift maneuver. At the same time, two scorching red fire beams shot from Xiaoyan's eyes, instantly sweeping across a poison-spiked tree demon at Awakening 6th rank below. The blazing line of fire sliced through the trunk of the poison-spire tree demon with the ease of a sharp blade, severing its thick, two-person embrace-like main body. The awakened 6th-tier tree demon abruptly ceased all tremors in its upper trunk, ultimately plummeting straight down, revealing a jagged wound cleaved by Xiaoyan's extinguishing fire eye. At the site of the wound, the wood was charred and carbonized by the intense heat, the cut remarkably smooth. Within the carbonized opening, a piece of wood, resembling the heart of an infant, was also split in two. The awakened 6th-tier tree demon, struck by Xiaoyan's blow, lost all vitality. Its once dark green leaves and branches instantly transformed into a ghostly gray, scattering into ashes with the slightest breeze. Silence enveloped the scene, a deathly stillness. Yet, following this brief moment of quietude, a cacophony erupted. Witnessing the annihilation of their companion by Xiaoyan, the surrounding poison-spire tree demons began to tremble violently, and Su Yuan could distinctly sense the fear radiating from these creatures. His celestial eye of revelation unveiled the state of the dozen or so tree demons before him. Without exception, they were all gripped by terror. Even the mutated poison-spire tree demon was not spared. To obliterate an awakened 6th-tier tree demon in a single strike showcased the formidable prowess of this fire-type beast master. What level of beast master could this possibly be? Nearby, as she observed Xiaoyan dispatch an awakened 6th-tier poison-spire tree demon with such ease, Ziyun's eyes widened in astonishment, her gaze fixed on Xiaoyan, who was enveloped in a sphere of flames. The plant-type ferocious beasts are renowned for their unparalleled vitality and regenerative abilities among all beasts. As long as their core remains intact, they can recover from even the most grievous injuries, making them exceedingly difficult to kill. Despite being an awakened 8th-tier beast master with two awakened 8th-tier beasts at her command, she could not achieve a single strike kill against an awakened 6th-tier poison-spire tree demon, as she lacked the ability to intuitively locate the core of plant-type ferocious beasts, as Su Yuan could. Chapter 52. Tier Talent, Vineskin. The surrounding tree demons fell into a state of profound dread, yet Xiaoyan's actions were relentless. With a piercing cry, he unleashed a series of searing fire lines, shattering the cores of one poison-spire tree demon after another under Su Yuan's guidance. In mere moments, over 10 poison-spire tree demons had succumbed to the ground. The continuous demise of their companions, coupled with Xiaoyan's terrifying fiery onslaught, finally compelled the remaining poison-spire tree demons to flee in panic. However, plant-type ferocious beasts possess a critical weakness, their sluggish speed. Before Xiaoyan, the movement of these poison-spire tree demons resembled that of snails. Xiaoyan granted them no opportunity to escape, relentlessly firing scorching rays of flame from his eyes. The fleeing poison-spire tree demons were, without exception, transformed into souls claimed by Xiaoyan. Be careful. Just as Xiaoyan and Su Yuan were engaged in their relentless slaughter, a startled voice rang out from behind them. In the following moment, both Su Yuan and Xiaoyan felt an overwhelming sense of danger emanating from below. With a sudden rupture, the ground beneath Xiaoyan erupted, as a thick, black root, resembling a colossal serpent, surged forth. Its tip, razor-sharp and gleaming with a metallic sheen, instilled a chilling sense of foreboding. Just as Xiaoyan prepared to evade, a green figure darted beneath him. It was the wood blade mantis. However, this particular wood blade mantis was enveloped in a thick layer of verdant vine skin, completely encasing its form. With a resounding clash, the wood blade mantis intercepted the protruding root. Although the green vine skin absorbed the brunt of the impact, it shattered upon contact. Nevertheless, thanks to the wood blade mantis intervention, the ambush by the root was thwarted. The defensive capabilities of the vine skin were formidable indeed. Xiaoyan, witnessing this unexpected turn of events, cast a surprised glance at Ziyun below. The vine skin adorning the wood blade mantis was evidently not a skill of the mantis itself, but derived from Ziyun's beast master talent. Vine skin, tier talent. Requiring substantial mental energy, it envelopes a wood-type beast in a protective layer of vine skin, boasting formidable defense capable of withstanding lethal strikes. Under the influence of the celestial eye of revelation, Ziyun's beast master talent was unveiled to Su Yuan's sight. A tier talent accompanied by 2 rare high-star talents suggested that this woman was no ordinary individual, likely possessing a notable background. Observing Ze Yun's talents and considering the quality of her 2 beasts, Su Yuan silently acknowledged her capabilities. Meanwhile, Ze Yun became acutely aware of Su Yuan's gaze upon her. Suddenly realizing that she was still clad in only a form-fitting garment, exposing large swathes of smooth skin. Previously, she had been surrounded by 4 female teammates, which felt inconsequential. Yet now, under Su Yuan's scrutiny, her cheeks flushed, and she hurriedly shielded her chest with her hands. Glancing at Ze Yun's reaction, Su Yuan felt a hint of embarrassment and awkwardly rubbed his nose, diverting his gaze. He then turned his attention to the towering, mutated poison spire tree demon. Nearly 20 meters tall, the thick root that had just launched its surprise attack originated from this very mutated poison spire tree demon. Don't hold back, Xiaoyan. Show it your true colors. Observing the mutated poison spire tree demon still brandishing its vines, Su Yuan urged Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan nodded, harboring lingering resentment over the earlier ambush. Upon hearing Su Yuan's command, it hesitated not, unleashing 2 searing rays of flame towards the mutated poison spire tree demon below. Concurrently, the mutated poison spire tree demon felt a tightening in its chest, a surge of formidable energy coursing within. In the next moment, a layer of crinkled dark green bark enveloped its trunk. Just then, Xiaoyan's attack from the extinguishing fire arrived in quick succession. However, this time, Xiaoyan's fiery rays failed to cleave through the mutated poison spire tree demon's body as they had with the ordinary ones. Instead, they encountered significant resistance against the wrinkled bark. Though the inconspicuous layer of dark green bark emitted wisps of white smoke and left a scorched mark, it remained unbroken. It effectively shielded the mutated poison spire demon's trunk, sparing it from any harm. What a robust old bark. Not even Xiaoyan's extinguishing fire could breach it. Su Yuan realized that this protective layer of dark green bark was a skill employed by the mutated poison spire tree demon, successfully defending against Xiaoyan's onslaught. The mutated poison spire tree demon trembled with its branches and leaves, a sense of relief washing over it. Having felt the impact of Xiaoyan's attack firsthand, it deduced Xiaoyan's tier. While Xiaoyan's strikes were indeed sharp and powerful, he was merely an awakened 5th tier being. For tiers below the 9th tier status of the mutated poison spire tree demon, faced with such a substantial tier disparity, combined with the fact that Xiaoyan had just vanquished all the ordinary poison spire tree demons, it surmised that he must have expended considerable energy. Thus, the mutated poison spire tree demon concluded that it need not fear Xiaoyan's assaults. As long as it is dragged out, it will inevitably lead to the demise of the mutated poison spike tree demon. Xiaoyan, give it a scorching head. Sensing the smugness of the mutated poison spike tree demon, Su Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly, casting a casual glance at the layer of dark green bark that enveloped the main trunk of the mutated tree demon, and instructed Xiaoyan. Buzz. With Su Yuan's words, 2 fiery rays abruptly shot towards the crown of the mutated poison spike tree demon. The searing flames sliced through the air, effortlessly severing all branches and leaves of the mutated poison spike tree demon. Simultaneously, feather-like flames cascaded from above, igniting a fierce blaze atop the mutated poison spike tree demon. Just as I suspected, this creature's old bark can only ensure the safety of its trunk, while it offers no effective defense against its other branches. Observing this scene, a smile crept across Su Yuan's face as he commanded Xiaoyan to continue the assault. After several minutes of relentless attacks, Xiaoyan had expended a considerable amount of energy. However, under the scorching flames unleashed by Xiaoyan, the mutated poison spike tree demon was left with nothing but a bare trunk. The remaining trunk was pitch black and appeared quite disheveled. Poison spike tree demon, will you turn to ashes along with the other poison spike tree demons engulfed in flames, or will you become my tamed beast? Make your choice. Su Yuan looked down at the beleaguered mutated poison spike tree demon and coldly proclaimed. Chapter 53, The 4th Tamed Beast, Power Surge. Whoosh. As Su Yuan finished speaking, a thick tree root suddenly erupted from the ground, lunging toward him and Xiaoyan. However, having endured Xiaoyan's frenzied assault, the severely wounded poison spike tree demon was now far weaker in its attack than before. Xiaoyan easily dodged its strike. The mutated poison spike tree demon attempted several more root thrusts, but none were successful. Humph, one does not shed tears until seeing the coffin. Xiaoyan. With the poison spike tree demon showing no sign of yielding, Su Yuan's patience began to wane. Understanding his intent, Xiaoyan gathered all its fire attribute energy, and a crimson fireball suddenly appeared above it. The fireball swelled larger, hovering in midair like a sun. Screech. Finally, with a sharp cry from Xiaoyan, the enormous fireball, measuring over 10 meters in diameter, surged downward toward the poison spike tree demon. Boom. The fireball struck the mutated poison spike tree demon, exploding with tremendous force, sending shockwaves that scattered all surrounding debris. The bare trunk of the mutated poison spike tree demon was completely engulfed in the fiery inferno that erupted from the fireball. Xiao Yan's strike surpassed even the power unleashed by Li Mu's self-detonation awakening of the 7th-tier Flame Crow. This was indeed Xiao Yan's most powerful skill, the Sunfire Apocalypse. Naturally, employing such a formidable skill exacted a heavy toll on Xiao Yan. The remaining energy within it was nearly depleted in this single strike. At that moment, Su Yuan promptly retrieved several awakening-grade fire attribute beast cores, feeding them to Xiao Yan to restore its vitality. Crackle, crackle. Below, under the assault of Xiao Yan's Sunfire Apocalypse, even the mutated poison spike tree demon, despite utilizing its highly defensive Old Bark skill, could not withstand the intense heat of the fireball's explosion. The layer of Old Bark, composed of wood energy, disintegrated into ash after a brief struggle. Without the protection of the Old Bark, the searing flames scorched the mutated poison spike tree demon, producing crackling sounds reminiscent of firewood bursting in flames. Buzz. The fire did not persist for long. With the poison spike tree demon exerting all its efforts to extinguish the remaining flames, it managed to quell the embers with a vast amount of energy. However, at that moment, the poison spike tree demon was gravely wounded and could no longer mount any counterattack. Poison spike tree demon, mutated. Species, plant, wood, poison. Quality, excellent. 8 stars. Level, awakening, 9th tier. Status, severely wounded. Skills, poison spike whip, root thrust, Old Bark. Evolution count, 0. Potential evolutionary paths, 5. This creature is gravely wounded. It is the perfect opportunity to establish a contract. Observing the status of the mutated poison spike tree demon through his Tianqi divine eye, Su Yuan's eyes gleamed with determination. An overwhelming surge of mental energy swiftly coalesced into a beast tamer contract imprint, racing toward the core of the wounded poison spike tree demon. Roar. As the beast tamer contract embedded itself within the core of the mutated poison spike tree demon, Su Yuan immediately encountered a fierce resistance. An enraged roar echoed in his mind, sending shockwaves through his consciousness. Just as I anticipated, although I am only at the 5th tier of awakening, my mental strength far exceeds that of this severely wounded 9th tier mutated poison spike tree demon. This mutated poison spike tree demon possesses a fiery spirit. Even at this juncture, it still attempts to resist the signing of the contract. Unfortunately, its mental strength is significantly weaker than mine. Sensing the violent struggle and resistance from the poison spike tree demon, Su Yuan's expression turned cold, and another wave of formidable mental energy surged forth, penetrating the core of the mutated poison spike tree demon. As this mental energy invaded, the tree demon's mental resistance began to crumble rapidly. Even so, the poison spike tree demon fought desperately, exhibiting a fierce, defiant attitude. Poison spike tree demon, your power is formidable, having reached the 9th tier of awakening. However, within this mystical voodoo jungle, you will never transcend to the realm beyond awakening. Follow me, and I will lead you out of this secret realm. Without the constraints of the realm's rules, you can ascend to a higher plane. Moreover, I assure you that by becoming my tamed beast, you will undergo unforeseen evolution. Sensing the poison spike tree demon's resistance, Su Yuan furrowed his brow and promptly conveyed his thoughts into the consciousness of the tree demon's core using his mental energy. Although he had the capability to crush all of the poison spike tree demon's resistance and forcibly contract this 9th tier beast, doing so would leave the tree demon's spirit severely wounded, plunging it into a slumber and rendering it incapable of serving as his combat asset for a considerable time. To avoid such an outcome, Su Yuan chose to persuade it with kind words, hoping to encourage the poison spike tree demon to abandon its resistance. Buzz. Just as Su Yuan completed his transmission of thoughts, the poison spike tree demon's mental resistance faltered momentarily. Seeing this, Su Yuan's mental assault paused as well. It worked. Su Yuan sensed the brief halt in the poison spike tree demon's resistance, his eyes lighting up with joy. Thereafter, he seized the opportunity to communicate a series of benefits of becoming his tamed beast to the poison spike tree demon. Captain, that tree king is still alive. Let us assist in slaying this tree king together. Nearby, C2 Lan observed the charred poison spike tree demon, feeling the fluctuations of its life force, and approached Ziyun, saying, just as she was about to summon her beast to strike, she was halted by Ziyun's outstretched hand. Xiaolan, do not interfere. This tree king is the tamed beast that our savior is attempting to contract. Ziyun grasped C2 Lan's hand, whispering to her. At this moment, she had donned a new outfit, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Su Yuan, who was locked in a standoff with the poison spike tree demon. Although Su Yuan had rapidly released his mental energy to coalesce the Beast Tamer contract into the poison spike tree demon, Zi Yun had still noticed. Thus, she promptly stopped C2 Lan's actions. Simultaneously, she reminded the other team members to refrain from making any rash moves to avoid disturbing Su Yuan. Oh, he can still contract a beast. Is it possible that he has not yet contracted his second beast? Hearing Zi Yun's words, C2 adjusted her glasses. Her eyes wide with astonishment as she stared at Su Yuan, who stood atop Xiao Yan, exclaiming in shock. The other three members of the Zhanggu adventurer team gazed incredulously at Syo. They had witnessed his formidable prowess firsthand. He had single-handedly vanquished over a dozen awakened tree demons of 5th tier or above, and even defeated the peak awakened tree king. Under normal circumstances, a beast master of such strength would have already contracted a second beast. Perhaps he was not engaging in a contract with his second beast. While STLN and the others were astonished that Syo was only now contracting his second beast, the team leader, Zyn, harbored a different sentiment. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue as she fixed her gaze on Syo. Under the scrutiny of the women, Syo found himself locked in a stalemate with the venomous tree demon for several breaths. Finally, the demon relinquished all resistance. Contract. Success. As the venomous tree demon capitulated, Syo promptly activated the beast contract he had formed, successfully binding the mutated venomous tree demon to himself. Boom. With the completion of the contract, Syo was met with an overwhelming surge of power. A formidable energy erupted from within him, causing his cells to fervently absorb this vast force, continuously enhancing his being. Simultaneously, his mental strength experienced a dramatic increase. In the blink of an eye, Syo ascended from awakened 5th tier to awakened 9th tier, becoming a peak awakened beast master. Chapter 54. Why does it feel chilly behind me? With the contract finalized, this suitable plant-type beast was finally in his grasp. Feeling the surge of power within him, Syo smiled. However, upon looking at the mutated venomous tree demon, his brow furrowed. Although he had contracted the mutated venomous tree demon as his beast, it was gravely injured from their recent battle and lacked combat capability. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan had expended considerable energy using the skill Raging Sunburn. And despite consuming several awakened fire-type beast cores to recover energy, she could not restore much strength in the short term. With 5 unfamiliar beast masters below, he was uncertain how they would regard him, their savior. Thus, even with his 4th beast contracted, Syo did not dare to relax his guard. I am Zyn, captain of the Zhanggu adventurer team. Thank you for saving our lives today. We will never forget your kindness, she exclaimed, holding out a package that contained all the spoils they had gathered during their half-month expedition in the Voodoo Jungle. Captain, this. The other team members hesitated, glancing at Zyn as she presented their entire bounty. STL, and quickly motioned for them to be calm. Hearing Zyn's voice, Syo paused and shifted his attention back to her. The name of their team, Zhanggu, was indeed quite fitting, as all the members were female. Zyn, the captain, was undoubtedly more considerate than the other members, as Zyn respectfully offered the package towards him. Syos eyes revealed a hint of surprise. While her gesture was intended as gratitude for saving their lives, it also seemed to serve as a means of appeasing potential future troubles. After all, the secret realms were isolated from the outside world, devoid of any legal protections. The death of a beast master within a secret realm was not uncommon. Zyn was unaware of Xiaoyan's current condition. She only knew that Syo had annihilated the tree demon horde that had cornered them using just Xiaoyan. Even if the entire Zhanggu team joined forces, they would not stand a chance against Syo. With him now having tamed the strongest tree demon as his beast, their odds were even slimmer. Wealth often stirs desire. Encountering such a powerful beast master in the voodoo realm, Zyn voluntarily presented all their gains to prevent Syo from coveting their possessions. Understanding Zyn's intentions, Syo smiled gently and replied in a calm tone, "There is no need. I came here specifically for the venomous tree demon. Saving you was merely a trifling effort. Perhaps we shall meet again by fate. Venomous tree demon, come forth," Syo proclaimed. Retrieving the prepared beast ring from his pocket and directly capturing the mutated venomous tree demon, which was now merely a charred trunk. He nodded to Zyn and the others before being led away by Xiaoyan. Syo's decisive departure, leaving behind nothing of theirs, left Zyn momentarily stunned as she watched him, and Xiaoyan gradually vanished from sight. Captain, don't just stare. Our benefactor has already gone far away. STLN chimed in, noticing Zyn's unusual expression towards Syo. I've never seen you look at any boy like that before. Come on, are you smitten by our benefactor? STLN's teasing brought Zyn back to reality. Flushing, She playfully scolded, "Oh dear. This is terrible. Our captain has truly fallen." Upon seeing Zyn's rosy cheeks, Stln feigned surprise, exclaiming, "You rascal, just wait until I catch you." Zyn immediately pretended to chase after Stln, who swiftly dodged her playful assault, prompting laughter from the other sisters. The oppressive emotions following their life and death encounter dissipated amidst Zyn and Stln's playful banter. "Captain, speaking of which, I've noticed that our benefactor is not only powerful, but also incredibly handsome. If you two truly end up together, it would be a splendid affair," Stln remarked earnestly as they traversed the voodoo jungle. Together? Upon hearing Stln's words, Zyn lowered her head, whispering softly. Her mind was flooded with images of Syo battling the venomous tree demon, and she recalled the moment when their eyes met while she was clad only in fitted attire. She questioned herself, acknowledging her burgeoning feelings for Syo. Such an extraordinary man surely would not look her way. However, she soon recalled her circumstances, and her expression dimmed, falling into silence. Noticing Zyn's contemplation, Stln chose to remain silent, allowing her the time she needed. In another part of the jungle, Syo sat in a clearing. The recently contracted mutated venomous tree demon behind him. The demon had plunged its roots deep into the ground, fervently drawing energy from below to replenish its wood-type energy and heal its wounds. A wave of green energy surged into the venomous tree demon's body, rapidly mending its injuries. The greatest advantage of the botanical beast is its ability to draw energy from the earth as long as it is rooted in the ground, allowing it to self-repair. The poison thorn tree demon, with its remarkable recovery speed, can heal all its wounds in merely 3 days. Beside it, Xiaoyan quietly absorbs the energy from the fire attribute beast crystal cores it has consumed. With the tree's recovery rate, it too will be healed within 3 days. The primary material required for the tree's next evolution is the 5th-tier poison soulwood heart, which seems remarkably fortuitous. It appears that before departing from the voodoo jungle, a return to the poison fog valley is necessary to extract the wood heart from the poison soul fruit tree. After a few days, once the tree has fully recovered, a meeting with the giant rock quake frog will be in order. Su Yuan sat cross-legged beneath the poison thorn tree demon, contemplating its evolution information, and softly spoke. He had named the tree Shu. In the poison valley, amidst the marshland beneath the poison soul fruit tree, the giant rock quake frog was dozing when it suddenly felt a chill creeping along its back, startling it awake. After scanning the surroundings and finding no enemies, it emitted a curious croak before closing its eyes once more. 6 days later, it was unexpected that a return was necessary. 3 days later, Su Yuan stood atop Xiaoyan's back, gazing into the fog-laden valley ahead with a sigh. "Xiaoyan, let us descend. We must face that giant rock quake frog once again." A smile appeared on Su Yuan's lips at the thought of the giant rock quake frog's rage 6 days prior when it had pursued him after the poison soul fruit was plucked. With its exceptional 7-star strength and peak awakening level, the giant rock quake frog posed a challenge. Although Xiaoyan had reached the 5th-tier awakening, it was not entirely capable of countering the frog. In a direct confrontation, Xiaoyan may not find it as effortless as dealing with the mutated poison thorn tree demon. Nonetheless, this was of little consequence now, for Su Yuan had successfully tamed another apex beast from the secret realm of the voodoo jungle. His Shu possessed an extraordinary 8-star quality and peak awakening level. Facing the giant rock quake frog, which it could not counter, Shu was completely unperturbed. Upon hearing Su Yuan's command, Xiaoyan let out a high-pitched call and soared towards the valley below. Despite the valley stretching for dozens of kilometers, Xiaoyan's flight speed returned them to the marshland where the poison soul fruit tree and the giant rock quake frog resided in under 10 minutes. As they arrived at their destination, the giant rock quake frog sensed the unmistakable auras of its long-remembered foes. Upon opening its disc-like eyes and spotting the familiar figures in the valley's sky, its cheeks puffed up and a thunderous croak reverberated throughout the valley. "Damn little thieves! How dare they return? Last time, they escaped. This time, they must perish." The giant rock quake frog thought angrily as it fixed its gaze upon Su Yuan and Xiaoyan. Without hesitation, it unleashed a gravitational compression attack. The surrounding space rippled with a subtle wave, and Su Yuan's expression shifted dramatically as he felt an invisible hand tightly grasping him, relentlessly squeezing his entire body. Xiaoyan also experienced immense pressure as if it were bearing the weight of a mountain, causing its aerial form to waver. This was the gravitational compression of the giant rock quake frog. Shu emerged. Realizing the escalating pressure, Su Yuan promptly retrieved the beast ring containing Shu. With a swift motion, he summoned the giant tree. The giant rock quake frog sensed an ominous shadow cast over it and looked up just in time to see a 20-meter-tall tree descending upon it. Terrified, it hastily evaded. With a thundering crash, the shoe landed, sending mud and debris soaring into the air. Its roots swiftly burrowed into the marsh, anchoring it to the earth. Once stabilized, before the giant rock quake frog could comprehend the situation, the shoe launched its attack. Numerous thorny vines whipped through the air with a fierce wind, aiming at the giant rock quake frog. Caught off guard by the sudden assault, the frog had no time to evade. Just as it was about to be struck by the vines, a stone wall abruptly surged from the marshland before it, blocking the attacks. The tree's whips struck the wall, sending shards flying, yet failing to shatter it. Observing this, the shoe intensified its assault, relentlessly battering against the stone barrier. Amidst the chaos, Su Yuan narrowed his eyes, whispering, "Yao Tuesday." With the shoe's interference, the gravitational pressure exerted by the giant rock quake frog on Su Yuan and Xiao Yin dissipated, granting them respite. Just then, several dark, robust roots shot forth like spears from the marsh beneath the giant rock quake frog, aiming straight for its abdomen. The giant rock quake frog's instincts were sharp. Sensing the threat, it leaped into the air, soaring dozens of meters high to land on a cliffside. Crouching there, it fixed its gaze onto Shu. Its eyes ablaze with combativeness. Having guarded the poison soul fruit tree for years, this was the first time it encountered an opponent of equal prowess. Watching the sharp roots retract back into the marsh, the giant rock quake frog refrained from recklessly returning to the water, instead leaping nimbly along the cliff, occasionally spewing venom at the shoe. In response, the shoe conjured hardened bark, swinging its vines to retaliate against the venomous projectiles. The two adversaries fell into a stalemate, neither able to gain the upper hand. "Xiaoyan, let us strike together." Seeing that the shoe could not swiftly overcome the giant rock quake frog, Su Yuan instructed. Xiaoyan nodded, its eyes igniting with determination. A crimson flame beam shot forth towards the giant rock quake frog on the cliff. To Su Yuan's surprise, the frog evaded the incoming attack with a powerful leap just as the flames were about to connect. Undeterred, Xiaoyan launched another assault. The fire feathers and flame beams combined with the shoe's vine strikes, forcing the giant rock quake frog into a defensive position with no means to counterattack. Truly, the giant rock quake frog was one of the apex beasts of the Wudu jungle, showcasing formidable strength. In light of this, Su Yuan resolved to intensify the assault. Acknowledging the prowess of the giant rock quake frog, he summoned forth his mental energy, manifesting invisible arrows of spiritual force before him. After gathering 5 formidable arrows of spiritual power, Su Yuan fixed his gaze upon the giant rock thunder frog. Now is the moment. Soul arrow. Seizing the instant the giant rock thunder frog leaped, Su Yuan unleashed his spiritual arrows, which erupted forth and struck true, all hitting their mark. As the arrows rushed towards him, the giant rock thunder frog felt a deafening roar in its mind, and everything went white. Its massive body, suspended in midair, froze momentarily, and with a careless misstep, it plummeted into the marsh below. Thud, thud, thud. Meanwhile, Xiao Yin and the great tree seized this rare opportunity, launching relentless attacks at the descending giant rock thunder frog. Quack! The immense pain jolted the giant rock thunder frog awake, accompanied by a mournful cry. Upon regaining consciousness, it realized its skin was severely burned in multiple areas, and many spots were bruised and bleeding. Its right hind leg was impaled by protruding roots from the swamp below. In the blink of an eye, it bore significant injuries. At this moment, the giant rock thunder frog lost the courage to continue battling Su Yuan and, with a startled cry, turned to flee. As the giant rock thunder frog attempted to escape, Xiao Yin was ready to pursue. Chapter 56. Finally, we found this little rascal. There's no need to chase. Our target this time is not the giant rock thunder frog, but the poison soul fruit tree. Seeing this, Su Yuan gently patted Xiao Yin's head and spoke to it. Upon hearing Su Yuan's directive, Xiao Yin reluctantly allowed the giant rock thunder frog to escape, watching as it vanished from sight after a few leaps. Next, they needed to excavate the wood core of the poison soul fruit tree. Once the giant rock thunder frog had disappeared without a trace, Su Yuan shifted his focus to the poison soul fruit tree not far away. With a sweep of his Tianqi divine eye, he pinpointed the location of the wood core within the tree. Then he directed Xiao Yin to unleash the destruction fire eye, carving into the trunk of the poison soul fruit tree. Finally, Su Yuan leapt onto the poison soul fruit tree, drew a dagger from his waist, and diligently excavated the wood surrounding the core, extracting the wood core of the poison soul fruit tree. With this wood core in hand, there was no longer a need to search for the primary material required for the great tree's first phase of evolution. As for the other auxiliary materials, they were all tier 3 and 4 items. Once I leave the secret realm, I can sell over 60 poison soul fruits to gather the necessary funds for the remaining materials. After obtaining the poison soul wood core, Su Yuan exclaimed with delight. He then returned to Xiao Yin's back, storing the wood core in the satchel behind Xiao Yin. Having spent nearly a week in the voodoo jungle, It was time to depart. The gains from this venture exceeded my expectations. Xiaoyan, great tree, let us go? After completing these tasks, Su Yuan retrieved the Beastmaster ring. Storing the great tree within, Xiaoyan took to the skies, swiftly carrying Su Yuan towards the entrance of the secret realm from whence they came. Big brother, second brother. It's been almost a week, and we haven't seen that kid. Surely he hasn't perished at the hands of the savage beasts in the voodoo jungle? We three have been stationed here, and we've consumed nearly 20 detox pills already. Each detox pill costs 1,000 federal coins. Near the entrance of the voodoo jungle secret realm, Bald Old 3 scratched his already greasy scalp, expressing his displeasure. Since entering the voodoo secret realm, they had found no trace of Su Yuan. Hearing Old 3's complaints, Bald Old 1's expression was equally grim. The three brothers had accepted the task of eliminating Su Yuan in the voodoo jungle, without even having glimpsed their target. They had already spent close to 200,000 on expenses. He felt quite vexed about the situation. Let us wait a bit longer. If that kid doesn't show up within another week, we'll return to inform our employer that we've dealt with him. A mere fledgling who has just awakened cannot possibly survive long in the voodoo jungle. In 2 weeks' time, it's entirely plausible that he has indeed fallen victim to the awakened beast within. Taking a deep breath, Bald Old 1 turned to his brothers, Old 2 and Old 3, and declared, Upon hearing his words, both Old 2 and Old 3 nodded in agreement, showing no signs of dissent. Big brother, someone is coming. At that moment, Old 2, the only one with hair, gazed into the distance and spoke up, pointing towards the approaching figure. His words piqued the interest of Bald Old 1 and Old 3, who immediately fixed their gazes in the indicated direction. However, none of the three felt particularly excited. Having guarded the entrance to the secret realm for so many days, they had witnessed dozens of beastmasters enter and exit. Initially, they had been quite eager to observe newcomers to see if any matched their target, but after several days without any leads, their enthusiasm had waned. The three brothers, now accustomed to their vigil, regarded new arrivals with an air of calm. Nevertheless, upon turning their attention to the approaching figures, their eyes widened in surprise. For the one who appeared before them was none other than Su Yuan, who had recently repelled the giant rock thunder frog and acquired the poison soulwood core. He was indeed the target they sought to eliminate in this venture into the voodoo jungle. Ha ha ha, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. This little brat has kept us waiting. Brothers, let us arm ourselves and take him down. Upon recognizing Su Yuan, Bald Old 1 was overjoyed and immediately urged his brothers to attack. Roar, howl, without needing to be told. The impatient Old 2 and Old 3 swiftly summoned their beasts. Roars echoed through the air as agile figures burst forth from the nearby foliage, blocking the entrance to the secret realm. Simultaneously, two figures soared into the sky, encircling Su Yuan and Xiaoyan, who had just arrived at the entrance. In the face of this sudden encirclement, Su Yuan remained composed, showing no signs of panic. With his Tianqi divine eye, he discerned the attributes of the two aerial beasts. Poison bloodbat, contracted. Species, bat, poison type. Quality, excellent 9 stars. Level, awakening stage 7. Status, perfect. Skills, poison fangs, magic sound. Evolution count, 0. Possible evolution plans, 3. Thunder eagle, contracted. Species, bird, thunder type. Quality, rare 6 stars. Level, awakening stage 7. Status, perfect. Skills, thunder, lightning arrow. Evolution count, 0. Possible evolution plans, 4. One at awakening stage 6 and the other at awakening stage 7. The strength of these two beasts posed no threat to Su Yuan. Xiaoyan could effortlessly dispatch them. However, Su Yuan noted that these beasts were owned, and their master, a beastmaster, was not far from the entrance of the voodoo jungle, accompanied by 3 awakening stage 9 beastmasters. The most powerful beasts were all terrestrial. Gray shadow mouse, contracted. Species, mouse, shadow type. Quality, excellent 7 stars. Level, awakening stage 4. Shadow leopard, contracted. Species, leopard, shadow type. Quality, rare 3 stars. Level, awakening stage 9. Two-headed black line snake, contracted. Species, snake, poison type. Quality, rare 1 star. Level, awakening stage 9. Thunder cat, contracted. Species, cat, thunder type. Quality, rare 8 stars. Level, awakening stage 9. The 3 awakening stage 9 beastmasters all possessed shadow, thunder, and poison affinities. The 3 formidable beast masters at the pinnacle of awakening stood guard near the entrance of the secret realm, exuding an air of menace. It was evident that they were not to be trifled with. Their demeanor suggested they were poised to rob. After swiftly assessing the 3 bald men and their respective beasts along with their innate abilities, Su Yuan comprehended their intentions. He surmised that these individuals, emboldened by their status as peak awakening beast masters, were strategically positioned to extort wealth from unsuspecting travelers at the entrance of the secret realm. Indeed, within the confines of the voodoo jungle, those at the pinnacle of awakening were the most formidable beings. The trio, united in strength, could traverse the jungle with impunity, effectively rendering any passing beast master powerless against their robbery. However, Su Yuan's assessment was misguided. The trio stationed at the entrance was not there to rob, but rather to eliminate him. Chapter 57. Trouble. Encountering an iron wall. What is your intention, gentlemen? Are you attempting to rob me? Su Yuan's expression turned frosty as he fixed his gaze upon the trio below, his voice cold and commanding. Ah, young brother. We find ourselves in a bit of a financial bind and wish to borrow a small sum from you. We do not require much. Simply relinquish 50% of your gains from this expedition into the voodoo jungle, and we shall allow you to leave the secret realm unscathed. How does that sound? The second man, upon hearing Su Yuan's admonition, quickly donned a smile and addressed him from below. His words surprised the others, but they soon grasped the silent signals conveyed by his eyes. The trio's strongest beasts were all at the 9th tier of awakening, making them virtually invincible in the voodoo jungle. Yet, their most powerful beasts were terrestrial and lacked flight capabilities. Their only flying beasts were of the 6th and 7th tiers. Observing the crimson avian beneath Su Yuan, they recognized its extraordinary prowess, likely on par with their own beasts. Should Su Yuan realize their intent to kill him, he would undoubtedly flee with everything he had. The speed of a flying beast far surpassed that of terrestrial ones, especially in the treacherous terrain of the voodoo jungle. A first-tier flying beast could easily outpace their 9th-tier terrestrial beasts. Furthermore, they were unsure whether their own beasts could catch up to Su Yuan's beast. To prevent Su Yuan from escaping on his beast, it was prudent to instill in him a false sense of security regarding his safe exit from the secret realm. Once they lured him near the entrance to the maze, they could strike decisively. With their combined might, they were certain to eliminate Su Yuan in one fell swoop. Very well, I shall descend, but you must adhere to your promise. Hearing the second man's words, Su Yuan's expression darkened. After a moment's feigned contemplation, he grit his teeth and replied, Ha ha ha, young brother, rest assured, we seek only wealth, not blood. We have no desire to bear the weight of murder on our shoulders and be hunted down. As long as you cooperate, we will not harm you. The second man felt a surge of joy at Su Yuan's response, eagerly assuring him with a pat on his chest. Once Su Yuan descended, the situation would become much more manageable. Beside the second man, the first and third exchanged smiles, concealing their malicious intentions. They were poised to strike the moment Su Yuan set foot on the ground. Standing atop Xiaoyan, Su Yuan narrowed his eyes, keenly observing the trio's reactions. There was something amiss. Though they feigned friendliness, it was evident they had no intention of letting him go. Yet, this suited him well. He would harbor no moral qualms about eliminating them. With this thought, Su Yuan directed Xiaoyan to descend. They sought to kill him, but he equally desired to eliminate them. With Xiaoyan and the great tree, he possessed the capability to vanquish the trio. He had held back only because they were too close to the entrance of the secret realm. If he revealed his full strength now, they would surely flee into the secret realm, leaving him unable to pursue them once they escaped. The secret realm was a short distance from Tianyan City, and Su Yuan had no desire to engage in combat before the city guards. If discovered, even if he managed to kill them, he would be unable to evade the retribution of the guards. Thus, slaying them within the secret realm was his optimal strategy. His plan was to summon the great tree once he neared the entrance, effectively blocking their escape route. This young man is still too naive, so easily deceived. To achieve such mastery at a young age, as an awakening-level beast master speaks to his talent, yet his wit appears lacking. Observing Su Yuan lower himself towards them, the trio's smiles widened, their gazes fixed on him as if he were a fool. Now is the moment. Attack! As Su Yuan approached within 10 meters, the trio launched their assault in unison. The toxic blood bat, thunder eagle, shadow leopard, and the two-headed black-lined serpent all surged forth, unleashing a torrent of powerful attacks from every direction. Xiaoyan, evade to the left. In the face of the onslaught, Su Yuan, utilizing his divine sight, swiftly identified the weaknesses in their attack patterns and commanded Xiaoyan to dodge. Following his instruction, Xiaoyan swiftly veered to the left, igniting a fiery shield that enveloped both Su Yuan and himself. The fiery shield easily repelled the incoming attacks, allowing them to burst through the encirclement of various assaults. Simultaneously, Su Yuan retrieved a Beastmaster ring from his pocket. With a thought, the great tree descended from above, landing behind the bald trio and blocking their route of escape. As the great tree landed, its immense aura of a 9th-tier awakening beast erupted forth, overwhelming the area. An awakening peak beast. This young man possesses a beast at the pinnacle of awakening. The intelligence was flawed. He was not merely a newly promoted awakening-level beastmaster, but rather a peak awakening beastmaster. No, this young man, so youthful yet already at the pinnacle of awakening, must hail from a powerful family that has provided him with abundant resources to rapidly elevate his beast strength. Such a person is not someone we can triflingly provoke. Damn it. I should have realized that an ordinary awakening-level beastmaster would not warrant such an expense to hire a killer. Realizing this, the bald leader cursed vehemently. What shall we do, big brother? The third man, his countenance dark, turned to the leader. What else can we do? We must kill him today. Otherwise, if he escapes, our lives are forfeit. The leader's gaze hardened as he gritted his teeth. Kill. In unison, the trio bellowed, once again commanding their respective beasts to launch an attack against Su Yuan. Chapter 58, A One-Sided Massacre. Who was behind the assassination? Below, Su Yuan overheard the trio's conversation. His mind filled with bewilderment. As memories of all the familiar faces flooded his mind, Su Yuan found himself unable to identify anyone he had wronged. The only possible grievance lay with Li Ming, but their relationship was merely one of mutual disdain typical among classmates. Even if Li Ming harbored some resentment due to Shi Qianing, it hardly warranted such extreme actions as wanting him dead. No, he could not perceive this world through the lens of his former life. In the realm of beastmasters, strength reigned supreme, and the law was scarcely acknowledged. Realizing this, Su Yuan's countenance darkened further. Eliminate them. Without mercy. In a moment of resolve, 3 soul arrows materialized instantaneously, shooting towards the trio below. Simultaneously, the attacks from Deshu and Xiao Yin erupted. Dozens of fiery feathers fell from the sky like torrential rain, while from beneath the ground, numerous roots, akin to lances, surged forth, aiming at the 3 individuals and their beasts. Not good. Dodge. The combined assault from Xiao Yin and Deshu instilled a profound sense of life and death crisis in the bald trio. Although they were awakened peak beastmasters, their own strength and defenses were significantly inferior to those of their respective awakened beasts. Should they fall victim to the onslaught from Xiao Yin and Deshu, even survival would be a slim chance, leaving them severely wounded. However, just as they were about to evade, a thunderous sound reverberated in their minds. The 3 felt as if their brains were being pierced by needles, sending waves of excruciating pain through them. Their vision blurred, and their movement slowed. In that fleeting moment of delay, the fiery feathers from Xiao Yin and the piercing roots from Deshu struck true. The area surrounding the trio was instantly engulfed in flames. In the inferno, their garments were reduced to ash in an instant, and the second one's hair vanished in the blaze. Agonizing cries erupted from the trio as they awoke to the torment of the flames. Yet, their anguished screams were short-lived. In the next heartbeat, their bodies were impaled by the roots of Deshu. The second and third perished on the spot. Simultaneously, their beasts let out mournful cries before collapsing lifelessly. Once a beastmaster fell, their beast would follow suit in mere moments. With the demise of 2 of them and their beasts, Xiao Yin and Deshu shifted their focus to the bald leaders Lei Mao and Lei Ming. Under Xiao Yan's overwhelming prowess, the awakened 7th-tier Lei Ming could not withstand a single blow, becoming nothing more than charred remains plummeting from the sky. Meanwhile, the awakened 9th-tier Lei Mao, severely injured by Deshu's attack, was ensnared by the tree vines, rendering it immobile. In less than 5 seconds, Su Yuan had nearly annihilated the bald trio. The sheer display of strength left the sole survivor, the bald leader, wide-eyed in disbelief as he stared at Su Yuan. You. He began to utter, but a sudden spurt of blood interrupted him. Having sustained grave injuries from Xiao Yin and Deshu's onslaught, he was not only covered in extensive burns, but also had his abdomen pierced by a root. His mental fortitude had been severely compromised by Su Yuan's attacks, and with the death of Lei Ming, he was now on the brink of death. Speak. Who sent you to kill me? Reveal it, and I will grant you a swift end, Su Yuan demanded coldly, looking down upon the barely breathing bald leader. However, the leader remained unresponsive. Glancing at the carnage around him, he saw his 2 brothers, who had just been laughing with him, reduced to lifeless corpses in the blink of an eye. His expression morphed from disbelief to a profound hatred, his eyes blazing red as he glared at Su Yuan and bellowed, Su Yuan, you bastard! You killed my brothers. I will not let you rest, even in death. Lei Mao explode. No sooner had he spoken than the Lei Mao, tightly bound by Deshu's vines, began to swell, attempting to self-destruct. Did he think he would have the chance? Su Yuan's gaze remained icy as he observed the unfolding events. Sensing the Lei Mao's peril, Deshu acted before Su Yuan could finish his sentence, causing the poisonous thorns on the constraining vines to expand rapidly, transforming the Lei Mao into a pincushion. In an instant, a sharp root pierced through its jaw and out the top of its head, resulting in its immediate demise, along with the beast crystal being expelled. As the Lei Mao fell, the bald leader coughed up a significant amount of blood, his once smoky visage now pale as a ghost, devoid of color. You. He stared at the Lei Mao, which had not even had the chance to self-destruct before being slaughtered, his eyes filled with disbelief. He managed to utter a single word before freezing in place, the life force within him extinguished. In death, he remained wide-eyed, gazing at Su Yuan, who stood triumphantly upon Xiaoyan. Noticing the bald leader's unblinking stare, Su Yuan frowned slightly. The realization that he had gleaned no useful information from the trio ignited a flicker of wrath within him. I will uncover the mastermind behind this, he declared. Deshu. Xiaoyan, clear the battlefield. Taking a deep breath, Su Yuan suppressed his anger and instructed Xiaoyan. In response, Xiaoyan nodded. Deshu gathered the corpses of the trio and their beasts with his vines before Xiaoyan ignited them, incinerating them completely. After accomplishing this, Su Yuan retracted Deshu and discovered 3 packages in his possession, containing the valuables the trio had carried. Regrettably, with their demise, the funds in their accounts were rendered useless, so he set them ablaze as well. As peak awakened beast masters, the trio had amassed considerable wealth. After counting the spoils, Su Yuan found several golden cards, the trio's savings cards. Unfortunately, these cards were named accounts, accessible only to the individuals themselves, rendering them useless to him. With a look of disappointment, he tossed the 3 golden cards into the raging flames. While he had not acquired their savings, the materials they had gathered during their time in the secret realm, along with various rare treasures, amounted to over 3 million in value. Though negligible compared to the Du Hongua he possessed, it was still a significant fortune. Having failed in this ambush, they would undoubtedly plot their next move. Enhancing his strength was imperative. This bountiful harvest, comprising over 60 Du Hongua and various beast materials and treasures collected in recent days, could yield nearly 300 million upon sale. It was time to procure a batch of evolution resources to assist Xiao Xian and the others in their evolution. After tallying everything, Su Yuan murmured to himself before signaling Xiao Yin to fly towards the entrance of the secret realm. Together, they traversed through the entrance. Departing from the voodoo jungle. Chapter 59. The astonishment of Huangfu Yunzhao outside the entrance of the secret realm, a shimmering veil parted like water, revealing the figures of Su Yuan and Xiao Yin. The moment they emerged, Su Yuan directed Xiao Yin to hasten towards the Tianyan city. Given that someone had attempted to assassinate him within the voodoo jungle, he could not ascertain whether more formidable beast masters lurked outside the entrance, hidden in the shadows. The only way to ensure his safety was to return to Tianyan city as swiftly as possible. In comparison to the wilderness, the major cities are relatively safe, governed by law. Moreover, upon returning to Tianyan city, he could seek refuge in the Huangfu clan to evade any potential dangers and subsequently devise a plan to return to Tianyang city. It seems that there are no assassins lurking outside. It is likely that the mastermind has concluded that, having just advanced to the awakening level, he is confident in eliminating me with the aid of 3 peak awakening beast masters. Throughout the journey, Su Yuan remained highly vigilant, constantly scanning his surroundings. Only upon sighting the city gates of Tianyan city and failing to detect any ill-intentioned individuals did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. After stowing Xiaoyan away, Su Yuan entered the city and sought a ride to the trading center of Tianyan city to sell the numerous items he carried in his large backpack. Su Laudi. At that moment, a familiar voice suddenly resonated. Su Yuan turned to see Chun Hu approaching him with an excited expression. Brother Chen, what a coincidence. Su Yuan was somewhat astonished by this unexpected encounter. Just as he presumed this was merely a chance meeting with Chun Hu, the latter's words took him by surprise. Su Laudi, you finally emerged from the voodoo jungle. I thought you would return home directly without stopping by Tianyan city. Observing Su Yuan's bewildered expression, Chun Hu smiled as he approached and patted his shoulder. Brother Chun, have you been waiting for me? Su Yuan was even more shocked upon hearing Chun Hu's words, as they indicated that Chun Hu had specifically come here to wait for him. He hadn't anticipated that Chun Hu was not merely passing by, but had intentionally awaited his arrival. I just arrived a day ago. My young lady has been concerned since you haven't contacted us for so long. Thus, she sent me to wait here at the city gate for your news. Chun Hu explained. Huangfu Yunzhao. Upon hearing Chun Hu's words, a delicate figure flashed through Su Yuan's mind, and a smile appeared on his face as he responded, Brother Chun. Please convey my gratitude to Miss Yunzhao. However, I must first visit the trading center to sell the items I've gathered in the voodoo jungle. Only then did Chun Hu notice the oversized backpack that towered over him. A hint of astonishment flickered in his eyes as he exclaimed, Su Laudi. It seems you have amassed quite a haul this time. However, my young lady instructed me to invite you to our family home. Moreover, the Huangfu clan also deals in beast materials, so you can sell these items directly to us. I believe that with the connections from both the young lady and the second master, selling your goods at the Huangfu clan will be far more advantageous than at the trading market. Su Laudi, I've prepared a vehicle. We mustn't delay, let us depart quickly. During my wait for you, The young lady has inquired about your situation no less than several times. Given Chunhu's insistence, Su Yuan did not decline. Since the Huangfu clan engaged in the business of beast materials, it would save him the trouble of heading to the trading market. Additionally, leveraging the power of the Huangfu clan, he was confident that selling his haul would be significantly more efficient than attempting to procure the evolution materials for Xiao Xian and the others on his own. Thus, under Chunhu's guidance, half an hour later, Su Yuan met Huangfu Yunjiao once again at the estate of the Huangfu clan. Su Yuan, if you have anything to sell, do not hesitate to hand it over to me. I will ensure that the family purchases it at market price. In the estate, Huangfu Yunjiao confidently patted her chest as she addressed Su Yuan. Acknowledging her willingness to acquire his collected materials at market value, Su Yuan did not refuse. He was in need of funds to procure resources for the evolution of his beasts. Whether it was Xiao Xian, Xiao Yu, or Deshu, all possessed exceptional qualities above 8 stars. Although the ability of the Tianqi Xinyang could match the most suitable resources for these beasts' evolution and minimize their consumption, the materials required for any single beast's evolution were valued at over 100 million federal coins. It was likely that only Deshu, having already identified its primary material, would require fewer resources for evolution. Therefore, every additional coin gained from selling materials like the poison soul fruit was significant. Well then, thank you, Miss Yunjiao. After expressing his gratitude to Huangfu Yunjiao, Su Yuan removed his backpack, unzipped it, and emptied its contents. Aside from this piece of wood heart, I will sell everything else. He extracted the main material for Deshu's evolution, the poison soul wood heart, and presented it to Huangfu Yunjiao. However, at that moment, Huangfu Yunjiao stared wide-eyed at the pile of poison soul fruits that had been poured out, lost in thought. So many poison soul fruits. Su Yuan, did you collect all of these in the voodoo jungle? These poison soul fruits are 4th-tier heavenly materials, valued at 4 million each. Due to their rarity, the trading center in Tianyan City has a market, but no supply. Even the Huangfu clan might not be able to produce this many poison soul fruits at once. Of course, Huangfu Yunjiao's astonishment was not merely due to the high value of the poison soul fruits. The total value of this pile barely reached 300 million. As the eldest daughter of the Huangfu clan, 300 million was substantial, but not enough to make her lose composure. Her reaction stemmed primarily from the fact that these poison soul fruits were the perfect nurturing resources for her contracted second beast, the dark pattern scorpion. With ample poison soul fruits to nourish the scorpion, its level could swiftly increase in a short time, making it entirely feasible to advance to an extraordinary level before the upcoming examination. Given that poison soul fruits were exceedingly rare, growing on 5th-tier low-grade heavenly material trees, it was highly likely that fierce beasts of lord-level strength guarded the vicinity of such trees. Therefore, as a 4th-tier low-grade beast resource, poison soul fruits were even rarer than other 4th-tier heavenly materials. Even with the influence of the Huangfu clan, they had managed to acquire only a handful of poison soul fruits for Huangfu Yunjiao in recent times. Yet now, 64 poison soul fruits lay before her, which was undoubtedly exhilarating. Chapter 60. An invitation from Huangfu Yunjiao to purchase evolution resources for beasts. Just a stroke of luck. Let us also sell the awakening level beast crystal cores and various materials together. Can you show me the total value of these resources? Observing Huangfu Yunjiao's astonished expression, Su Yuan gently chuckled while rubbing his nose. Yes, I will have someone come to assess it right away. Huangfu Yunjiao inhaled deeply, casting a meaningful glance at Su Yuan before nodding swiftly. She then turned to leave, preparing to summon the steward responsible for the Huangfu clan's beast resource transactions. I was right in my conjecture. Su Yuan must harbor incredible secrets. His talents surely exceed the mere level of awakening. It is likely that the news of his awakening level talent was deliberately released by Tianyang No. 1 High School to obscure the truth, all to protect this genius. Unbeknownst to her, the Su Yuan who had barely managed to fend off the 9-fingered war ape outside the misty forest just a month ago had now acquired the power to slay peak awakening level fierce beasts. The gap between them was widening. What level of genius was Su Yuan truly? After turning to leave, Huangfu Yunjiao's eyes sparkled with extraordinary brilliance as she murmured softly, her heart already stirred by tumultuous waves. Among the beast resources in Su Yuan's backpack, in addition to the poison soul fruits, there were also materials and crystal cores from awakening level fierce beasts, including those from peak awakening level beasts. If all of these accomplishments were solely the result of SYO's endeavors in the voodoo jungle, it would imply that SYO has already acquired the prowess to vanquish peak awakened ferocious beasts. Such terrifying combat capability far surpasses that of any beast taming prodigy of her caliber. Even though Hu Ngfynzho has always been proud, she must now concede that the gap between herself and SYO is widening. It can be said that SYO fortuitously encountered a poison soul fruit tree unguarded by formidable awakened-level ferocious beasts in the voodoo jungle, allowing her to obtain a bountiful harvest of poison soul fruits. However, the materials from those ferocious beasts, particularly the crystal cores of peak awakened beasts, cannot be acquired merely by chance. SYO's ability to procure such a wealth of materials and crystal cores from awakened ferocious beasts speaks volumes of her exceptional strength. Let us hasten to collect those poison soul fruits, as there will surely be opportunities in the future to learn more about SYO, shaking her head. HuNGFYNZHO cast aside her disordered thoughts and strode ahead. After a mere 10 minutes, HuNGFYNZHO and her companions had thoroughly counted all of SYO's materials. Without exception, she instructed her aides to purchase all materials at market price. Young Masteress, for these poison soul fruits, along with the materials from the ferocious beasts and the remaining beast taming resources, we will acquire everything at market prices. The total amounts to 287 million federal coins. In the courtyard, a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses respectfully addressed SYO after finishing the count. Manager W. Let us round it up to 300 million, despite the market price of 4 million per poison soul fruit, which often requires a higher price for purchase. SYO is my friend, and I cannot allow her to suffer a loss. Moreover, you are aware that these poison soul fruits are the beast-taming resources I urgently require. Just as the middle-aged man finished speaking, HuNGFYNZHO suddenly interjected. Everything shall be as the young lady says. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man did not dispute and immediately responded with respect. Thank you. In response, SYO cast a grateful glance at HuNGFYNZHO. Had she sold these items at the trading center herself, achieving 280 million would have been a remarkable feat. HuNGFYNZHO essentially gifted him 20 million. Young Masteress, here is an anonymous cash card of 300 million. Please have a look. At this moment, the manager produced a golden card, performed a few operations, and respectfully handed the card to SYO. SYO glanced at the golden card before gently shaking her head. She then retrieved a list and presented it to the manager. Manager W. I will not accept payment for these materials. Please see if you can gather these materials for me. The cost for purchasing these materials can be deducted from the 300 million. Water element essence, Zying flower, flame fruit, plant essence, Hming soil. You seek all these materials, young Masteress? These are all Tier 4 beast taming resources, and moreover, they are all intermediate Tier 4 resources or above. Among them, the water element essence, Ing crystal, and 9-petal fire lotus are all Tier 5 beast taming resources, especially the 9-petal fire lotus, which is approaching Tier 6. Even for our HuNGF family, it would be quite challenging to gather all the materials listed here. The manager gazed at the list in his hand, visibly taken aback by the array of materials enumerated by SYO, his expression revealing a hint of difficulty. Of course, there was one more thing the manager did not mention. That is, the 300 million would not suffice for SYO to collect all the materials on this list. If Tier 5 resources are unattainable, then there is no need to search for them at this time. Manager W. only needs to focus on quickly gathering the Tier 4 resources on this list. However, should there be any news concerning the Tier 5 beast taming resources, I would appreciate it if Manager W. could inform me. SYO was not surprised by the manager's response. Tier 5 materials are exceedingly rare in cities such as New Yorking City and New York City. Ordinary individuals might never encounter Tier 5 beast materials in their lifetime. SYO had never intended to gather all the evolution resources for beast taming in one go. If it were merely a matter of purchasing the Tier 4 materials on this list, that would pose no issue. I will ensure that all the Tier 4 materials you require are gathered within 3 days. Upon hearing SYO's words, Manager W. nodded in agreement. Though Tier 4 materials are somewhat scarce, gathering them is not overly difficult for the HuNGF family. Very well, I appreciate your efforts, Manager W. Upon hearing this, SYO's face brightened as she addressed the manager. Unless there are other matters, I shall take my leave. After discussing a few more matters, Manager W. bid farewell to SYO, bowing respectfully to HuNGFYNZHO. At her gesture, Manager W. turned to leave. SYO, what do you intend to do with so many Tier 4 materials? Once Manager W. departed, HuNGFYNZHO could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired. I am purchasing some beast taming materials for a friend. SYO did not divulge that these beast resources were for her own beast's evolution needs and provided a vague excuse instead. Oh, I see. HuNGFYNZHO, astute and clever, recognized that this was merely a flimsy excuse from SYO. Yet she refrained from revealing it and instead wore a look of sudden understanding. SYO, Manager W. will need 3 days to gather the materials. Why not stay here for the time being? Once Manager W. Ing has collected everything you need, it will be easier to hand it all over to you. With that, Hu Ngfynzho displayed a rare shyness. This was the first time she had actively invited a male friend to stay at her home. Chapter 61. News of the 9-petal fire lotus and the commencement of evolution. Then I humbly accept your invitation. Thank you, Miss Ynzho. After a moment of contemplation, Syo did not refuse Hu Ngfynzho's invitation, but agreed instead. He had a favorable impression of the Hu Ngf family overall. Both Hu Ngfynzho and Hu Ngfshb treated him with great kindness. Staying at the Hu Ngf family would also facilitate communication once all the materials were gathered. Additionally, Syo was still unaware of the identity of the person who had hired the assassin to kill him. He was uncertain whether the individual would send more assassins after him now that he had emerged unscathed from the voodoo jungle. Residing in a prestigious family such as the Hu Ngf family would at least provide him with a greater sense of security. Wonderful. I shall make arrangements at once. Upon hearing Syo's agreement, Hu Ngfynzho's face lit up with joy as she prepared to call for assistance in arranging a guest room. Miss Ynzho, let us not rush with the guest room arrangements. I have just emerged from the voodoo jungle and hope to meet with SHB. To personally express my gratitude. Syo's significant gains from this venture into the voodoo jungle were largely attributed to the business card given to him by Hu Ngfshb. Had it not been for the card he received during the diplomatic mission in the Misty Forest, he would not have so easily passed through CHNH's challenges. Moreover, Hu Ngfshb is a powerful Lord-level beast tamer, and Syo naturally wished to foster a good relationship with him. Syo, my father and Uncle SHB have gone to the YNTN secret realm and will likely be away for some time. If you wish to see Uncle SHB, you might as well stay here for a few more days. Hu Ngfynzho responded with a smile upon hearing Syo's words. The YNTN secret realm. Syo expressed surprise at this revelation. Both Hu Ngfynzho's father and Hu Ngfshb are Lord-level beast tamers of great strength, the pillars of the Hu Ngf family. The fact that they have gone together to the YNTN secret realm suggests that there must be extremely rare opportunities awaiting them there. After a moment's contemplation, Syo addressed Hu Ngfynzho. Since SHB is not at home, I shall take my leave to the guest room for now. All right. I shall take you there immediately. Without hesitation, Hu Ngfynzho led Syo towards the guest room area of the Hu Ngf family villa. Time swiftly passes, and 3 days have elapsed. Su Yao has successfully acquired the necessary resources for the evolution of his beast. Young Master Su, the 4th-tier beast resources you requested are fully prepared, totaling 170 million federal coins. This card still holds 13 million federal coins. As for the 5th-tier beast resources you require, although I have not been able to procure them, I have gathered information regarding the Jiu Banhuolian. In the reception room, Manager Wang presented all the beast resources and the remaining 13 million federal coins to Su Yao, respectfully addressing him. Please share the news regarding the Jiu Banhuolian. I must express my sincere gratitude. Upon hearing about the Jiu Banhuolian, Su Yao's eyes brightened, and he promptly inquired. The Jiu Banhuolian is the principal material required for the evolution of Xiaoyan. Su Yao has already collected all the secondary materials necessary for the evolution of his 4 formidable beasts. If he can obtain the Jiu Banhuolian, Xiaoyan will successfully evolve, elevating its quality from perfect 5-star to epic level. An epic level beast is undoubtedly the dream of every beast master. You are too kind, young Master Su. However, while I have acquired information about the Jiu Banhuolian, obtaining it will not be easy. Observing Su Yao's eagerness, Manager Wang immediately divulged the information he possessed. Unexpectedly, the Jiu Banhuolian is located within the Ronghua mountain range, near the core of a volcanic crater, which indeed makes it difficult to access. After listening to Manager Wang's account, Su Yao furrowed his brow and murmured. He was not unfamiliar with the Ronghua mountain range, having traversed its outskirts personally en route from Tianyang City to Tianyun City. Prior to crossing the mountain range, Su Yao had conducted thorough research on its data. Although the outskirts are populated with only ordinary and awakened beasts, the core area is known to harbor extraordinary and commanding beasts. There are even formidable Lord-level beasts residing in the heart of the Ronghua mountain range. Even a typical Lord-level beast master would not dare to recklessly venture into the core of the Ronghua mountain range. Now, as someone at the pinnacle of the awakening stage, Su Yao would be even more unwise to consider entering the core in search of the Jiu Banhuolian. Su Yao, when my father and the others return, I will have them accompany Uncle Ba to search for the Jiu Banhuolian in the Ronghua mountain range. If you truly require it, I can persuade them to reserve the Jiu Banhuolian for you. At this moment, Huangfu Yunzhao suddenly interjected, addressing Su Yao. Although the core of the Ronghua mountain range is perilous, The combined strength of Huangfu, Shi Yao, and Huangfu Shi Ba should suffice for an expedition into the area. Upon learning of the Jiu Ban Huolian's whereabouts, the Huangfu family will also mobilize personnel to investigate the Rhone Huo mountain range. The Jiu Ban Huolian is a high-tier treasure of the 5th rank, incredibly close to the 6th rank, and holds immense value. Such a treasure is enough to entice even Lord-level Beastmasters. If the Huangfu family truly acquires the Jiu Ban Huolian, Huangfu Yunzhao may still have a chance to persuade her father to leave it for Su Yao. In that case, I extend my heartfelt thanks to Miss Yunzhao. Should the Huangfu family truly procure the Jiu Ban Huolian, I shall certainly offer a price that would satisfy the Huangfu family. Su Yao responded cheerfully, elated by Huangfu Yunzhao's words. His intentions were sincere. If the Huangfu family did indeed obtain the Jiu Ban Huolian, although he lacked sufficient funds to purchase it outright, he could leverage his talents to propose an offer they could not refuse. Su Yao was confident that if he could provide a new evolution plan for the beasts of the Lord-level Beast Masters in the Huangfu family, enhancing their beast's quality and increasing their chances of breaking through to king level, they would undoubtedly welcome the opportunity to exchange the Jiu Ban Huolian for such a prospect. Indeed, if we are able to find the Jiu Ban Huolian, I will notify you at the earliest opportunity. Observing Su Yao's unwavering confidence. Despite Huangfu Yunzhao's uncertainty about his ability to acquire the Jiu Ban Huolian, she felt an inexplicable trust in him, without questioning his words. She herself could not comprehend why she held such a feeling towards Su Yao. Soon, Su Yao and Huangfu Yunzhao exchanged contact information for future correspondence. Subsequently, Su Yao bid farewell to Huangfu Yunzhao. Although he had only gathered all the secondary materials for beast evolution, with the Du Hun Mu Xian in hand, he had already amassed all the resources needed for the first stage of the tree's evolution. Su Yao was eager to see the tree complete its evolution. Chapter 62, Evolution. The Soulwood Tree Demon. Outside Tianyun City, after acquiring the beast evolution resources and bidding farewell to Huangfu Yunzhao, Su Yao departed from Tianyun City, swiftly making his way to the outskirts of the Rhone Huo mountain range. He flew high in the sky on Shaoyan, maintaining a heightened focus on his surroundings, ensuring he was not being followed. Upon leaving Tianyun City and entering the outskirts of the Rhone Huo mountain range, he detected no tails. It seems those who sought to harm me did not have a contingency plan. This location is excellent. I shall let the tree complete its evolution here. Standing atop Shaoyan, Su Yao gazed down into a valley within the outskirts of the Rhone Huo mountain range and quietly stated. He then directed Shaoyan to descend into the valley below. Before long, the pair arrived within the valley. Su Yao chose a relatively flat area and activated his talent, the Tian Qi Shen Yin, to identify all the beasts within a 1,000-meter radius, instructing Xiao Yin to eliminate them. Once everything was ready, he said, Xiao Yin, stay vigilant. I am about to initiate the evolution of the tree. After Xiao Yin dispatched the surrounding beasts, Su Yao surveyed the area and addressed Xiao Yin, nodding in response. Xiao Yin soared into the air, scrutinizing the surroundings with a sharp gaze. Buzz. At that moment, Su Yao retrieved the beast ring containing the tree, and with a flash of light, the towering tree, nearly 20 meters tall, appeared before him. Tree, these materials are intended for your evolution. You shall absorb them shortly. Su Yao looked at the tree and placed the Du Hun Mu Xian, the essence of plants, Hei Ming Tu, and other materials before it. First, he poured the Hei Ming Tu at the base of the tree, then buried the essence of plants and other items within the Hei Ming Tu, blending them together. Finally, he crushed the Du Hun Mu Xian, releasing its dark green juice and letting it drip onto the Hei Ming Tuesday instantly. The originally grayish-black Hei Ming Tu erupted with a vibrant green aura, and a surge of life force surged forth. Even Xiao Yin, patrolling above, could sense the immense vitality contained within the Hei Ming Tu, and its gaze involuntarily shifted toward the pile of Hei Ming Tu in front of Su Yao and the tree. Tree, immerse your roots into this Hei Ming Tu, and once you absorb all the energy, you will complete your evolution. After accomplishing these tasks, Su Yao issued his command to the tree. As Su Yao extracted the evolution resources, the tree had already felt the immense benefits these materials would provide to its strength. Especially when Su Yao integrated all the evolution resources into the Hei Ming Tu, the tree's desire to absorb the energy within surged to unprecedented heights. Upon receiving Su Yao's command, its roots swiftly transformed into shadows, plunging into the pile of Hei Ming Tu before it, like a parched riverbed encountering life-giving rain. It voraciously absorbed the special life energy contained within the Hei Ming Tu, which was infused with a plethora of evolution resources. As the tree absorbed the energy from the Hei Ming Tu, the abundant vitality began to rapidly diminish. In place of the previous state, the great tree began to burst forth with an overwhelming vitality, its branches and leaves growing at a visibly rapid pace. The entire trunk of the tree also surged upwards, its size expanding continually. After 3 minutes, all the energy essence from the Hyming soil, which had been infused with various materials, was completely absorbed by the tree, transforming into ordinary black soil devoid of any energy or vitality fluctuations. Suddenly, at the moment when the tree had absorbed all the energy from the Hyming soil, a blinding white light erupted from its form, enveloping it entirely. This phenomenon mirrored the moment when Su Yuan had evolved Xiaoxian. The evolution light had appeared. Su Yuan squinted slightly, raising his right hand to shield his eyes, peering through the gaps between his fingers at the tree shrouded in the white light, exclaiming in astonishment. The emergence of the evolution light signified that the beast had commenced its evolution. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, a beast radiating evolution light was guaranteed to successfully evolve, becoming a more powerful and refined creature. In the skies above the valley, Xiaoyan also noticed the evolution light shimmering from the tree, his eyes reflecting envy. However, he quickly suppressed his feelings of envy, his gaze sharpening as he focused intently on surveying the surroundings of the valley. The tree had reached a critical moment in its evolution, and no mishap could be allowed to occur. Su Yuan had instructed him to remain vigilant, and he must fulfill his duty. Should any ferocious beast approach, he was to strike first without hesitation. As time flowed steadily on, the evolution light surrounding the tree continued to shine brightly for 5 minutes without any sign of waning. It was only after 6 minutes that the brilliant white evolution light began to gradually retract, diminishing until it vanished completely. Your beast, the poison spike tree demon, has evolved. It has transformed into the soul wood tree demon. Your beast, the soul wood tree demon, has acquired a new skill, explosive seed. Your beast, the soul wood tree demon, has acquired a new skill, soul wood spearman. Your beast, the soul wood tree demon, has acquired a new skill, soul wood cage. Just as the evolution light faded, Su Yuan, utilizing the innate ability of his Tianqi divine eye, was met with a cascade of beast information before him. Simultaneously, a tremendous surge of energy erupted from within Su Yuan, propelling his strength to new heights. His mental prowess also saw a significant increase, rendering his already formidable mental strength even more terrifying. The evolution light had persisted for 8 minutes, a duration eightfold that of Xiao Xian's previous evolution. This suggests that as the quality of the beast increases, so too does the length of time for its evolution. In the future, when evolving beasts, it is imperative to ensure they are in an absolutely secure environment, safeguarding them from any potential disruptions during their evolution. Observing the tree's completion of its evolution and feeling the surge of power and mental strength within him, Su Yuan glanced at the time and murmured softly. He then turned his attention to the tree, which had now ascended to a height exceeding 40 meters, its trunk diameter surpassing 3 meters. On the bark beneath the bifurcation at the trunk's apex, a human-like face resembling that of an elderly man became distinctly visible, evoking a sense of unease. Soul wood tree demon. Species, plant type, wood type, poison type. Quality, perfect 7 stars. Level, extraordinary tier 3. Status, perfect. Skills, poison spike whip, root piercing, old bark, frenzied seed. Soul wood cage, soul wood spearman. Evolution count, 1. Materials required for next evolution. 1000-year willow heart x1, phantom soundstone x5. Chapter 63, instantaneous extraordinary beasts. Another perfect quality beast has been acquired, boasting a quality of perfect 7 stars. The tree now stands as my most esteemed beast. Moreover, following its evolution, the tree's level has risen from the peak of awakening to extraordinary tier 3, gaining 3 new skills and experiencing at least a 10-fold increase in strength. No wonder the feedback on strength is so substantial, significantly enhancing my own power. Su Yuan cast a glance at the post-evolution attributes of the tree, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Chirp. At that moment, Xiao Yin, patrolling the skies, also detected that the tree had completed its evolution. After chirping excitedly twice, he descended near Su Yuan and the tree. Upon sensing the immense aura emanating from the tree, Xiao Yan's eyes widened in astonishment. Before the evolution, he could leverage his attribute advantage to suppress the tree. Yet now, facing the post-evolution tree, he felt entirely outmatched. Naturally, both he and the tree were Su Yuan's beasts, so there was no adversarial relationship. With the tree's power having greatly increased, Xiao Yin felt nothing but joy at the emergence of such a formidable companion for Su Yuan. Simultaneously, a sense of urgency welled up within Xiao Yin. With the tree having reached extraordinary tier 3, he too must strive to enhance his own strength. Only then could he keep pace with Su Yuan and be called upon frequently. Otherwise, if he could not match Su Yuan's rapid progress, he would be left behind. Much like Xiao Xian and Xiao Yu, who had remained at the Awakening and Ordinary tiers respectively, missing out on opportunities during their foray into the voodoo jungle. It seemed that Xiao Yan was indeed spurred on by the tree's elevation and strength. His fervent demeanor suggested he was determined to catch up. Surely these creatures are not vying for attention, he mused with a chuckle. At this point, with the tree having completed its evolution and his own strength elevated to Extraordinary Tier 3, Su Yuan felt a surge of power. With his mythic-level Beast Taming talent, coupled with his formidable initial soul power, even extraordinary peak Beast Tamers might pale in comparison to him. Together with the tree now at Extraordinary Tier 3, they could contend with extraordinary peak ferocious beasts within the Molten Fire Mountain range. Within the Molten Fire Mountain range, a considerable number of extraordinary beasts reside, providing an ideal opportunity to test the tree's post-evolution combat capabilities. The materials harvested from extraordinary beasts and their cores are of significant value, allowing for the accumulation of resources. Let us proceed, Xiao Yan. We shall venture into the depths of the Molten Fire Mountain range. With the tree now evolved, Su Yuan chose not to linger on the outskirts of the Molten Fire Mountain range any longer. He swiftly recalled the tree, now at Extraordinary Tier 3, into his beast ring, and with a leap, he mounted Xiao Yan's back. Xiao Yan, upon noticing this, flapped his wings vigorously and soared into the winds, swiftly carrying Su Yuan toward the inner regions of the Molten Fire Mountain range, in the direction of Tianyang City. Xiao Yan's speed was remarkable. Within a quarter hour, they had already penetrated the inner perimeter of the Molten Fire Mountain range. As Su Yuan ventured deeper, the ferocious beasts encountered shifted from the predominantly ordinary beasts on the outskirts to a multitude of awakened beasts, alongside several extraordinary beasts. Caw! As Su Yuan and Xiao Yan sped through the skies, a sharp screech echoed ahead of them. Su Yuan looked up to see 3 extraordinary flying creatures approaching rapidly. Hongyan Eagle. Species, bird, fire type. Quality, excellent 8 stars. Level, Extraordinary Tier 1. Status, excited. Skills, flame burst, fire spark. Evolution count, 0. Possible evolution paths, 2. 3 Extraordinary Tier 1 Hongyan Eagles. Xiao Yan, we cannot continue flying in the air. We must descend. After discerning the attributes of the 3 Hongyan Eagles through his Tianqi Divine Eye, Su Yuan promptly instructed Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan currently possesses only a 5th-tier awakening, and despite achieving a flawless 5-star quality, he cannot transcend the divide between the awakening and extraordinary levels to engage in battle with the extraordinary 1st-tier Hongyan Diao, especially considering that there are 3 of them. The trio of Hongyan Diao could easily overpower Xiao Yan. Of course, facing these 3 Hongyan Diao, Su Yuan, having reached the extraordinary 3rd tier, feels no fear. However, they have already entered the inner region of the Ronghua Mountain range, and Xiao Yan, currently airborne, presents a conspicuous target. While the 3 Hongyan Diao do not pose a direct threat to them at the moment, should they attract the attention of a formidable flying beast at the peak of the extraordinary tier or a commanding beast, it could lead to dire consequences. Nevertheless, now that they have entered the inner area of the Ronghua Mountain range, Su Yuan can summon the great tree to explore the mountains at a leisurely pace. With a chirp, Xiao Yan nodded in response to Su Yuan's command, folding his wings and diving downward with astonishing speed, akin to a bullet in flight. As they surged toward the Ronghua Mountain range, the 3 Hongyan Diao, without a moment's hesitation, pursued them. Their eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty and frenzied light, intent on annihilating Su Yuan and Xiao Yan. Humph, do they truly believe I fear them? Observing the 3 Hongyan Diao closing in, Su Yuan's gaze turned icy. In an instant, 3 soul arrows coalesced, transforming into streaks of light that, before the Hongyan Diao could react, pierced into their minds. With a chilling cry, the 3 Hongyan Diao emitted a wretched scream as their expressions shifted from ferocity and bloodlust to a vacant stupor. Under Su Yuan's formidable mental assault, the trio of Hongyan Diao was instantaneously dispatched. Given that the Hongyan Diao were merely at the extraordinary 3rd tier and lacked expertise and mental fortitude, they stood no chance against Su Yuan's overwhelming psychic strength, which surpassed even that of peak extraordinary beast tamers. Once they lost consciousness, the bodies of the 3 Hongyan Diao plummeted to the ground, creating 3 shallow craters upon impact. In the blink of an eye, Su Yuan had obliterated 3 extraordinary 1st-tier beasts, and his strength had multiplied several-fold since departing from Tianyang City. I wonder what expressions Teacher Tang and Principal Wang will wear when they learn that I am now an extraordinary beast tamer. After Xiao Yan landed, Su Yuan leaped off, his eyes gleaming with delight as he gazed at the 3 corpses not far away, silently contemplating. Before Su Yuan could begin collecting materials from the fallen Hongyan Diao, a cacophony of beastly roars erupted from all directions. The beasts of the inner Ronghua mountain range were not only more powerful, but also far more numerous. The commotion they had just caused evidently attracted the nearby beasts. Chapter 64. This is a high-explosive grenade with tracking capabilities. Yinlang, species, wolf. Fire-type quality, rare 2 stars level. Extraordinary 2nd tier, Qianhua Wu Gong, species, insect, fire-type. Poison-type quality, excellent 9 stars level. Extraordinary 1st tier, Huidu E species, insect, fire-type quality, excellent 4 stars level. Awakening 6th tier soon. Su Yuan discovered a group of beasts surrounding them. These creatures were all of the fire attribute, possessing formidable strength at the awakening and extraordinary levels. In mere moments, the number of beasts surrounding Su Yuan exceeded 20. Typically, these beasts would engage in fierce battles upon encountering one another. However, now, upon encountering Su Yuan, who had ventured into the Ronghua mountain range, all the beasts focused their attention on this intruder, setting aside past grievances to unite against him. The density of beasts in the inner Ronghua mountain range was significantly higher than in the outer regions, leading to such a rapid accumulation of creatures. Observing the situation, Su Yuan recognized that more beasts were likely to arrive. This influx of beasts was fortuitous, as it provided an excellent opportunity to test the battle prowess of the evolved Great Tree. Casting a glance around at the surrounding beasts, Su Yuan spoke in a calm voice. Now, let us see how formidable the Great Tree has become. With a wave of his hand, a colossal tree, towering over 40 meters, materialized before him. Its massive form crashed to the ground, causing the earth beneath Su Yuan to tremble. As the great tree emerged, the surrounding beasts were startled by the sudden appearance of this enormous entity. Some of the weaker beasts emitted terrified howls as the tree emerged from the beast taming ring. Its gnarled old face displayed a frown, reflecting its discomfort within the fire element-infused environment of the Ronghua mountain range. Yet, this discomfort was merely a minor inconvenience. The surrounding conditions would not significantly impact its combat capabilities. After the initial shock subsided, sensing the extraordinary aura emanating from the great tree, several extraordinary fire attribute beasts let out enraged roars, preparing to charge at it. However, the tree's response was swifter than that of the encroaching beasts. As the beasts' roars echoed, the tree's vines swung violently toward the location of the beasts. As the vines lashed out, numerous wooden seeds, resembling flower buds and the size of basins, quickly coalesced at the tips and launched toward the beasts over 100 meters away. Observing the incoming wooden seeds, the beasts initially believed they were facing a formidable attack and attempted to evade. Yet, upon landing, the seeds exhibited no aggression, settling quietly on the ground without any further action. Faced with this unexpected scenario, the surrounding beasts stared at the bud-like wooden seeds with confusion, emitting low growls of bewilderment. However, as the beasts remained perplexed, the seeds suddenly sprang to life, rushing toward the nearest beasts with astonishing speed. Caught off guard by this sudden turn of events, the beasts attempted to retreat, but it was too late. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosive sounds erupted, as clouds of green toxic mist enveloped all surrounding fire attribute beasts. Within the mist, the seeds detonated, releasing a flurry of wooden spikes that shot forth like arrows towards the nearby creatures. The sound of slicing through flesh echoed as the seeds wreaked havoc. As the toxic mist dissipated, it became evident that none of the beasts within the blast radius could stand. They all lay motionless on the ground. Many bore dozens of small blood holes, with streams of green blood oozing from their wounds. All beasts below the extraordinary level perished in this wave of assault, and even some extraordinary beasts suffered grave injuries. Only a few beasts of extraordinary 3rd tier or higher remained breathing, but their breaths were shallow, and their survival was uncertain. Eliminating dozens of beasts in a single strike. Remarkable. This new skill, Explosive Tree Seeds, is nothing short of a beast tamer's version of a high-explosive grenade, complete with tracking capabilities. Observing the devastating results of the tree seed's detonation, Su Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he spoke with a smile. However, upon witnessing the grim sight of the surrounding beasts riddled with wounds, Su Yuan's smile faded, replaced by a sense of helplessness. The power of the explosive tree seeds is indeed impressive, but in the wake of such devastation, the pelts of these beasts are likely rendered worthless. Next time I encounter beasts with high-value pelts, I should avoid letting the great tree use the explosive tree seeds to eliminate them, allowing for the potential acquisition of complete beast pelts. The complete pelts of some extraordinary beasts can fetch several 100,000 without issue. After a few sighs, Su Yin addressed the great tree, instructing it to extract all the crystal cores from these beasts, as they would continue their exploration within the Ronghua mountain range. Upon hearing Su Yan's command, the treetop of the great tree trembled slightly, seemingly in agreement. Subsequently, Su Yin observed as the tree unleashed dozens of vines, which rapidly extended over a distance of several hundred meters, precisely penetrating the bodies of the now defenseless beasts. This included the 3 red flame eagles that Su Yin had dispatched in an instant. They too received the tree's attention. Before long, these vines returned, entwined with numerous crimson crystal cores, presenting them before Su Yin. He opened his backpack and stored all the beastly crystal cores within. Beside him, Xiao Yin gazed longingly at the crimson cores as they disappeared into Su Yan's backpack. All the beasts Su Yin had slain were of the fire attribute, each possessing at least a 5th-tier awakening. The crystal cores he had just collected were also of the fire attribute, holding great allure for Xiao Yin. You are indeed fortunate. The Ronghua mountain range is abundant with fire-type beasts, Su Yin remarked, sensing Xiao Yin's eager gaze. He then retrieved 3 awakening-grade beast crystal cores from his backpack and tossed them to Xiao Yin. Delighted, Xiao Yin flapped its wings, swiftly caught the 3 cores, gulped them down, and licked its lips, still yearning for more. Your appetite is growing, isn't it? Su Yin teased, casting a glance at the insatiable Xiao Yin. He then retrieved 2 additional awakening-grade fire-type beast crystal cores and tossed them to Xiao Yin. With those 2 5th-tier fire-type cores, 2 6th-tier cores, and a 7th-tier beast core, Xiao Yin finally began to refine and absorb the immense energy contained within. Xiao Yin climbed the tree, sensing the surging fire elements within Xiao Yin. Su Yin felt a surge of joy, realizing that Xiao Yin was on the verge of another breakthrough. He immediately called out to it. The great tree responded by gently wrapping a vine around Su Yin, lifting him to a thick branch to sit. Xiao Yin flew to the treetop, commencing its full-force breakthrough. Su Yin did not summon Xiao Yin back into the beast-handling bracelet. The area surrounding the Ronghua mountain range was saturated with rich fire elements, making it more advantageous for Xiao Yin to break through outside. After both Su Yin and Xiao Yin ascended the tree, the great tree began to obey Su Yan's directives, shifting its roots to continue exploring ahead. Chapter 65. Principal, I have broken through to the extraordinary level. Several kilometers outside Tianyang City, a crimson figure soared through the sky, swiftly approaching the city. From this crimson figure, Su Yin gazed into the distance at the rapidly approaching Tianyang City, stretching his body in a leisurely manner. After spending 2.5 months in the Ronghua mountain range, he was finally seeing Tianyang City once more. It had been 3 months since he had departed from Tianyang City, and he wondered how Teacher Tang and Principal Wang must have fared without any contact from him for such an extended period. Upon returning home, he planned to freshen up, visit the Adventurers Guild to turn in his tasks, and sell off any unnecessary materials. Once these tasks were complete, he would report his safety to the school and the principal. After stretching, Su Yin glanced back at his pack, a smile gracing his face. Throughout the past 2.5 months, he had engaged in countless battles with beasts, vanquishing a significant number. Initially, when Su Yin and the Great Tree, along with Xiao Yin, had just entered the outskirts of the Ronghua mountain range, they encountered awakened beasts. However, as they ventured deeper into the mountain range, they faced primarily extraordinary-level beasts. They even encountered commanding beasts on multiple occasions. While they could not defeat these commanding beasts, Su Yin was always able to assess their strength beforehand using the Tianqi Divine Eye, allowing him to navigate through perilous situations. During these 2.5 months, Su Yin not only slayed a multitude of beasts but also acquired numerous fire-type beast resources, enhancing his beast-handling prowess. Among them, Xiao Yan's growth was the most remarkable. Within the Ronghua mountain range, fire-type beast crystal cores and abundant fire elements were plentiful. In just 2.5 months, Xiao Yin had advanced from a 5th-tier awakening to an extraordinary 2nd-tier beast. Besides Xiao Yin, Su Yan's other 3 beasts also experienced significant improvements. The Great Tree, serving as the primary offensive force, successfully climbed 2 tiers in strength during this period, reaching extraordinary 5th tier. Additionally, Xiao Yu broke through the awakening level, advancing from an ordinary 6th tier to an awakening 2nd tier. As for Xiao Xian, it progressed from awakening 1st tier to awakening 5th tier, matching his highest level beast S rank. Su Yin himself also became an extraordinary 5th tier beast master. While Su Yan's overall strength had not experienced a qualitative leap, it had nonetheless increased several-fold compared to when the Great Tree had just completed its evolution. The higher one ascended in tiers, the more challenging it became to improve. However, each tier's advancement subsequently yielded greater strength enhancements than the earlier levels. Xiao Yan descend. With Xiao Yan's current flying speed, the distance of several kilometers would take merely a few breaths. As they neared Tianyang City, Su Yin instructed Xiao Yin to land, summoning it back into the beast-handling bracelet before making his way into the city. Within Tianyang City and other major human settlements, there are prohibitions against beast masters summoning their beasts within the city limits. The skies above the city are patrolled by anti-aircraft defenses, ready to eliminate any flying beasts that approach. After entering the city, Su Yin hailed a taxi to take him home. After a refreshing wash, He headed to the trading market to sell off all the various beast resources he had obtained from the Ronghua mountain range. Since all the beasts Su Yan had slain were fire attribute, the crystal cores he acquired were fire type as well. These cores were beneficial for Xiao Yan's strength enhancement, and thus Su Yan refrained from selling them. Nevertheless, merely selling the rare materials collected in the Ronghua mountain range, along with the bounty from the Adventurers Guild tasks, netted him over 30 million. After selling these materials, Su Yan purchased a substantial amount of resources required for Xiao Xian, Xiao Yu, and the Great Tree. The recently acquired 30 million was quickly depleted, and he even withdrew an additional 10 million from his own funds to purchase enough resources to elevate Xiao Xian and the others to extraordinary levels. Once all the necessary items were procured, Su Yan had them delivered to his home before heading in the direction of Tianyang No. 1 High School. Su Yan, come to my office. Just as Su Yan entered Tianyang No. 1 High School and had not yet returned to his class, a figure suddenly appeared beside him. Looking up, he recognized the person as Principal Wang Gang. Without waiting for Su Yan to react, Wang Gang grasped his arm, and Su Yan felt a sudden whirlwind before finding himself in an elegantly furnished office. Such speed, even as an extraordinary 5th-tier beast master. I still had no opportunity to respond. The abrupt change left Su Yan astonished, once again struck by the sheer power of a commanding level expert. Su Yan, where have you been these past few months? 3 full months. 3 months have passed without a single word from you. Do you have any idea how I have endured during this time? While Su Yan was still in shock over Wang Gang's immense strength and the vast disparity between their abilities, Wang Gang, at that very moment, altered the stern demeanor he had previously exhibited before others. He gazed at Su Yan with an exaggerated and worried expression, inquiring about his situation. In the entire Tianyang No. 1 High School, only Principal Wang Gang was aware that Su Yan's beast mastery talent had reached at least the extraordinary level. Faced with such an unprecedented beast master prodigy in Tianyang, it was only natural for the principal to take a keen interest in Su Yan. Ahem, principal. I merely went out to train as the college entrance examination approaches. The teachers mentioned in class that only through combat can one truly enhance their beast mastery skills. Su Yan, feeling a bit embarrassed by Wang Gang's emotional display, coughed lightly and explained his recent endeavors. Training. Alone? Upon hearing Su Yan's response, Wang Gang's voice escalated by several decibels. To this, Su Yan merely nodded nonchalantly. You dare to venture out alone as an ordinary level beast master? You truly have some nerve. Wang Gang's eyes widened as he exclaimed sharply upon Su Yan's admission. Principal, I am no longer an ordinary level beast master. I have become an extraordinary level beast master. In the face of Wang Gang's stern reprimand, Su Yan rubbed his nose and calmly stated his current status. What of being an extraordinary beast master? Do you not realize that one cannot guarantee their safety outside? Wang Gang retorted, momentarily taken aback by Su Yan's declaration, his disbelief evident on his face. Indeed, I have only just successfully broken through to the extraordinary level. Su Yan replied with a slight smile, his demeanor calm. After a moment of shock, Wang Gang regained his composure, though his gaze remained fixed on Su Yan, filled with scrutiny and curiosity. He took a deep breath, adopting a serious tone. Su Yan, aside from me, is there anyone else aware of your current level of power? Unfazed by Wang Gang's piercing inquiry, Su Yan shook his head in denial. He continued, Principal, I just returned to Tianyang City and was eager to come back to school to reassure everyone. I simply had no time to disclose my power level to others. Thus, you should be the only one who knows about this matter. After speaking, Su Yan quietly observed Wang Gang, awaiting further instructions. Upon hearing this, a look of relief and satisfaction spread across Wang Gang's face as he nodded approvingly. Excellent. Su Yan, you must remember this. As the crucial college entrance examination approaches, do not hastily reveal your true abilities to the outside world. His voice was low yet powerful, imbued with an undeniable authority. Clearly, Wang Gang held high hopes for Su Yan's future and wished to instill in him the importance of humility to avoid unnecessary troubles. Rest assured, Principal, I understand. Su Yan replied with a faint smile, acknowledging Wang Gang's concern. He had always maintained a low profile, yet even that had attracted peril. In the voodoo jungle, he had encountered 3 awakened peak beast masters sent to kill him. After experiencing that battle, even without Wang Gang's advice, he would not act ostentatiously. Just as long as you know. Wang Gang nodded appreciatively upon hearing Su Yan's response. He then continued, your return is timely. The college entrance examination is merely a week away, and Tianyang City will hold a mock battle for core students tomorrow. However, since your level has now reached extraordinary, you have established a significant disparity in power compared to your peers. I will petition the mayor to exempt you from attending tomorrow's mock battle, allowing you to secure first place and receive the corresponding reward. Moreover, to enhance the capabilities of Tianyang's examinees and strive for better results in the upcoming assessments. The mayor has invested heavily, offering substantial rewards for the top candidates. The reward for the top core student this time is so appealing that even I find it enticing. You are indeed fortunate. The mock battle is trivial, but principal, what exactly is a core student? Su Yan inquired. His expression one of surprise upon hearing Wang Gang's mention of the term. Haha, it's understandable that you're unaware of the core student concept since you've just returned. This year's college entrance examination is unlike any other, with numerous exceptionally talented beast masters emerging from various regions to effectively and expediently select outstanding talents. The federal government has decided to separate gifted candidates from ordinary ones for their assessments. Of course, the minimum requirement to become a core student is to possess at least Awaken-level beast mastery talent. Even in our Tianyang No. 1 high school, counting you, there are only 7 core students. Across the entire Tianyang city, there are only about 30 core students in total among the 7 beast master high schools. It is expected that within 3 days, all students will have their rankings determined. Given your substantial advantage, securing first place should pose no challenge. The remaining students will be left to compete for the ranks following the top position. Su Yan nodded slightly, understanding the situation, while also feeling a sense of anticipation. Since Wang Gang had mentioned that the reward for first place was so captivating, it must indeed be extraordinary. Wang Gang was a genuine Lord-level beast master, and a reward capable of enticing such an individual could only be rare beast materials of Tier 5 or perfect quality beast eggs and young beasts. Regardless of which, it would represent an astonishing fortune for Su Yan. Thank you for your arrangements, Principal. Su Yan expressed his gratitude. Wang Gang smiled, patting Su Yan on the shoulder, encouraging him. You must have faced many hardships during your training outside. Go home, rest well, and prepare for the entrance examination. This year's college entrance examination reform will present you with top-tier talents from across the nation, and among them will surely be those with extraordinary talents. Although your strength is formidable, it has not yet reached the point where you can disregard all other candidates. Nevertheless, I believe in your ability to achieve excellent results. If you need any assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. Upon hearing Wang Gang's words, Su Yan confidently thumped his chest and assured, Principal, you can be at ease. I will certainly bring glory to Tianyang No. 1 high school. I will shine for Tianyang City. Even if I have to contend against the nation's elite in this college entrance examination, I will not falter. With that, he bid farewell to Wang Gang and exited the principal's office. Having said goodbye to the principal, Su Yan made his way back to his class. The prospect of competing against the gifted from across the nation was truly exhilarating. He hoped it would not disappoint him. As he walked, Su Yan quietly reflected, a glimmer of anticipation lighting up his features. In the subsequent chapter, the mayor of Tianyang City and the peak Lord-level beast master emerged as pivotal figures in the unfolding narrative. Su Yan, the audacious youth, had silently ascended to the extraordinary level. Given Su Yan's familial background, it was evident that he had embarked on this journey of training alone, without any external assistance. A person, within a mere span of 3 months, has ascended from an ordinary 8th-tier beastmaster to an extraordinary one. What manner of anomaly is this individual? Such a rapid rate of growth eclipses even the most gifted beastmasters. It seems that only a prodigy of the highest caliber could rival Su Yuan. Is it possible that Tianyang No. 1 high school is about to witness the emergence of a super genius? In the principal's office, after Su Yuan's departure, Wang Gang could no longer contain his excitement. His expression transformed dramatically, his eyes gleaming with fervor, and he could not help but clench his fists, trembling with anticipation. Had anyone witnessed the usually stern principal displaying such emotion, they would surely be astonished. After a while, Wang Gang took a few deep breaths to calm his exhilarated heart. He needed to consult with old Zhao, urging him to exempt Su Yuan from the procedures for participating in the arena battle tomorrow and to designate him as the first-place contender. Once he had composed himself, Wang Gang murmured softly before heading towards the municipal hall. Old Zhao, whom he referred to, was none other than the mayor of Tianyang City and its foremost powerhouse. Meanwhile, upon returning to the teaching building, Su Yuan was nearing the vicinity of class 1 of the 3rd year when an exuberant voice called out from behind. Su Yuan. Upon hearing, Su Yuan turned around and was greeted by his homeroom teacher, Tang Zihan. Teacher Tang. He responded politely. Tang Zihan nodded slightly before immediately voicing her concern. Su Yuan, where have you been these past few days? There has been no news of you at all. The principal has been frantic, sending people to your home several times without success in locating you. In all my years at Tianyang No. 1 high school, I have never seen the principal so invested in a student. With that, she fixed a scrutinizing and curious gaze upon Su Yuan. Teacher Tang. I was out in the wilderness honing my skills, Su Yuan explained, reiterating his earlier conversation with Wang Gang. However, he omitted the details of his experiences in the Voodoo Jungle, only mentioning that he had spent 3 months at the Molten Mountain Range. He did not disclose to Tang Zihan that he had already become an extraordinary beast master, only informing her that he had advanced to the awakening tier. Su Yuan, the wilderness is fraught with dangers. Thankfully, nothing untoward happened this time, but you must not be so reckless in the future, Tang Zihan said. Her expression filled with concern after hearing Su Yuan's partially truthful account. Understood, Su Yuan replied with a resigned nod. By the way, Su Yuan, I must inform the principal of your return immediately. Come with me to see him. He will be very pleased to know you are back, Tang Zihan suddenly declared, reaching to guide him towards the principal's office. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan smiled and shook his head. Teacher Tang, the principal is already aware of my return. I just came from his office and was on my way back to class when you called me. At this, Tang Zihan paused in surprise before nodding. That's good to hear. By the way, Su Yuan, since you have already met with the principal, you must have heard about the mock battle in Tianyang City tomorrow, right? The principal just mentioned it to me. Su Yuan nodded in response. Since the principal has informed you, I shall not elaborate further. You need not return to class now. With the mock battle approaching, Shi Qianying, Li Ming, and the others are resting at home to prepare for tomorrow's event. Over these past 3 months, they too have significantly improved, all advancing to the awakening tier and, with the aid of their families, contracting powerful second beasts. You are a core student at our school, and the principal has specifically placed you in the top core position. Because of this, many are eager to see your performance in the arena battle. Having just returned from your wilderness training, take this time to rest well today. Tomorrow morning, we will all head to Tianyang City South Central Square together, as the mock battle will be held there. Seeing that Su Yuan was already aware of the upcoming mock battle, Tang Zihan promptly informed him. Very well. Su Yuan nodded in agreement. Initially, he had intended to head directly to the classroom to see Li Ming's reaction upon seeing him return unscathed, especially after encountering those who sought to harm him in the Voodoo Jungle, with Li Ming being the first suspect that came to mind. However, with Li Ming and Shi Qianying absent from school, there was no need for him to return to class. He decided to go home and await the next day's mock battle. The following day, Su Yuan rose early and headed straight to school. However, upon his arrival, he was met with unexpected news. The mayor wishes to see me? Su Yuan asked in astonishment upon encountering Wang Gang, who had been waiting for him at the school entrance. Indeed, I requested the mayor to designate you as the top contender yesterday, but he said that without proof. He cannot accept my word alone. You must demonstrate your extraordinary ability in front of him. Come, let us go meet the mayor. Wang Gang explained briefly before leading Su Yuan towards the municipal hall. Su Yuan did not refuse and followed Wang Gang to the direction of the hall. Meanwhile, the students from Tianyang No. 1 High School participating in the mock battle were being escorted to the central square by the grade director and teacher Tang Zihan. Under Wang Gang's guidance, Su Yuan smoothly made his way through the municipal hall and soon stood before the true leader of Tianyang City. Su Yuan, this is our mayor. Zhao Zhongyue, a peak Lord-tier beastmaster and the strongest in Tianyang City, Wang Gang introduced as they approached Zhao Zhongyue. Contrary to Su Yuan's initial expectations, Zhao Zhongyue, the foremost powerhouse, appeared remarkably slender. Dressed in formal attire, he bore a friendly demeanor, lacking the imposing air often associated with authority figures, instead emanating an approachable aura. Su Yuan, it's a pleasure to meet you, Su Yuan said courteously. Ah, indeed, Su Yuan. You are truly remarkable and possess an extraordinary demeanor. I have heard that you are now an extraordinary beastmaster. May I inquire as to your current tier? Zhao Zhongyue inquired with a smile, observing Su Yuan. Though Su Yuan had skillfully suppressed his aura, Zhao Zhongyue could still sense a faint yet unmistakable extraordinary energy surrounding him. This aura was characteristic of an extraordinary beastmaster. Based solely on this, without Su Yuan needing to reveal his true strength, Zhao Zhongyue was assured of his status as an extraordinary beastmaster. However, the specific tier he had achieved would remain uncertain unless Su Yuan chose to disclose it. Wang Gang observed Su Yan's expression and immediately discerned his concerns. With a hearty laugh, he remarked, "Ha ha, old Wang speaks the truth. Su Yan, feel free to showcase your talents boldly." As soon as Wang Gang's words fell, Zhao Zhongyue joined in the laughter, deepening his admiration for Su Yan. Were it an ordinary individual, they would likely be eager to flaunt their extraordinary abilities at such a young age, having attained the remarkable status of an exceptional beastmaster. It is rare to encounter someone as modest and cautious as Su Yan. Yet, it is often individuals like him, who tread carefully, that manage to navigate through the treacherous and challenging world for a longer duration. Upon hearing the words of Wang Gang and Zhao Zhongyue, Su Yan nodded, shedding his hesitance. With a swift motion of his right hand, he summoned Xiao Yan, opting not to call forth his strongest beast, the great tree, but instead, the extraordinary second-tier Xiao Yan, intending to disguise himself as a second-tier Beastmaster. Despite Wang Gang and Zhao Zhongyue's assurances of no ill intentions, Su Yan remained reluctant to reveal all his cards. Upon Xiao Yan's appearance, its acute senses, as a beast of perfect quality, immediately detected the immense pressure emanating from Zhao Zhongyue and Wang Gang. With a piercing cry, Xiao Yan's feathers bristled, entering a state of alertness, ready to strike at a moment's notice. Both Zhao Zhongyue and Wang Gang were Lord-level Beastmasters, representing the most formidable opponents Xiao Yan had encountered thus far. From them, Xiao Yan sensed an unparalleled aura of strength. If it did not act first, it feared the opportunity would vanish. In an instant, two fiery beams erupted from Xiao Yan's eyes, surging toward Zhao Zhongyue. Xiao Yan, stop! Su Yan's anxious voice rang out just as Xiao Yan unleashed its thunderous attack. No harm. However, before Su Yan could finish his sentence, a powerful voice overshadowed his own. The fiery beams halted a meter before Zhao Zhongyue, unable to advance further, as if an invisible barrier stood before him, thwarting all flames. Xiao Yan, cease at once. Mayor Zhao and Principal Wang are not foes. Observing the scene, Su Yan breathed a sigh of relief and urged Xiao Yan to halt. Simultaneously, he was profoundly astonished by Zhao Zhongyue's formidable prowess and intrigued by the method Zhao Zhongyue employed to block Xiao Yan's devastating attack. Su Yan's true level was extraordinary 5th tier, with an innate soul strength that far surpassed that of his peers among Beastmasters. His mental prowess was comparable to that of an average commander-level Beastmaster. With exceptionally acute perceptiveness, during Xiao Yan's attack, Su Yan sensed a powerful surge of mental energy radiating from Zhao Zhongyue. Clearly, Zhao Zhongyue had employed his formidable mental strength to intercept Xiao Yan's assault without utilizing any beast abilities. The application of mental energy in such a manner to obstruct physical attacks was indeed remarkable. It seemed that Zhao Zhongyue had executed a skill akin to Soul Arrow. After halting Xiao Yan, Su Yan's gaze shifted to Zhao Zhongyue, quickly formulating his analysis. Since Zhao Zhongyue could employ the Soul Arrow technique learned from the Academy, it was plausible that this peak Lord-level Beast Master possessed defensive mental abilities as well. Beyond their beasts, a Beast Master's greatest asset lies in their mental strength. In this world of Beast Masters, it was not surprising that a myriad of mental abilities had been developed over time to enhance their combat capabilities. As Su Yan pondered, Zhao Zhongyue's attention remained fixated on Xiao Yan, and Wang Gang shared the same intensity of focus. They both gazed intently at the 5-meter-long Xiao Yan, who, upon hearing Su Yan's command, obediently stood beside him, though it felt the weight of their scrutiny. Had Su Yan not been present, Xiao Yan would likely have taken flight in fright. Old Zhao, I must not be losing my sight. This creature bears an uncanny resemblance to a Qiyang bird, Wang Gang remarked after a prolonged examination, turning to Zhao Zhongyue for confirmation. Indeed, your scholarly instincts serve you well. This is undoubtedly a Qiyang bird. Its previous attack must have been a manifestation of the innate skill known as Devastating Fire Eye. Upon hearing Wang Gang's revelation, Zhao Zhongyue's face lit up with understanding. Excitement coursing through him as he affirmed, "What a delightful surprise you have given me. The Qiyang bird is a beast of perfect quality, typically rated at 5 stars. Upon maturation, it can effortlessly ascend to the ranks of a king-level beast. Among the finest, some even evolve into emperor-level beasts, becoming rulers of their kind. Where on earth did you procure this Qiyang bird?" His enthusiasm palpable, Wang Gang turned to Su Yan, his tone urgent. Zhao Zhongyue, equally captivated, gazed at Su Yan, his expression a mixture of astonishment and excitement. With the revelation of Xiao Yan's identity as a perfect 5-star Qiyang bird, both Wang Gang and Zhao Zhongyue, the foremost experts of Tianyang City, found themselves in a state of exhilaration. With such a beast at his disposal, Su Yan was poised to ascend rapidly to the status of a king-level beastmaster, a position that far surpassed that of a mere lord-level beastmaster. Both in stature and capability, a newly appointed king-level beastmaster could easily suppress 10 lord-level beastmasters with ease. At this moment, Su Yan's current strength level seemed inconsequential to Wang Gang and Zhao Zhongyue. Their perceptions of Su Yan shifted, no longer viewing him as a junior but rather as an equal, even harboring a hint of flattery towards him. Cough, cough. Observing the expressions of Wang Gang and Zhao Zhongyue, Su Yan cleared his throat and remarked, "Principal, would you believe me if I said I purchased Xiao Yan for 1 million at the Tianyu Group?" Wang Gang and Zhao Zhongyue were left speechless, their disbelief evident. Chapter 69. The Treasure Chamber, Unexpected Joy. Hiss. Su Yan, your fortune is truly remarkable. In the grand hall of the municipal building, after Su Yan recounted his acquisition of the unhatched Xiao Yan egg from the Tianyu Group, both Wang Gang and Zhao Zhongyue inhaled sharply, at a loss for words regarding Su Yan's extraordinary luck. As the saying goes, what is meant to be yours will inevitably come to you. There is no escaping it. If the Shi family were to learn that you procured a Qiyang bird for merely 1 million, I can only imagine the expressions on their faces. Ha! After regaining his composure, Zhao Zhongyue patted Su Yan's shoulder, a smile breaking across his face. Wang Gang, unable to contain his mirth, glanced at Xiao Yin before turning to Zhao Zhongyue and declared, Old Zhao, I hereby appoint Su Yin as the foremost talent of Tianyang City. Do you have any objections? Zhao Zhongyue promptly shook his head, affirming, no objections, absolutely none. As Su Yan's beast unleashed its ferocious assault, the aura emanating from it unmistakably reached the second tier of the extraordinary rank. I could not be mistaken. Moreover, this was an extraordinary second-tier Qiyang bird, endowed with formidable combat prowess. The sheer might of that recent attack indicated that this Qiyang bird could triumph over even some of the superior quality extraordinary fifth-tier beasts. Among all the core students of Tianyang City, none stood a chance against it. Even when combined, they would not suffice to contend with Su Yan. Upon hearing Zhao Zhongyue's words, Wang Gang's smile deepened. Old Zhao, since you have no objections, shall we present the first-place reward to Su Yan ahead of schedule? You have witnessed Su Yan's talent and strength. Such a genius is truly deserving of our utmost cultivation. After speaking, Wang Gang fixed his gaze intently on Zhao Zhongyue, awaiting his response. Hearing the mention of rewards, Su Yan's spirits soared, and he too turned his gaze towards Zhao Zhongyue. You are even more eager than Su Yan, Zhao Zhongyue thought. Nonetheless, it was evident that Su Yan would be the first this time, so there was no issue with granting the reward early. Su Yan, come with me. I shall escort you to the treasury to collect your reward. Observing the reactions of Wang Gang and Su Yan, Zhao Zhongyue cast a disapproving glance at Wang Gang before smiling at Su Yan. With that, he turned and departed. Su Yan, this reward allows you to select 3 items from the treasury of Tianyang City. The treasury is not merely old Zhao's personal collection. It also contains artifacts dispatched from above, each of considerable value, even making me envious. Wang Gang leaned closer to Su Yan, whispering in his ear, once inside, feel free to select those of the highest worth. Even if we cannot utilize them, we can sell them later or trade them for what we need in the future. Upon hearing this, Su Yan's heart raced, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. Understood, principal. He nodded at Wang Gang, then stowed away Xiao Yin and swiftly followed Zhao Zhongyue. Wang Gang, despite being a powerful Lord-level Beastmaster, second only to Zhao Zhongyue, remained behind, as the treasury was a highly confidential area, and even he could not enter without permission. Meanwhile, Su Yan and Zhao Zhongyue traversed several corridors and floors. Before long, they arrived at a concealed chamber deep within the municipal hall. 2 guards stood before the chamber, exuding a subtle yet formidable aura. They were commander-level beastmasters, and the pressure they exerted surpassed that of a commander 6th-tier ground fire beast that I had encountered in the Magma Mountain range. These 2 were not ordinary commander-level beastmasters. They were high-tier commanders. With even the guards being high-tier commanders, the treasures within the treasury must surely be extraordinary. Su Yan regarded the 2, feeling the weight of their presence, his eyes narrowing slightly. What brings the mayor here? The guards, surprised by Zhao Zhongyue's arrival, quickly straightened and respectfully bowed. Zhao Zhongyue nodded slightly and addressed them. I am bringing the top contender of the simulation battle to collect his reward. Please open the door. As he spoke, he produced a key and handed it over. The guards were momentarily taken aback, their eyes widening as they glanced at Su Yan. However, they quickly regained their composure. One of them stepping forward to accept the key, retrieving another key from his own possession. Both keys were inserted into the heavy door, which slowly creaked open. Su Yan, you have 10 minutes to select 3 treasures to take with you. Although the number of treasures in the treasury is limited, 10 minutes is ample time. You may enter now. I will wait for you outside. Once the door opened, Zhao Zhongyue instructed Su Yan. Thank you, Mayor. Su Yan expressed his gratitude, stepping swiftly into the treasury without hesitation. Upon entering, passing through the threshold, Su Yan finally beheld the true nature of the treasury. It was not particularly large, covering only 100 square meters. The central area was an expansive hall devoid of clutter, flanked by shelves on both sides and at the front, each adorned with various items. Beastmaster resources, fierce beast crystals, combat uniforms, various standard weapons, and even books were displayed, though the total count was modest at 34 items. Each artifact housed within the treasury bore significant value. Utilizing his innate talent, Su Yan swiftly comprehended the information of all the items within. The principal was indeed correct. Everything here was a treasure. All the Beastmaster resources were 5th tier, and the fierce beast crystals were of commander-level quality. Furthermore, the combat gear and weapons were sourced from commander-level fierce beasts or crafted from rare metals of equal caliber, boasting astonishing defensive and destructive capabilities. Moreover, It was as if fortune smiled upon him. He had fortuitously found the two primary materials required for the evolution of Xiao Yu and Xiao Xian. Su Yin surveyed the valuable treasures on the shelves, his gaze fixated on two Beastmaster resources, his heart brimming with excitement. Chapter 70, Mental Defense Manual. On the side shelves, a drop-shaped blue crystal was encased in a transparent box, shimmering with flowing light akin to rippling water. Elsewhere, a fist-sized, deep blue crystal lay quietly on display, shrouded in a layer of gray mist and emanating a chilling aura. Water Element Essence, 5th-tier primary Beastmaster resource, an evolution resource condensed from a commander-level water-type fierce beast, capable of greatly enhancing the strength of water-type fierce beasts. Nether Crystal, 5th-tier primary Beastmaster resource, suitable for the evolution of shadow-type fierce beasts, enhancing their strength. Both resources were 5th-tier primary treasures, precisely what Su Yin required for evolution. With the Water Element Essence and Nether Crystal, along with the 4th-tier auxiliary materials previously gathered by the Huangfu family, Xiao Yu and Xiao Xian could finally evolve, elevating all his beasts to perfect quality. Su Yin gazed at the two Beastmaster resources, the smile on his face unwavering as he murmured softly. He then stepped forward, retrieving the transparent box containing the Water Element Essence and the Nether Crystal from the shelf. With these two evolution resources secured, he still had one more reward to select, allowing for a thoughtful choice. After acquiring the two 5th-tier evolution resources, Su Yan's attention once again turned to the displayed treasures, seeking his desired item. Now that he had the evolution resources for Xiao Yu and Xiao Xian, his interest in other 5th-tier Beastmaster resources diminished significantly. Even if there were mid-tier 5th-tier Beastmaster resources among them, Su Yan had no intention of claiming those that held no immediate value for him. After careful consideration, Su Yan ultimately selected a scroll from the shelf. The cover of the scroll boldly displayed the characters Huang Ting Dun. Opening it, he found an introduction on the first page. Huang Ting Dun, a mental defense manual that, when cultivated, allows one to condense a soul shield within the sea of consciousness to resist mental attacks. Upon reaching mastery, one can even project mental power outward, forming a telekinetic shield to withstand physical attacks. Upon reaching the pinnacle of cultivation, one can project their spirit outward, forming a psychic shield. This must be the psychic technique that Mayor Zhao employed to withstand the fiery gaze of Xiao Yan. As Su Yuan gazed upon the introduction of the Huang Ting shield, memories of Zhao Zhongyue confronting Xiao Yan's assault flooded his mind. Huang Ting shield, this third reward shall be yours. Without hesitation, Su Yuan resolved to claim this technique as his third choice. In terms of mental attacks, he already possessed the widely accessible Soul Arrow. Although the Soul Arrow is not an advanced psychic offensive technique, Su Yuan's formidable mental strength enables him to wield even this rudimentary method with tremendous efficacy. What Su Yuan lacked was a defensive mechanism for his psyche. Now, with the Huang Ting shield, he can address this deficiency in mental defense. Once he cultivates the Huang Ting shield, he will be more than capable of countering any adversary whose mental prowess surpasses his own, facing their psychic assaults with ease. Having selected the 3 treasures he desired, Su Yuan did not linger in the treasure chamber, but turned to exit. Passing through the threshold, he emerged before Zhao Zhongyue and the others. Su Yuan, have you already chosen your rewards so swiftly? This opportunity to enter the treasure chamber is rare. You should select items that would truly benefit you. There is still time. You may return and reconsider your choices. Zhao Zhongyue expressed his surprise at Su Yuan's rapid departure from the chamber within mere minutes, particularly upon seeing the 3 items in Su Yuan's possession. Zhao Zhongyue's mind was filled with confusion. The Huang Ting shield was understandable. It was a commendable psychic defensive technique that Zhao himself was practicing, aware of the power contained within this tome. However, he was puzzled by the other 2 items Su Yuan held. If he was not mistaken, one was a water element essence, and the other a nether crystal. Yet, neither of these resources could be utilized by Su Yuan's beast, the Qiyang bird. Even if he intended to sell them, these choices seemed illogical for Su Yuan. There were indeed higher-tier resources available in the treasure chamber, of greater value than these initial-level offerings. It was precisely for this reason that Zhao Zhongyue felt compelled to advise Su Yuan. Thank you for your kind intentions, Mayor. I choose treasures that are right for me, not merely valuable ones. Each of these 3 treasures will serve me well. There is no need to reconsider. Su Yuan replied, smiling gently at Zhao Zhongyue, expressing his gratitude. Since you have made your decision, I shall not press further. Let us depart. Su Yuan's response sparked a glimmer of understanding in Zhao Zhongyue's eyes. Seeing Su Yuan resolute, Zhao Zhongyue ceased further inquiries, closed the treasure chamber door, and led Su Yuan away. Upon returning to the grand hall of the municipal building, Su Yuan requested to take his leave from Zhao Zhongyue and Wang Gang. Having acquired the primary materials for the evolution of Xiao Yu and Xiao Xian, Su Yuan was eager to commence their transformation without delay. Zhao Zhongyue and Wang Gang did not object to Su Yuan's request. They had already predetermined Su Yuan as the top contender for this simulation battle, allowing him to abstain from participation in the upcoming 3-day event. Su Yuan need only make an appearance on the final day to finalize the rankings. Old Wang. Su Yuan is a prodigy from your school. You know him better than I do. Are his other two beasts of water and shadow types? After Su Yuan's departure, Zhao Zhongyue suddenly inquired of Wang Gang. Wang Gang looked at Zhao Zhongyue with mild astonishment, seemingly impressed by his perceptiveness. Indeed, Su Yuan possesses a water-type beast and a shadow-type beast. Both are of commendable quality, slightly inferior to the Qiyang bird. However, how did you come to know that Su Yuan had these two types of beasts? Why do I know? It is simply because the lad selected a water element essence and a nether crystal from the treasury in Tianyang City, which led me to deduce this. Zhao Zhongyue chuckled. You remain as astute as ever, my old friend. Naturally, I am the mayor of Tianyang City after all. Enough banter. The arena battles at the central square have likely commenced. We should head over and observe the other core participants. Indeed, we must not allow those individuals to exploit any opportunities. Let us go. After their exchange, the two swiftly exited the municipal building, making their way toward the central square of Tianyang City. Chapter 71, Evolution. All achieve perfection. Esteemed guest. This warehouse has a height of 15 meters and covers an area of 10,000 square meters. It is indeed our largest warehouse. Furthermore, as per your request, it is fully enclosed, with excellent sound insulation. Even hosting a concert within would not disturb the outside. Are you satisfied? In a warehouse located in the suburbs of Tianyang City, far from the city center, a middle-aged man in work attire, smiling broadly, addressed Su Yuan as he rubbed his hands together. Yes, this will do nicely. I require it for half a day. Here is your rental fee of 10,000. Su Yuan remarked, surveying the warehouse with approval before producing a stack of cash and handing it to the middle-aged man. Certainly, I will ensure that no one approaches. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up upon receiving the cash, and he hurriedly bowed to Su Yuan. He then exited promptly. Once the man departed, Su Yuan shut the warehouse door and locked it from the inside. He then retrieved 2 beast rings, and with a thought, 2 streaks of light emerged, transforming into the figures of Xiao Yu and Xiao Xian, his beloved beasts. Having reached the awakening stage, Xiao Yu now boasted a physique comparable to that of a fierce tiger, exuding an extraordinary aura. As for Xiao Xian, it maintained its 3-meter size, a result of its disguise ability. Without the disguise, Xiao Xian would now exceed 10 meters in length as a colossal tortoise. Su Yuan chose this expansive warehouse for Xiao Xian's evolution, rather than attempting the process at home, to prevent any accidental destruction of his surroundings during the transformation. As soon as Xiao Xian was summoned, it rushed to Su Yuan's side, displaying an affectionate demeanor. Despite Xiao Xian's strength lagging behind Su Yuan's and its infrequent involvement in battles, their bond remained the closest among all his beasts. Ha ha ha, very well, Xiao Xian, prepare yourself alongside Xiao Yu. Once I have prepared all the evolution materials, you shall absorb their energy and complete your evolution. Su Yuan chuckled, affectionately patting Xiao Xian's large head. Upon hearing the possibility of evolution, both Xiao Xian and Xiao Yu, the 2 beast companions, brightened their eyes and immediately settled down obediently, no longer obstructing Su Yuan's subsequent actions. Observing this, Su Yuan unstrapped the backpack from his back and extracted all the prepared resources for the evolution of his beasts, beginning to mix the resources according to the evolution scheme provided by the Tianqi Xinyuan. The evolution of beasts requires not only specific materials, but also precise steps in their application. Otherwise, even if all the evolution resources are gathered, haphazardly consuming them will not lead to successful evolution. Compared to the evolution of the Great Tree, the resource ratios for Xiao Xian and Xiao Yu's evolution are considerably more intricate and the process more cumbersome. Fortunately, with the guidance of the Tianqi Xinyuan, Su Yuan followed the evolution scheme step by step. After spending 2.5 hours, a dazzling white light began to emanate from both Xiao Yu and Xiao Xian. Once the light of evolution appeared, their evolution was assured. Watching the radiant white light enveloping Xiao Yu and Xiao Xian, a hint of satisfaction emerged on Su Yuan's weary face. He then summoned Xiao Yan to guard the warehouse alongside him, ensuring the safety of the 2 beasts during their evolution. Both Xiao Yu and Xiao Xian were exceptional beasts of the highest quality, and the evolution light that shone upon them was no less impressive than that of the Great Tree. After nearly 10 minutes of anticipation, the evolution light surrounding them gradually dissipated. Your beast Xian Shui Gui has evolved into the heavy water giant turtle. Your beast heavy water giant turtle has learned a new skill, water escape. Your beast heavy water giant turtle has learned a new skill, heavy water barrier. Your beast heavy water giant turtle has learned a new skill, Giant Cyclone. Your beast G-Phone and Ing Mao has evolved into the Wind Spirit Dark Cat. Your beast Wind Spirit Dark Cat has learned a new skill, Frenzied Blade Tornado. Your beast Wind Spirit Dark Cat has learned a new skill, Swift Eagle Binding. Your beast Wind Spirit Dark Cat has learned a new skill, Illusory Body. A series of notifications appeared suddenly before Su Yuan. He felt two powerful forces surge into his body, enhancing his physical prowess. Simultaneously, two mighty roars echoed. In the next moment, two formidable auras erupted. Before Su Yuan stood a giant turtle exceeding 40 meters in length and nearly 15 meters in height, which was the true form of Xiao Xian after its evolution. This was due to Xiao Xian's awareness of the warehouse's constraints, keeping its head lowered and remaining prone rather than standing. Once it rises, its height would easily surpass that of a 10-story building. On the other side, Xiaoyu had also grown in size, reaching a length of 3 meters. Its silky fur entirely covering its form, exhibiting a bluish-black hue. Its eyes radiated a chilling ferocity, exuding a piercing gaze. Although its size had increased significantly, Xiaoyu still appeared remarkably agile. At this moment, Su Yuan shifted his attention to the attributes of the two beasts. Heavy water, giant turtle, contracted, species, turtle. Water type quality, perfect 8 stars level, extraordinary first tier status, perfect skills, water gun, tide strike, camouflage, water escape, giant cyclone. Heavy water barrier evolution count, 2 next evolution materials required, original water core X1, giant spirit spike X5, wind spirit dark cat, contracted, species, cat, shadow type. Wind type quality, perfect 8 stars level, awakening 8th tier status, perfect skills, wind blade, illusory body, shadow stealth, frenzied blade tornado. Swift shadow binding evolution count, 1 next evolution materials required, black demon tiger heart X1, demon shadow grass X1 both had reached the pinnacle of perfect 8 stars. A quality surpassing that of the great tree, albeit with slightly lower levels. Nevertheless, given their initial lower levels, achieving such significant advancement with just 1 evolution was commendable. A smile graced Su Yuan's face as he reviewed the information post-evolution of Xiao Yu and Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian had broken through to the extraordinary first tier, greatly enhancing its combat prowess. With its perfect 8-star quality, Xiao Xian's strength was on par with Xiao Yan. In a battle between them, considering the attributes, the extraordinary first tier Xiao Xian could even overpower Xiao Yan, who was 1 tier higher. As for Xiao Yu, although it had not yet reached the extraordinary level, it had ascended from awakening 2nd tier to awakening 8th tier, crossing 6 levels in total. Its perfect 8-star quality endowed Xiao Yu with the capability to contend with ordinary extraordinary level ferocious beasts. Thus, all of Su Yuan's beasts had attained perfect quality, each boasting remarkable combat strength, further augmenting Su Yuan's own power. Chapter 72, Shadows and Concealment. The warehouse district selected by Su Yuan was situated in a vast cargo distribution center. Surrounding it were several warehouses of various sizes, covering an expanse of thousands of acres. Just as Xiao Xian and Xiao Yu completed their evolution and unleashed their formidable auras, several figures unloading goods from a warehouse over 100 meters away were taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically. "Aldi, did you sense that?" inquired a man with waxy yellow skin, placing down a sack of rice and looking gravely at a bald middle-aged man before him. The bald man glanced furtively around before nodding, a furrow forming on his brow. "I sensed it. It's the aura of beasts. From that fleeting momentum, I can tell the opponent's strength is formidable. It must be an extraordinary level beast." "Baldy, are you sure? Is it really the aura of an extraordinary level beast?" A slender young man with short hair asked, his face paling slightly. "There's no mistake. You all know my strength well. That aura could only emanate from an extraordinary level beast." The bald man looked at the short-haired youth and replied in a hushed tone. "This resource transfer market is far from the city center, predominantly frequented by ordinary laborers. How could a beast master be here? Could it be that our covert operation to gather intelligence on Tianyang's talented beast masters has been exposed?" The waxy-faced man's pallor deepened upon hearing the bald man's affirmation. The faces of the bald man and the short-haired youth also darkened. Their identities were not meant for the light. If discovered, they would face dire consequences. "Don't scare yourselves. We remained very discreet and left no traces. I suspect this is merely a precaution by Tianyang, ensuring the safety of the core trainees during the simulation battle. That recent surge of aura might just be a strong guard from the city watch conducting inspections. We should continue to conceal ourselves as usual. As long as we don't reveal ourselves, the city guards will find it challenging to uncover us. If we manage to gather intelligence on Tianyang's talents and report it to Lord Bloodcrow, we will all reap substantial rewards." After a moment of contemplation, the bald man finally addressed his companions. "Hey, what are you 3 doing? Hurry up and unload the cargo. Quit dawdling if you want to get paid. Just as the bald man finished speaking, a portly middle-aged man in a black suit called out to them from nearby. No, 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 boss. We're just a bit tired and taking a short break. We'll continue unloading right away. Please don't be angry. Upon hearing the stern reprimand from behind, the balding middle-aged man immediately turned to face the source, a smile plastered on his face, though a hint of coldness flickered in his eyes. Had it not been for the task at hand, he would have swiftly dealt with the disrespect shown by this ordinary individual towards an extraordinary beastmaster like himself. As soon as he finished speaking, he nudged the short-haired young man, who was simmering with anger, before hoisting another sack of rice onto his shoulder. Reluctantly, the young man suppressed his fury and obediently lifted a bag of rice, making his way towards the warehouse. Meanwhile, 100 meters away, Su Yuan was unaware of this minor altercation. At that moment, he had already returned the evolved Xiao Xian and Xiao Yu to his beastmaster's ring, tidied up the area, and was preparing to leave the warehouse. As he opened the large door, he spotted a figure standing outside, the middle-aged man who had rented the warehouse to him. However, the warehouse manager's expression was far from pleasant. Although the soundproofing of the warehouse was quite effective, muffling the roars of Xiao Yu and Xiao Xian, the manager had remained at the door due to Su Yuan's earlier request not to be disturbed. Thus, he had indeed heard the sounds, albeit faintly. You heard everything, didn't you? Su Yuan inquired, observing the manager's expression, which confirmed his suspicions. No, I didn't hear a thing. The manager hastily shook his head, as if trying to dispel the notion. Rest assured, whether you heard or not is of no consequence. I am not a beastmaster with anything to hide. Here is the remaining balance. Please take a look. Su Yuan, with a faint smile gracing his lips, produced a stack of cash from his pocket and offered it to the man. And no, esteemed beastmaster, it is my honor to rent my warehouse to you. How could I possibly accept payment? The warehouse manager, now devoid of the earlier excitement when he accepted Su Yuan's initial payment of 10,000, frantically waved his hands in refusal. He even produced the 10,000 he had previously accepted, as if to return it in full. The manager's reaction caused Su Yuan to furrow his brow. He had not anticipated that his status as a beastmaster would instill such fear in an ordinary person, leaving him somewhat reflective. He promptly placed the 10,000 cash into the manager's hands and insisted, "You will accept it. I am not one to bully the weak." With that, he turned and departed before the manager could respond. As an extraordinary beastmaster, Su Yuan moved with remarkable speed. By the time the warehouse manager realized what was happening, Su Yuan had already covered 100 meters. This one is unlike any beastmaster I have encountered before. The manager mused as Su Yuan's figure vanished from sight. He glanced at the cash in his hands, his racing heart finally calming, and murmured to himself, "That lad moves with such grace and speed. He is undoubtedly a beastmaster. Could that extraordinary aura I sensed earlier be linked to him? If so, it is a rare talent to see someone so young achieve such prowess." As Su Yuan passed by the warehouse where the balding man and his companions were working, the middle-aged man suddenly felt a jolt of energy coursing through him, a glimmer of sharpness igniting in his eyes as he fixed his gaze on Su Yuan. Chapter 73, The Five-Sided Soul Shield. Ahead, the departing Su Yuan sensed that he was being watched and instinctively turned his head to look back. His gaze fell upon the balding middle-aged man. What keen perception, the balding man thought, startled by Su Yuan's sudden glance in his direction. However, he maintained a calm facade, meeting Su Yuan's gaze with a benign smile. That piercing look came from this balding man. Observing the man's smiling demeanor, Su Yuan felt a flicker of confusion and activated his Tianqi Divine Eye for a more thorough examination. This scrutiny sent a shock through Su Yuan. With the assistance of the Tianqi Divine Eye, he could see information invisible to others. Above the balding man's head, a line of text appeared. Frenzied Beast, an extraordinary beastmaster talent that can induce frenzy in beasts. Those possessing this talent are particularly sensitive to the aura of ferocious beasts. A talent for frenzied beasts? This man is a beastmaster. Why is a perfectly capable beastmaster toiling away here? Wait, aside from this balding man, there are two others with beastmaster talents working here as well. As Su Yuan pondered, he also noticed the short-haired youth and a pale-faced man, both of whom similarly displayed information indicating their beastmaster talents. The sight of three beastmasters performing manual labor at such a small warehouse was exceedingly unusual, raising Su Yuan's alertness. Their identities were unclear, and he could not ascertain their strength. It was prudent to avoid unnecessary trouble and leave promptly. Casting a fleeting glance at the balding man, Su Yuan feigned nonchalance and continued toward the exit. This young man, the balding man, observed Su Yuan's departure, a complex expression crossing his face, accompanied by a nagging sense of unease. "What is it, Baldy?" The short-haired youth, who had just hoisted another bag of rice, approached with curiosity upon noticing the balding man's unusual demeanor. "Something feels off. That lad's gaze definitely caught my presence." Though I concealed myself well. One can never be too cautious. If he suspects anything and alerts the city guards, we would be in dire straits. Call Huang Ho, we need to leave now. Upon hearing this, the short-haired youth was taken aback, but quickly regained his composure and nodded. They summoned the third individual. And the trio decided to abandon their earnings for the past few days and made to leave hastily. Hey, where do you three think you're going? The cargo isn't unloaded yet. Do you not want your pay? The warehouse manager, seated nearby and sipping tea, sprang to his feet, blocking their path. Get lost. The short-haired youth, who had already harbored grievances, shot back, his voice cold. In that moment, he unleashed a powerful aura that radiated from his awakened peak. Pressing down on the manager, an ordinary person, felt as if a mountain were crushing down on him under the weight of the awakened Beastmaster's presence. Why you? The corpulent manager's previously arrogant expression morphed into one of sheer terror, his finger trembling as he pointed at the short-haired youth. His mind blank as he struggled to find words. Slowly stepping aside, he dared not obstruct their path any longer. Fortunately, the trio did not intend to resort to violence. The short-haired youth merely sought to intimidate him, releasing pent-up frustration rather than taking further action. Once the trio had departed, the manager finally regained his senses. Upon realizing the state of his trousers, a flush of shame and anger crept across his face, and he hurriedly turned to leave, eager to change his clothes. After leaving the warehouse, Su Yuan did not venture elsewhere, but headed straight home. He hastily dined at a small shop beneath his residence before returning home to retrieve the cultivation manual, Huang Ting Dun, obtained from the treasure chamber of Tianyang City. Once he took out Huang Ting Dun, Su Yuan sat cross-legged on his bed and began his training according to the methods outlined in the manual. Soon, he was wholly immersed in his practice, powerful waves of spiritual energy pulsating around his body. As he cultivated, time slipped away unnoticed. It was not until the alarm clock rang that Su Yuan abruptly opened his eyes, astonished to realize he had trained for 2 whole days and nights. Rising from his bed and glancing at the time, he couldn't help but murmur in surprise. After stretching, the sound of cracking bones brought him a moment of relief. But he was quickly met with a strong hunger pang. Having cultivated continuously for 2 days and nights, even with his extraordinary physique, he felt an acute hunger and decided to head downstairs to satiate his appetite. Patting his growling stomach with a wry smile, he tidied up briefly before making his way to eat. Having immersed himself in training for 2 days and nights, he had already condensed 5 spiritual shields in his consciousness. At this rate, it would take less than a week to fully manifest all 18 shields of Huang Ting Dun. At that point, the Huang Ting Dun would be perfected, capable of residing in his consciousness to protect his soul from external mental attacks and also defend against tangible assaults. This manual was undoubtedly more challenging than the Soul Arrow, which he had mastered in just a day. He wondered how much time the mayor had spent mastering this manual. After a hearty meal, Su Yuan sat in a taxi heading to the central square, watching the towering buildings retreat outside, feeling the 5 spiritual shields rotating around him in his consciousness. He pondered the significance of his recent accomplishments. Unbeknownst to him, the 5 soul shields he had formed in just 2 days and nights had taken Zhao Zhongyue a full 6 months to achieve. If Zhao Zhongyue were aware of Su Yuan's swift progress, he would undoubtedly exclaim in astonishment. To his surprise, the simulated battle among the core students of Tianyang City was incredibly popular, with spectators already filling the square before dawn. Upon arriving at the central square, Su Yuan was taken aback by the throngs of people, just as he was marveling at the scene. A sleek black car sped into view and parked steadily at the entrance. The doors opened, and several figures emerged from the vehicle. The crowd around the entrance stirred at the sight, recognizing the luxurious car belonging to the Shi family. Shi Qianying had arrived. Her exceptional performance over the past 2 days had made her a favorite to win among the core students of Tianyang City. The eldest daughter of the Shi family, possessing a formidable beast master talent, comes from a prestigious lineage and is also a beauty. She was truly the woman of his dreams. He couldn't help but wonder who would be fortunate enough to marry such a woman. If he could have a wife like her, he would gladly give up 20 years of his life. Feeling the commotion behind him, Su Yuan turned around just in time to lock eyes with Shi Qianying. Su Yuan. In that moment of eye contact, Shi Qianying was momentarily taken aback but quickly expressed her delight, calling out his name as she rushed toward him. The surrounding young men felt their hearts shatter at the sight. Su Yuan, where have you been these past few days? There has been no news from you. I heard that during your absence, the principal was nearly frantic. You are the principal's designated first core student, yet you missed the simulated battle in Tianyang City. If the principal sees you now, he might give you a good talking to. Be careful, Shi Qianying said, her eyes sparkling as she spoke, her gaze crinkling into crescent shapes that were simply enchanting. I haven't gone anywhere, just took a stroll and gained some experience. I just returned recently. However, I have met with the principal, so it's not as serious as you say. Su Yuan replied with a somewhat awkward smile. Qianying, want you introduce me to your friends? Just then, a middle-aged man dressed in a suit, who bore a resemblance to Shi Qianying, approached with a smile, addressing them. Dad, this is Su Yuan, the first-course student I mentioned to you, Shi Qianying said, turning to her father. Hello, uncle, Su Yuan greeted politely. Realizing the man was Shi Qianying's father, Shi Changxing, the current head of the Shi family. You are indeed the Su Yuan my daughter talks about so often. It's no wonder she can't forget you, Shi Changxing said, a look of approval crossing his face. As the head of the Shi family and a lord-level beast master, his strength was formidable, ranking among the top 5 in Tianyang City. He was aware of Su Yuan's remarkable talent, having heard of the stir caused by his disappearance over the past 3 months. Observing the bond between his daughter and Su Yuan, Shi Changxing subtly hoped to encourage their relationship. Dad, what are you saying? Shi Qianying exclaimed, her cheeks flushing crimson. Su Yuan did not respond to Shi Changxing's insinuation, merely smiling humbly and saying, Uncle, you flatter me. Ha ha ha, let us move inside. It's quite crowded out here, and the VIP and contestant areas will be much quieter, Shi Changxing suggested, smiling knowingly. At his words, both Su Yuan and Shi Qianying followed him into the square. Head of the Shi family, I didn't expect you to come with young Su Yuan, Zhao Zhongyue, who had just arrived, greeted them as he spotted them. Without waiting for Shi Changxing to speak, Zhao Zhongyue approached them with a brightened expression. Mayor Zhao, Shi Changxing greeted, though a look of shock flickered in his eyes. Despite the Shi family's esteemed position in Tianyang City, Shi Changxing knew his status paled in comparison to Zhao Zhongyue, the city's authoritative figure. Though he had encountered Zhao Zhongyue a couple of days prior, it was always Shi Changxing who initiated the greetings. Today, however, Zhao Zhongyue took the initiative to approach them, leaving Shi Changxing feeling both honored and surprised. What is happening? Why is the mayor so warm today? Wait, did he just refer to Su Yuan in a familiar manner? Shi Changxing pondered, his curiosity piqued as he glanced at Su Yuan beside him. He casually turned his gaze towards the approaching Zhao Zhongyue, who was striding over briskly. Zhao Zhongyue merely acknowledged his greeting with a faint smile and then walked directly towards Su Yang. Indeed, witnessing this scene, Shi Changxing felt a jolt within. He ceased to speak, standing quietly off to the side, observing. Mayor Zhao, at that moment, Su Yang also greeted the advancing Zhao Zhongyue with a gentle smile. Compared to his demeanor towards Shi Changxing, Zhao Zhongyue was considerably more cordial towards Su Yang, while responding to Su Yang's greeting with a slight nod. Zhao Zhongyue extended an invitation to him. Come, I have arranged the seating in the VIP section for you. Everything is prepared. Today, all you need to do is make your entrance at the finale. As he spoke, he gestured towards the VIP area. To the left side of the central seating in the VIP section, there prominently lay a red plaque inscribed with Su Yang's name. Naturally, the central seat was occupied by Zhao Zhongyue, with Wang Gang's name to his right. This arrangement unmistakably signified to all present that in Zhao Zhongyue's eyes, Su Yang's standing was only subordinate to himself and Wang Gang. In fact, after witnessing Su Yang's beast mastery talent and prowess a couple of days prior, Zhao Zhongyue had long ceased to regard Su Yang as a mere junior. Both he and Wang Gang had elevated their regard for Su Yang to an entirely new level. Were it not for Wang Gang being the principal of Su Yang's school, Zhao Zhongyue might have even wished to place Su Yang at his own right side. Thank you, Mayor Zhao, Su Yang responded, nodding towards Zhao Zhongyue. The Shi family head should join us as well. Upon seeing this, Zhao Zhongyue turned to Shi Changxing with a gentle smile. Consequently, Shi Changxing could only nod mechanically before trailing behind Su Yang and Zhao Zhongyue towards the VIP section. Following closely behind, Shi Changxing's heart was tumultuous with confusion. He could not fathom why Zhao Zhongyue was placing such importance on Su Yang. Meanwhile, Shi Qianying, filled with astonishment, walked beside Shi Changxing, her beautiful eyes fluttering as she gazed at Su Yang's figure, lost in thought. Even after taking their seats in the contestant area behind the VIP section, Shi Qianying remained in a daze, still staring blankly at Su Yang's back. Not only Shi Qianying and Shi Changxing, but also the principals of the 7 high schools in Tianyang, along with leaders from various prominent families, were equally astonished upon entering the VIP area. Aside from Wang Gang, everyone else was visibly shocked, their minds swirling with endless questions. Am I seeing things? How can the first person to the left of Mayor Zhao be a mere junior? What on earth is going on? I wondered why that position was vacant the other day. It turns out it was reserved for this junior, Su Yang. A junior like Su Yang. What merit does he possess to warrant such attention? He is seated even more prominently than many lord-level powerhouses. What is this Su Yang's identity that he deserves such treatment? As the final battle commenced, the spectators surrounding the square turned their gaze towards the VIP section, and the majority wore expressions of disbelief as they looked at Su Yang beside Zhao Zhongyue, erupting into fervent discussions. It's him. I never expected that the person I saw outside the warehouse 2 days ago would turn out to be Su Yang. Among the crowd of tens of thousands surrounding the square, the three middle-aged men with bald heads who had previously encountered Su Yang in the warehouse area were also among the throng, keenly observing the final day's arena battle. As Su Yang appeared prominently in the VIP section, the bald-headed man, known as Baldy, immediately recalled his encounter with Su Yang 2 days prior in the warehouse. Baldy, are you sure? If it's really him, then Su Yang must have already become a transcendent-level beast master. Upon hearing Baldy's whispered murmur, the two men beside him quickly inquired in hushed tones. The trio had quietly infiltrated the crowd of tens of thousands watching the battle after leaving the warehouse area, secretly documenting the information of over 20 core students from Tianyang. Through 2 days of intelligence gathering, they had learned that Su Yang's beast mastery talent was of an exceptional grade, making him one of the most outstanding geniuses in all of Tianyang. Moreover, Su Yang was the top core student of Tianyang No. 1 High School, even absent from this grand competition. Their interest in Su Yang was significantly greater than that of the other core students. Thus, when Baldy announced that Su Yang was the one they had encountered outside the warehouse, the other two felt a surge of emotions. They could hardly fathom that someone who had barely awakened his beast mastery talent for less than 6 months could attain the status of a transcendent-level beast master. What kind of terrifying talent must he possess? There is no mistake. Achieving transcendent-level status in less than 6 months, I suspect Su Yang's talent is undoubtedly beyond exceptional. Even a beast master with exceptional talent might not be able to reach such heights in such a brief period. Baldy took a deep breath, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. If this is indeed the case, this youth will undoubtedly become a significant threat in the future. A genius of this caliber cannot be allowed to persist. Beside him, the pallid Huang Ho's eyes glinted with a cold light as he spoke in a low, icy tone. Well said, Baldy, Huang Ho, considering that we have gathered sufficient intelligence on the others over the past 2 days. I believe we should promptly inform Lord Shueyu of our findings today so they can prepare ahead of time. If we are not mistaken, Su Yang's worth surpasses that of all the geniuses from the surrounding cities combined. If we can successfully eliminate this human genius in the cradle, unimaginable rewards await us. And we may yet step into the realm of lords. The short-haired youth's words ignited a fervor in Baldy and Huang Ho. Without hesitation, the three of them departed quietly, no longer waiting for the rankings of all core students in Tianyang to be announced. The central square of Tianyang was vast, and the usual foot traffic was considerable, especially now with the ongoing core student ranking battle, drawing throngs of spectators. Amidst the sea of tens of thousands, their departure went unnoticed. Ladies and gentlemen, the semifinals of the Tianyang core student ranking battle will now commence. The 4 contestants advancing to the semifinals are Shi Qianying from Tianyang No. 1 High School, Li Ming from Tianyang No. 1 High School, Wei Hao from Tianyang No. 2 High School, and Zhang Cheng from Tianyang No. 7 High School. Now, let us invite our 4 semifinalists to the stage for the draw. As the time for the semifinals arrived, the host raised the microphone and addressed the crowd with enthusiasm. As the host's words concluded, Shi Qianying and the other 3 contestants took the stage. Shi Qianying, Wei Hao, Li Ming, and Zhang Cheng. Among these 4, both Shi Qianying and Wei Hao possessed exceptional beast mastery talents, while Li Ming and Zhang Cheng had talents of a lower grade. It remained uncertain who among them was the strongest. Once Shi Qianying and the others were on stage, Su Yang utilized the Tianqi Divine Eye to investigate the beast mastery talents of all 4, observing with keen interest the grand platform constructed in the center of the square. Soon, the results of the draw were announced. In the first semifinal, Shi Qianying would face Zhang Cheng. Li Ming and Wei Hao returned to the contestant area, awaiting the battle of the second semifinal. Only Shi Qianying and Zhang Cheng remained on stage. Both were young women, and under the referee's arrangement, they stood at opposite ends of the elevated platform, summoning their respective beasts. With a resounding cry, a bird adorned with 3 flaming red plumes and resplendent golden feathers materialized before Shi Qianying. Fire-crowned golden eagle, contracted. Species, avian, fire element. Quality, exceptional 7 stars. Level, awakening 4th tier. Status, perfect. Skills, dance of fire, fire feather, golden flame. Evolution count, 1. It has been 3 months since Chi New York Ang's Hu Guan Jane Do reached the 4th stage of awakening, a remarkable pace indeed. Observing the summoned Hu Guan Jane Do, Sun nodded slightly. 3 months prior, when he encountered Chi New York Ang's beast outside the MW forest, it had merely been at the ordinary 6th level. In such a short span, its ascent to the 4th stage of awakening is quite commendable. It is worth noting that his own beast, Xiaoyu, had only reached the 2nd stage of awakening before its evolution. Had it not been for Xiaoyu's dramatic increase in level post-evolution, The speed of SH Chi New York Ang's Hu Gu In Jane Do would indeed surpass that of Shio Yu. Of course, this is also attributed to Sun's focus on cultivating Shio Yin in the Arngu mountain range. Had he devoted his efforts to enhancing Shio Yu's level, it would undoubtedly have progressed at a rate on par with SH Chi New York Ang's Hu Gu In Jane Do. On the other side, Ji Ing Ch Ing, observing the Hu Gu In Jane Do summoned by SH Chi New York Ing, wore a grave expression as he produced 2 beast rings to summon his own beasts. Hyun Glu In and IO. Species: Bird, Wind type. Quality: Extraordinary 5 stars. Level: Awakening Stage 3. Status: Perfect. Skills: Windblade, Iron Feather, Wing Slash. Evolution count: 1. Materials required for next evolution: YNST NGL Ing. Species: Insect, Wind type. Quality: Extraordinary 7 stars. Level: Awakening Stage 1. Status: Perfect. Skills: Rapid Strike, Swift Blade. Wind Shadow. Evolution count: 1. Ji Ing Ch Eng's beasts, one of Extraordinary 5 stars and the other of Extraordinary 7 stars, fall short of the level of SH Chi New York Ang's Hu Gu In Jane Do. Moreover, the disparity in their innate talents further influences the difference in strength between their beasts, given the current circumstances. Even if SH Chi New York Ing were to rely solely on the Hu Gu In Jane Do, Ji Ing Ch Eng's chances of victory appear exceedingly slim. In the VIP section, Sun silently assessed the 2 beasts beside Ji Ing Ch Ing, having already formed a preliminary judgment regarding the outcome of the battle. Chapter 76. Perfect Quality. Ku NGL IX Ing. YNST NGL Ing. Execute Swiftblade. Hyun Glu In and IO deploy Windblade. As the referee announced the commencement of battle, Ji Ing Ch Ing launched the first strike. Her beasts, inferior in level and innate talent to those of SH Chi New York Ing, had no choice but to seize the initiative. Upon issuing the commands, the Hyun Glu In and IO and YNST NGL Ing erupted with a formidable aura of awakening. The Hyun Glu In and IO flapped its wings, unleashing several wind blades towards SH Chi New York Ing. Simultaneously, the YNST NGL Ing surged forward like a tempest, its arms crossed and emanating a chilling glare, targeting SH Chi New York Ing herself. Despite the Hu Gu In Jane Do's impressive 4th stage of awakening, even the combined might of the YNST NGL Ing and Hyun Glu In and IO may not suffice as a match. Ji Ing Ch Ing's only hope for victory lies in taking advantage of SH Chi New York Ing's apparent overconfidence by attacking while she has summoned only 1 beast. However, SH Chi New York Ing appeared remarkably composed in the face of the impending assault, as her calm voice resonated. The 3 flames atop the Hu Gu In Jane Do flickered, launching a series of fireballs towards the airborne Hyun Glu In and IO, obliterating the wind blades in their path. Concurrently, with a powerful flap of its wings, the Hu Gu In Jane Do transformed into a blazing streak, hurtling towards the YNST NGL Ing charging at SH Chi New York Ing. In the next moment, its golden-scaled claws latched onto the YNST NGL Ing's blades. Clang! The moment of contact unleashed a piercing metallic sound. The golden scales of the Hu Gu In Jane Do offered exceptional defense, and despite the sharpness of the YNST NGL Ing's blades, they merely left faint white marks upon the scales without inflicting any damage. In contrast, the Hu Gu In Jane Do seized the YNST NGL Ing's most formidable weapon, lifting it effortlessly into the air. As the Hu Gu In Jane Do spun in the sky, flames erupted around it, engulfing the YNST NGL Ing, which, unable to evade, emitted anguished cries as it was scorched. Shortly thereafter, the Hu Gu In Jane Do flung the YNST NGL Ing towards the Hyun Glu In and IO, which was attempting to shield Ji Ing Ch Ing from the fireballs. Seeing this, Ji Ing Ch Ing hurriedly commanded the Hyun Glu In and IO to catch the YNST NGL Ing. Gazing at the charred YNST NGL Ing, its wings singed and rendered useless, Ji Ing Ch Ing's heart ached. She looked up at the formidable Hu Gu In Jane Do and, with a resigned sigh, declared, "I concede." After saying this, she returned her beasts and swiftly descended from the high platform, making her way to the medical area. The medical area nearby the high platform is manned by powerful commanding level beast masters and equipped with numerous healing skills to provide timely assistance to injured beasts. The first semifinal ended with SH Chi New York Ing emerging victorious. Let us extend our congratulations to contestant SH Chi New York Ing for advancing to the finals. At this moment, the host's exuberant voice resonated, igniting a wave of enthusiastic cheers throughout the square. Many called out SH Chi New York Ing's name, while others raised handmade banners in her support. Next, we shall proceed to the second semifinal. Please welcome contestants WIHO and LM Ing to the stage. Following SHG New York Ing's departure from the high platform, the host promptly announced the upcoming duel. WIHO and LM Ing ascended the platform, each summoning their respective beasts. With a thunderous roar akin to that of an elephant, a colossal creature materialized before WIHO. The beast he summoned was an 8-meter-tall behemoth, causing the entire platform to tremble upon its arrival. Shi Engji JSHU. Species: Elephant. Earth type: Steel type. Quality: Extraordinary 9 stars. Level: Awakening Stage 6. Status: Exhilarated. Skills: Copper Wall, Iron Bastion, Gravity Trap, Barbaric Charge. Evolution count: 1. Materials required for next evolution: an extraordinary 9-star. Shi Engji JSHU at the 6th stage of awakening is indeed impressive. In the VIP section, SUN cast a neutral glance at the giant beast below, silently acknowledging its prowess. He then shifted his attention to the two beasts beside LM Ing. One of LM Ing's beasts was the familiar SH&D-NH, now at the 3rd stage of awakening. A significant improvement from their encounter outside the MW forest. The other beast, a 3-meter-tall silver gorilla, caught SUN's eye. Ku NGLIX Ing. Species: Primate. Thunder type. Quality: Perfect 1-star. Level: Awakening Stage 1. Status: Exhilarated. Skills: Battle Roar, Thunderstorm, Thunder King Fist. Evolution count: 1. Materials required for next evolution: Perfect 1-star. LM Ing possesses a beast of perfect quality. Observing the attributes of the Ku NGLIX Ing, a hint of surprise crossed SUN's face. It seems one cannot underestimate these affluent youths, with the backing of substantial families. They can elevate their beasts to perfect quality by identifying suitable beasts and establishing a clear evolutionary path, albeit at a significant cost. After a moment of astonishment, SUN couldn't help but reflect. Nevertheless, despite LM Ing's possession of a perfect quality Ku NGLIX Ing, SUN did not believe LM Ing would triumph in this duel. Although the Ku NGLIX Ing boasts perfect quality, it is merely a perfect 1-star with a level of only Awakening Stage 1, significantly inferior to the Awakening Stage 6 of the Shi Engji JSHU. Moreover, the Shi Engji JSHU holds the quality of Extraordinary 9 stars, a discrepancy not easily overlooked. Under the constraints of a lack of significant disparity in quality and attributes, the awakened first-tier Kuang Lei Xing faces formidable difficulty in securing victory. Even with the assistance of the awakened third-tier Shandian Hu, the outcome remains unchanged. Should they indeed collaborate to confront the Xiang Jiaju Shou, Wei Hao still possesses another beast that has yet to join the fray. Given Wei Hao's exceptional talent, this uncalled beast is unlikely to be lacking in strength. Once he summons all his beasts, Li Ming will have no chance of triumph. Li Ming, I never anticipated that your Li family would procure a perfect quality Kuang Lei Xing for you. Regrettably, although your second beast's quality surpasses that of my Xiang Jiaju Shou, the level difference is too pronounced. In your current state, you are no match for me. It would be wise to concede quickly, lest your two beasts suffer grievous harm. The championship reward for this simulated battle is as good as mine. On the high platform, Wei Hao proclaimed with crossed arms, his expression one of haughty disdain. Once Li Ming summoned his two beasts, their combined aura erupted, and Wei Hao keenly sensed the levels of both creatures. This battle was assuredly his victory. Not only must he win this fight, but he would also overpower Shi Qianying in the finals and emerge as the ultimate champion. Chapter 77, Confrontation. In response to Wei Hao's condescending taunts, Li Ming's expression darkened as he let out a cold snort, offering no reply. Surrendering without a fight was out of the question. He could not afford to lose face. Moreover, should he capitulate, his father would not let him off easily. Stubbornness. Seeing Li Ming's determined expression, Wei Hao's demeanor grew increasingly frosty. Before the battle had even commenced, the air on the high platform was thick with tension. The second semifinal begins. Shandian Hu, unleash lightning arrow. Kuang Lei Xing. Charge forth and deliver a powerful blow with your Kuang Lei Jinggang fist. As the referee announced the start of the duel, Li Ming promptly commanded his beasts to launch a full-scale assault. Watching the incoming attacks, Wei Hao remained impassive. Overconfidence. Xiang Jiaju Shou, show them your might. Under Wei Hao's command, Xiang Jiaju Shou positioned itself defensively, bracing for the onslaught of lightning arrows from Shandian Hu. Without flinching, Xiang Jiaju Shou allowed the bolts to strike its body. The crackling thunder echoed as it shimmered with a layer of earthy yellow light, rendering the lightning harmless. Boom. At that moment, Kuang Lei Xing, under the cover of Shandian Hu's attacks, dashed towards Xiang Jiaju Shou and swung its massive fist down upon it, producing a deep, resonant sound. Blue lightning surged around Kuang Lei Xing's fists, crashing down with formidable force, echoing like thunder. Facing the approaching Kuang Leishing, Xiang Jia Jusho roared in anger. Although Kuang Leishing's blow merely caused a slight numbness, it successfully provoked Xiang Jia Jusho. In retaliation, a robust trunk-like elephant trunk lashed out like a whip, striking Kuang Leishing's solid chest with blinding speed, sending it flying. The strike from Xiang Jia Jusho's powerful trunk left Kuang Leishing wounded, bloodied, and issuing a pained howl. Now is the time, attack. Though Kuang Leishing was severely injured, Li Ming's eyes sparkled with determination as he shouted. Seizing the moment while Kuang Leishing and Xiang Jia Jusho clashed, Shan Dianhu swiftly circled around Xiang Jia Jusho and charged towards Wei Hao. With its claws extended toward Wei Hao, even the referee, a master-level beast tamer, slightly raised his hand, ready to intervene at the last moment to save Wei Hao. However, just as Shan Dianhu was about to land its strike, an immense pressure enveloped its body, forcing it to bear a weight tenfold that of before. This sudden shift caused Shan Dianhu to falter, crashing heavily to the ground. Huh, did you think to deceive me? Little did you know, I had anticipated this move. Since you refused to surrender, I shall show no mercy. Observing the pinned Shan Dianhu, Wei Hao smirked coldly. At his signal, Xiang Jia Jusho raised its hind leg, preparing to stomp down upon the trapped Shan Dianhu. If struck by Xiang Jia Jusho, with its colossal size and weight, Shan Dianhu would be left crippled, if not dead. Stop. I concede. Witnessing this scene, Li Ming's face turned ashen as he grit his teeth and shouted. Had you acknowledged defeat sooner, we could have avoided this waste of time. Upon hearing Li Ming's reluctant voice, Wei Hao commanded Xiang Jia Jusho to cease its advance. He did not forget to address Li Ming with an arrogant air. In response, Li Ming said nothing, swiftly recalling his two beasts and departing the stage in disarray. Defeated, he had no words left to say. Moreover, although Wei Hao's family background may not rival that of the Li family, it was not far behind. He could not afford to cast disparaging remarks at him. Furthermore, as a master-level beast tamer, Wei Hao was destined to become a formidable force in the future. After the expedition in the Misty Forest, Li Ming had learned his lesson. Knowing Wei Hao's talent and strength, he would not foolishly provoke a powerful adversary for the sake of momentary pride. Li Ming, after a few months apart, has become a person of notable stature. Furthermore, he had noticed my presence here, judging from his demeanor and the reactions of other Li family members around him. He did not appear to be the orchestrator behind the assassination attempt against me. If Li Ming was not responsible, then who had employed the three individuals in the voodoo jungle? In the VIP section, Su Yuan observed everything with keen eyes, falling into deep contemplation. Courageous and astute, with extraordinary talent. Old Wei, congratulations. Your family has produced a true dragon. Indeed, Old Wei, this young man is destined to surpass his predecessors and, given time, may well become a king-level beast tamer. Wei Hao's Xiang Jia Jusho boasts an exceptional 9-star quality and an awakened 6th-tier level. Its combat prowess makes winning this grand competition a certainty, positioning him as the foremost contender in Tianyang City. As we await, let us extend our congratulations to the head of the Wei family. In the VIP section, many turned to congratulate the stout middle-aged man seated in the front row, who was none other than Wei Hao's father, Wei Chun. You all flatter my son excessively. Shi Qianing is not to be underestimated. It is still too early to declare a victor. Though he spoke humbly in response to the praises, Wei Chun could not suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth. Old Wang, it seems that after the reform in the college entrance examination, the honor of the first course student in Tianyang City will fall to a student from Tianyang No. 2 High School. Meanwhile, at the location of the principals of the 7 high schools in Tianyang City, the principal of Tianyang No. 2 High School, seated beside Wang Gang, stroked his stubble and turned to Wang Gang with a grin. The 7 high schools in Tianyang City share both collaboration and competition, with the rivalry between Tianyang No. 1 and No. 2 high schools being particularly fierce. If the honor of the inaugural core student post-reform ends up with Tianyang No. 2 High School, a little publicity and embellishment will ensure a steady flow of quality students in the future. Hearing the confident words of Lu Run, the principal of Tianyang No. 2 High School, Wang Gang found it amusing. Responding with a calm demeanor, he simply remarked, Old Lu, it is not over until the final moment. There is no need for you to rush to conclusions. Seeing Wang Gang's calm demeanor, Lu Ren paused momentarily while stroking his stubble. Chapter 78. The extremely rare exotic beast. Lao Wang, I have a fair understanding of that poetic young lady's situation. Her second beast is indeed commendable, but the contract period is too short, and its level is insufficient. I find it difficult for her to surpass Wei Hao's fully nurtured Xiangjia giant beast. Despite Lu Ren's renewed remarks, Wang Gang maintained his tranquil expression. This matter is beyond your control. Everything will be revealed after the finals. Lu Ren, feeling unsettled by Wang Gang's composure, suddenly had a thought and smiled. Lao Wang, Since we are at the finals, it seems rather dull to just watch. Why don't we add some stakes to this arena battle? Let us wager on which high school will claim the title of the top core student in Tianyang. How about it? Lu Ren's words caused Wang Gang to shudder, turning to Lu Ren with a low voice of astonishment. You wish to raise the stakes? In Lu Ren's eyes, Wang Gang's reaction indicated that his words had startled him, which brought him great delight, prompting him to provoke further. What, are you afraid? I never imagined that the esteemed principal of Tianyang number 1 High would hesitate to wager. Observing this, a flicker of anger appeared on Wang Gang's face as he promptly retorted. Who are you calling afraid? Since you wish to bet, I shall accept. I heard you recently acquired a 5th-tier beast resource, and I happen to possess one as well. Let us use these 2 items as our stakes. But I wonder if you, Principal Lu, have the courage to join? Wang Gang's declaration caused the surrounding crowd to shift in expression, murmurs of astonishment filling the air. The 5th-tier beast resource holds immense allure even for these lord-level powers. Lu Ren himself was taken aback, realizing he had not anticipated Wang Gang would wager so boldly. However, upon observing Wang Gang's anger mixed with a hint of evasion in his eyes, Lu Ren suddenly understood. No, this old fellow is trying to scare me. He believes that a 5th-tier beast resource will intimidate me. Haha, this old man is indeed cunning. I almost fell for his trick. If I truly backed down, I would be the subject of mockery. Moreover, aside from the Xiangjia giant beast, Wei Hao has another exotic beast. Among the talents of Tianyang, none can rival him. The more Lu Ren contemplated, the more convinced he became of his reasoning. His expression shifted from surprise to a broad smile. Ha ha ha, what is there to fear? I cannot possibly be afraid of you. It's merely a 5th-tier beast resource. I'm in. Lao Wang, now that so many old friends have heard. With the mayor as a witness, you cannot back out. As he spoke, Lu Ren's voice unconsciously rose a few decibels, fearing others would not grasp the essence of the wager he and Wang Gang had just established. You, fine, who fears whom? Wang Gang's expression initially shifted, his eyes showing a moment of panic, but it was quickly concealed as he retorted defiantly. With that, Wang Gang turned his attention back to the high platform, refraining from further dialogue with Lu Ren. Lu Ren observed all of this, including the fleeting moment of panic in Wang Gang's eyes. Ha! I've finally managed to outsmart Lao Wang this time. The 5th-tier beast resource. This old fellow is indeed generous. Ha! Lu Ren felt increasingly assured of his assessment, his heart brimming with joy. Immersed in his elation, he failed to notice the amused expressions on Zhao Zhongyue and Su Yuan's faces beside Wang Gang. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. Compared to the principal's acting skills, we are still too inexperienced. If the principal were on Earth, he would undoubtedly be an award-winning actor. Nearby, witnessing all this, Su Yuan couldn't help but give Wang Gang a thumbs up. Su Yuan had previously thought that having lived 2 lives, he had seen many fine actors, but he was surprised to find there were still masters among them. Just as Wang Gang and Lu Ren were engaged in their verbal duel, the final battle between Wei Hao and Shi Qianying had already commenced on the high platform, capturing everyone's attention. Faced with the formidable Wei Hao, who possessed exceptional talent, Shi Qianying was no longer as composed as she had been against other competitors. Upon entering the arena, she summoned all her beasts. Su Yuan finally beheld Shi Qianying's second beast. It was a fire lion adorned with crimson mane and possessing 2 heads. Purgatory 2-headed lion. Species, lion fire. Quality, perfect, 3 stars. Level, awakening tier 2. Status, perfect. Skills, fire claw, flame power, explosive fireball, blood prison flame armor. Evolution count, 1. Materials needed for next stage evolution, none. Indeed, Shi Qianying's second beast also boasted perfect quality, although its level lagged a bit. However, with its awakening tier 2 status and perfect 3 stars, combined with the aerial advantage of the Fire Crown Golden Eagle, it could potentially contend with the Xiangjia giant beast. Observing the imposing Purgatory 2-headed lion, Su Yuan nodded slightly, shifting his gaze to the opposite side of the platform. At this moment, Wei Hao had also summoned all his beasts. Clearly, he remained confident in his ability to win. Yet he dared not underestimate Shi Qianying. Aside from the Xiangjia giant beast that had been summoned initially, a shield now floated in midair beside Wei Hao. Indeed, it was a shield. The sight of the shield hovering before Wei Hao caused the audience in the VIP section, excluding the lord-level powers of the Wei family and Tianyang number 2 High, to be momentarily stunned. An equipment-type beast. It turned out to be a rare exotic beast. Where did Wei Hao acquire such a beast? Wei family patriarch, your son is truly remarkable. With this shield and the Xiangjia giant beast, there is no doubt that Tianyang's top core position belongs to Wei Hao. After a brief shock, cheers erupted from the VIP section. Below, the crowd around the square burst into fervent discussions. Exotic beasts are exceedingly rare, a phenomenon occurring once in 1,000. Their rarity is comparable to that of a tiered talent beast master. Moreover, the levels of exotic beasts will rise with the Beast Master's level, even without any training. As long as the Beast Master's level increases, these exotic equipment type beasts will also elevate in rank. The spectators surrounding the square, more than 99% of whom would never witness such exotic beasts in their lifetime, if not for this moment, with Wei Hao's shield. Ancient Shield of the Ape Spirit. Species, Exotic Equipment Type. Quality, Excellent 6 stars. Level, Awakening Tier 6. Skills, Frenzied Ape Battle Soul, Impenetrable Barrier. Evolution Count, 0. Evolution Plan, 6. It is astonishing that such a rare exotic beast would appear in a Tianyang arena battle. One wonders where this fellow obtained such a beast. If I could acquire a few such exotic equipment type beasts, my own strength would see a tremendous enhancement. In the VIP section, Su Yuan gazed at the shield towering before Wei Hao, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Chapter 79. The Finals, the Terrifying Defense of the Ancient Shield. An exotic equipment beast. At this moment, Wang Gang also looked astonished as he regarded the shield on the platform, exclaiming softly. Not only him, but even Zhao Zhongyue, seated nearby, was equally shaken. They exchanged a knowing glance, both feeling a sense of awe, were it not for the presence of the extraordinary Su Yuan. The position of Tianyang's top core would indeed belong to Wei Hao. Ha ha, Lao Wang, what do you think of Wei Hao's exotic beast? At this moment, Lu Ren, observing Wang Gang's reaction, was filled with delight and leaned closer to him, chuckling softly. Clearly, he was feigning ignorance. Upon hearing Lu Ren's words, Wang Gang concealed the shock on his face and replied in a calm tone. Continue your charade if you wish. I am eager to see how Shi Qianying's 2 beasts will prevail against Wei Hao, who possesses 2 awakened 6th-tier beasts. Observing Wang Gang's expression return to tranquility and listening to his nonchalant response, Lu Ren silently reflected and chose not to engage further. Redirecting his gaze to the high platform below. Down below, the battle between Shi Qianying and Wei Hao had already commenced. Inferno Two-Headed Lion, Fire-Crowned Golden Eagle. It is up to you. The formidable defense of the opponent's 2 beasts was astonishing. They needed to devise a strategy to threaten the Beast Master. Shi Qianying cast a gaze of unwavering trust toward her 2 beasts. She merely suggested potential targets for attack, refraining from dictating their actions. During this period, Shi Qianying had also intensified her practical training, understanding that her beasts possessed superior instincts in battle compared to her as their master. Faced with a formidable enemy, she decided to let her beasts fight instinctively rather than directing them herself. Roar! Caw! Upon hearing Shi Qianying's words, the Inferno Two-Headed Lion and Fire-Crowned Golden Eagle let out a resounding roar and charged toward Wei Hao on the opposite high platform. As the 2 beasts surged forward, a tempest of fiery energy erupted, bombarding Wei Hao with a barrage of fireballs. Naive, unfazed by the overwhelming onslaught, Wei Hao snorted coldly. The elephant armor giant beast unleashed a powerful roar as it charged toward the advancing Inferno Two-Headed Lion. In the blink of an eye, the 2 beasts clashed, and the Inferno Two-Headed Lion immediately sensed an immense pressure upon contact. It struggled to hold its ground against the elephant armor giant beast. Although the Inferno Two-Headed Lion was of perfect 3-star quality, its awakened 2nd-tier level stood no chance against the extraordinary 9-star, awakened 6th-tier elephant armor giant beast. Especially one adept at defense, with thick skin and formidable resilience. Despite the Inferno Two-Headed Lion's fiery attacks, it could hardly inflict significant damage on the elephant armor giant beast. In contrast, the elephant armor giant beast, which was several times larger than the Inferno Two-Headed Lion, dealt powerful blows that forced the Inferno Two-Headed Lion to evade rather than confront directly. If this continued, defeat for the Inferno Two-Headed Lion was inevitable. Meanwhile, Shi Qianying's Fire-Crowned Golden Eagle had soared above Wei Hao. Without hesitation, it unleashed a series of sharp, searing attacks that rained down upon Wei Hao below. Just as these attacks were about to strike, the ancient ape soul shield flashed, positioning itself above Wei Hao's head. An invisible barrier swiftly expanded, enveloping Wei Hao entirely. Boom, boom, boom. The Fire-Crowned Golden Eagle's attacks followed closely, crashing against the ancient ape's soul shield and the barrier, resulting in violent explosions. Flames engulfed the shield and Wei Hao, sending waves of heat that astonished the onlooking audience. Would Wei Hao, caught in the heart of such ferocious flames, emerge unscathed? Rest assured, did you not notice that the referee overseeing this battle has not moved? He is a Lord-level powerhouse. If there were true danger, he would have intervened long ago. The strength of the Fire-Crowned Golden Eagle is remarkable, even in its awakened 4th-tier state. It seems to surpass my awakened 7th-tier Fire Wolf. Heh! The Fire-Crowned Golden Eagle boasts a quality of extraordinary 7 stars. How could your merely excellent 3-star Fire Wolf compare? This is the genius of Tianyang City. They far surpass us. The crowd surrounding the square engaged in lively discussions, while on the high platform, the fire-crowned Golden Eagle's round of attacks came to an end. Once the flames dissipated, Wei Hao, protected by the ancient ape's soul shield, emerged completely unscathed, not even a strand of hair disheveled. How is this possible? As Shi Qianying beheld Wei Hao, untouched amid the dissipating flames, a look of incredulity crossed her delicate features. The recent assault had seen the fire-crowned Golden Eagle exert its full strength, with a power capable of annihilating most beasts below the awakened 7th tier. Yet, inexplicably, Wei Hao remained unharmed. Clearly, with that shield in place, her beast could not breach the defensive perimeter surrounding him. This battle has become untenable. The fire-crowned Golden Eagle is indeed a formidable beast, Shi Qianying. I concede your strength is impressive, worthy of first place. Alas, you have encountered me. Therefore, the honor of being the first core champion of Tianyang City shall be mine, as will the rewards. You should surrender, otherwise, your Inferno two-headed lion will suffer injuries. Across from her, Wei Hao folded his arms, his expression still one of haughty confidence. Upon hearing his words, Shi Qianying's face flashed with a struggle. Observing her Inferno two-headed lion, which was falling behind under the elephant armor giant beast's assault, she finally sighed and called out, I concede. With her declaration, Wei Hao ordered the elephant armor giant beast to cease its attack. Both beast masters withdrew their beasts into their respective rings. Simultaneously, the host raised the microphone and announced Wei Hao's victory. The contest had finally concluded. It was unexpected that the honor of being the first core student of Tianyang City would fall to Tianyang Second Middle School. Indeed, his beasts are formidable, all having reached the awakened 6th tier. This is all thanks to that exotic shield beast, which requires no training, directly leveling up alongside the Beastmaster, allowing Wei Hao to conserve energy and fully enhance the elephant armor giant beast's level. Regardless of the circumstances, this was still Wei Hao's own strength. He rightfully earned the title of the first core student of Tianyang City, having witnessed the entire match. All that remained was for the mayor to announce the rankings of all core students from Tianyang City. As the final battle's results were revealed, all eyes turned toward the distinguished guest seating area, focusing on Zhao Zhongyue. Chapter 80, An Unexpected Outcome. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Zhao Zhongyue slowly rose, clearing his throat before proclaiming, Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 days of fierce competition, we have witnessed the prowess of this generation of talented students from Tianyang City. After thorough consideration, I now announce the rankings of the top 5 core students of Tianyang City. The top 5 core students of Tianyang City's inaugural session are as follows. 5th place, Tianyang 7th Middle School, Jiang Cheng. 4th place, Tianyang 1st Middle School, Li Ming. 3rd place, Tianyang 1st Middle School, Shi Qianying. 2nd place, Tianyang 2nd Middle School, Wei Hao. With Zhao Zhongyue's voice resonating, the square erupted in a clamor. As soon as Zhao Zhongyue announced Jiang Cheng from Tianyang 7th Middle School in 5th place, confusion arose among the crowd. After all, given Jiang Cheng's achievements, she ought to have ranked 4th, even if she fell short of Li Ming. Jiang Cheng was a prodigy who had reached the semifinals. When Zhao Zhongyue declared Wei Hao as the victor of the match, yet only the second core student of Tianyang City, the bewilderment in the crowd could no longer be contained. What is happening? Why is the victorious Wei Hao merely the second core student? We have witnessed Wei Hao's strength firsthand. All core students from Tianyang City have fallen before him. How could he possibly be only the second core student? If Wei Hao is only second, who is worthy of being the first core student of Tianyang City? There must be some underhanded dealings. The audience surrounding the square began to murmur, gradually growing indignant. Not only the ordinary audience, but even the principal in the VIP section, along with the high-ranking members of various prominent families, all regarded Zhao Zhongyue with expressions of disbelief. However, they refrained from voicing their opinions, choosing instead to patiently await Zhao Zhongyue's announcement of the final core student of Tianyang City. After declaring Wei Hao as the second-place winner, Zhao Zhongyue paused momentarily. Observing the reactions of the crowd and listening to the murmurs from below, a smile crept upon his lips as he finally proclaimed, the first place goes to Tianyang No. 1 High School, Su Yuan. The impact of Zhao Zhongyue's words undoubtedly sent shockwaves through the audience. Those in the VIP section turned their gazes towards Su Yuan. Seated to Zhao Zhongyue's left, their hearts filled with astonishment. Initially, they had pondered the significance of Su Yuan's presence beside Zhao Zhongyue, questioning the nature of their relationship. Now, with Su Yuan being named the first core student of Tianyang City, they could not help but speculate about the connection between him and Zhao Zhongyue, suspecting that Zhao Zhongyue had intentionally awarded the top honor to Su Yuan. If that were the case, it would undoubtedly reveal a dark underbelly of favoritism. Among those reacting most vehemently was Principal Lu Rin of No. 2 High School. Mayor Zhao, this is simply unacceptable. We witnessed the prowess and performances of all contestants during the 3-day simulation battle. Wei Hao rightfully earned the championship title through his own strength, and logically, he should be recognized as the first course student of Tianyang City. Su Yuan didn't even participate in the simulation. What qualifications does he have to claim such a title? Regardless of Su Yuan's special identity, rules must be upheld. Otherwise, even your position as mayor could be compromised. Lu Ren's expression fluctuated between anger and indignation as he gathered the courage to confront Zhao Zhongyue publicly. He was reluctant to do so, but he had previously wagered with Wang Gang using 5th-level beast taming resources. With Wei Hao failing to secure the title of first course student, his losses mounted significantly. More importantly, he realized he had fallen into Wang Gang's trap from the very beginning, as Wang Gang had likely foreseen this outcome, ensnaring him in a bet that was designed for his downfall. Upon Lu Ren's outburst, everyone in the VIP section held their breath, their attention fixed on Zhao Zhongyue. They too were curious and demanded a reasonable explanation. Mayor Zhao, I contest this. The final champion of this competition is me. Su Yuan did not even compete. What gives him the right to be the first course student of Tianyang City? I request a duel with Su Yuan. If he can defeat me, then the title is his. Otherwise, I shall claim the title of the first course student of Tianyang City. Just as Zhao Zhongyue was about to provide an explanation, Wei Hao on the stage suddenly shouted at him, his face etched with frustration. Mayor, let me have some fun with him. At this moment, Su Yuan, seated calmly, wore a nonchalant smile and addressed Zhao Zhongyue. He had already anticipated the current predicament. A person who had not participated in the competition was now awarded the title of first course student of Tianyang City. No matter how Zhao Zhongyue explained it, it was likely that no one would accept the reasoning. The only course of action was to demonstrate absolute strength and defeat the championship winner, Wei Hao. This way, no one would dare question the legitimacy of Su Yuan's title as the first course student of Tianyang City. Very well, you may go and compete with Wei Hao. Zhao Zhongyue acquiesced, a smile gracing his features. He understood that no explanation could be more persuasive than Su Yuan showcasing his overwhelming strength in front of everyone. Su Yuan, we have already reported your situation over the past 2 days, and the Jojo Academy has made an exception to admit you early. Moreover, I have received word that the instructors from Jojo Academy set out for Tianyang City yesterday. They might be observing your performance in secret right now. Feel free to demonstrate your capabilities and overpower your opponent. The more outstanding your performance, the greater the attention you will receive. Just as Su Yuan prepared to ascend the stage for his duel, Zhao Zhongyue's voice resonated in his ear, accompanied by a reassuring pat on his shoulder. Jojo Academy. Early admission. Although Zhao Zhongyue spoke in a lowered tone, each individual in the VIP section was a powerhouse at the Lord level, with remarkably acute senses. Upon hearing Zhao Zhongyue's words, everyone, including Lu Ren, was taken aback, their pupils dilating in astonishment. Jojo Academy, the most prestigious institution in the Great Xia, ranked first among all beast taming universities in the Federation. It attracted the most exceptional talents from across the land, boasting the finest training resources. Even foreign prodigies aspired to enroll in Jojo Academy. While Wei Hao had only barely met the admission threshold, Su Yuan's early acceptance indicated that his strength surely surpassed Wei Hao's by a considerable margin. Su Yuan, ascend the stage for battle. On the stage, Wei Hao regarded Su Yuan as he rose, his gaze dripping with scorn. Despite Su Yuan's proximity to Mayor Zhao Zhongyue, Wei Hao perceived him merely as someone who had leveraged relationships to ascend without possessing formidable strength. As a talented individual with an extraordinary beast taming affinity, Wei Hao did not consider Su Yuan a worthy opponent. Just as you wish. In contrast to Wei Hao's agitation, Su Yuan offered a faint smile and, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, walked forward with deliberate grace. Though his pace appeared leisurely, he moved with remarkable speed, swiftly ascending the dual platform. Something feels off. Su Yuan is incredibly fast. Watching Su Yuan take the stage, Wei Hao raised an eyebrow, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. Based solely on Su Yuan's speed in reaching the platform, it was evident that he was no weakling. This realization tempered Wei Hao's disdain. Summon your beast. Taking a deep breath, Wei Hao spoke sternly to Su Yuan. Without engaging in further banter, Su Yuan waved his hand, and his beast taming bracelet emitted a brilliant light. In an instant, a crimson figure materialized in front of Su Yuan, revealing none other than Xiao Yan. Caw! The moment Xiao Yan appeared, it let out a resounding cry. Its wings unfurling as an aura of extraordinary power enveloped the arena. Extraordinary second stage. As the aura radiated from Xiao Yan, everyone in the VIP section, save for Wang Gang and Zhao Zhongyue, rose from their seats, their faces etched with shock. Old Wang, you've put me in a terrible predicament, exclaimed Lu Ren, turning his gaze towards the composed Wang Gang beside him, shaking his head in resignation. If Zhao Zhongyue's earlier comments had left his heart in suspense, the appearance of Su Yuan's Xiaoyan had extinguished any hope he held. Su Yuan required no additional beasts. With just this extraordinary second-stage avian, he could easily overpower Wei Hao. The disparity between an extraordinary second stage and a 6th-level awakening was insurmountable. Wei Hao, being a 6th-level awakened, stood no chance against Su Yuan. Is this my fault? You were the one who insisted on the wager. I merely confirmed your certainty multiple times. Wang Gang replied with a faint smile. Upon hearing Wang Gang's words, Lu Run recollected the scene when he initially proposed a wager against Wang Gang, who had repeatedly sought confirmation from him. Momentarily rendered speechless, he could only shake his head in silence. Had it not been for his own hubris, he would not have lost a precious 5th-tier resource. Now, he could only swallow his pride alone. Mayor Zhao, if I am not mistaken, the beast summoned by student Su Yuan should be the naturally perfect 5-star Qiyang bird, correct? At this juncture, Shi Changxing cast a profound glance at the small yin in front of Su Yuan and inquired of Zhao Zhongyue, the Shi family head, renowned for dominating the beast summoning business in Tianyang City, possessed an astute gaze. Indeed, Su Yuan's beast was none other than the Qiyang bird. It truly was the Qiyang bird. Upon hearing Zhao Zhongyue's response, Shi Changxing trembled, his expression shifting to one of heightened astonishment. The reactions of those around them mirrored his own. The Qiyang bird. This was a perfect 5-star beast. My heavens! What luck this young man possesses to have contracted such an exquisite beast. Even if this lad was fortunate enough to acquire the Qiyang bird as his summoned beast, how did he manage to cultivate it to extraordinary 2nd tier in such a brief span? The Wei and Shi families, with their own 5th-tier beast talent and the full support of their 2 great clans, had ample resources for beast cultivation. Yet, neither had managed to awaken their beasts to higher tiers. I have heard that Su Yuan is merely an orphan from an ordinary family, without support. How could he possibly have access to such resources? Could it be that Su Yuan's 5th-tier talent is merely a ruse orchestrated by Tianyang No. 1 High School, concealing his true potential that lies beyond the 5th tier? The Lord-level powerhouses of Tianyang City gazed at the imposing small yin on the platform, their eyes flickering with tumultuous waves of emotion. How could this be possible? How could you be an extraordinary beast master? It must be an illusion. Elephants, charge. On the platform, Wei Hao felt the aura emanating from small yin, his expression abruptly changing as he shook his head vehemently. He then glared at Su Yuan, commanding the elephantine beast to charge at him. Clearly, Su Yuan's strength utterly overwhelmed Wei Hao, shattering his previously unyielding pride. For one who had always considered himself the most outstanding genius of Tianyang City, accepting this reality was a bitter pill to swallow. With a mighty roar, the elephantine beast lifted its head and charged towards Su Yuan, its massive form causing the entire platform to tremble. Small yin, take it easy, do not kill your opponent. Su Yuan cautioned quietly as the beast barreled towards him. Their encounter was merely a spar, not a battle to the death. He only needed to defeat the opponent's beast. If small yin did not hold back, with its strength, a single strike could easily slay the awakened 6th-tier elephantine beast. Hearing Su Yuan's instruction, small yin nodded. With a fierce cry, it directed its sharp gaze at the charging elephantine beast. In a flash, it dashed forth, a streak of crimson light racing towards the beast. As small yin reached the elephantine beast, it spread its wings without employing any skills, resembling an eagle as it extended its claws towards the oncoming creature. In an instant, they collided, and a spray of blood erupted from the elephantine beast's back. Its once impenetrable armored hide proved as fragile as tofu beneath small Yan's claws, which swiftly tore open several meter-long gashes. Blood poured forth, and the immense impact sent the elephantine beast crashing to the ground, heavy enough to shake the platform. It slid forward several meters, thoroughly disoriented. The agonizing pain from its back elicited a mournful cry from the elephantine beast, yet it shook its head, preparing to rise and fight once more. However, just then, an even larger figure loomed before it. As the shadow descended, the elephantine beast was crushed beneath a foot larger than its own head, the terrifying weight threatening to splinter its skull. A wave of astonished gasps erupted throughout the square, compelling everyone to rise involuntarily, their eyes wide with disbelief as they beheld the massive figure that had suddenly appeared on the platform. Chapter 82. Su Yuan's luck is truly extraordinary. What a colossal creature. What kind of beast is that, to be so immense? Just when one thought the elephantine beast was a behemoth, this creature dwarfs it completely. Look, the elephantine beast lies helpless beneath it, utterly unable to resist. If this continues, the elephantine beast may very well be crushed to death. What a terrifying aura. Is this another extraordinary level beast? But is this creature truly only extraordinary first tier? Why does it feel more fearsome than the extraordinary 6th tier beasts outside the city? as the crowd surrounding the square erupted into fervent discussions. Gasps of awe and astonishment resounded continuously. The imposing figure that had appeared on the platform was none other than Su Yuan's first summoned beast, Xiaoxian. Xiaoxian had not utilized any camouflage skills, revealing its true form entirely. Standing upon the elephantine beast, it raised its head to the sky and let out a resounding roar. Compared to the 8-meter-tall elephantine beast, Xiaoxian now towered to the height of 10 stories. Before Xiaoxian, the elephantine beast seemed no larger than a child facing a towering adult. The moment Xiaoxian emerged, it exuded a formidable presence. Its extraordinary first-tier aura unmistakable. Yet, due to its colossal stature, this first-tier aura felt even more intimidating than the extraordinary second-tier aura emanating from Small Yan. At this point, witnessing the enormous beast before him, which resembled a small mountain, Wei Hao, who had previously appeared defiant and frantic, felt his legs weaken, collapsing to the ground. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed up at Xiaoxian's massive form, his mouth agape, yet no words emerged. I have lost, utterly and completely. After a long pause, Wei Hao, his face ashen, took a deep breath, sighed heavily, and raised his hand in surrender, finally acknowledging reality. If he did not yield, his elephantine beast might very well be crushed beneath Su Yuan's colossal creature. Seeing this, Su Yuan signaled for Xiaoxian to release the elephantine beast. Wei Hao promptly commanded his elephantine beast to retreat, returning it to his beast ring. What an impressive young man. He possesses another extraordinary level beast. Although this beast is only extraordinary first tier, the aura it exudes rivals that of the extraordinary second tier Qiyang bird. Clearly, its quality is not inferior. What breed of beast could this be? In the realm of perfect quality tortoise-type beasts, none have ever achieved such a massive size at the extraordinary level. In the VIP section, both Xiao Zhongyue and Wang Gang, who had previously appeared self-assured and composed, now displayed signs of unease. Xiao Zhongyue, observing Su Yuan as he returned Xiaoxian to his beast ring, felt a surge of confusion and astonishment. Turning to Wang Gang beside him, he spoke with incredulity. Principal Wang, do you discern anything about Su Yuan's beast? Su Yuan is the foremost core talent of Tianyang No. 1 High School, a fact personally confirmed by Wang Gang. In comparison to Xiao Zhongyue, Wang Gang, as the principal, undoubtedly possessed deeper insights into Su Yuan. However, when Xiao Zhongyue turned his gaze towards Wang Gang, he found Wang Gang offering him a faint smile of resignation. Mayor Zhao, to my knowledge, this is likely Su Yuan's first contracted beast. The very same Shui Jiangui that was nurtured at the Tianyang City Breeding Center. As his words lingered, Lu Rin interjected, impossible. I am well acquainted with the Shui Jiangui. A mere rare quality Shui Jiangui could not possibly exude such an aura. I recognize the tsunami turtle, which is the evolved form of the Shui Jiangui, and the giant turtle summoned by Su Yuan is vastly different from the tsunami turtle. It cannot be the tsunami turtle. Hearing Lu Rin's assertion, both Xiao Zhongyue and other lord-level powerhouses nodded in agreement. I assure you, Su Yuan's beast is indeed the Shui Jiangui he contracted from the very beginning. What I know is that Su Yuan's Shui Jiangui is a mutated variant, distinct from the ordinary ones. During our student trials in the Misty Forest at Tianyang No. 1 High School, Su Yuan's mutated Shui Jiangui displayed astounding talent and strength, capable of battling the awakened second-tier, 9-fingered war ape, despite being only an 8th-tier beast. This level of fighting above its rank suggests that Su Yuan's mutated Shui Jiangui has reached perfect quality. However, within such a short span, Su Yuan not only managed to nurture the Qiyang bird to the extraordinary level, but also elevated that mutated Shui Jiangui to the same level, which truly exceeds my expectations. Observing the reactions of the crowd, Wang Gang smiled, not minding Lu Rin's interruption, and patiently elaborated. A mutated Shui Jiangui of perfect quality. Su Yuan truly is fortunate. It is astonishing that such a rare creature has manifested. Even among mutated beasts, not all enhance their potential. For Su Yuan to encounter a Shui Jiangui that has mutated favorably, and to possess a perfect quality one at that, is indeed enviable. Ha ha ha. Is luck not also a part of strength? While the average person yearns for a single perfect quality beast, Su Yuan possesses two, both at the extraordinary level, earning him the title of Tianyang City's foremost core student. We have no objections to the rankings announced by Mayor Zhao. Su Yuan rightfully holds the position of Tianyang's No. 1 core student. Indeed. Following Wang Gang's explanation, the lord-level powerhouses began to praise Su Yuan, their faces reflecting shock and a deep-seated envy. Even among these powerful figures, few possessed perfect quality beasts. For a young individual like Su Yuan to have two such extraordinary beasts was undeniably admirable. At that moment, even Lu Ren, the principal of Tianyang No. 2 High School, who often clashed with Wang Gang, had to concede that Su Yuan's strength was on an entirely different level compared to other core students of Tianyang City. He now understood why Su Yuan had not participated in the competition and why Zhao Zhongyue had directly recognized him as Tianyang's top core student. With such strength, had Su Yuan participated like the others, his beast would have undoubtedly left everyone utterly defeated and disheartened. Ha ha ha, since there are no objections, we shall finalize the rankings of Tianyang City's core students. Zhao Zhongyue remarked with a smile, nodding in agreement as others echoed his approval. Thus, the ranking battle for Tianyang City's core students came to a close. A mutated Shui Jingui, you say? Judging by the aura emanating from that beast, its quality undoubtedly reached a perfect 7 stars, if not stronger. This young lad, Su Yuan, is indeed full of surprises. Besides him, the young lady from the Huangfu family in Tianyang City is also impressive. I did not expect to encounter 2 prodigies in such a remote place. This trip has certainly been worthwhile. At this moment, among the crowd surrounding the square, an elderly man with a head of white hair, yet a vigorous demeanor gazed at Su Yuan on the platform with a smile, murmuring softly. Chapter 83, The Beast Tide Assault. Are you certain? This Su Yuan from Tianyang City has already become an extraordinary beast master? Outside Tianyang City, in a secluded corner of the misty forest, a grim-faced middle-aged man with red hair looked at the 3 individuals kneeling before him and asked in a deep voice. The 3 kneeling before him were the bald men who had left Tianyang City. Reporting to Lord Shuya, I assure you with my life that Su Yuan from Tianyang City has undoubtedly reached the extraordinary level. Moreover, during the core ranking competition, the core student Su Yuan did not engage in any duels but instead appeared on the final day, seated beside Zhao Zhongyue in the audience. Facing Shuya's inquiry, the bald man did not dare to be remiss and recounted everything he had witnessed. Oh, Zhao Zhongyue actually places such importance on that young man. This is quite intriguing. If what you say is true, this Su Yuan's talent is likely beyond what has been revealed. In that case, my plans must be adjusted. If Su Yuan truly becomes an extraordinary beast master, his value will surpass that of Huangfu Yunzhao from Tianyang City. I have but one opportunity to strike. Should I make my move, it will heighten everyone's vigilance and possibly attract high-level powerhouses, making future attempts nearly impossible. My initial plan was to eliminate Huangfu Yunzhao, the talented beast master from Tianyang City, but now it seems my primary target must shift to Su Yuan from Tianyang City. Upon hearing the bald man's words, a contemplative expression crossed Shui Ya's face as he thought. According to the intelligence he had gathered, among the major cities surrounding the misty forest, Huangfu Yunzhao from Tianyang City boasted the highest talent among this year's awakened beast masters. His focus had primarily been on Tianyang City, where he had implanted the most spies and informants. As for other cities, he had only dispatched a small number of spies, giving them less attention. In his reports, Huangfu Yunzhao, though a talented beast master, had only barely reached the peak of awakening and had not yet broken into the extraordinary level. Su Yuan's earlier breakthrough to become an extraordinary beast master, coupled with the importance placed upon him by the mayor of Tianyang City, suggested that Su Yuan's talent was likely equal to or even greater than that of Huangfu Yunzhao. With this realization, Shuya promptly altered his plan to assassinate Huangfu Yunzhao in Tianyang City and instead set his sights on Su Yuan from Tianyang City. Is Su Yuan still in Tianyang City? After some contemplation, Shuya turned his attention back to the 3 individuals before him and inquired. He is still here. When we departed from Tianyang City, he was still observing the duels among the other core students. Furthermore, with the college entrance examination approaching, it is my humble opinion that Su Yuan will likely remain in Tianyang City for the time being. Facing Shuya's inquiry, the bald man did not hesitate and answered promptly. Meanwhile, the other 2, Huang Ho and the short-haired young man, kept their heads bowed, not daring to utter a word or even look directly at Shuya. Excellent. You are to return to Tianyang City immediately. Upon locating him, signal me at once. Additionally, I will summon individuals from other cities to converge on Tianyang City and coordinate with your actions. This time, our plan will be set in Tianyang City, with the target being the assassination of Su Yuan. Should you succeed in eliminating this prodigy, you 3 shall be rewarded handsomely. Upon hearing the bald man's response, a smile appeared on Shuya's face as he spoke mildly. Thank you, my lord. We are deeply grateful, and we shall do our utmost to assist you in executing this plan. Upon hearing Shuya's words, the 3 bald men were filled with elation, their bodies trembling with excitement as they hurriedly bowed in gratitude. Very well, you may leave now and hasten to carry out your mission. Yes, my lord Shuya. As the Shuya gestured with a wave of his hand, the trio of bald men bowed once more before swiftly rising and retreating, making their way back towards Tianyang City. After their departure, Shuya contacted his operatives stationed in other cities, instructing them to hasten to Tianyang City. Once everything was arranged, Shuya cast a glance towards the depths of the misty forest, a cold smile creeping across his lips. The number of Lord-level powerhouses in Tianyang City was considerable. Relying solely on my personnel to eliminate Su Yuan and his talented peers would prove to be a formidable challenge. We can only leverage the vast horde of ferocious beasts within the misty forest to assist our endeavors. With a murmured word, his figure vanished from sight, leaving no trace. Time passed quietly, and a day had elapsed since the announcement of the core student rankings in Tianyang City. During this interval, Su Yuan was warmly invited by Zhao Zhongyue to stay at the city hall. Su Yuan had already showcased his prowess and talent before the public, placing him in a position of prominence. Zhao Zhongyue's insistence on having Su Yuan reside in the city hall was intended to provide better protection for him, shielding him from the nefarious intentions of those lurking in the shadows. Furthermore, keeping Su Yuan at the city hall ensured that he could be swiftly presented to the powerful figures from the Jojo Academy upon their arrival. Tuzi, have you gathered accurate information? Is Su Yuan truly at the city hall? Within an old building on the outskirts of Tianyang City, a group of individuals had congregated. One among them, his face etched with concern, directed his gaze towards the bald man under scrutiny. The bald man, feeling the weight of their attention, was beset by pressure, beads of sweat forming on his smooth scalp. The individuals present were all operatives arranged by Shuya to assist in the assassination of Su Yuan, and among them, the bald man was the weakest in terms of power. Under the gaze of so many stronger individuals, he felt a wave of trepidation. Despite the immense pressure, he wiped the sweat from his brow and assured the group, "My information is infallible. Besides, it is hardly a secret. Many in Tianyang City are aware of it." At his utterance, the others furrowed their brows. The city hall housed numerous experts, including Zhao Zhongyue, the peak Lord-level Beastmaster. If Su Yuan were indeed at the city hall, our chances of successfully assassinating him would plummet. Even if we charged into the city hall with all our subordinates, it would be akin to lambs entering the tiger's den, essentially a death wish. For a moment, thoughts of retreat began to surface among the group. Do not be concerned. Since Lord Shuya has commanded us to infiltrate Tianyang City to eliminate Su Yuan, he must have made ample preparations. We simply need to await Lord Shuya's signal to act. At this juncture, a captivating middle-aged woman spoke up. Just as her words fell, an urgent alarm blared outside. Simultaneously, a voice echoed from the street administrator wielding a megaphone, proclaiming, "Attention everyone! An emergency situation has arisen. A beast horde is attacking Tianyang City. Please evacuate orderly to the nearest underground shelters." A beast horde assault. Upon hearing the commotion from downstairs, the group inside the small room exchanged glances, their minds already formulating speculations. At that instant, the communication device linked to Shuya also chimed. Chapter 84, Infiltration. Inside the city hall, Zhao Zhongyue, who had been leisurely reclining in his chair, sprang up upon hearing the city-wide alarm. "Out," he commanded, and a magnificent black eagle appeared in the open space before him, its wingspan nearing 30 meters. Each feather gleamed as dark as ink, akin to a polished mirror, reflecting a metallic sheen under the sunlight. Furthermore, the black eagle emanated an exceptionally formidable aura, signifying its lord-level status. Mayor Zhao. Just as Zhao Zhongyue was about to mount the back of the black eagle to investigate the situation outside the city walls, a voice suddenly called out from behind, halting his movements. Turning around, he saw Su Yuan rushing out from the city hall as well. "Su Yuan, there is a beast horde assaulting the city. I must go to the front lines to command the battle. Do you remember where the treasure vault I previously took you to is located? The 2 Lord-level Beastmasters guarding it are top-tier experts and can provide you sufficient protection. Take my key and head to the vault. Do not wander about, as your safety is paramount." With that, he handed Su Yuan the key to the treasure vault. The timing of the beast horde's emergence was suspicious, occurring precisely the day after the conclusion of the core ranking battle in Tianyang City. As the mayor, Zhao Zhongyue keenly sensed the oddity. Suspecting that this was no ordinary beast horde assault, it was highly likely that those hidden in the shadows orchestrated this incident with the intent to hunt down the geniuses of Tianyang City, particularly Su Yuan. Yet, despite the peculiar nature of the beast horde's appearance, Zhao Zhongyue, as the highest combatant in Tianyang City, had to proceed to the front lines. Therefore, he could only send Su Yuan to the vault to avoid the impending threat. The 2 Lord-level Beastmasters guarding the vault were the strongest among the city hall's ranks. With them present, unless a Lord-level powerhouse personally intervened, no one could harm Su Yuan. "I understand," Su Yuan replied, glancing at the grave expression on Zhao Zhongyue's face. He accepted the key and nodded earnestly. Although he wished to join the front lines against the beast horde, Zhao Zhongyue's words made him realize that this outbreak might not be coincidental. For the sake of his own life, Su Yuan resolved to obediently remain in the city hall, refraining from venturing out. If this truly was a scheme by hidden foes to eliminate him, Stepping outside the safety of the city hall would surely invite their assassination attempts. Despite his formidable strength, he had no guarantee of safety against a lord-level opponent, even with all his trump cards. Be careful. After seeing Su Yuan nod in agreement, Zhao Zhongyue hesitated no longer and leaped onto the back of his lord-level Black Eagle. The Black Eagle flapped its wings, stirring up a gale that whipped Su Yuan's attire, causing him to squint against the wind. I must head to the treasure vault now. Watching as Zhao Zhongyue and the Black Eagle transformed into a distant silhouette against the horizon, Su Yuan tightened his grip on the key and dashed towards the vault. Quick! We must flee. The beast horde is upon us. Cursing, the bald man lamented his ill-fated timing for venturing outside the city without consulting the calendar. Next time, I will certainly check the calendar before heading out. Swift Windwolf, hurry. You don't want to be devoured by the pursuing beast horde, do you? Help! Save me! I can't run anymore. Outside the city, at the northern gate, facing the misty forest, hundreds of beast masters who had been hunting ferocious beasts frantically raced towards the gate on their mounts. Behind them surged a vast cloud of dust, akin to a sandstorm rising in the desert. This overwhelming cloud of dust was not a result of weather, but rather the stampede of the countless ferocious beasts. The air was thick with the dust kicked up by the stampeding creatures. Faster! Hurry! We are about to close the city gates. At the northern city gate of Tianyang City, the city guards shouted at the top of their lungs, observing over 100 individuals fleeing towards the gate. Simultaneously, the guards stationed on the city walls had already activated the cannons, relentlessly bombarding the horde of beasts approaching from behind. Hundreds of Huashan machine guns belched fire, unleashing a torrential downpour of bullets upon the beast tide, slaughtering numerous ferocious creatures that were not yet extraordinary. Nonetheless, the speed of the horde's charge towards the walls showed no sign of abating. Among the desperately fleeing beast tamers, many succumbed to exhaustion from the long sprint, falling behind amidst cries for help, only to be engulfed by the oncoming beasts. Ultimately, fewer than half of the over 100 beast tamers managed to return to the safety of the city. As the captain of the city guards pressed the button to close the gates, the heavy steel barrier came crashing down, completely severing the connection between the inside and outside. I was terrified. I almost didn't make it back. The few surviving beast tamers gasped for breath, some even collapsing onto the ground, exhausted and visibly shaken. Ladies and gentlemen, if you still possess strength, please join us in defending against the beasts and safeguarding our homeland. If you are fatigued, please leave immediately. At that moment, the squad leader of the guards, who had just closed the gates, spoke coldly to the returning individuals. Without waiting for a response, he positioned his team firmly in front of the gate control mechanism, summoning their beasts to form a protective perimeter. The gate control mechanism was of utmost importance, leaving no room for error. Should it fall into the hands of ill-intentioned individuals, the multitude of ferocious beasts outside would surely storm in, posing a direct threat to the city. Let us go. We must leave this place quickly. Observing the guards' firm stance, the recently returned beast tamers dared not linger and hastily departed. However, one among them fixated on the gate control mechanism, surrounded by guards and their beasts. With a glint of coldness in their eyes, had the bald man been present, he would have recognized this individual as their superior, Blood Crow. The mayor has arrived. Just as Blood Crow prepared to eliminate everyone at the entrance to open the gate, a wave of cheers erupted from the city walls. Hearing the cheers, Blood Crow immediately retracted his intentions, lowering his head with a slight smirk. He then blended into the crowd of fleeing individuals and swiftly departed. Chapter 85. An unprecedented scale of beast tide and fierce battle. Mayor Zhao. At the northern city tower, the highest-ranking officer of the northern guards saluted respectfully to Zhao Zhongyue, who leapt down from the shadows. Zhao Zhongyue nodded slightly in acknowledgement, his gaze shifting towards the chaos beyond the walls. Upon witnessing the scale of the beast tide surging forth, even he could not help but furrow his brow. The beast tide outside stretched as far as the eye could see, a cloud of dust billowing from their frantic charge. Even faced with the onslaught of artillery and ammunition from the city walls, the horde continued to advance rapidly towards Tianyang City's northern wall. The number of airborne beasts was staggering, and the densely concentrated firepower in the skies could not deter the approaching flying feral creatures. This wave of beasts not only boasted an overwhelming number, but also an astonishing quality. Extraordinary beasts were prevalent, with over 100 commanding-level beasts visible at a glance. Mayor Zhao, our firepower can only threaten beasts below the extraordinary level. When faced with extraordinary beasts, our attacks are unlikely to hit them. The scale and strength of this beast tide are unprecedented. It is doubtful that our city guards can withstand it alone. I implore you, Mayor Zhao, to summon the powerful beast tamers from all the prominent families and high schools in the city to assist us. Only then do we have a chance of repelling this wave of beasts. While Zhao Zhongyue assessed the situation outside, the commanding officer beside him urgently requested. This beast tide is indeed formidable. Inform the brothers to exert their utmost effort in defending Tianyang City. I will ensure that other beast tamers inside the city come to aid us promptly. Upon hearing the officer's request, Zhao Zhongyue nodded solemnly. He then waved his hand, summoning 4 of his beasts. Among these 4, 2 were at the commanding level, while the other 2 had reached the high tier of the commanding level. Aside from the Black Hawk he initially summoned, the other 4 were terrestrial beasts. The most powerful among them was a 9th-tier commanding beast, a Tyrannosaurus clad in silvery steel armor, resembling the tyrant lizard of Earth. However, its forepaws were longer and larger than those of the Tyrannosaurus, providing it with formidable combat prowess. After summoning all his beasts, Zhao Zhongyue focused his mind, and under the leadership of the armored Tyrannosaurus, they leaped from the 50-meter-high steel city walls, charging towards the incoming beast tide. Roar! The armored Tyrannosaurus let out a fierce roar, charging into the horde like a heavily armored tank, impervious to the massive numbers and ferocity of the beasts surrounding it. Each attack from the armored Tyrannosaurus spelled disaster for the beasts that dared to assault it. No beast could withstand a single strike from the armored Tyrannosaurus. Even the commanding-level beasts fell before it with ease. The remaining 3 beasts also exhibited overwhelming combat strength, cutting through the horde with lethal efficiency, causing the beasts to collapse in droves. In the skies, Zhao Zhongyue's commanding-level Black Hawk emitted a piercing cry, soaring like lightning into the high heavens outside Tianyang City. Its iron wings unfurled, transforming its feathers into the sharpest blades, leaving a trail of blood as it tore through the airborne beasts. Yet, despite this, Zhao Zhongyue's 4 beasts alone could not withstand the vast beast tide. While the horde's impact in some directions was somewhat mitigated by Zhao Zhongyue's beasts in other areas, the tide circumvented them, pressing forward under the barrage of cannon fire from the walls. All beast tamers in the city guards, heed my command. Summon your beasts and fight with all your might. As the beast tide approached the city walls, the commanding officer shouted urgently. Under his orders, thousands of various beasts appeared on the city walls, forming the last line of defense before the city. Among the 30,000 city guards, beast tamers comprised 1/10. The majority were ordinary level, with awakened and extraordinary level beast tamers making up less than 10%, and only 13 commanding level beast tamers, including the commanding officer at the pinnacle of the commanding level. Even with all their beasts summoned, they still seemed insufficient when faced with the seemingly endless beast tide. Brothers, behind us lies our homeland, our beloved kin. We must hold the line. We shall not allow a single ferocious beast to step into Tianyang City. Fear not, Sergeant. These beasts can only enter Tianyang City over our corpses. Indeed, Tianyang City is not to be trifled with. With Mayor Zhao and the powerful leaders from various families and high schools present, these monsters will find it difficult to breach our defenses. Absolutely, once reinforcements arrive, these beasts will meet their end. The scale of this beast tide is unprecedentedly formidable, and the faces of the city defenders are etched with a resolute determination to face death without fear. From the moment they joined the city guard, they vowed to protect the safety of Tianyang City, ready to sacrifice their lives if necessary. Should the ferocious beasts outside wish to invade the city, they must first tread over the corpses of these valiant warriors. The beasts have surged forth. Kill, 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 kill. At the forefront of the beast tide, the ferocious creatures crossed the fire line, and upon reaching the foot of the city walls, the battle erupted into a feverish intensity. The air was filled with roars, battle cries, and the thunderous sound of gunfire. Outside the walls, blood and dismembered flesh flew about, quickly staining the earth crimson. Despite the citizens' valiant resistance, the sheer number of beasts in the tide was overwhelming. The creatures that crossed the fire line were particularly powerful, and it was not long before some ordinary beast masters among the city guard turned pale, their energy waning. This was a consequence of their beasts perishing in combat against awakened and extraordinary level ferocious beasts. Nevertheless, these soldiers persevered, clutching their firearms and continuously firing at the beasts below. Even if their bullets could not kill these formidable beasts with thick hides, they could at least impede their movements and support their comrades. On the city tower, Zhao Zhongyue moved deftly, concentrating his mental energy to slay the powerful beasts near the walls. Wherever he passed, powerful soul arrows erupted forth, effortlessly dispatching the nearby formidable creatures. Yet, Zhao Zhongyue's countenance remained tense. The targets he targeted were all above extraordinary level 7, while he entrusted the defense against those below this threshold to the city guard. After all, the number of beasts attacking was vast, and even as a peak Lord-level beastmaster, his mental energy was finite. It was impossible for him to cover all fronts and eliminate every beast with his mental strikes. Were it so, even he would soon exhaust his mental reserves within minutes. The number of extraordinary level and commander level beasts in this tide was simply too great. If this continued, relying solely on the city guard would be insufficient to fend off these beasts. Where are Lao Wang and the others? In the midst of the fierce battle, Zhao Zhongyue felt his mental energy rapidly depleting, his brow furrowing deeply. However, it wasn't long before his furrowed brow relaxed. Mayor Zhao, we have arrived. A resounding voice echoed through the chaos. Behind the crowd, Wang Gang was seen riding a flaming bird, hurrying toward the northern city. Alongside Wang Gang, there were 7 or 8 teachers from Tianyang Yizhang. Additionally, there were nearly 100 flying beasts trailing behind, each carrying 3 to 10 individuals. All beast masters from Tianyang's 7 prestigious high schools. Not only that, but reinforcements from various families and the Adventurers Guild were also arriving on their flying beasts. Ha! Brothers, our reinforcements have arrived. Let us annihilate these beasts. The arrival of support instantly invigorated the morale of the tens of thousands of city guard soldiers on the northern tower. A smile also broke across Zhao Zhonyue's face. Finally, Lao Wang, you have made it. Had you arrived a moment later, many of these beasts would have surely breached the city walls. After Wang Gang and his group landed on the northern city wall, Zhao Zhonyue turned to him, exhaling a sigh of relief. Wang Gang replied with a gentle smile. I gathered the teachers at the school the moment I heard the alarm, and we rushed here together on flying beasts. Do not worry. Even though this beast tide is exceptionally powerful, we shall overcome this challenge united. As Wang Gang and Zhao Zhonyue conversed, the principals from several other high schools approached to greet Zhao Zhonyue. Mayor Zhao, rest assured, although there are many beasts in this tide, there are no lord-level beasts among them. If we lord-level beast masters each guard a section, we will undoubtedly repel this beast tide. Principal Lu Ren from Erzhong added as Wang Gang finished speaking. Very well, I appreciate your assistance. Zhao Zhongyue nodded solemnly in gratitude. The principals of the 7 high schools were all lord-level beast masters. With their collective support, alongside Zhao Zhongyue, a peak lord-level beast master, they formed a formidable force of 8. Even with the northern city wall stretching over 10 kilometers, with 8 lord-level beast masters each defending over a kilometer, they would face little pressure in eliminating the stronger beasts in the tide without the assault of any lord-level beasts. Coupled with the ongoing arrival of teachers from various high schools, the powerful beast masters from notable families, and the Adventurers Guild's support, they would surely defend Tianyang City. However, just as Zhao Zhongyue and the other lord-level beast masters prepared to strategize, a series of imposing roars erupted from behind the beast tide outside the city. The moment these roars sounded, Zhao Zhongyue, Wang Gang, and the others' expressions changed dramatically as they turned their gaze towards the rear of the beast tide. Amidst the dust kicked up by the charging beasts, 7 or 8 figures rapidly emerged from behind, racing towards the ironclad Tyrannosaurus at the front of the tide. Moreover, from afar came high-pitched cries, as several figures swiftly swooped down from the sky, targeting the iron feather black eagle above. Those were the Gale Shadow Cats from the Misty Forest. Upon seeing one of the beasts attacking the ironclad Tyrannosaurus, Wang Gang's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed. Months prior, he had encountered the Gale Shadow Cat in the Misty Forest, leaving a lasting impression. The aura emanating from this Gale Shadow Cat confirmed it was the very one he had previously faced, and it appeared to have grown significantly stronger since their last encounter. In addition to the Gale Shadow Cat, there were also the Ebony Python, 3-tailed Demon Wolf, and 6-winged Centipede among the 7 beasts, all at the Lord level. In the air, 3 Lord-level ferocious birds soared. Each of these beasts was at least level 5 Lord. An astonishing 11 Lord-level beasts were assaulting, prompting a wave of astonishment among Wang Gang and the others. Everyone, please act swiftly to ensure these Lord-level beasts are kept at least a kilometer away. Zhao Zhongyue was the first to regain his composure, urgently shouting to the group. Hearing his command, everyone's bodies stiffened, fearful of any delay, and quickly summoned their Lord-level beasts. Lord-level ferocious beasts are significantly more powerful than commander-level beasts. If they got too close, even with their lord-level beasts to intercept, the shockwaves from their battles would inflict severe damage on the city guard and nearby beasts atop the city walls. Thus, they had to intercept these formidable lord-level beasts at a distance of at least 1 kilometer. In an instant, 7 powerful lord-level beasts emerged outside Tianyang City. Once summoned, they charged towards the distant lord-level beasts. Among the principals of the 7 high schools, 2 possessed lord-level flying beasts, and with Zhao Zhonyue's Iron Feather Black Eagle, they effectively countered the 3 flying ferocious beasts. As for the 5 remaining lord-level beasts on the ground, along with Zhao Zhonyue's 2 lord-level beasts, they numbered just 7. However, the disparity in numbers was compensated by Zhao Zhonyue's peak lord-level ironclad Tyrannosaurus. The ironclad Tyrannosaurus single-handedly intercepted a formidable 8th-tier Lord Beast and a 6th-tier Lord Beast. Wang Gang's obsidian giant python faced off against the Gale Shadow Cat once more, while the other beast tamers engaged their respective opponents of equal strength, embroiled in fierce combat. In an instant, a tempest of chaotic energy erupted, with every clash sending shockwaves that could rival the artillery fire from the city towers. The aftermath of these confrontations proved more terrifying than the cannon fire, causing many beasts from the tide to perish in the wake of the battle between these lord-level creatures and their tamers. Nonetheless, the beasts at the rear of the tide continued their reckless advance toward Tianyang City, undeterred by the carnage. The relentless tide of beasts stretched for over 10 kilometers, surging past the northern city wall of Tianyang City, assaulting both the eastern and western walls. This compelled the two commanding generals, who had intended to dispatch reinforcements to the northern city, to abandon their plans and focus entirely on defending against the onslaught from both sides. The beast tamers from the eastern and western districts, who were en route to the northern city for support, similarly diverted their efforts, ascending the city walls to assist in defense. Outside the northern city, the fierce battle raged on unabated. Zhao Zhongyue observed the blood-soaked ground littered with the corpses and severed limbs of beasts, his expression increasingly grave. Historically, after sustaining such heavy losses, the onslaught of the beast tide would gradually diminish, particularly when led by lord-level beasts, who would often pause to await the outcome of the lord-level battle. If the lord-level beast emerged victorious, the tide would continue its assault. However, if it suffered defeat, the remaining beasts would swiftly flee. Yet this time, the scale of the beast tide was unprecedented, with the appearance of lord-level beasts surpassing any prior instances. Even with all lord-level beasts intercepted, the remaining creatures continued their relentless charge. Remarkably, even the lord-level beasts seemed to fight with reckless abandon, a behavior that defied logic. Mayor Zhao, these lord-level beasts are more frenzied and desperate than ever before. I sense a more powerful presence behind this beast tide, Wang Gang said, his face equally somber, articulating his assessment. To drive lord-tier beasts to storm the city with such fervor implies a force greater than even the pinnacle of lord-level beasts. Zhao Zhongyue inhaled deeply, his voice heavy with concern, surpassing lord-level. The other leaders shuddered at his words, their expressions reflecting alarm. Above lord-level lies the king-level. If this beast tide is indeed instigated by a king-level beast, no matter the measures employed by Tianyang City, it could very well fall. Chapter 87. The Enigmatic Sonic Bat. With these lord-level beasts preoccupying Zhao Zhongyue and his ilk, my actions within Tianyang City are rendered considerably more convenient. Within the Tianyang City Hall, the bald man mused. Indeed, I must commend the bald fellow for this. Go ahead, all lord-level beast tamers should join the fray. That is the best course of action. On the rooftop of a tall building within the city, the Blood Crow surveyed the battle outside the northern city, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. He then retrieved his communicator, contacting his subordinates who had infiltrated Tianyang City. Zhao Zhongyue and his companions have been lured away. Everyone, head to the city hall immediately and hunt down that brat Su Yuan. I shall join you shortly. With that, the Blood Crow departed, hastening towards the Tianyang City Hall. Meanwhile, the bald man and others, upon receiving the message, led their respective teams toward the city hall as well. At that moment, 20 kilometers away in the wilderness, near the misty forest to the north of Tianyang City, beasts continued to pour forth from the forest, racing toward the city. Amidst the dust clouds stirred by the tide, a colossal black bat with a wingspan exceeding 30 meters hovered in midair, flapping its leathery wings. Simultaneously, sound waves, imperceptible to the naked eye, radiated from this enormous black bat, enveloping the surrounding beasts and driving them into a frenzied dash toward a singular direction. Within the boundless dust, a figure stood suspended in midair, unaided by any beasts, exuding an air of unwavering authority. Surrounding him was an invisible barrier, shielding him from the swirling dust that dared not encroach upon his space. This individual was the elderly man who had previously expressed admiration for Su Yuan amidst the crowd in Tianyang City's central square. Had Zhao Zhongyue and others witnessed this spectacle, they would undoubtedly be astounded. To remain suspended without the aid of any beasts was something even the pinnacle of lord-level Zhao Zhongyue could not achieve. Only a king-level beast tamer possessed such capability. This venerable elder, with his youthful visage, must be at least a king-level beast tamer, the pinnacle of lord-level. The enigmatic sonic bat. This particular beast had not been encountered in quite some time. It appears my suspicions were entirely correct. The tide assaulting Tianyang City is indeed orchestrated by that band of rodents from the demon god cult. The pinnacle of lord-level enigmatic sonic bat. This mouse is no weakling. Should I manage to capture it alive, I am certain it will yield significant intelligence. The audacity to employ the enigmatic sonic bat, a creature of the abyss. To incite such a vast beast tied against Tianyang City indicates that the target is undoubtedly the genius Su Yuan. In that case, I shall allow this little one a few more moments of life. The elder cast a casual glance at the enigmatic sonic bat beneath him, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He then stepped forward, his figure vanishing like a wraith. Racing through the air toward the direction of Tianyang City Hall. He had come specifically for Su Yuan, and thus was fully aware of his recent stay at the City Hall. Upon discerning the hidden individual's intent to target Su Yuan, he was determined to return to the City Hall at the earliest opportunity, ensuring Su Yuan's safety was beyond reproach. As for why he refrained from executing the enigmatic sonic bat, the root of the beast tide, it was due to the concern that if he were to slay the bat, its tamer would immediately sense it, abandoning the plan to assassinate Su Yuan. Consequently, his ambition to capture a member of the demon god cult, likely at least of pinnacle lord level, would be in vain. While the demon god cult sought to eliminate Su Yuan, he too desired to turn the tables, seizing the opportunity to ensnare these fiends. Unbeknownst to the enigmatic sonic bat below, which continued tirelessly to emit its beguiling sound waves. Rallying a multitude of beasts toward Tianyang City, the elder's silhouette zipped through the clouds above the northern battlefield, his presence entirely concealed, leaving no trace. The beasts of Zhao Zhongyue and Wang Gang, whether airborne or terrestrial, remained blissfully unaware of this occurrence. Just then, as Zhao Zhongyue, having condensed his mental energy to slay another third-tier beast, glanced skyward in mild confusion, he detected nothing amiss. Merely a fleeting curiosity crossed his mind. Yet he soon returned to the fray against the approaching beasts. Although the presence of these Lord-level beast masters has effectively hindered the onslaught of Lord-level ferocious beasts, the number of extraordinary and commanding beasts in this beast tide far exceeds that of the corresponding beast masters in Tianyang City. Consequently, after summoning their own beasts to confront the Lord-level ferocious beasts, Zhao Zhongyue and the other 8 beast masters dispersed, each taking charge of a designated area to eliminate the more formidable ferocious beasts, thereby alleviating the pressure on the defenders of the city. Even in the absence of their beasts, the mental prowess of Lord-level beast masters could effortlessly annihilate the souls of commanding-level ferocious beasts, thanks to the assistance of Zhao Zhongyue and his fellow Lord-level beast masters. The city guards and the extraordinary and commanding beast masters who came to support were barely able to hold back these ferocious beasts, preventing them from breaching the city walls and invading the city. As for the subsequent Lord-level beast masters from the major families, under Zhao Zhongyue's direction, they proceeded to the east and west city walls to assist in repelling the ferocious beasts that were attempting to bypass the northern city. While intense battles raged on the eastern, western, and northern fronts of Tianyang City, the city hall remained surprisingly tranquil. At this moment, a group led by the bald man stealthily approached the vicinity of the city hall. Lord Shuya's calculations are astute. Most of the beast masters in the city hall have been sent to the front lines. This time, eliminating Su Yuan will be considerably easier. Casting a glance at the scant few guards at the city hall, he chuckled softly. Checking his watch, the bald man promptly donned a mask and instructed his accomplices to do the same, then charged directly towards the city hall. Attack! Not only was he acting, but forces from other directions also simultaneously launched their assault, summoning their beasts to invade the city hall from various angles. Chapter 88. Su Yuan, I invite you to fish. Boom. Roar. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. All personnel, prepare for battle. Defend the city hall. The messenger immediately contacted Mayor Zhao to report the situation. As the bald man and his group of assassins stormed into the city hall, the surroundings erupted with the furious roars of beasts. The remaining guards quickly activated the alarm, summoning their beasts to join the fray. However, the strength of the bald man and his crew was formidable, comprising over 100 members, each possessing at least advanced awakening-level powers. Among the squad leaders, even the weakest was of extraordinary caliber, with the majority being commanding-level leaders, including 2 pinnacle commanding experts. The sudden assault caught the guards at the city hall off guard, leading to their swift retreat. There's a situation outside. Intruders have breached. The attack on the city hall during the beast tide was undoubtedly linked to the ongoing siege. The outside forces likely aimed for Su Yuan. Su Yuan, please take refuge in the treasury now. Yes, Su Yuan. The treasury was crafted at great expense by the mayor. Once the door is sealed, only those above lord level can breach it. Outside the treasury, Su Yuan hesitated to enter, hearing the sounds of battle outside the city hall. The 2 commanding level beast masters guarding the treasury immediately urged him. As Zhao Zhongyue's trusted subordinates, their strength ranked among the top guards in the city hall. Fully aware of Zhao Zhongyue's regard for Su Yuan, even if they were to perish, Su Yuan must not encounter any misfortune. I understand. Su Yuan acknowledged their words and prepared to enter the treasury for safety. Despite possessing the strength to contend with commanding-level ferocious beasts, the grave expressions of the two commanding-level experts beside him indicated the seriousness of the situation. It was clear that the enemies storming the city hall were exceptionally formidable. Moreover, the audacity with which they attacked the city hall suggested that there were likely Lord-level beast masters backing them. If they truly sought Su Yuan, he would be the first target if he revealed himself. While he might withstand a commanding-level beast master, he had no chance against a Lord-level expert. No need for that. You all should go out. Just as Su Yuan was about to open the treasury door, a voice suddenly resonated from behind him. The unexpected voice sent shivers down his spine, and he swiftly turned around, staring in shock at the old man who had appeared. Who are you? Not only Su Yuan, but even the two commanding-level beast masters beside him wore tense expressions, horrified by the sudden appearance of the elder. The elder's arrival was so abrupt that even with their commanding-level prowess, they had sensed nothing. This could only imply one possibility. The elder's strength far exceeded theirs. Hee. Do not be alarmed. I am not your enemy. Observing the three ready for battle, the elder quickly waved his hand with a smile. Seeing that they remained on guard, the elder cleared his throat and continued. Su Yuan, I witnessed your performance in the arena the other day. Your two beasts are quite extraordinary. And to become an extraordinary level beast master in such a short time, you are indeed a rare talent. I am Song Jinfeng, a tutor from the Jojo Academy and a king-level beast master. I have come to take you back to Jojo Academy. However, I did not expect that the demons of the demon god cult would also set their sights on you. But rest assured, with me here, those scoundrels will not be able to harm you in the slightest. Song Jinfeng gazed at Su Yuan, maintaining a smile. The mention of Jojo Academy and being a king-level beast master caused Su Yuan and his two commanding-level guards to tremble, their expressions filled with disbelief. As tumultuous waves surged within them, they had never imagined that the elder before them was a king-level beast master. A king-level beast master. Even Zhao Zhongyue would treat such a being with utmost respect. I have met you, Elder Song. Taking a deep breath, Su Yuan was the first to respectfully greet Song Jinfeng. He had been informed by Zhao Zhongyue and Wang Gang about the advance acceptance from Jojo Academy and knew they would send someone to escort him. However, he had not anticipated that it would be a king-level beast master. The fact that even a single tutor was a king-level beast master attested to Jojo Academy's status as the pinnacle institution among all beast master academies. After greeting Song Jinfeng, Su Yuan couldn't help but reflect on the significance of the encounter. Following him, the other two also regained their composure and promptly bowed respectfully to Song Jinfeng. They no longer doubted Song Jinfeng's words. After all, his strength spoke volumes. A king-level beast master could effortlessly eliminate them with a mere flick of his finger, leaving no room for deception. Observing their reaction, Song Jinfeng nodded with a smile. After the greetings, Su Yuan recalled Song Jinfeng's earlier remark and curiously inquired, Elder Song, what did you mean when you suggested we go outside? In response, Song Jinfeng wasted no time, immediately divulging the situation he had uncovered and the plan he intended to execute to Su Yuan and the others. I see. After listening to Song Jinfeng's brief explanation, Su Yuan nodded in realization. He then addressed Song Jinfeng, Elder Song, let us proceed to draw that big fish out. We shall join as well. Upon hearing Su Yuan's words, the two commanding-level guards immediately chimed in. Yes, go ahead without worry. With me here, none of those rats that infiltrated Tianyang City will escape. Song Jinfeng replied, nodding with a smile. As soon as his voice fell, his figure vanished before Su Yuan and the others, leaving no trace behind. Such formidable prowess exemplifies the might of a king-level beast master. Watching Song Jinfeng disappear before their very eyes, Su Yuan and his companions felt a tremor in their hearts, marveling at the extraordinary capabilities of a king-level beast master. Let us venture forth together, one exclaimed. Indeed. The trio exchanged glances and promptly departed from the entrance of the treasure chamber, racing outward. In no time, they reached the exterior of the municipal building, which had sustained considerable damage during the battle. Moreover, the guards stationed at the municipal building had incurred casualties. Young friend Su Yuan, we shall provide cover for your escape, shouted the two commanding-level warriors besides Su Yuan, immediately summoning their beasts to shield him as he made his getaway. Chapter 89. Su Yuan is doomed. Su Yuan is over there. Quick, kill him. The shout instantly drew the attention of those nearby. A voice rang out, causing all the assassins from the Demon God Church to focus their gaze on Su Yuan and his companions. Upon confirming Su Yuan's location, everyone rushed towards him without hesitation. Everyone, protect Su Yuan. I have already informed the mayor of the situation here. We must hold out until his return. One of the guards, witnessing the frenzied charge of foes towards them, shouted urgently. Hearing this, the remaining defenders of the municipal building began to converge towards the trio. With the addition of the two 8th-tier commanding-level warriors, the morale of the remaining guards surged as they valiantly resisted the onslaught of enemies rushing towards Su Yuang. Su Yuang summoned Xiao Xian and Xiao Yan, his two beasts, joining the fray. In an instant, the forces of both sides seemed evenly matched, entangled in a stalemate. This boy has indeed hidden within the municipal building. Now that he has emerged, this spectacle must come to an end. From a high-rise building several hundred meters away, the Blood Crow, who had been silently observing the battle, looked at Su Yuang, now visible, with a chilling smile. At the same time, concern gripped him. We have fallen into a trap. This beast tide was indeed orchestrated by someone in the shadows. The individual capable of unleashing such a large-scale beast tide is undoubtedly formidable. If the enemy seizes the opportunity while I fend off the beast tide and infiltrates the municipal building to assassinate Su Yuang, the treasure chamber may not withstand their assault. On the northern ramparts of Tianyang City, Zhao Zhongyue received an urgent transmission from the municipal guards, his expression shifting abruptly. Glancing at the horde of beasts still charging towards them from outside the city, as well as the powerful lord-level beasts among them, Zhao Zhongyue's brows furrowed deeper. In the northern battlefield, he had collaborated with the principals of the 7 high schools of Tianyang City to hold off 11 lord-level beasts in a tense standoff. Given that he bore the greatest burden as the strongest among them, if he were to withdraw to offer assistance, the battle in the north would swiftly turn dire. With the beasts potentially breaching their defenses and storming into the city, the millions of citizens within the city had yet to fully reach the shelters. Should the beasts tear through the northern defenses, countless lives would be at stake. What should be done? On one side stood the prodigy Su Yuang, while on the other lay the safety of millions of citizens. At this moment, even Zhao Zhongyue found it challenging to decide. Enough. Su Yuang's safety is paramount. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Zhongyue's gaze hardened as he made his decision. He immediately called out to Wang Gang and the others. Principals, the enemy's target is Su Yuang, and they have already breached the municipal hall. I must return at once to provide aid. I entrust this to you. I implore you all to exert your utmost efforts to delay these lord-level beasts while I rescue Su Yuang and return swiftly. What? Su Yuang is in danger. Wang Gang's countenance paled upon hearing Zhao Zhongyue's words. However, he quickly recognized the urgency of the situation and that every moment counted. He shouted, Mayor Zhao, please expedite your return. I will risk my life to ensure that these lord-level beasts do not enter Tianyang City. With that, a resolute glint flashed in Wang Gang's eyes. Should the situation demand it, he would be willing to self-destruct his beast to take down several lord-level beasts in a final stand. I beg of you. Zhao Zhongyue nodded heavily in response, a thought crossing his mind as he summoned his strongest beast, the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus. In addition to the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus, he also called forth the iron feather Black Hawk from the skies, removing it from combat. After returning the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus to his beast space, Zhao Zhongyue leaped onto the back of the iron feather Black Hawk, which flapped its wings and soared rapidly towards the municipal hall of Tianyang City. Old friend, let us entangle these two foes. After Zhao Zhongyue departed, Wang Gang's expression turned resolute. He donned a suit of pitch-black armor, wielding a massive black sword nearly matching his height. Once equipped, he vanished in a flash, leaping from the city ramparts to engage a nearby lord-level beast. Old Wang is prepared to fight to the death. The disparity in strength between beast masters of the same tier and their beasts was significant, especially since Old Wang had selected a beast 1 tier above his own. Even with the advantage of his equipment, he could not hold out for long. Now, they could only hope that Mayor Zhao would return swiftly or that other lord-level beast masters would arrive to provide assistance. It must be so. Old Wang confronted the freed beast, while the remainder of the 6 would contend with the other 2. Together now, attack. As they witnessed Wang Gang charge resolutely towards the lord-level beast outside the city, Lu Ren and the other 5 principals exchanged worried glances. Yet, they quickly reacted, uniting their powers to encircle the remaining 2 beasts, holding them at bay 1,000 meters from the northern outskirts of Tianyang City. Just as Zhao Zhongyue raced desperately toward the municipal hall, at that moment, Blood Crow no longer concealed himself after Su Yuang's appearance. He leaped from the high-rise, a blood-colored crow beast materializing beneath him, catching him as he plunged towards Su Yuang, who was several hundred meters away. Upon seeing the 2 8th-tier commanding-level beastmasters guarding Su Yuang, Blood Crow understood that without intervening himself, his subordinates alone would not be able to eliminate Su Yuang in a short time. Now that they had infiltrated Tianyang City, news of their intent to assassinate Su Yuang had surely reached Zhao Zhongyue's ears, leaving him with little time. Though he had not yet attained the strength of a king-level beastmaster, he possessed 2 peak lord-level beasts. While he might be stronger overall than Zhao Zhongyue, one of his peak lord-level beasts, the bewildering Sound Bat, was currently engaged in maintaining the beast tide and could not be spared. If he encountered Zhao Zhongyue now, the difference in their strengths would not be substantial. Moreover, this was the heart of Tianyang City. Should he be detained by Zhao Zhongyue, he would have no opportunity to escape once other Lord-level powers arrived. Thus, he had no choice but to act personally to swiftly eliminate Su Yuang and make a hasty retreat. The bloodthirsty ink crow crossed the distance of several hundred meters in the blink of an eye, hovering above the municipal hall. This was a peak Lord-level beast. Feeling the overwhelming pressure emanating from the bloodthirsty ink crow, Su Yuang turned to look, realizing that its power indeed reached the peak of Lord level. This is the most formidable beast I have ever encountered. The bloodthirsty ink crow. It belongs to Lord Blood Crow. With Lord Blood Crow intervening, Su Yuang is doomed. Laughter erupted from the ranks of Blood Crow's subordinates as they reveled in the prospect of Su Yuang's demise. Su Yuang, your end is nigh. Blood Crow, perched atop the bloodthirsty ink crow, fixed a piercing gaze on Su Yuang, who was being shielded by his companions, and issued a cold command. As the bloodthirsty MOU spread its wings, a surge of savage energy erupted, coalescing into a sphere of black flames exceeding 10 meters in diameter, which surged violently towards Su Yuan and his companions. The terrifying aura emanating from this inferno caused their pupils to constrict in alarm. Under such a formidable assault, even a peak leader-level beastmaster would find it impossible to escape unscathed. In that moment, apart from Su Yuan and 2 8th-tier guardians, the remaining defenders of the city hall were left pale and filled with despair. Chapter 90. The royal level, so terrifying. With a thunderous roar, the black flames descended, releasing a violent wave of energy that reverberated deafeningly. The powerful shockwave surged outward, causing the already damaged city hall to collapse. In fact, some members of the Demon God Church, unable to evade in time, were flung away by the ferocious impact, sustaining serious injuries. Faced with such a crushing attack, Su Yuan and his companions had no hope of survival. Our mission is complete. We must retreat immediately. As they gazed at the raging black flames, the bald man and his associates revealed smiles, eager to flee. However, they failed to notice that the bloodthirsty MOU's rider, the Blood Crow, was frowning deeply, fixated on the area engulfed by the black flames below. Suddenly, a presence even more formidable than that of the bloodthirsty MOU erupted, extinguishing all the black flames in an instant. When the flames dissipated, a youthful-looking elder with gray hair appeared below. Behind him, Su Yuan and his companions stood unscathed, having miraculously avoided any harm from the earlier onslaught of the bloodthirsty MOU. How is this possible? The Blood Crow was astounded. How could these individuals remain unharmed in the face of Lord Blood Crow's attack? Am I hallucinating? This sight rendered the smiles of the bald man and his companions frozen in disbelief, their eyes wide with incredulity. Retreat. The Blood Crow, observing the elder standing calmly before Su Yuan, felt a wave of inexplicable terror wash over him. To have thwarted the full force of a peak leader-level bloodthirsty MOU without summoning any beasts was a feat that suggested the elder's strength far surpassed that of a peak leader-level beastmaster. He was undoubtedly a royal-level beastmaster. Damn it, how could such a powerful royal-level beastmaster exist here? The Blood Crow turned to flee without a moment's hesitation, not daring to look back. However, even in flight, he felt no sense of security. If the elder truly was a royal-level beastmaster, then even with all his might, his chances of escape were less than 1 in 10,000. Since you have come, why the rush to leave? A light, airy voice echoed in the Blood Crow's ears. Horrified, he turned to see the elder had mysteriously appeared right before him, hands clasped behind his back, standing upon thin air. Standing upon thin air. This was indeed a royal-level beastmaster. The Blood Crow's eyes widened in terror, his previous bravado vanishing entirely. Desperate, the Blood Crow gritted his teeth and commanded the bloodthirsty MOU to charge at the elder. He himself summoned another flying beast, leaping onto it and taking flight. Meanwhile, the bloodthirsty MOU, now rapidly expanding, was clearly preparing to self-destruct in a desperate attempt to delay Song Jinfeng, the royal-level beastmaster. This was the only method the Blood Crow could conceive to create a fleeting opportunity for escape. With his peak leader-level strength, he had no means to confront a royal-level beastmaster. He could only sacrifice his own beast in a desperate gambit to buy time. Ah, how resolute you are. Yet, alas, even self-destruction is beyond the capabilities of a peak leader-level beast before a royal-level beastmaster. As the bloodthirsty MOU swelled and charged towards him, Song Jinfeng's lips curled into a dismissive smile. Without any visible effort on his part, the aura of the charging bloodthirsty MOU plummeted dramatically, its swollen form reverting to normal size. Simultaneously, a monstrous crystal core, the size of a baby's fist, burst forth from the creature's head, landing effortlessly in Song Jinfeng's grasp. The kill was instantaneous and without contest. As Song Jinfeng had indicated, a peak leader-level beast could not even achieve self-destruction before him. Below, Su Yuan and his companions watched in astonishment. Without lifting a finger, Elder Song had exterminated the peak leader-level bloodthirsty Emoya. How was this possible? It was truly terrifying. This was the prowess of a royal-level beastmaster. To the peak leader-level beasts, they were mere playthings, utterly formidable. When would I ever attain such overwhelming strength? Observing Song Jinfeng's effortless dispatch of the bloodthirsty Emoya, Su Yuan and the surrounding city hall guardians were left in awe, their admiration palpable. In stark contrast, the other members of the Demon God Church were frozen in terror, trembling uncontrollably, even forgetting to escape. In the air, the blood crow, frantically fleeing on his beast, suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. The death of the bloodthirsty Emoya had inflicted significant backlash upon him, leaving him gravely injured. As he wiped the blood from his lips, he found Song Jinfeng had suddenly appeared before him. It seems I cannot escape today. Facing the unyielding presence of Song Jinfeng, the blood crow could only offer a resigned smile. Who would have thought that in this small Tianyang city, a royal-level beast master would be stationed? Today is indeed my misfortune, I concede. Gazing at the composed Song Jinfeng standing before him, the blood crow sighed in resignation. With a determined look on his face, he prepared to take his own life. It would be a shame to let such a worthy catch slip away so easily. Upon noticing the blood crow's intentions, Song Jinfeng understood his intent. With a light snort, an overwhelmingly powerful invisible mental force surged forth, enveloping the blood crow. The blood crow trembled, his gaze becoming vacant. Before collapsing onto his beast, seizing the moment, Song Jinfeng swiftly approached and captured him, while mercilessly annihilating the beast beneath him.